Iar dacă ai zări, dacă ai întâlni, măicuță bătrână, din ochi lăcrimând, pe când mă alergând, de toți întrebând, și la toți încânt. Cine a cunoscut, cine mi-a văzut, mândru ciobănel, tras printr-o inel, fițișoara lui, musticiara lui, perișorul lui, ura câmpului. Dumioara mea să te îndori de ea și să-i spui curat că m-am însurat cu o pată de crai pe o gură de rai.
Te faci cea măicuță să nu spui drăguță, că la nunta mea căzută stea, că am avut nutaj, braci și pătinași, primul scuți mari,
Sările mii și stele făcălii.
Ciobănaș cu oilii, bată-mi de pâilii, că ai lăsat oilii și-ai plecat cu fetilii. Și-ai plecat cu fetilii, și-ai plecat cu fetilii.
Eu m-am pornit după oi, duru-duru-duru-du. M-am întâlnit cu un iepuroi, duru-duru-duru-du. Bună cale iepuroi, n-ai văzut un cârdioi? Oi, n-ai văzut un cârdioi? Văzut, nu le-am văzut, din păscuțel le-am pescut, prin pârloage tot sărloage, la fântâna lui Iordan, nu mai capte din Cârlana, fântâna lui Gheorghiță, nu mai capte din Căpriu.
No more games. Kneel before Zeus.
Mid, man. They're trying for BZM, but there's just no chance. Wymon's there again with the Avalanche. Desire might actually just slowly die here. And yeah, he's gone. He can do nothing about it. Meanwhile, mid, they'll get Wymon. But here comes BZM looking for the good trade. He'll find the time and now find...
So Watson, he's got to be careful poking like that. His BKB is still cooldown for 15 seconds. He's going to get dragged back into the static storm. The swap's there from Ace, though. Ace able to bail Watson out, put the BKB himself, gets the stun set up. Then the RP, Quinn, he's there with a light strike array. That's going to be both of the supports gone on Tidebound. Ace, he'll die the once. He's ready for round two, gets the Wave of Terror out. Malady in the middle of the fight. Watson gets his hands on Bark. The Laguna Blade flies in from Quinn. They've killed Bark off. Shiro in trouble as he's chased down, taken out by Watson. He gets jumped. Watson's going to be able to do damage, and here it is. He gets jumped, but the silence coming onto the three of them. Dream Coil as well. God. It's a perfect bait. And Malady's going to be able to hold back the bat. The BKB's pop back, trying to get in, but the Leakers is there. Jumping with the Echo, they're throwing everything on at Watson. Can they kill this Drow? It's good stun control. He's getting pretty low, but the snowball save will come in. Watson, he's going to be fine. Turns, shoots them down as he cleans up. They can't kill him. And it just sort of begs the question, I don't know how much more of this they're going to want to play, Kezu. It's not much. It's got to be feeling pretty rough.
Full team wipe. Beyond godlike, triple kill.
Get some vision right now. They drops the wall, picking them goes there. They pop up, you went into the air. There's the Arpedo from Whisper. Holding, beating him in the race. They will try his best, but it's not going to be enough. They've already lost their float. They will be able to lose another one. Maybe Fade can try and turn this around. Absolutely not. He's forced to just surge himself out of here. At the very least, Whisper and the Yuma lost most of their HP, but Speed, he jumped onto Yuma, hoping to assassinate the Sphere, and immediately just gets two shots, and now he's going forward. Yuma gets an ultra kill at the end of this game. They come across him as they smoke up. RCY is going to be there. They cancel out his blink. Lasso immediately, he's going to die. At the same time, they found the call onto Chen Analog. Analog already losing most of his life. He's just dead. Chen being chased down right now by Fade and the gang, and I don't think King Jungles has a way out. He gets dragged in with the core, killed off with the cutting blade. Schofield doing his best on the back edge, dropping the stun onto the back rider, but immediately it gets cancelled. Schofield falling low to the rusty damage of the Terror Blade. Icepot holds him in position. He ends up dead. Axe gets a triple kill, multiple dunks in the fight.
Come in slightly too late. Kiyotaka still thinking about going in.
Oh, jeez!
Those crits.
Nightfall! Absolute man. I mean, this would even just be the Aegis if they get this. Nightfall still was doing damage. No God Strike anymore. Ame with the Sunder. Can he get Nightfall? Ame, you don't have Sunder anymore, but you do have the damage. This song, though. What can they line this up with? Kiyotaka ready.
Steering chains could be on to 4 of them.
Yeah, it is. It's on to everybody. Again, XM, Ame, XXS, Kiyotaka tipped by Nightfall. He's spectating this fight, but he is enjoying it as well as he just sees his Ember Spirit ripping through the side of Xtreme Gaming. This is going to be a full team wipe. For Toronto, Tokyo, the song is in. The lockdown is there, and Kiyotaka and Nightfall are setting up. Soul Mind comes through, but are they going to have it up? They go to the Chaotic Offering, they've got the Fatal Body. Do they have the depth?
Nightfall's dying.
Looking over at Nightfall, they've got themselves the Solar Guardian. Down goes Nightfall, no more Sven, but the big bad boss on the side of Aurora is Kiyotaka. They do not have buyback on Sven, but XM looking for the ball landing, looking for a Vortex to hold in Kiyotaka. Down goes Kanto, but the damage is too much. XM's dead, Walrus Punch is there, and now Ame with the Sunder. Kiyotaka getting low again, they're going to XS, but he is going through everybody. You cannot stop this man! Even Ember can really make your game difficult without the carry. And PP just
again.
getting hit hard by Yatoro. It's already godlike here for this Shadow Feed. They get Maposhka, but is it going to be enough? Serpent Words and the Shackle will connect on the collapse to get the kill onto this Magnus.
Another Requiem.
This
see if they can time it.
The Requiem coming out
can.
with these. They'll take out Michael. Parker in trouble. Morphs into the Ember, so he'll slight, but he is still searing chains. He's still killed off. Triple kill for Yatoro. They find Rue, Avalanche, toss, PP. He'll go forward, he goes in, and they will get this kill on a Root. No, they won't. He was on 1 health, and he ends up surviving, and Waro just gets the godlike kill as he has got the double on PP and Michael, and they find Parker again. They don't even get Rue. Radamatos comes through. Michael, he needs to start to back away. They have the TP coming in for the Tidehunter, and Yatoro, he's going all the way forward, but PP makes the move. Jumps in, has the lasso on him. Maposhka throwing the stick napalm on him. They go to the Supernova, they land the Ravage. Stone Gaze, but now Supernova, that means it's going to pop in Yatoro's
He's low on mana.
He is getting attacked by PP as he's going to try and fight there with the help of Hubby of the Sunray and Vitaly right on top of this Medusa. Icarus dive out of mana, but can they finally get this kill? The blink from PP, the flame break as well, but they've taken him out. PP and the rest fall, as all they get is this Jakiro, and it looks like it's going to be a full team wipe here for Spirit. They went after Medusa. They had him so low on mana the entire time.
A very good morning to everyone tuning into the start of the 3rd day of PGL Wallachia Season 5. Yesterday, we ended the day with an epic battle between Spirit and Edge. And we're hoping for more of those, because that was definitely very, very exciting stuff. And today will be also very exciting, because today is actually the first day we're going to have some eliminations, but also some advancements to the playoffs. So extra things on the line here, as we're going to talk about all about that and which games are coming your way as well. I'm here with Jenkins and Fear. Jenkins, how are you doing this morning?
I'm doing great. I'm enjoying the Dota being played. I feel like ever since the Dota 2 Pro Tracker change, we've talked about it every morning. That I do feel like
we're going to talk about it again today.
We're going to talk about it again. Because we're getting more and more new heroes, crazy strategies. You know, team like NAVI coming in and absolutely surprising people. You know, these guys are getting demoted. The Navi Junior is going to be the real Navi soon, but nobody expected this, and they're owning Wildcard. They beat Heroic.
Yeah,
so a lot of expectations being shattered this event.
Yeah, there's a lot of things we got to talk about. Fear, how are you doing this morning? You ready for today?
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's elimination day, so I'm always excited when it's on the line.
Rather than advancement day, it's elimination day for you.
Yes. I mean, the thing is, if you advance, you still have a lot more to play, right?
You're a glass is half full of warm milk for Santa Claus in the Christmas morning, aren't you?
No, I'm more of a glass full of warm milk on Santa Claus morning empty.
What?
That makes sense. Back to you, Shiver.
It really does not. Oh, let's take a look at the state of the tournament, because we are in a Swiss group stage. And in case you are unfamiliar with it, it's fairly straightforward. Everybody is in the same group and plays best of threes, and you only need to win 3 best of threes and you're advancing. Or if you're on the Fear side of things, you only need to lose 3 best of threes and you're out. and today is day 3. So we have the first day where teams are able to go out or to be in. As yesterday was day 2, we have to talk a little bit about yesterday. We had a first of all, day 1 was very even. You can see that still on the left side of things. There was only 2 2-0s. The rest was all 2-1s. It was super close. It seemed like teams were not really sure about what was happening, what was going on. But yesterday, things got a little bit more clear, and that leaves us with teams seeded into these different 3 groups, if you will. And I want to focus most of our attention on the O2s and the 2-0s, because those are the more exciting ones. Fear, I'll let you talk about the 0-2s, so the teams that will today play for elimination.
I mean, there's not much to say here. Like, the surprises, I think, is probably Nigma is in that group. They just ended up winning, like, the TI qual, right? So to see them in a situation where they might go out and potentially in last place here, a little bit surprising, but I like it when teams are playing for something, right? And if elimination's on the line, you're playing for something. So no, you're not holding back with strategies. You're going to see potential nerves as well, who can overcome or who can just rise above the nerves and just stand out and make a great performance. So that's always something on the line, makes the games better for me.
Yeah, I think yesterday as well, especially for Nigma Galaxy that you mentioned, them getting O2'd by OG. It's maybe a little bit of maybe revenge from OG, of course, as well for the Western Europe qualifiers. But you would expect a little bit more out of that one. Looking at the 2-0s, though, Jenkins, the teams that are having a chance to advance, I'm sure you're very pleased to see Aurora in that list.
Oh, that definitely makes sense. That's expected from all of us. Everybody knew they were going to destroy Xtreme last night. I think probably the unexpected one is NAVI being 2-0 so far. If you look at the 2-0s, it is 3 Eastern European teams, and you know when I say that 3 out of 4 are Eastern European teams, you would think that this is going to be BetBoom in here, but it's not. This is the fifth strongest team in the region, and they've made top 4 here so far with Spirit. Spirit makes sense, right? Yeah. But Navi, I don't think anybody was expecting this, so good for them.
We'll see, because like they beat Nigma, who's struggling right now, and Liquid with a stand-in. So
they're going up against Spirit today.
Yeah, they still need to be tested a bit. And all those series too went to 3 games too. They were close. True. So they're a good team for sure, but they still need to prove themselves as like being a great team.
Yeah, and it is crazy to think that if they do well today, and this is a team that did not qualify for anything going forward, so they have to wait for the next season to play again after this, which is it's pretty crazy if a team that's doing so well will be on that side of things. But again, I said we have to wait to see what they show us today and how they will do it, because yesterday we had another day filled with Dota 2 in terms of a lot of games played. Gives us a little bit more data to talk about and to think about, because it seems like the teams, they're just still all finding their stride. I know we talk a lot about Dota 2 Pro Tracker being gone. That means that it's just more important to look at the data that's available to us right now, Jenkins.
Yeah, absolutely. And the data is very anecdotal right now. You just have to look at on a game-to-game basis, what is somebody doing. You can't just go look at the Dota buff. You got to look at the actual replay. For example, if you looked at Yatoro Mars, you might think that this was a good hero on Dota buff as a carry position, but they were kind of memeing in that one a little bit. And you know, if you went and watched the replay, you'd kind of see that maybe it's not so great. But if you looked at something like Queen of Pain safe lane, this is something which has some actual backbone to it. This is got some juice, although he's not here at this tournament. Fear.
He is not. Got the juice is not here.
He's on Navi.
Yeah, Navi soon. Navi Junior for now, for this week. Yeah. You know, Navi normal soon. I also wanted to look, or we wanted to look, Fear, at some more draft-related picks in terms of the first phase, because that's normally very telling of where the priorities lie for the teams.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday we're kind of looking at how some of the heroes are performing, so I want to do it again. But these are all the heroes that get picked in the first phase. And no, yeah, I mean, this is there's some heroes that are not on there, but like Shadow Shaman has not won a single game when first phased. Just hasn't won.
That's
every single time you pick this hero in the first phase, it loses, all right? And like, this is supposed to be that hero you play in your pubs, he's owning. This hero's OP, right? That's what you think. But in competitive, this hero is not working out whatsoever. And I don't know what it is about it. Maybe they're not covering the hero well enough, but it's getting exploited pretty heavily in these games here.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say Templar Assassin still on the strong side of things. We got 100% win rate with three picks only. He obviously gets banned a lot. Based on these picks, is there any hero that's like emerging that we've seen more yesterday than the day before?
I don't know if there's any like new emerging first phase heroes. It's kind of like heroes that just sneak in, right? Like Undying snuck in yesterday, right? They're not really emerging. We know they're there. We know they're good. Like this Death Prophet as well got in like one game as well. But like
two games.
Yeah, 2 games.
Save played it twice and destroyed both.
Exactly. These Undying DPs, these are the heroes of the patch right now. Maybe they'll get in, maybe they won't. But I feel like we're gonna have to start changing up the first phase a little bit. Like Dark Willow is a hero that also struggling. Like Dark Willow and Shadow Shaman, at least all the pubs I play, they're picked every single game and they're owning.
And they feel good. Yeah,
they feel good. And
really
then in competitive, these heroes are just like 20% win rate and they're not doing well at all. So it's gonna need to find some new heroes. That's why we see the Warlock every once in a while too picked up. We're trying some new stuff and some of it's sticking, some of it is not.
Yeah, and when we're looking at the support offline, the position 4 picks. Oh, 12%. Yeah, that is.
Yeah, I mean, Shaman and Dark Willow, like, I wanted to really highlight this because these heroes are played so much in pubs, every single game, and they own. But, like, they're not working out here. The other heroes, like Shadow Demon, like, we don't see this hero a lot, but it's doing really well. We all knew Batrider's a good hero. It's performing very well. The games we see Tusk, it looks really good as well. So I think a lot of teams might start deprioritizing these Dark Willow, Shadow Shaman heroes and maybe go for... They have one same weakness, I think. They're not very good versus like Zoo, and they also kind of get countered by BKB, or these Shadow Demons, Batriders, and they're pretty good against like BKBs, and maybe that's what the position 4 needs to focus more.
I think SD is probably my standout, like... I was surprised to see it in the first phase hero. If you look at what the current meta is, you can kind of figure out why. Like Axe is being picked a lot because of range carries being really strong. Axe with the blade mail is really good against the range carries. What's good against Axe? You literally just need to save somebody for like a couple of seconds, and that's good against Axe. Same thing. Batrider is looking really strong, not only as a 4 position, but people are playing at core, getting rampages on mid lane. What's good against Bat? Save somebody for a couple of seconds, right? And then also there's lots of stack farmers as well. There's lots of things to purge with the SD ult. Like this hero is always a response to the meta. It's never like his numbers get buffed and like, holy shit, the illusions are so strong. No, it's the illusions come into the meta, or something that needs to be saved against comes into the meta, and that's kind of what it feels like right now.
But we also have seen him a lot banned already, so a lot of teams are realizing
they've realized,
and then there has to be replacements for that hero, and I guess those haven't really been found yet, because when he's banned, people just gravitate more towards the Shadow Shamans and the Willows.
I think Oracle is fine. Like, I think if Insania was here when he gets back, if Liquid can survive until then, I think we will see Oracle, because the win rate was really high previously. It didn't get changed. The mid laners really like to know where runes are. This is still a thing. And I think the save, similar to the SD, is really strong. It just requires a specific Oracle player.
Yeah, well, I'm sure that there's going to be more Oracle players than just Insania, but we'll see.
Maybe
today.
Katomi.
Yeah, could be the case. Let's see who's playing who today. We have another day filled with 2 streams that have 4 best of 3s. These are your Stream B games. I want to mostly focus your attention at the moment first to the second half of the day, because that is when the 2-0 and the 0-2 teams are playing. So those 4 teams in the bottom, those will play for elimination. AVULUS, Heroic, Nigma Galaxy versus Virtus.pro. And then, of course, above that, we have the teams that are safe for now regardless. They are both 1-1. Tundra versus Edge, which I think personally... Fear, that's going to be an exciting one. I feel like we've seen Edge do exceptionally well. I know they didn't win yesterday, but they definitely put up a good fight against Spirit.
Well, I mean, they're fun to watch in general. They got some big names. There's some high expectations because of that. And like Parker, a lot of people will argue he was the reason why Heroic won in Season 2. I would probably agree with them, right? Then you have Puppy playing with them, maybe pulling out his potential. It's a fun team to watch, and it's no surprise they're looking good.
And they have PP on their team. That's
of course they do,
that's always great. Everybody loves to see PP.
They love it, yeah. I mean, I love seeing PP too. He's been a great player for a long time, finally getting his chance.
PP really showing himself.
Up. So good for him.
Good for you. Let's focus our attention on the first, our stream, the stream you're watching right now, Stream A, and the series that are coming your way, that one. So Aurora Gaming will be for advancement, as well as Team Spirit versus NAVI. As we talked about, this will be NAVI's real big test. compared to the teams they faced before this. But the 2 series before that, I feel like everything's up in the air for that. We got Liquid OG. Jenkins, you want to shine some light on that one?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there are any clear favorites here, to be honest. OG had a great series yesterday. Liquid also, depending on the game, they can look amazing. They can look.
They have Nature's Prophet.
Shaky.
They do.
If they pick Nature's Prophet, they won't look shaky. They'll look great. So maybe ban that OG to get a fair game. But yeah, I don't think that either of those teams has some huge advantage there. I feel like today, at least in the morning, we're going the distance with these series.
With both of them?
I think with both, we're going the distance. I don't think the first one's going to be a stomp either way either.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's focus our attention on that first series of the day. Xtreme Gaming versus BetBoom. And if we're talking about these two teams, I do feel like it's fair to mention that based on the results so far, I think BetBoom is the odd one out in this one, Fear, because people were expecting this team to be doing a little bit better than they have been.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a rocky road for them, I think, this year. They expected to probably have much better placements than they currently do. They're still doing okay, but I think they are in a weird spot where I feel like their drafts and hero pools, especially with Pure, aren't really on point right now. I feel like whenever I used to watch any Pure team do well, he has like some crazy last pick. He's dominating the game. I feel like he's really been struggling to figure out what's good for him in this particular patch. So I know that could flip over at any moment, though. Like the moment he finds a good hero that he can play, boom, all of a sudden he's going to pop off again. And every Pure team I've ever seen on, this guy has to pop off if he needs to win.
Yeah, I think maybe it plays a part that this team has been invited to both the International as to EWC. They did play at Dream League Season 26, but it wasn't with Pure. It was Kirtish standing in for the entirety of the event, Jenkins. So Pure hasn't played on this patch yet. At least not, obviously he's probably played pubs and scrims, but this is different.
Yeah, and to be honest, Kirtish did extremely well. He seemed like he really understood the patch. He was very consistent. And the thing that it's like Pure, the thing that BetBoom is suffering from still is the games entirely depend on Pure having a good game. It's like if he has a good game, they destroy, they look amazing. If he has a bad game, like he can, this Sven game, for example, as we see the highlight of heroes between Alme and Pure, literally no heroes are the same, which I find really interesting. Of course, Alme has his Queen of Pain. That's we'll get into that in a bit. But Pure yesterday, he showed us Lifestealer with the Gorestorm facet. They picked it twice in a row. It seems like he just thinks this is an unbelievably strong hero and a strong facet, and he looked really good on it. In the Sven game, in that series, like that was straight up a throw from him. Like that was a crazy, this was one of the Pure performances where people criticize his BetBoom, where like they just don't look like a good team when he's suffering, you know, and like he dies over and over and over again. And then the next game he does super well. So for whatever reason this year, Pure has been like inconsistent, but when he looks strong, he looks like one of the strongest carries on the planet.
Yeah, and if we then focus our attention on the team that they're up against today, Xtreme Gaming, when you're talking about inconsistency, they have been inconsistent as well in this run so far. They went 2-1 against Tundra on day one, and yesterday they got 0-2'd by Aurora. Even though I feel like after we saw them on day one, we were expecting a little bit more out of them, Fear.
We were, for sure, but like Aurora's also really strong right now too. Like they went through the qualifiers and just mopped it up. They didn't really were challenged at all. So they're looking incredibly strong. So then I think that matchup in particular isn't really fair for Xtreme because they need to grow a little bit more to play against some of these powerhouse teams right now, like Aurora. So we'll see. I think as Ame, he's got some interesting heroes. We love the Quap. We hated the Monkey King, right? Like his hero pool is very diverse, and that can be a good or a bad thing with this player. It's just which Ame are we going to get today?
Yeah, I mean, we just loved watching this team in general. They have some really interesting players, you know, Jinkyu as well, depending, he can have some interesting picks. Not so much this tournament, it is Ame, and people are afraid of Ame, whether he's winning or losing. A single game of carry Queen of Pain doing a build we have not seen before, and literally every other game of the tournament, Queen of Pain gets banned. People do not want to play against it. So for some reason, Ame just has aura level 100 100. And we can see some clips from the game here. One thing that if you do try to play Queen of Pain with the Bondage Facet and Blade Mail that you'll feel is that the item build feels a little bit limited when it comes to mana. So it feels like you can only use one skill on her, and you only really need one skill. So a lot of people were going for the Scream of Pain and not going for Dagger. Ame said, nah, I'm going to go for Dagger, get a Mjolnir so that I can farm. And this looked really good in the fights. Like, he had tons of mana to work with. He was not dying in situations where, like, you think that he would die. He was spell life-stealing from super low HP, constantly spamming out those daggers, being super annoying, doing really good late-game carrying. And I think a lot of people, they see this and they just say, okay, like, let's not bother playing against it, because this is a hero that is such a lane dominator. We don't know the timings. Everybody knows that Queen of Pain late game is very strong. You still go for the ult talent and both ult talents, level 20, level 25. So you've got that massive amount of pure damage. She still scales incredibly. It's just that her early game was made so much stronger. People don't want to try to deal with it unless there's a plan.
Yeah,
maybe
he's
BetBoom
not going to get
leaves
it for this group stage. There's no way.
You don't think so?
Not during the group stage. I don't think so. It's like he played against a Puck. He played against a Shadow Shaman. He played against a Bat and went max Dagger, and he won the game.
He laned against a Bat as well,
like,
which is very important.
People look at it, it's like, that was probably the best lineup we could ever play against the Queen of Pain. Do we want to risk it? You know, and they just say no. They say they can beat him other ways.
Of all the teams that might risk it, it might just be BetBoom, because I know that Pure has a heavy hand in the draft, and he's like, you know, it's the best of 3. Why don't we just
crush him?
Yeah, why don't we just try it ourselves for game 1? You know, see if it works.
I mean, you could,
or they can take it. They can give GPK Queen of Pain, because it's also one of his best heroes. They've looked really good when he's playing that. So, and I do think from the mid lane, I personally think Queen of Pain side lane is actually better than mid lane Queen of Pain. I think the game was not balanced for her to be played in a side lane, and this is why she's so strong as a carry.
I don't think there's 2 teams that have a more separate hero pools after 2 series. There's only 2 overlapping heroes.
Yes.
That's pretty crazy.
And it's not even on the same role.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks to Dota 2 Pro Tracker not being around, a lot of teams are going to be having very unique hero pools. And yeah, for them as well here. Like, these players, I think GPK, when you think of him, you think of a lot of cheese picks that he can do, but Xm's going to be the same. I think last pick is going to be very spicy in this series, because we're still due an Xm Viper game.
We are.
I'm waiting for that one to come out.
It always comes out. We were waiting for the sniper. That one came out.
But
finally.
GPK, he's going to pick these Shadow Fiends. He'll pick Bat mid. He might
get a
Huskar
Rampage.
you.
Yep.
Like, there's a lot of heroes he can play. So these teams are very exciting in the mid lane pool, because we talk about the carries. They're pretty exciting as well, but a lot of cheese picks coming from this type of players. So looking forward to that.
Yeah, definitely going to have an extra eye out for the mids, and then hopefully that they get their hands on the overall last pick. I do want to focus a little bit on the opening picks, though, as we are heading soon into that draft, and we already did talk about the tournament meta, as it were, in terms of who teams go for overall first pick. Where do these 2 teams go? Because they have such a diverse hero pool compared to each other, that is. Like, what kind of priority will these 2 teams have when it comes to their opening strategies? As for this first game, it will be BetBoom with that first pick.
Yeah.
Also means Xtreme Gaming gets an overall last pick.
They do. So the DP gets banned, which is good. So these teams are coming from wins from BetBoom, right? Losses from Xtreme. And BetBoom won both their games with DP first pick.
They're speed drafting at this point. I mean, we knew
on the
these were
opposite side, 1 second, the Aurora beat Xtreme with Naga both games.
Okay.
So, like, they're probably going to learn their lesson. They banned Naga. We lost to this Naga. Clearly, we don't know how to play against it. And so they get it out of the pool. And now BetBoom doesn't get what they want us. So we're going to have to show a hero that does not win a single game when picked in the first phase. So far, the Shadow Shaman. So, but speaking of one of the players that's been playing this before Shadow Shaman was even meta, that's Save.
That's Save, yeah.
So this guy, this is going to be the player to look out for playing it. 0-2, unfortunately, from tough luck there.
Yeah,
but we're just talking him up. It's like,
I will
3
say,
times a charm.
Yeah,
I really do agree fully with this concept that a lot of the time heroes, like, they fall off in terms of their win rate, because the win rate was high. People felt like they were really strong in the draft. They were strong for a reason, but then people kind of start slamming it in for no reason. And I feel like Save is surely an expert such as Save is not going to just slam in a Shadow Shaman and not get something that's good at laning with it, not have a strategy that's built around it.
I mean, well, this is good for the stats at least. One of these heroes that have a terrible win rate.
Yeah, that's true.
Going to get a better win rate here, so.
Also, you guys were totally right. It was overall first ban on the Queen of Pain, so
yeah, for
that's,
sure.
that's just strange.
They're not going to get it for this group stage. Like maybe in playoffs or something, if they make it there, that's when teams might try to experiment against it.
Could be, could be. All right, second phase of bans coming our way. We already got the Monkey King removed on the side of BetBoom. Now, I know you guys will, like, Fear, you've been talking a lot about Shadow Shaman, that he has a couple of very clear counters in the lane. Would you ban out those?
It's worth considering. So you can ban it. Like, there's the Terrorblade. I think Beastmaster is really good. However, if you pick Shadow Shaman, I think you need to cover him by, like, taking a Gyro Carry or something.
Okay.
Heroes that can deal with his weaknesses, because that's where this hero really struggles, where if he dies, I think Axe is also incredibly good for Shadow Shaman too.
And has a high win rate at the moment.
Has a high win rate, like the lane is good, and more importantly, he just dunks you before you can turn into a little chicken. And that is very annoying.
And Warlock is the other hero that has an exceptionally high win rate at the moment. I think it's above 70% even.
60.
I feel like the Warlock Grimoire, like he shows up at your lane and somehow he's level 7 timing. That can be really hard to deal with. Also, there's a lot of heroes right now that just like completely hard commit to fights in the meta. Like Axe versus Warlock. This is something that he's probably the best 5 position. I think he's the highest win rate, one of the highest win rate 5 positions against Axe, despite Axe being able to cut the lane against a Warlock. That like this looks really good, right? Still, in the fights, like Warlock feels really good against Axe. So speaking of Axe, I feel like Warlock Dark Willow, you need some extra disable on your team. Like you need a Blink Initiator that's doing some stunning, that's like actually anchoring the fight.
Yeah, I was gonna say debuff immunity looks really good right now against Xtreme's lineup because yeah, all magic damage. When I play versus Dark Willow, it's really nice to have 2 things. One is ground AoE, so when she presses Shadow Realm, she can't just be super annoying and just like kite you or kill you. So Pango has that. And on top of that, he's got the debuff immunity, so you don't really care about any of the spells that Dark Willow is throwing out. And that's, I think, one of the reasons why Dark Willow has not been super successful. It's because of heroes like Pango, for example, that can be very annoying for you. And we're going to get the Nature's Prophet. This hero, very, very strong right now. It can be a carry. Pure has played it once already. It could be position 5. I mean, I know that it has in the past. I don't know if it's, I mean, if it could be a carry, it could be a mid too at this point. GBK does play it.
Yeah.
The only weird thing about playing it mid is that in the side lanes, when you're using the Sprout heal facet, the trees are hitting you and you're actually getting the heal. In mid, the trees are not close enough to you.
Yeah, but that's why you go for the money bags.
You go for money bags. Okay. Yeah. Shout outs to Kendrick Lamar, money trees.
Profit.
I have had people do this in my pubs, and I swear your whole team rushes in to get the money bags and you just die. Like it's such a, it can be such a grief.
All right, Bristleback will come out. This is a very stable offlaner.
Ooh, that Templar Assassin was still in the pool.
Interesting. Okay, so I mean, this is a hero that can follow Pango, but it's very good if it's an offlane Pango. And then Amorta, this is a very strong against the Bristleback. Your ulti makes you just immune to the Bristleback. No quill damage will be had there.
And you can dodge TA attacks, right? With
yeah, I mean, that's nice too. I mean, you do have like a Mjolnir, you have double hits, so I suppose you can break through the refraction a bit, so...
Would you want Muerta as the support or as the carry?
I think it should be in the air. I think it's going to be a carry. Okay. I think there isn't a reason to not... well, actually, I can't say for certain. It's going to be NP or it's going to be Muerta carry. That's really up to Save. If he's going to want to play one of those or Pure. And Pure just needs to make the choice. Do you want to be Muerta or do you want to be NP?
Yeah, and he's played a lot of NP. He really likes NP, but I do feel like if there's any game to do a carry Muerta, it's this one. Like you're
pretty good, yeah.
You're totally immune to the 2 cores on the side of Xtreme.
It's pretty bad versus Dark Willow, though. I will say
it is. Yeah, you do like
nothing
good
against her spells. Like you have ways of dealing with it because you do have ground targeted, but this Dark Willow can do damage through your ulti. Yeah. So we'll see. It is very good versus Bristol. You can buy a Silver Edge. You have overwhelming damage for him. he does 0 damage too. So I agree, Jenkins. It's probably going to be a Morta, but you know these NP carry players, man. They'll just play it in any game if they believe in it.
Yeah.
Let's see what's going to get focused out here in the last phase of bans. We have the Ember Spirit already removed on the side of BetBoom.
Yeah, they won Pango mid. That's why they banned the Ember, I think. Because, as I mentioned, Pango is not a good lane matchup versus Templar Assassin. Every time you do the shield crash, he just presses Refraction. You get spammed with Meld, doesn't feel good. So they'll probably throw that into the mid lane, and they need a new hero that can deal a TA, which is, I mean, you're going to be limited. A lot of teams do like trying Darkseer, would be pretty decent. But for the most part, that's what TA does. She kind of just wins her lane no matter what, most of the time.
Yeah.
We know that there's a lot of team fight coming out of Xtreme with the Warlock and the Willow as well. Do we feel like BetBoom needs more team fight coming out of their offlaner as well?
It'd be
how
nice.
much freedom did they have?
It's just like a lot. I mean, they could. I would be okay with if they wanted to go for like an Underlord or something in this game. That would really
That'd be
make
cool.
Dark Willow sad. Makes Bristle sad. Makes TA sad. So that would be pretty cool. Yeah.
How do you feel about Beastmaster? I'm still thinking about the summons against the two.
Yeah, it's still good. I mean, Beast is also good versus TA as well.
And it is Miro, so okay, never mind.
Yeah, they banned it. Sure, that makes sense. And they banned the Dawn as well. I mean, those are some of the heroes that are pretty good versus TA in the lane. Yeah, I mean, outside of that, I don't think there's any clear-cut hero that can just, like, win the lane. I still like the Underlord idea.
Underlord Darkseer both seem quite good. The only weird thing about the Darkseer is that
Your combo is kind of bad.
the combo's bad. Yeah, you've got 2 range supports that don't really like to get in there.
Yeah.
Nature's Prophet as a core, Pango as a core, they don't really care that much.
I don't think the lane's good either.
What are you gonna surge a Nature's Prophet in? You know, it's not that great.
Yeah. Lane's not good either, so we'll see.
Okay, it is offlane Pango.
They're just gonna jam the Pango in the offlane here. I mean, I suppose like those bans were good versus Pango, but also good versus Storm too. So, and I mean, it makes sense too. Like your lockdown is pretty bad right now on the side of Xtreme Gaming. So GPK was probably like, bro, just give me Storm. I'll 1v9 this game.
Is this it? Is this the XM Viper coming out?
Imagine picking Viper here when you already have no stuns.
Nah, they go for
That'd be crazy.
Bear.
Yeah, I mean, they desperately needed some way of like stopping Shackles. Just killing Storm in general seemed very hard with the heroes they have. But yeah, with Willow, with Void Spirit, they've got ample amount of stuns now. It does, however, does not shut down GPK's game though in the laning stage. So that is the one sacrifice XM had to make for the team.
So it is a Carry Muerta and Katomi playing Nature's Prophet, which, by the way, Katomi has also looked incredible on this hero. He's
literally on fire.
He is on fire. He's got that cosmetic, the very, very expensive one. I mean, I like XM on Void Spirit. It's one of his most played heroes in this tournament, and it's a hero that can jump on like the 2 supports, Nature's Prophet and Shadow Shaman. I feel like they can't really get away from a Void Spirit if he gets on top of them. And
I like it versus Muerta too.
You can do a lot of damage to Muerta as a carry. Like you can kill her through her ult a lot of the time.
You can also just leap in, use your spells, and she'll probably just pop her ulti because she needs to not die, right? And then you can disengage very easily with Assimilate. So it's not going to be super punish this game. I talked about the lack of stuns on the side of Xtreme, but outside of the Shadow Shaman, you're kind of low on stuns there too. So it's a good pick.
Yeah, let's see what our commentary team thinks and if they have any preferences. Kazu, you have a preference?
I like BetBoom more. I'm a big fan of the Carry Muerta. What do you think?
Oh, okay. I would say I kind of like what's going on the other side of things on Xtreme side. They've got the TA, this wins all the games, and Muerta, not a lot of teams want to play this carry. So question marks for the Muerta from me.
Yeah, I mean, the stats are on your side, Owen. I believe Templar Assassin, 100% win rate so far.
Yeah, I mean, and in Arme's hands, I don't expect it to be any different. Even though I do have memories of a game where Arme goes for this all-out damage and he doesn't want to buy BKBs. It's happened before.
He's a bit of a wildcard.
So we'll see if if the necessity for a BKB is here and if he does actually buy it, if that is required. He should. Yeah.
Well, looking forward to seeing if Arme can carry this one then.
Yeah, thank you, Steve. Yeah, let's find out. Oh yeah, I can't remember that. When was that? Do you remember that game? It was like it was a very fun game, but an Arme was absolutely massive, but he really didn't want to beat KB.
It sounds like every third Arme game.
That's true. There could have been a few of these. So we'll see this game. You know, Arme gets his TA, gets through the draft.
Yep.
Let's see what he can do with it.
I mean, I would say he has it's a pretty good TA game. They also talked about it numerous times. Like, he's gonna lane against a Pangolier, which is a very easy and nice lane for Arme. At least it should be. But yeah, I will say Muerta against 2 cores that are fully physical, of course, is pretty nice. But there are, of course, some magic spells, right? You've got the Willow, you've got some random golems, and the Void Spirit being played by XM.
Yeah, we're pretty happy with that last pick coming through for XM. You think it's a good grab?
Yeah, I would absolutely say so. I think the silence is great. You lane well mid against the Storm. It's basically what the entire draft needed, plus you're good against the opposing draft. Oh.
Well, that's 4 bounty runes there for BetBoom.
What happened?
Yeah, what happened? How? That shouldn't happen.
So, well, yeah, just
4 bounty runes. Okay.
All right, good start. Easy game for Pure on the Muerta.
That just doesn't really happen anymore, I feel like. A team just getting 4 bounty runes with... No one was, like, dying or taking damage.
Yeah, there wasn't even, like, a random fight before.
It was just 4 bounty runes, BetBoom. Okay.
Well, they'll take that.
Yep. Well, let's have a look. I mean, those kind of things, that little bit of a gold advantage can definitely make things a bit less simple, especially in like the mid lane for XM, if GPK gets these earlier timings now for the lane.
Yeah, especially, I like also what GPK is doing here. He was really, like, forcing XM to, like, man up on him and take these trades, because, yeah, GPK probably has his bottle, like, coming out in a moment, if not already, whereas XM has to still work for all of it.
Like, that 4 bounty, that's really bad. That's really bad news for Xtreme. That ain't great. We'll see how much it comes back to bite them. If indeed BetBoom are able to have a little bit better time than expected in some of these lane matchups. Yeah, bottom. I guess it's bottom lane. Should be but super easy for Arme, right?
Yeah,
like you're not getting bullied as this TA here.
No, you shouldn't. Like,
yeah,
something has to go majorly wrong. You have a Warlock with you. You're kind of chilling. BetBoom, they should be the ones getting pressured in this lane. Maybe they can find a way to do something. It's not unusual for this dual lane of BetBoom.
Let's have a look, because there should be no excuses here for the safe lane of Xtreme. They got pretty much the hottest carry and one of the hottest supports, at least in the lane, in terms of heals and keeping your carry happy. So Arme should be living the dream down there. Top lane, what do you make of the top lane? So you got this kind of double ranged versus the Bristle and the Dark Willow.
I feel like both of the safe lane carries should be pretty happy. Like, yeah, Willow, Bristle is not like a weak lane, but you're double range, you're gonna keep spamming them. Perhaps the one thing that Xtreme need to respect in the bottom lane, of course, is Kateomi on the Nature's Prophet, being able to maybe TP down into that lane and offsetting some of the pressure.
So far, definitely seeing in that mid lane. Good start for GPK. 16 for 4 against the 10 and 0. But things definitely not as smooth for XM. I think down to the fact that GPK and the team did get that bit of a gold boost at the start.
Yeah, I mean, GPK is already one of the best 1v1 laners when it comes to this. As Xtreme will get themselves the Lotus in the top lane.
Dire structures are fortified.
And bottom, Arme continuing to be very, very safe here. And Mira still finding good CS from the lane. Looking rather close on all fronts. Nobody to die yet. Nice success. Getting bullied a little bit. Still got another Tango and a branch to munch on.
Yeah, I don't expect too much to happen in the side lanes, perhaps until we have a TP coming out from Kateomi as XXS. Just
they got him. All right, steps back up, but did so on a little bit too low of HP.
Yeah, and his early laning progression is not great. If we have a look at the Bristle's inventory, it's a Magic Wand, 1 South, and like half a Null Talisman. He wants to get to this Vanguard Ring of Health, but He's not even close. So he's going to be struggling.
They're going to try and fight back at Katsuomi. It's difficult to chase. Pure's able to slow them down. And definitely a slower start for the Bristle.
Absolutely.
As opposed to some of the other Bristles we've seen recently. Not an easy one here for XXS, especially after that death. Bottom lane Miro. He's got the stick charges. And that is him out of regen for now in this bottom lane. Yeah, they don't have anything left between the two of them, so just having to rely on charges that he's building up and the tango that he's currently finishing off.
They also don't have any on the courier, so they'll just have to wait and hope that the lane bounces back into them, which looks to be the case.
Top lane. Not quite able to get the extra grab there onto Katsuomi. This pressure definitely freeing up a good space for Pure. You can see on the CS getting a lot of denies as well. 27 and 12. Teases around with the idea of a setup on XXS, but at the moment it's a bit too high on the HP for them to make a full attempt.
I mean, with the first blood and the 4 bounty runes also, Katsuomi has a full earn coming out of the base.
We've got the grab on a Jin-Q though. Flipping with the silence. It's going to be a TP coming in from Save. Can Save get his hands on anyone though? XXS going back and forth there. Gives time for Save to close and get the Hex. No, get the kill.
He tried to juke the Dutchman a little too hard there.
Hands up, yeah, sort of giving time for the Shaman to close in on him.
Absolutely.
But obviously wasn't expecting Save to be there, but yeah, Save coming in.
Yeah, very nice TP, and this now allows like a pretty natural rotation. You go into the safe lane minute 5, you double go mid with the supports.
They might still be able to try something here on XM. He's already used the Dissimilate.
Good Sprout.
So still level 5. He's got no other option to escape. They take him down. Maybe playing a bit too greedy there with that Dissimilate and not opting to just back up completely. As, yeah, that support's still ready to go for him after he's used that.
That's a 2K lead at minute 6.
Rough start so far from Xtreme.
Oh, yeah, I mean...
First game of the day, though. Could be waking up.
Yeah, true. Sometimes you give away some bounty runes, you feed some kills. It's all right. I mean, Ame is still going to have a very good game, as we can see on the network chart.
Definitely the other lanes. That top one in particular, that's going to be the real challenge for Xtreme. XXS still very much behind. You can see on the net worth, the same as they've got on the Prophet on the other side.
Yeah.
You know, you look at the farm of Katsuomi, it's level with that of the Bristle.
They do have some stacks coming out of the triangle to then later on help XXS recover, which he will desperately need. Because, yeah, if they don't have XXS in like a good position when it comes to the net worth, they lose their entire frontliner in this draft.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Back in the mid, XM has now got the level 6, so ganking him is going to be much, much tougher. And yeah, as we can see on the timing, no surprises there. The fastest one we've had that pre-6 minutes for Katsuomi this game.
Yeah, and cannot underestimate a Vessel in this game. Against Bristle, the Warlock heals as well. Let's see, next objective in the game should be the 8-minute active rune.
It could be tough for Xtreme to contest that unless they get lucky with the spawn. Depending on the placement.
I mean, at least Miro isn't level 6 yet, so he isn't very likely to show up to that mid lane just yet.
Definitely a lot of attention now towards the river. So they're heading in. Look at the silence and the fear. They've got the lockdown to kill off XM. And now GPK's got enough mana to chase on for more. Zips up to the high ground, catches Polison. Xinqiu's going to be a bit of a tougher grab. Katsuomi tries to block off the escape with the Sprout, but still able to get round there. But again, just more kills for BetBoom, and Xtreme can't really make a move. It's sort of been downhill from minute 0 this game for them, unfortunately, with those bounty runes starting off. It's definitely hurting them. It's adding up. BetBoom's doing a lot with this lead.
No, absolutely. They're doing all the right things. Well-deserved tip onto Pure as well from GPK. They knew that Bristle was farming the triangle. You're super high net worth and you're having a good game on Pure. He walks over mid. They get this kill on XM. They're also just making sure they have full mid control. They dewarded both the mid wards that Xtreme Gaming had. And just making sure that GPK continues to have a great game.
Mate. At the moment, he's the one that has the potential to be the saving grace here for Xtreme. His farm still up there with the cause of BetBoom. But of course, as a TA, it's probably going to be quite some time before he wants to show his face in a team fight.
Yeah, he's going to want to stay down here, I think, for the majority of the next couple minutes. And Xtreme really have to be careful. Like, BetBoom have an incredible ward in their triangle that is already scouting all the stacks that Xtreme have. So we'll need to have a look later if they will want to contest it. For now, they're smoking into their own offlane onto this TA. The roll is available.
There we go. See what sort of help Arme gets. Is there going to be any? The TPs are coming in. The refraction's gone though. Arme will fall, and now Mira can continue with the Rolling Thunder. Over towards the support. Save ticking down low. He should be fine though. Yeah, the Fedobons is gone. He'll live. They clean up the 2 supports as well under the tower. It's 8-0, 4K lead. XG just not able to catch a break in this game.
I mean, BetBoom, they have a really good collapsing draft and heroes, which is not what TA likes to play against. Storm gets on top of you, you've got the Pango roll. Katomi can be there at any point on the Natures too. So yeah, 0-8, 4K lead, minute 10.
That's pretty crazy. XM should be able to get a kill with his Invis Rune. Oh, I say that, the Remnant's off the mark. With that missing, they're not getting that kill, and in fact, they're the ones that have to be careful. Not able to get the connection. They need everything to hit here, XG, really, if they want to try and find kills.
Oh, absolutely. XG are going to have to... I think they need to take a little chill pill until both their subs are able to get their ultimates up and running. Because yeah, when you're down 4K, this early on, you need everything you can get, really. And their support spells are currently what should be able to bring them back into the game. Well, BetBoom see that they're farming the Ancients. They did smoke themselves as well on Xtreme.
Oh, if BetBoom can mess with this, it's going to be pretty painful for XG. XG have to protect this. And look for the fear on a GPK. Here comes the further backup. I mean, they're desperately trying to finish off the rest of the Ancients. GPK is very low. Has to be a bit careful. He's going to zip aggressively. For the most part, I think XXS did get the stack cleared up. So at least able to get the gold from that.
Jinkyu absolutely doing the right thing. Giving up his body, but at least XXX, like you said, he got all of the Ancients. But they will still pay the price.
Some good damage onto the mid tower as well here. It's Pure ready to keep on pushing. 12-minute powering. It's going to be a nice one. Amplified damage here at the ready. Miro will just grab it for now. GPK not around to pick that up.
Yeah, at least for now, the game is stabilizing a little bit, and Xtreme did get ults up and running on their supports. But yeah, BetBoom have some crazy timings on the heroes. Vessel on Nature's Prophet, minute 12.
That's got to be one of the fastest.
Absolutely.
Right,
as a support, yeah. You've got Maelstrom up and running on Pure as well.
Diffusal about 600 gold away for Miro. XG, it's got eyes on the top lane, but difficult to go in for Pure. TP backup will be available. But they're definitely bringing in the numbers. They've got the 4 of them up here, XG. I mean, BetBoom, do you think they're interested in fighting this, or are they like, you know what? 4 heroes up there, we'll just let you take the tower. We'll make most of the space.
They see that Ame is mid, so this could allow them to like make the call to fight top. You do have the Vessel.
XM's going to get the jump. Initiates onto Pure, but nobody else is going to be able to get beyond the tower to follow up on that one.
I mean, if they get away with just doing it like that, that's amazing. Because look at Miro and GPK. They're still just on the map doing their own thing.
Yeah, they got the tower bottom.
Yeah, really nicely done. Just not rushing anything. Lots of pressure up top onto XXS.
Could be in trouble. They've got the fear to hold back at least Pure. Katsumi's going to continue the chase down. He's got Sprout again in a second.
Vessel in 1. Can't reach.
XXS should be fine. Back over in the mid. GPK not under any threat of going down. He's got plenty of mana to play with, and he's playing aggressive. He's setting up for Miro to come in with a Rolling Thunder. The Astral Step still there. Mirror's thinking about diving the tower. Get one connection on Apollison. I won't go for more, especially seeing as Arme was starting to swing over towards the mid as well. So BetBoom not overdoing it either at this point. Playing very, very safe, very cautious. We're seeing again, indeed, item timing's being smashed with this Witchblade Rush from GPK.
Yeah, BetBoom haven't given up a single kill, which is honestly quite nicely done by them. I will say that Xtreme, they are getting quite strong. Like, sure, they're down 5k gold, but their support spells are still very strong. You have Ame who's closing in on his Desolator. Like, if you're out of position, this TA will just... he will just get you out of the game in 2-3 hits.
Still hovering around this mid tower, seeing if they can find something with the ults. GPK returns. He's going to try and tease around with XM. I'll catch him in the Remnant. The Brambles as well. They drop the Golem. The lockdown, it's there. They've got the first kill for themselves.
Oh, that's a big one.
It is indeed. Taking out GPK.
Nighttime hits, Siege Creep will come out. This could also be, I believe that this is both the Shard timing on the Bristle and it's about to be the Deso on Ame. So this is big, big, big power spike for Xtreme Gaming. Oh, no, Roche coming by.
Yep. He's like, you want to push that tower? Get up there.
Got them with a bit of pressure.
That's a solid push. They get the kill GPK, take the tower mid. Signs of life here from Xtreme.
Absolutely, it's a big swing, and if they end up taking over the top area, that's also Roche. You absolutely have to contest this.
I mean, you got it right if you're BetBoom. You know that you're still in the lead in terms of sort of item progression. You can't let XG get this for free. But at the moment, it looks like they're kind of getting it.
Really? They're making a conscious choice. Interesting. I thought also with Pure like TPing to mid from top that they
sure that maybe they're going to smoke and go, but no, look, well, look at that. Roshan, Aegis now for Arme. So killing GPK into taking the tier 1 mid and to taking the Roche, and meanwhile BetBoom, I mean, they're smoked up, but...
I mean, that's a big swing, because it's not like you gave up Roche and you played the entire map. No, you brought everyone to mid, and now you're smoking.
They've got to find something with this, but I don't know if they will. XXS is close to the tower. Can they kill the Bristle here?
Looks like they will.
Yeah. Easily enough damage still here on BetBoom to get those sort of kills. So they'll find the Bristle, should be able to turn it into a tier 1 push. But all in all, XG definitely slowing down that gold lead that BetBoom did build up quite quickly early on.
Oh yeah, for sure. And some of these items coming out that we already talked about, the Deso, the Shard, now the Ags on XM too. That's definitely good stuff from them. I mean, they gave us 1 to 10, but in terms of actual strength, I don't think Xtreme are too sad right now.
Oh, they do have the grab onto XM. Miro with the follow-up. Nice catch there coming in from Save.
Oh, Paulson getting out some good wards in the meantime. As Save had, he had very nice staggering of his spells there to get the kill onto XM. So yeah, 5k lead for BetBoom still.
And bottom, Save in position again. Finds Xingqiu just walking up towards him. Sets up for another there, Save.
Well, he's making this Shadow Shaman look very good.
He's got the full Ether Lens now and Save, so even easier for him to find these sort of catches. I do have Halberd on XXS, so obviously going to be an issue for either the Storm or the Muerta when they're trying to take him down. That's the blink on Arme, so we should now start to see this TA really look to get more involved with the blink, Deso, and still 3 minutes on the Aegis. Arme's going to be feeling pretty good to go.
I mean, let's see where they want to go with this Aegis. Perhaps the top tier 2, or maybe just a smoke across the map. But we'll have to, because BetBoom, they're very strong themselves. I don't see why they would shy away from a fight. You've got the blink on Miro also.
Arme just trying to take over what he can here from the jungle of BetBoom. Smoke now to come in from XM and Paulson by his side. Here we go. They want to try and fight here with the Blink Deso and the Aegis. GPK and Pure. He's going to get caught out first off the back of the smoke. Not able to clip him here with the Resonance, so GPK's out. And lay down the silence, catches onto XM. Would have been a tricky kill anyway, but yeah, needed that Resonant Pulse to hit with the Ag silence, but didn't quite clip him.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised XM didn't.
But just jump in there,
yeah, like
silence.
He has an Arcane Rune, he's got the Golem to back him up, but you know, maybe he thought I can just clip him. Try to play it safe.
Maybe they can still find Katsuomi. As they should be able to catch him farming this camp.
It's a big kill for them. He's actually closing in on the Orchid. Katsuomi still having a very, very good game on this Nature's Prophet. But yeah, these kills, they do matter quite a lot. Like, you're up 7k gold, you're feeding away a lot of golden experience on
And they're going to get the Tormentor probably at this pace, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Might lose the tier 2 bottom. Save's going to drop the Serpent Wards down here to put the pressure on. And of course, with the focus around the Tormentor spawn here at 20 minutes, XG won't be down there to defend.
Little free shot for Paulison.
Pure very close to the Manta. So once that's there, we'll definitely feel more confident turning up to the fights and not getting caught by the roots and tripped up by the silences as such.
Yeah.
Once that shard's there for...
Pure should feel pretty good about fighting, because you have your ult against the Bristle and the TA, and until Void Spirit gets like at least 1 or 2 more items, he doesn't deal that much damage. Like, he doesn't threaten you yet.
You're not dying through the ult.
Absolutely.
Dire's middle tower.
So you got the shard on Ame, I like that a lot. It means that he can also cancel safe shackles from anywhere by just insta-popping it. Katsuomi, so you're gonna TP out?
Yeah, they're gonna know he's still there, yeah, Xingqiu. I was gonna have the setup, so everybody get the kill, start getting the push around on this bottom lane. At the same time, Simera trying to get in with the Rolling Thunder. They've got these shackles on to XM. GPK has to follow up. XM should be pretty dead here. They've got him. They'll also pick up Paulison to the side here with the damage from Pure's ult. Ame and XXS, they're considering fighting though, despite the fact that XG have lost 2 heroes. They get the Bramble on towards Pure. Fear onto the 3 of them to push them back. XXS is here to continue to stack up the goo, pushing forward against the 4 of them. They'll turn and try and take the Bristle down. Xingqiu's going to go straight for Pure on the back lines, playing around with the Muertes, but he hasn't got enough damage on his own. He'll fall. They'll kill off Safe, but Ame's gone pretty deep for this. He'll die for that one. And now XXS left alone. He has to run. I mean, we saw there, you know, they hit a 3-man fear. They could have run, but XG make the conscious decision to try and fight that. It cost them extra lives. They end up losing Xingqiu and losing Ame on the TA.
They had the choice to just freely... Maybe they
could have got out.
Like, maybe I'm pretty sure without the Manta, Pure would die, but even after that, they still decided to keep going in. Because, yeah, it looks like XG, they were kind of... I would say they were kind of damage controlling the game and bringing it back, but yeah, giving those couple kills.
Yeah, that was a rough call to try and take that fight.
Absolutely.
Whilst they'd lost 2 heroes. I'd say, you know, obviously they can't see kind of the net worth position they're in, but still, obviously, you know, watching it like this when you're down 6k, you can't imagine you're trying to turn and fight when you're 3 versus 5 or whatever it was at that stage. It's never going to go well.
That was also a really nice... I didn't see it initially in the live game because it looked like Pure missed his silence on the Void Spirit. But he just made sure that Paulison couldn't goal him from afar to cancel the shackles on save.
Yeah, because obviously at this point, they hit the fear. They could get out of there if they wanted to.
Yeah, absolutely.
But XG's like, you know what, we want to go for this. Maybe they didn't sort of account for GPK to come back in with the last bit of mana to join the fight. And you know, Xingqiu really wanted to get Pure, but he could not. Doesn't really get that close to finishing him off on his own. And at this point, now Ame's been dragged into the center of the action.
Oh, absolutely.
You can't get out at that stage.
And you cannot expect him to follow you at the start there either, because that's just a suicide mission. Xingqiu.
Let's try for the setup, but I'll drop the Golem. GPK in with the BKB and Katsuomi is ready to TP over. They get the Hex on towards XM. XM just gets destroyed in the middle of the Serpent Wards. XG, they've now got Ame caught by the Hex into the shackles. It looks so controlled from XG.
Wow.
The recovery, you know, kind of a couple of minutes ago, but they're just throwing it all away again.
Oh, they really are.
What's going on? A bad fight down bottom, and then they come back and actually take it even worse, one top.
Xingqiu is just, he really wants some of these plays, but Safe just has his number.
Oh, like, that's the core mentality. We're blaming the Willow for this. It's like, Willow, why?
I don't know
blaming who for these calls.
Somebody's making some very aggressive calls. But I'm just gonna say, like, Save, he's on top of it. He knows that this Willow's gonna run around and do some, like...
He is.
Some little Yules combos. No, he's just there with the pre-hex. Doesn't matter.
Well, yeah, they got to calm down on XG.
Oh, they really do.
But maybe it's even too late to do that now. They're down 12k.
I mean, what are some of the next things they can now look for? Like, Void Spirit, sure, he's working on a Manta, but until he finishes it all, it doesn't really make a big difference.
Blink on save now, so even easier for him to punish these sort of aggressive attempts from XG that just aren't hitting well.
I mean, I guess you're getting a pipe soon on... Well, you're getting it now on XXS, but yeah. I'm gonna say that the next Roche kind of decides nearly everything. XG are gonna... They have to gear up for this one already at this point.
GPK looking for Arme. Arme is out. And Pure, of course, off the back of this. It's getting pretty massive on the Moed, so now about a 3k difference between him and Arme. You know, gap that for the most part, even when they were behind as a team, Arme was keeping up with, but those last few moves have cost them. Trying to make the jump here on Amiro. Not able to get him or stop him from getting the Rolling Thunder off. Now Arme's just caught on the front lines. He's caught on the front. Arme to die first.
Oh, God, they called it.
Well, yeah.
Oh,
I don't know what was going on in the comms in that one, but somebody's got some explaining to do on XG.
Oh, yeah.
Whoever said, guys, we got this, let's fight. I don't want to be that guy right now.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Well, they at least tap out. Understandably so. I don't think there was much coming back.
It was a hard game from the start, but there was absolutely a period where it's like, okay, you know, they get this tier 1 mid, they get the Roshan, they kill GPK. It's like, all right, you know what? They're going to have a game here. I mean, and then they didn't.
They did so good. Like, just this little comeback window, like, it looked so promising, and then it just all went away within, like, what, 2 little plays, and then it looked like the game was just over.
Well, BetBoom, of course, will be feeling very nicely about that one. Savion, his Shaman, definitely made sure that XG were not going to get away with these risky plays, and XG certainly did not. The moves did not work out, and BetBoom will take this game 1.
Quite something towards the end there. I think that Xtreme needed a little bit of a moment to themselves after 2 of those fights didn't go the way that they wanted it to. that was quite mad, Fear.
Indeed it was. Yeah, I feel like Xtreme might be a little shook after yesterday still, because there was a lot of uncharacteristic plays in that game. We saw when the wheels really started to fall off when we saw that one Fear from Willow, and then all of a sudden they're like, hey guys, who can take this team fight? They could not. They all died there. Ame, we talked about Save and how good he is on the Shaman. He just locked down every single fight. This TA could not attack a single hero because this Blink Shaman got on them every single fight. So it was a really rough game, but I feel like they needed to slow the game down a little bit and get to their timings, get to a BKB, much importantly needed on the TA. How are you going to play versus a Shaman and versus a Pango without BKB this game? It's pretty much impossible. So they kind of forced too many fights this game.
Yeah, I don't know if Kezu laughing his ass off went to the stream there, but I can understand why. Like, I agree with what he said. It was so strange to see the, like, complete and utter unfolding of Xtreme in just a couple of minutes there, because, like, when they did the Roche play and then they went to the Tormentor and they took the Tormentor at 20 minutes, it was actually like, holy shit, this team is really good at doing objectives. Like, they are straight up, like, this is how Tundra wins games. Like, they're losing the early game, and then they just out-map you. Like, they just out-farm. Like, they're actually getting the gold lead back. It's like, oh, this is going to be a game.
Yeah.
And then one fight, and then another, and then Ame calls GG, and it's like, what the fuck just happened?
Well, let's relive a little bit of it. One thing we don't have a clip of, but something that you should be aware of: 4 bounty runes go in the way of BetBoom. That might already be the start of a tilt, you know? That definitely is not good. But we're jumping into minute 10 here, Jenkins.
Yeah, this was the, I want to say it was the beginning of the end. It really wasn't. Like, this is where Xtreme was losing their early gold lead. Basically, everybody from BetBoom rotated bottom, and they dove the tower. They tanked the tower. They shared the tower aggro, and Save almost went down right at the end there, but he had the turn into the chicken. You know, it's just like one of these games where you have a 3v3 or like a 3v4, and kind of like the most devastating thing possible happens for you. Like, your heroes go in at just like the perfect timing where one guy dies and then somebody goes in to save him, somebody else dies, and it's like all of a sudden 3k gold lead, game looks really hard. BetBoom was playing flawlessly. But then after that, Xtreme they managed. They actually managed to start bringing it back, which was great. So that wasn't the beginning of the end. BetBoom didn't stomp completely.
No, we thought this is going to be a long one. You know, you're strapping in for Templar Assassin potentially later on, owning Fear, but was not the case.
Yeah, it definitely was not. And I think in this particular game, there's a lot of things that just really went BetBoom's way. I think Kataomi, he finally gets brought down in these situations, which is good, but you need to continue this momentum for as long as you possibly can. But it's like, why are you back here, right? Like, you made one play on the map, you killed the Nature's Prophet, but now you're way too deep on this Void Spirit. And I think this is the play that we were talking about, right? It's like you hit this good fear from Dark Willow coming up here, and you just misjudge this situation entirely. And you go in thinking you can make things happen, but there's a whole team from BetBoom waiting for you, and they just did not have enough damage to get the kills here, and they were just punished for it. And this is kind of like the beginning of what felt like the end of this game.
Somebody made a call here. Like, they thought that BetBoom had used enough resources, or they had enough goo stacks that they could go for the kills. And I mean, this was another one where it like starts off looking kind of fine. The rock comes in, the Willow damage comes in, and then XM just like completely hard commits. It's 5 versus 3 here, and Ame,
he's walking in.
He's walking in. Like, this feels like some tilt from the previous team fight, and then all of a sudden the GGs come out. It's a very strange thing to watch at this level of Dota, especially given how we saw Xtreme playing day 1. I think this is totally unexpected, and between game 1 and game 2 in this series, there's going to be a lot of pressure on the supporting staff of Xtreme to talk to the team and make sure everybody's chill, everybody's okay, the atmosphere is still good, because this, to me, seemed like an atmosphere thing, not a game-related thing.
Yeah, I mean, in GPK, he just like destroyed mid as well. This was your last pick, Void Spirit. You picked this to not only do well in the lane, but to control the game. But unfortunately, GPK, he's one of the best mid laners mechanically in the game of Dota 2, and he just destroyed mid hard. And it's
like
hard to come back
7K to 4K at some
and
point.
It wasn't just that too. It was the Bristleback got absolutely nothing this game either. So like, I don't know if you're giving away Nature's Prophet again after that, because XXS, he was less net worth after the laning stage than the NP. And so that lane went poorly, mid lane went poorly. I mean, their safe lane went fine, but like if you're losing 2 lanes that hard against this BetBoom team, who knows? I mean, BetBoom's always been known for being one of the best laning teams in Dota, but this was too much.
It was way too much. Xtreme needs a hard reset after that game number 1. Let's see if they can do something a little bit better in game number 2 after a break.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just 1 click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
BetBoom are a team which had been consistently a huge contender throughout the year, and I'm here with Katomi to talk about their season and their expectations here at Wallachia. So firstly, welcome back to Wallachia once again.
Hello, thank you.
So how are you feeling about BetBoom at the moment? You know, you guys have been on a pretty steep upward trend recently, I would say.
We had some ups and downs recently. We played Dream League with standing, where we got top 2. So it basically like, it also was not a real tournament because there was no 2 teams, I think Spirit and Tundra or somebody else. And this tournament there is no power vision, but we back together as full roster, gonna try our best.
Excellent. So what would a win here at Wallachia mean for your team, you know, coming into the end of year and those big end of year events? Would it give you confidence?
Yeah, of course. Just as I said, last tournament we played not together. Now we back as full roster. It will mean a lot if we get some good plays right here before the Riyadh.
And how has the year been for you in terms of like, you know, actually playing the game? You know, like how has it been trying to stay on top of the meta and keep up with the other teams and everything?
For me, I'm just learning more post-5 heroes, making sure I'm doing like good job, like basically following my gameplay.
Excellent. So in terms of like learning new heroes, that's something you kind of like doing? Do you like that process? Or would you prefer to just kind of play what you know?
No, I really like new heroes. I really like to play new heroes, try out some strategies, some new heroes. I really don't like this last patch meta of G hero operation. I really hated it, and now it's much fresh to play that.
For sure. And who can forget Warlock as well, yes. Everybody's favourite player. Do you like playing Warlock?
No, not at all.
Don't think many people have come in here and said they do. So, I mean, what about your team in terms of like developing, you know, trying out new ideas? What does a process look like? Let's say someone has a new idea they want to try out within the team. Who has to clear it? You know, like how do you approach it? Do you play it in scrims first? You know, what do you do?
If somebody have some good idea, the heroes they try out in pubs first, and then they come to team to discuss. We have a lot of just team talks, DOTA talks about heroes and strategies. And basically, if somebody notice some imbo hero in pub, they're like, "Oh, this hero is imbo, let's try it." And then we try it in scrims and see how it goes.
So with this tournament, there's a pretty deep team pool, you know, some teams which we haven't really seen much of throughout the year playing at this tournament. Do you like playing against those teams and like kind of seeing some fresh perspectives, some fresh ideas?
Not really. Like basically our team is just about playing the strongest teams out there. We don't scream tier 2 teams, we don't scream like any team below top 6 EPT points. So I'm just looking forward to play these tier 1 teams like Spirit, I don't know, like Parivision, Tundra, like, yeah.
That's interesting. Okay, so you just like to play against the best and you just play against them again and again, and you think that's the best way to make your team as good as it can be?
To learn, to just build up confidence inside of the team with each win versus these big teams. Yeah.
How's the team kind of morale at the moment? You know, how's everybody feeling within the team coming into the end? Is there a lot of confidence, or are you kind of, you know, very pragmatic?
We did good on last Dream League.
Yeah.
We happy with our performance right here with standing. So after Dream League, we had some week of scrims. I will say it was pretty successful. We're pretty confident. Like everyone is in chill. In zone, and we're ready to slay them.
Excellent stuff. All right, very good, very good. Looking forward to seeing how you slay and seeing if you can get that top spot. Katomi, thank you very, very much, and good luck here at Wallachia 5.
Thank you.
BetBoom found great success in game 1 they just played against Xtreme Gaming. We're going to head into game number 2, see if they can repeat that success, but I kind of am hoping, and I think that Xtreme should surely put up a better fight, Jenkins. It cannot be hard to put up a better fight, because you cannot go worse.
I mean, they were putting up a good fight.
Were they?
Yeah. at some point there was a window in that game that they were playing flawlessly, and maybe that's where like the
They
point
need to
of,
put up a longer fight.
yeah, they need to put up a longer fight. Maybe that's like the point of frustration. It's like in boxing, like they played one really, really good round. It's like, oh my God, this is going to go for a long time. And then just get KO'd in the first 10 seconds of the next round.
Yeah.
Like, I think that's probably where the frustration comes from. It's like they felt like it was going well. They felt like they were coming back. And then somebody made a call. It didn't go well. And then they're like, okay, we just griefed. Like, let's go next. So hopefully whoever made that call can like take the accountability. Everybody can like feel good about that, reset, and they can, you know, G next and have that for the entire game.
Yeah. I mean, I liked how the whole pre-show, I was just like, Shadow Shaman.
Bad hero.
Bad hero. Loses every time it's first phased, and then just comes out the gate, save, gets his first Shadow Shaman win of the tournament, and first Shadow Shaman win from first phase of the tournament.
Can I say that I feel like if you were to look at the stats, Shadow Shaman against Tusk it's
not good.
It's not good. Like
bad.
This is probably half the reason Shadow Shaman's win rate is low is because people are picking Tusk against it. Because the whole I'm going to single target focus you, whether you're using ward trap or you're going with the team and using Shadow Shaman single target disable. Not only do you have stuns to interrupt Shadow Shaman's shackles, you can also get people out of the ward trap, and you can snowball save if there are other people focusing the Shadow Shaman target. Like in every single way, Tusk counter Shaman. Even if you like, let's say you're utilizing the break on Shaman, the 15 talent to kill like a Bristle or Abaddon. You can just snowball for the duration of the break, and then you counter that counter. So it's like everything Shaman wants to do, Tusk counters.
Yeah. Do you remember there was this game where Ame played Queen of Pain, safe lane?
Yeah, I do remember that, yeah.
Do you also remember there was a Jin Q Tusk in that game?
I do.
Saving Ame the entirety of that game, which was my MVP of that particular game, not the Queen of Pain. So this is going back to something they had success with before, and they looked good, and they stomped Tundra with this Tusk. Haven't really touched it since, so they have a good game. That was also versus a Shadow Shaman, mind you. So things are already, in my book, looking a lot better for Xtreme. Bit more comfort. They've practiced this before. They've won with this before. We love to see it. Now you have to start thinking about potential counters to the counter play, right? So that your potential disruptors, underlords, these heroes that make it so if Tusk blinks in, he can't do anything, right? And so that'd be cool if we see some layers to this one.
Yeah, that's like half the reason I feel like Tusk
Ricky too,
feels so good on the patch is that the Rickies and underlords of the world just aren't that good.
Yeah.
Like we've seen Ricky a couple of times. It hasn't looked great. Underlord doesn't really exist. Like when Disruptor out of these three is the best and most picked hero, you know that it's not really a great meta for the ground targeted stuff.
Yeah.
So Tusk is feeling pretty good, but I think against Jin Q, especially on Tusk, like you said, Fear, when Jin Q is showing up in a game, Xtreme looks so much better. So he's definitely a player. Like there's a player hero combination that I think is worth investing in countering.
Yeah, something that also worth noting is that a lot of the bans that we have seen here so far are very similar from previous game. There's only 2 changes, with the Templar Assassin still being banned now in the second phase for BetBoom, leaving the Terrorblade in. And we had the Pango banned out in the first phase by Xtreme Gaming, leaving the Naga Siren still in as well. So 2 heroes that we got to keep on our radar, as well as we do see Xtreme Gaming taking a very long time to decide which hero they want to decide which one to ban.
Yeah, I mean, especially when you're second pick, right?
Yeah.
Like that overall last pick, you're going to have a maximum of, well, time is ticking. We don't know how much maximum time they're going to have, but it's going to be 25 seconds maximum for that last pick there. And they thought the whole time and decided Marana was the option. We did see a really good game, I think, from
Yes,
Olsen, who
it was
played
with them, but it wasn't Marana Shadow.
It was SD Marana.
So they're going back for comfort, though.
The Lina.
Yeah, and then you are going to play against the Naga Lina. And this Lina is very similar to what we've seen some teams play with Shadow Fiend, where they can go mid. They could potentially do the magic build, which I don't think is likely. It's just going to be a carry from the mid lane or a carry from the safe lane. But very likely in the safe lane, just because it's a great lane matchup with Naga.
Ooh.
And they're going to take a Dawnbreaker. So they're like double, triple downing, I think, against the Shadow Shaman at this point. I mean, this doesn't really. I mean, it's good with Tusk in the lane, but you're playing versus Alina.
I think not against Lina. You're not. You have a Tusk to get on top of the Lina, so hypothetically, she could already be solved if you can get past and deal with the Naga. So I feel like this is like Tusk uses his icy hands, and Dawnbreaker presses Q. You kill the Naga plus the illusions, and then once she's dealt with and weaken the lane, you can snowball on top of the Lina. Maybe that's the idea.
Well, it's gonna have to go exactly like that, because if it doesn't, the lane gets really ugly really quick. Like, you have to get kills in this lane. That's pretty much what you signed yourself up for. And every time we see Lina, I always bring up like these Magnus repositioning heroes, Bat Riders, Tusk can do it. Tiny is another one of those heroes that does a good job at that. So,
would you prefer seeing Tiny carry or Tiny mid?
Not Tiny carry ever. I think it's bad.
Okay, very clear.
Yeah, it's very, very clear. I mean, Pure tried it already this tournament. I mean, I've experimented myself with it. It just is not a strong carry right now.
Well, that means we have overall last pick for Xtreme, most likely going for Ame. Right?
I mean, he's a fine player to do so. So, I mean, I'm not saying Tiny carry isn't playable, but if you're doing Tiny carry, you have to have something really good up your sleeve that you're giving XM. Like, it's got to be phenomenal, but I don't know what that would be. But he'll have last pick, he'll see. And they have, more importantly, you have to decide now, what are you going to do from BetBoom's position? Is this Lina going to be your mid? Do you pick something in the safe lane that can just like... I mean, Lina's a carry no matter what. So you could pick something that absorbs this pressure, doesn't really die to the Dawn Tusk in the safe lane. And he could potentially go for his Lifestealer again if he wants to. That's a hero that's pretty chill, just sitting in that lane. Like, the swipes will still hit him through the rage, but the stun won't connect, and when you're raged as well, you take 0 damage. Yeah, so they're going to ban that out. And I don't know what other heroes, because Dawn is just one of those annoying offlaners, especially with Tusk, where... Oh, Morphling, that's it. He could play Morphling too, but a little greedy.
And Morphlina is like 2 hard carries pretty much.
But that hero does not care about that lane at all either.
Yeah. Maybe because there's so little in the game right now that kills Morphling, you can still deal with it. Kunkka would have been great. That would have been a good choice.
Maybe. I mean, the lane's still probably a little hard, right?
Yeah. What about...
You're tanky.
What about... I mean, they could also just run the Bristle as a carry, and I feel like you'd probably be fine.
I feel like they should just put Lina carry and just, you know, pick GPK his Storm. You know, why not? Yeah. They are very low on stuns. He's good at the hero.
One more potential safe lane carry. Magnus?
Magnus?
Yeah.
Playable.
I mean, but I think they have quite a few options.
Magnus is just not a good carry right now.
I love the idea of GPK Lina. I feel like this guy's just so good at it that I would prefer to see GPK playing the carry and Pure playing something more like the Kunkka. Kunkka would have been an amazing pick. But I do agree actually that like against Tusk Dawn, you're probably just fine having a Lina. I don't think you can chew through the Naga good enough that the Lina will ever be really pressured.
Yeah, I mean, they're just banning out some of the win conditions here.
Fairblade,
Medusa. Medusa's great versus the Snot Rocket. You don't care about the millions of armor you're losing. So pretty good. And then TB, same story, right? He has very high armor. Just trying to protect the Bristleback as much as they possibly can here.
Yeah. And BetBoom still has a minute and a half to think about their final pick here.
Yeah, I mean, I think you just pick Storm, you know? It's a pretty good game.
The supports cannot kill you.
But then you might be giving XM still an overall last pick against a Storm where he can have a do-over of...
He'll Viper you if you do that.
I think you don't care because then you get Bristle versus Tiny. Terrible matchup for Tiny. That lane is not good.
Oh, yeah, that's true. It's probably a Tiny mid.
We don't really think Tiny is a good carry either. I mean, most teams don't, myself included. I really think you need it. If you want to win this game, it's not going to be off of a Viper.
It will just be a puck.
Okay. Oh, I think he wanted Storm, but maybe he was afraid that they would puck. And
previous game when they picked the Storm for him, they did ban out puck before they picked that Storm.
I mean, puck, Storm, it's all the same stuff to me. You know what I mean? You're going to get farmed. There's very little disables. And Drow Ranger was probably the hero that he was looking at more than likely against the Bristleback. I mean, Morphling was potentially an option too, but maybe against Shadow Shaman, it's a little bit tough. So it's an okay draw game. It's definitely good versus Bristleback, so I like that component. But yet again, this is why Shadow Shaman is such an annoying hero. This Puck and Shaman can be a nuisance for a hero like Drow Ranger.
I don't mind Xtreme's draft this time. I mean,
it's better.
GPK is Puck versus Tiny. That's not easy. And
yeah,
I think while the two supports between Mirana and Tusk have a big issue killing Puck with that duo, with Tiny doing the slow avalanche toss into Arrow, you can definitely pressure GPK on Puck. Like, picking this Puck says to me that, number one, a lot of teams are doing this. They just think Puck is a really good hero and that you can pick into Tiny and it's fine. But maybe also there's a part of like GPK absolutely shit on XM last game. So he just feels really confident that no matter what, he's going to have a good game, and Puck is good for the game. But I don't know. I think that might be biting off a little bit more than he can chew here against a Tiny Mirana.
Do we? Because the previous game, we didn't think Xtreme's gaming draft was that bad, right?
No,
it wasn't. I mean, this draft has some big holes in it, in my opinion. It is very low on the team fight department. I think if this goes late, your team fights are going to be incredibly awkward if Tiny can't just get tossbacks. So they're going to have to really look at that. Whereas Bristol can always just frontline in these games. You're going to have the Puck coil. You're going to have to follow up with a Naga sleep as well. Not seeing too much of Xtreme's team fight in this game. Like, when Dawn ult drops, you're in, and you better get kills or the fight's probably over.
So slightly favoring BetBoom on...
I like their draft a lot more just on how it's going to scale. But yeah, on that road, GPK will die a few times because of the Tiny matchup and maybe a Drow silence.
Okay. Let's see if BetBoom can 2-0 their opponents today, or if Xtreme will have another shot in game number 3. We're heading over to ODPixel and Kezu.
Thank you very much. Yes, game 2 time ready to kick off here between BetBoom and Xtreme Gaming. And guess we should see a closer game. And we're going to know pretty early on, because we're going to see...
In 45 seconds.
That 4 bounty runes aren't completely given up. Because it did end up kind of be the beginning of the downfall, despite the fact that XT did manage to kind of bring it back a little bit. But it definitely made their early game a lot harder than it needed to be, giving up the 4 bounties.
But also this time around, like when we saw Xtreme the last time, they did really, really well with like this range carry and multiple levels of protection, which they do have again with the Jinkyu Tusk. You've got the XXS on Dawnbreaker, so I give them way higher chances than the last game. I mean, I didn't even mind their draft in the last game. It was more about the game.
No.
So
yeah, the draft, I think they could have done better that game.
Absolutely.
And I think they know that themselves.
Oh, they better.
They're going to know that
sure
themselves.
That Zhao Wei told them.
Oh, yeah.
Multiple times. Let's see. Good start.
There we go.
2 for 2.
Yeah.
Even Steven.
2 for 1, effectively. Well, you know, because Katomi had to deny 1. So BetBoom only got 1 pickup. And this time, actually get 2.
Easy game for Xtreme.
There we go.
Let's see. Pure is going to have to respect this combo of the Dawn Tusk. We've seen this dual lane before. It's just very, very strong. Looks like Kateomi is also trying to block the creeps down bottom to return the favor of what Xtreme are doing. Let's see where the lane ends up being. Should be just outside of range. 1 creep. Let's see if Pure can aggro it out.
Let's see how Pure does. Because I've seen a few games, we had some in the qualifiers with a couple of carry leaners. Looked pretty good.
I think
it was
it's
really
quite
good.
Strong, yeah. Like, I feel like this hero goes like into favor, then it's played like 1-2 months, maybe receives a small nerf, gets figured out, then it comes back. But Carolina, to me, looks very, very solid. Like, the passive is so strong. You're able to get supercharged with your ult. You just deal so much right-click damage.
Yeah, it's very nice. Especially when, you know, this lineup, I'd say, is pretty perfect for the leaner carry, right? Because you have 4 heroes. You know, one at Bristleback that's just going to be in there on the front, and then a Puck with a Dream Coil, a Shaman with the control, Nagasiren with the net. You know, they've all got ways to control people, so you can just sit back and just wail into them.
You've got the minus like armor as well from Miero. So yeah, we'll have to see. As there's already a lot of pressure coming out in his top lane. I do like the Snot level 1, the Goo level 1 from Miero. You have Rasta in the lane, lots of minus armor to just start wailing away at people.
Paulison's got to be careful. In fact, he might be dead.
Looks like it.
Yep, that's first blood for save.
Does it again. Their dual lane is really, really good. Like, no matter how they're matched up, I feel like they nearly always win or get some kill that maybe they shouldn't. But this time around, nice job from Safe. Good first blood.
Then what are you expecting out of XM and GPK in this mid matchup? Who's coming out on top?
Both should be happy, but I think XM should be a little happier overall. You have higher damage. If you do okay, like when it comes to the trading, you should be fine. You're also the one with kill pressure. But Puck might be one of GPK's absolute best heroes.
Well, let's see what he can do with it. So far, we can see in the CS already, all three cores of BetBoom having that little bit of a better start. Bottom lane, Kataomi, Black Grenade, he's going to live.
Oof, just barely. Let's see. Pure's going to rush the Falcon Blade, of course, get himself some HP. But yeah, he also has to be very careful against this lane. Naga does not protect you if the Tusk Dawn get on top of you. Lotus in 5. Looks like it might.
They want to go on Pure.
Yep.
Shards are going to grab him. He's able to turn with the light strike onto XXS, but the swing of the hammer still comes in. They bring Pure down. They're going to get Kataomi as well. Good stuff there from Xtreme. I mean, as you said, this is one of those lanes that you land the charge, you land the combo, you're killing pretty much any hero in these first few minutes.
It's just too much damage. Like, Dawn can also just get on top of you, then you got the Starbreaker with the tag team. Yeah, it's just too much. I mean, what's Kataomi supposed to do when Pure gets caught? Just has to watch him die.
On top lane, Miro getting shot down. They should be able to have a shot finding save as well here.
It's a double.
Give that to Arme.
Yep.
And we have it. Double kill for Arme.
Very, very different game compared to the last one. XXS should be okay. Another deluge soon, perhaps. In 1. Trying to block him.
Trying to clear it out. XXS. He will die, but Kataomi is very low. Jinkyu, he's got stick charges, so we'll have mana to play with.
Net.
Get the shards out to try and block off the escape, but Pure here, backing Kataomi up.
LSA in 1.
It's going to be enough to allow them to chase down Jinkyu by the looks of it and get both of them. Double kill for Kataomi. He has the last word there.
Very funny side lanes. Lots of like double kills happening and back and forth. Did not expect BetBoom to get a double down here onto the Xtreme dual lane. But yeah, that's a huge offset into this lane.
So they can find another chance, top XG, to pressure Miro, at least before he has the Vanguard. He's got the Ring of Health coming out. I mean, leading him with a multi-shot. Same time in the mid, GPK is diving in.
Wow, he's doing real good.
XM is very low. And GPK is just going to have him solo.
Yeah, that's not normal. I mean, I have seen GPK do wonders with this hero because he fully abuses the innate. He heals all the time, even just from range attacks, tower attacks, whatever it is. And he slowly whittles you down. But yeah, this is not supposed to happen.
Top lane. Pushing the two of them back. Miro and Save able to get their hands back on the creep wave. And once they do get over that initial hurdle of that Vanguard timing, Miro's going to be feeling pretty unstoppable in this top lane once that's picked up.
Let's see, first active rune in 30. I would, especially with GPK having this good of a start and already having, I mean, he's going to be level 7 by the time the first rune comes up. Most likely the supports of BetBoom should be looking into the mid lane.
On top, Miro. Looking pretty dead here unless Save can do some magic, and he can't. So Arme gets another one.
These double range safe lanes, they're very annoying to deal with. Sure, you've got the Ring of Health, but they just keep chipping you down.
XM at least will grab the power in. That's a good one as well. Gets the amplified damage. Would have been pretty nasty if GPK was able to grab that. Would have made the side lanes look very scary and open for potential ganks from the puck. But as it is, XM able to maintain control of that top. Get the shackles, but the leap's already there, so Polyson's fine.
I'm trying to think about one of the first rotations in the game. Like, perhaps Polyson doesn't really want to leave Arme because they have so much pressure here to just continue it. But then when it comes to bottom, it doesn't seem super easy for them to kill the Lina at this point because Pure has a lot of items. Miro just continuing to get pressured.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Bottom after sort of they got that chance for the double kill. Yeah, BetBoom. Seems like XG just haven't really been able to use the Storm and Tusk to threaten BetBoom's safe lane anymore. Kind of missed that opportunity. They only were able to sort of do it that once early on, but since then, Pure, he's sitting perfectly fine down here.
I mean, that double kill really mattered a lot, because the moment he, like, Pure gets this Lotus and Falcon Blade with Raindrop, like, 1000 HP, you're not getting through that. But 700, 800, you would kill it from full. I'm guessing Xtreme wanna wait for the Dawn ultimate. It's about 1 or 2 creeps away for XXS. Then maybe they can look for a play onto GPK with the AVULUS combo. So GPK is gonna have to be careful.
Yeah, it's difficult to catch him. Unless they can get that sort of wraparound and trip him up with the Avalanche. They're going to try and enter into the triangle here with the 3 of them.
I really like what Xtreme are doing in terms of the map. You have Dawn bottom. You don't need to give him any wards. All the wards you place are around the mid and top area. Play through your Drow. Play through your Tiny. Active Rune.
I'm just going to go for the straight up coil. We'll be able to pull Xingqiu down to the river. He's going to look to just oblige and just go for the fight, really. He's got back of an XM and Polison. Will get caught by the blood grenade. Oof. Still able to get away, Xingqiu.
Ame is TPing, looking with the silence.
Polison wanting to try and stop GPK from getting the room, but the orb's up. That doesn't mean he gets clipped by the silence. See if they can try for GPK. Snowball coming in with the waning burst there. Up to the high ground, another orb. GPK's out of there.
Damn, big commitment. Nicely done from GPK to get out of all.
Down bottom, Pure. Ready to go for things here with the Laguna leading onto XXS. They're going to have him.
Very, very nice and quick play. He hammers in and they're instantly like, yep, it's time to kill him.
How about him? Going to be able to continue to chip away at the tower in the mid here, GPK with the pressure. See where XM's able to wander and look to start something. Still being followed around by Polus and maybe seeing if they could get that setup into the arrow.
Yeah, looking up top. Still also have the Dawn ult available, but I mean, BetBoom aren't really giving them any easy attack at this point, unless Pure is in some trouble.
Pure's got backup.
Yeah.
Both supports are here to help out, so Xingqiu leads in. After Dawn ult coming in, but BetBoom's able to step to the side. They'll turn their efforts over towards Save. Save will try and stand his ground with the shackle and the stick charges. Save able to get the spells off. Will fall, but it's bought time for GPK to come in, get the Dream Call onto the 2 of them. The Dragon Slave from Pure finished off Xingqiu. Arme's turned up, looks towards GPK. The arrow connects, but GPK is able to jump away with the orb. GPK will live. They'll look towards Miro instead. Miro falling low to the damage of Arme will die. Arme pushes on with a multi-shot. He's going to get the double. He's going to take down Pure as well. The song comes in, but not soon enough to save Pure. Will still allow them though to clean up Arme at the end of it. In fact, might be enough to get XXS. It will. They'll jump in, get the XXS kill. Polison's going to try and leap away with the Moonlight. He should survive. I mean, Save drops the Sentry, so Polison's got to continue to run. A bit of a bloody fight there from both teams. Losing heroes, but I think by the end of it all, it was GPK coming out on top with the XP in particular.
Yeah, this GPK puck, he is having a hell of a time. A lot of very nice spell usage coming out of that fight too. The song, very, very nicely done. Keeps 2 heroes in play, still allows GPK to finish off, I believe, was it the Tusk or maybe someone else? Get the cooldown on the orb, get the Dawn completed, very nice.
Yeah, we see sort of the start. It was a good split from BetBoom right at this point. You know, you're coming in with the Dawn ult, but BetBoom's prepared. And Save, able to live as long as he did. You know, gets off the shackles, gets off a shock. And at this point, it gets a little bit awkward. You know, they bring Arme in, he's able to get kills, but obviously at the cost of his life at the end of it, as we'll see here.
I mean, GPK just continues to live on such low HP.
Yeah.
And Miro, his Snot Rocket, like on everyone. Look how much damage they're taking just from all the minus armor. Yeah, here, beautiful song. Allows him to clean up the Drow. The orb starts cooling down, and now they get the Dawn as well.
Yeah, they clutched it in the end.
We're back.
You are back in action. Arme's been found top. They drop the Serpent Wars. They get the kill. GPK's got the Dream Coil on towards Polison. They're going to be able to get 2 of these.
Yeah, this is the GPK show at this point. A little too fast for Ame, I guess. straight into the live game, and he's already shackled and surrounded by wards.
And they've got to be careful. If they start losing armor like this, I mean, at the moment it's close in the numbers, but you did feel it last game that, oh, maybe GPK? They got the toss. Can he get out of this one? He can't. Big kill for XG. They're able to catch GPK out. Not quite able to get the shards on a Pure. XM's jumping in, though. Wants to see if he can find this. He's got the toss forward. Punch up. Very nice toss in a punch there between the two of them, XM and Xingqiu. They get Pure as well, so sure they lose Arme top, but back in action, they kill off the two big ones, GPK and Pure.
Very nice work there, as they also now get an Arcane Rune for XM, so they can keep up the pressure. Might even just want to try to take the mid tower. You do have Arme here, he has a Dragon Lance. Yeah, why not?
And we'll be GPK back in the game now, and straight over to the tier 1 he goes. BetBoom don't want to let this tower go down easily, and the fortification and the respawns will cause XG to back away.
See, Dawn ult is on a little bit of a cooldown. Of course, the more he gets to farm on the side, the faster it will come back up. Wouldn't be surprised if Xtreme are looking for a play on like the 40-minute Wisdom Shrine. You will have the Dawn ult available, and you know that Pure died and TP'd somewhere on his respawn.
There comes XM.
Save is probably dead.
Should be an easy kill.
Bye-bye. Xingqiu is picking it, the Wisdom Shrine. Donald will be up in time also for this play.
Oh,
the Xingqiu's pause.
A little bit of a pause. What we got going on? And yeah, I have a very little bit of a pause. We're back in action. Now, it doesn't look like BetBoom are going to be aware of this sort of move. Unless GPK kind of goes in alone.
Someone will look. Will GPK orb before walking? Yeah, he will.
He's in. Dodges the avalanche. He's able to get the coil down onto the both of them. And now with the Serpent Ward's dropped, it's awkward now for XG.
Wow.
XM somehow still fights the Shrine as nobody stood in there. The Dawnbreaker ult's coming in. Good angle to cut down the two supports. But Pure's turned up. GPK is going to continue to play with the two of them up top. Pure will chase down Xingqiu into the trees. Xingqiu, can he juke this out? Ooh, Dragon Slave not enough on its own. Still needs something else to hit. He's out with the TP.
He does it.
Pure won't find him. So, end of the day, sure, they lost the Tiny, but you know what? They did get the Shrine of Wisdom.
Yeah, the 2 for 1.
Yeah.
Honestly, that actually looked quite bad.
That could have gone so much worse for XG, but yeah, BetBoom, they didn't have someone standing in the Shrine of Wisdom area, so XM was still able to claim it, despite BetBoom's efforts to turn up and fight.
See, XXS instantly went down to the bottom lane. It's going to secure a tier 1 tower as well. I mean, he's having a hell of a game. Top of the net worth by more than 1,000.
Yeah, it's just super quick blade mount axe timing.
Yeah.
From the Dawn this game. Now, last few times we've seen them sort of have the chance to. We'll see. I mean, can they go on XM here?
I think so. He's very alone. Xingqiu is looking to run over.
XXS ready to help out. See if he can free him in time. He can't. That's XM gone. Good arrow connection in on towards save, so no Song will be saving him this time. Will at least allow the cause to get away. And Xingqiu's still sticking around. They'll drop the coil for him. Is he going to get any help himself, Xingqiu?
Moonlight Shadow.
Pop down the shards, but the silence is there. The sentries are at the ready. Be another freebie there for BetBoom. So getting a couple of catches here in this area of the map that Xtreme initially losing XM in. A little bit too deep.
Yeah, very nice by BetBoom to strike back into their own jungle. I mean, both carries are still very happy in this game. I mean, slightly different build than the last time around we saw him. Going for the Manta style, as opposed to the Aghanims.
Now GPK closing in on that Blink Dagger. Katsomi making steps towards the Glimmer so he can bail his teammates out.
Xingqiu is hunting up top. Remember, there is always the Dawn ult available, but Pure knows. He saw Xingqiu run through an Observer.
Oh. That one's close to a punch.
Oh, my brother knows his timings. Looking down bottom onto XXS.
Pretty tanky XXS. Got a lot of HP. See if they can work free. He's able to get the blade mail off before the shackles come in. It's still a lot of damage, bringing him down low. They'll drop the coil, they have to get the kill, which they will find. So if they can get more, they got the reel in onto XM, but underneath the tier 1. A little too far for them to push on for more, so BetBoom will settle with the Dawnbreaker kill, not lose anything themselves.
This is a move you have to respect as XXS. You are by far the best target on the entire map for BetBoom, so really nicely done by them to get this kill, even in front of their own tier 1 tower.
They're ready to get straight back out on the map, knowing that as soon as XXS respawns, he will have that Solar Guardian to join them. XG. Maybe looking for some sort of a bait here with Arme showing in the mid. BetBoom aren't falling for it though. Staying completely split over to the side lanes, BetBoom. Nobody's got an interest in moving towards the mid. XG might just have to settle for Katsomi. I'll find him. Song's still on cooldown. Arrow does get blocked by one of the illusions though. It's going to give Katsomi the chance to live a little longer, but he will still finally die. That was the smoke move though, and BetBoom's cause continue to live happily.
I mean, both teams are playing the map like in a very similar way, like kind of just giving up their off lane. Both teams are taking over the enemy, like off lane side plus triangle areas. Inside his tower, he should be fine.
Well, they're going to try and dive him.
Very nice poke by BetBoom. That's rainbow TPs.
XM is going to find the Avalanche on a save. Toss is there as well. Save's going to have to be left behind.
I like that you can tell they knew what was coming. Like you just touch him, you see the rainbow TPs, you instantly get out. But let's see if BetBoom take back this area, because this entire area that they're in, Xtreme could just look to swarm back into it. 1 ward in mid, 2 wards around the triangle. So if you're XG, you should be very happy to try to get back in here. That's 1 down.
See where they go to next. Katsomi. And position around the river just to sort of block off any move that XG might approach with. The smoke's coming now from him. The Shaman and the Puck. 2 at the Song for the setup, 4 for the disengage if things start to go wrong. Pure not with them at the moment. So we'll be just with the 4 of them. They're looking at XXS. You know, they really want to continue to just punish the Dawn.
I mean, they have a good ward behind him also, but I mean, Xtreme are going for the same play.
Let's have a look. TP cooldowns are back up for XG, so they can TP to help out if they want to. Looks like they're just going to let him go. No TP's coming in, so XXS will be left to die. They're more settled on getting this Tormentor. So they're like, you know what? He killed XXS, but we get the objective. We get a Tormentor, we get a Shard here for Polison. We'll lose the tier 1 tower.
Not too bad. Means that Miro did get to finish his Crimson Guard. Just if you're XXS, you might just have to like not even touch the bottom lane
just
at
jungle
all.
it up.
Yeah. Because if they touch you, even if your team fully TPs, like Katumi can always just be like, okay, JK, I'm songing and we're all just getting out.
Yeah, because these sort of kills, it's valuable kills, right? With sort of how far ahead XXS was on the farm and the levels. So can't afford to sort of give his life up like that, even if they are finding some sort of map trades elsewhere. Doesn't feel good to have the Dawn dying.
I mean, I would assume that both teams have Roche on their mind soon, or maybe even already. You've got the tag team up and running for one, you've got the Snot, and you've got Lina on the other. So might start seeing both teams play more towards the bottom side of the map now.
And these sort of major items coming out soon. We've got 500 gold until the bots on Pure.
I mean, this Lina is honestly quite tanky. He's got a Crimson Guard, he's got the level 15 talent as well, giving him magic resistance on the Lina, so... And he's got this song with a Glimmer too, so... Yeah, I think Xtreme might have to respect this a little bit. Looks like a smoke timing from BetBoom. Into the Moonlight from Xtreme.
And they find Xingqiu. But XM's in with the Avalanche. He's going to make the jump. They've got the Solar Guardian coming in as well. Straight in onto the two of them. Pure's got to back out. The Song comes in an effort to try and get Mirror out. See if it's going to be long enough time to let him disengage. It is, but Xingqiu actually gets the jump again onto Pure. Pure able to shove himself back to safety though. The Serpent was sort of trapping in XM. XM goes down. The Light Strike catches onto XXS. XG, they've got to get out of it. But they're not going to get the chance. Another Hex comes in onto XXS. The chase continuing on as the Goose stacks up. GPK up to the high ground. Silencing onto XXS. Burst through the two of them. Triple kill for the Puck as only Arme survives.
Oh, if XM had Avalanche on his initial go there, I'm pretty sure this fight would look so different, but he blasted it on an illusion right before the fight. And then great song, and you can just see the prolonged fight with the Snot Rocket. It's so hard for XG to get out. That's a big swing into the Roche too.
That was a painful one there for Xtreme. Yeah, could not quite set up the fight as they needed to. In a risky spot as well, of course, when you're fighting over here.
Oh, look at this jump from Tiny. If that's an Ava, it's on like 4 heroes. Great Dawn 0-2, but you just have Katomi bailing everyone out.
Yeah, good Serpent was as well. I think for the most part, XM sort of stays trapped in here. And you see as well, I think with Hurricane Pike, yeah, Pure able to shove himself back, shove Xingqiu back into the Serpent wards as well. Very nicely played fight there with BetBoom, sort of playing it from the edge, and indeed even as low as Miro got. Katomi keeping him clutch with the Song, allowing him to reset, and GPK knowing at this point, it's just, you know, all guns blazing, charging in at them, knows that XG have nothing left.
Yeah, at least for XG, Ame did not die in this fight, so I mean, it's not like they're far behind in the game, it's only a 1k gold lead. But that last fight definitely showed the power of BetBoom's draft.
That's Parasma online now for GPK.
Yeah, he's very strong.
Big damage here from the Puck. Back onto the tier 1 push in the mid. Miro should be able to finish this off. XG going to be a little bit shaken after their last team fight. Focusing on getting that next round of items done. It's going to be Butterfly next on the list for Arme. BKB very close for XXS. Absolutely needs it to survive after that initial Solar Guardian into the team fights. And top save. He's got himself a little bit of a setup. Backup's on the way. XM's in trouble.
He's gone.
I saw him finding the catches last game saves, continuing them into this game too. Got to watch out for save on the Shaman. Arrow connection. They're going to try and make a move with this into the Dawn ult. GPK, they're still able to get the phase shift off in time. Save will lose his life, but at least gives the distraction for GPK to run.
To continue going through the gate just to make sure that GPK gets out is very heads up. If he doesn't give his life there, GPK just gets punched by the Tusk and fully blown up. Really nicely done. Well, Butterfly ever so close for Ame.
Of course, going to give him a big step up in damage, but it's not going to be super easy for him to live through the fight still. BetBoom still posing pretty good kill threat against him.
I mean, the game will just continue to be about who can really break each other's front line. You have Drow against Lina. They both want to do the same thing, just stand behind and hit away. I do feel BetBoom have a few more tools, especially like with the Song. You've got the Crimson, the Snot Rocket and whatnot, but Xtreme have their own tools.
There we go, smoke time from BetBoom. I want to make the most of this last couple of minutes of the Aegis. Arme would be the big catch.
Uh-oh, they see him on the Observer.
Let's see, there's save with the catch. Is there going to be any attempt to save him? TP not going to come in. They're not even going to Solar Guardian. They know that there's too much damage coming in to be able to try and save Arme against. That's the carry gone for a full minute.
Safe's map movement is very, very good. Goes in with the Hex, doesn't rush it at all, even drops another Observer just to make sure there's no one around. Finishes up with the Shackles, just very clean.
They can start getting the push onto the bottom lane. They take the tier 2 mid, BetBoom. Ready to swing round and look to pressure the tier 2 down bottom as well. XG not able to really match these sort of moves across the map. They're just having to get some farm, try and get XXS towards that next item. So he's looking to get that Echo Harpoon so he can transition into a bit of a right clicker himself.
I mean, even Miro is a problem. He's got the Crimson, Blade Mail, Poor Man's Shield even on the neutral. It's not that easy for them to cut through him. Now it's a 4K lead, so it's slowly growing here for BetBoom.
Got the BKB now in XM, so more chance of him getting in the midst of the fight, but it's falling behind pretty severely in levels. Level 14 on the Tiny, whereas GPK is closing in on the 18. Level 15 now, but yeah, still nearly a three level difference between the mids.
GPK is also just getting more and more tanky. Like, he's closing in on 2k HP. Will just make it ever so hard for him to get bursted down. And even if you do catch him at the start, you do have a song to try and bail him out. Because yeah, this is the most cookie cutter puck build that you would like to go for. Witchblade, Blink, Parasma, Octarine Core.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Where do they go next? I mean, if you're Xtreme, after those last few moves, are you sort of just waiting for the Roche fight before you feel forced to try and approach BetBoom, or do you try and go for some sort of smoke play now and get Arme involved?
Anytime you could look for an angle, I would say is nice. You don't necessarily need a great timing, but just being able to go around. You need to either go around and get on the Lina, or maybe look for a tossback, but the tossback seems like a tough ask.
BetBoom just getting much more out of the map with these sort of passive downtimes. XG are grouped up around the mid. Maybe expecting some sort of move to come the way of Arme, but that's not happening right now from BetBoom.
I mean, if you're XG, you could try to plan something along the lines of XM jumps the Naga while you have Jinkyu and XXS go on Lina with Arme as a follow-up. Maybe that's one way. Because you do have to respect the song. Like, otherwise it will literally cancel any play you're going for. So let's see how they want to execute. They are going for a smoke.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They are getting a good angle for now, but BetBoom are on the high ground.
I mean, is it... Yeah, well... Is it just going to be sort of a smoke and take Tormentor?
Maybe. I mean, they're
Did you just go for that one?
For it.
Yeah.
I feel like they were kind of hoping to run into BetBoom or maybe some bystanders.
They should be able to take it. There's no one from BetBoom around, so XG able to make, get something out of the smoke.
Sure. Not amazing, but a free shard. Of course, we'll take that.
BetBoom are approaching the base and maybe looking to see if they can make an aggressive move. They know XXS would be quite a nice one to start the fight on.
I like this play if they go for it.
Yeah, if they can get the jump, they can. Saves in. TP's coming out, but XXS, he's all the snowball. It will allow him to live, but not long enough. He still goes down. The song comes in from Katomi. They're going to consider maybe keep fighting this. The light strike coming in perfectly after the song. Lands on a Jinkyu and XM. Jinkyu's gone. XM has to BKB and run. The right click's flying for you from Pure.
Uh-oh. Oh, Lotus, double Lotus.
He's healing up. Pure's trying to dive in, but it's a little too far to go. They've focused their efforts on towards the tier 3. Does force out the fortification. A very nice jump, and just goes to show, XXS, he's not even safe in his own base. They'll still jump him there.
I mean, the thing is that BetBoom they can just have zero fear, because no matter what happens, you've got Katomi with the song. 4K lead. Tier 3 gone. You force the entirety of XG back to their base. This MKB also for Pure.
Yeah.
Gonna have a lot of value. The butterfly, but also the incoming talent on Mirana. level 15, where Moonlight gives you 20% evasion. Also going to be quite useless against this.
It's looking pretty difficult. Now, I feel like the 4K gold lead doesn't really express sort of how tough of a spot XG's in.
It feels a lot harder than that, because there's so many layers that they have to punch through. Pure should be able to finish this MKB before the next Roche fight. It's only 1K gold short.
It's just been such a while since we've sort of seen XG be able to get something other than the Tormentor.
Yeah.
Really. See what they can do here with the smoke. Eyes on Pure.
Okay.
Here we go, set up into the arrows. There any save for Pure? He's able to get the BKB off and forces himself away with a Hurricane Pipe. Pure will live, turns and destroys the Tusk. And XG, they've got to try and get out of here. BKB TP will allow XXS to escape, but the two supports are gone. I mean, even with that sort of setup, they couldn't kill Pure. He's got 2,900 HP.
They need Ame if they want to make that play. I don't mind that play at all. It was kind of close. But BetBoom were in a good position to save him, like just straight up save Pure. The Crimson, the quick hacks, the quick shackles.
And now, I mean, if you can't catch him though like that, if it wasn't enough then,
yeah.
Now what's going to be different next time?
I mean, Ame does have a BKB now, so he should feel like that he can just... I mean, he has to fully commit to one of the next fights. You've got the Butterfly, you've got the BKB. You can't really ask for anything more. The game will not get easier.
This Roche is theirs. XG, they can't risk to try and take the fight out here, so they have to let BetBoom take it. Aegis on Pure. BetBoom definitely going to be looking towards that high ground once again with his Aegis time, and with the Song of the Siren ready for the disengage, or even if they want to go for some sort of aggressive move, because it's getting to the point that if they could just sort of set up and get this Lina in position to hit the Drow, Ame's just going to die.
Yeah. I mean, the Xtreme just have to be very careful. Maybe you even look for the Shard. Yeah, Ame just bought the Shard, so he's got the Glacier, at least for the high ground. Some more attack range. Help you out with that. So, I mean, breaking high ground is still not easy. You've got the Tusk back, you've got the Dawn ult, you have high range hero within Drow. I'm kind of looking at Jinkyu. He's got the Axe queued up, you know, the good old kickback.
Oh, GPK.
Yeah, that's a freebie. If I've ever seen one. Oh, maybe not.
Well, maybe you didn't see one here.
Oh, invisibility equals invincibility.
Oh, look at that.
Well, at least Jinkyu, he knows what's up. He's got the neutral items, got the greedy enchantment, gonna get himself the GPM bonus, because yeah. The best thing I see is a good old-fashioned kickback.
Oh, that's true. He's a long way away from it, though.
Yep, but he's got the GPM bonus.
That's true. Do the maths. How many minutes is it going to take?
Without him getting a CS? I don't know. Maybe like 15 to 20 with some bounty runes in between.
That's not that bad.
That's not that bad.
That's not that bad.
He's gonna have it by minute 49 if they get.
Okay.
If they don't lose.
We'll check that. Yeah.
Oh, right. Mr. Pure, toss back.
Okay, well. Well, I think he doesn't really mind ending up over here.
He really does not.
Well, that...
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
We are in trouble.
So, yeah, they're in someone's in trouble. Anyway, Pure should still die. I mean, XXS is on top of him. Can they even kill him the once? He's still living with the Crimson Guard buff. Pure, he's not even going to lose the Aegis. Well, so what happened there?
Well, the toss back was not great.
Yeah.
Because it allowed him to
get back to his team.
Yeah, so he dodged the Dawn ult and he got closer to his own team.
Okay, well...
That could have been quite good.
Because if they wiped the Aegis out of him, they might have been able to set up to... They should have at least have got the Aegis out of Lina, which they didn't.
Instead, you're going to go up against the BetBoom Draft, who are going to come knocking on your high ground. I believe they still have the banner on Miero.
Yeah.
And Kateomi he's got a refresher orb.
Oh, he's ready to go.
That's double sing-song ding-dong coming in later. Oh, there's a good toss back.
That's a good toss back. But is it good enough? He's pretty tanky. The song comes in. Miro's fine. Katomi's able to save him. Pure stepping in a position. We'll have the Yule Scepter dodge. The arrow does connect onto Pure. And we get the opening stun, and Arme's bringing in the damage. There's Pure gone the once. XM, though, in trouble as Mirror's on top. And Solar Guardian heal comes in.
Pure?
Round 2, looking for Pure. He's got the BKB off. He'll turn towards Arme. Arme will die, but he got the job done. Pure will fall. Looks like they'll get the Bristle as well underneath the tier 4s. GPK has to jump out. They'll take that, XG.
Oh,
they lose their carry, but they've killed off Mirror. They've killed off the Aegis, and then Pure subsequently after. They hold the defense.
That's a great hold. Lots of XP being injected into their heroes. Q did have to buy back, so that hurts a bit, but, I mean, they didn't lose anything in their base.
No, yeah.
Was,
as you said, making up for the awkward toss back earlier there, XM.
Yeah, that toss back was great.
Yeah, that got the defense started nicely.
And you also forced Kateomi to use his Refresher to be able to song initially.
Yeah, good arrow from Paulson coming in from the side. They gave that opening for Arme to take down Pure. And then obviously on the second life, Pure knew what he had to do. He had to hit Arme, sort of just get rid of this drow. But obviously at the same time, Arme's just able to dish an incredible amount of damage back towards him. Just a little too deep. And of course, off the back there of XM's toss. Very nicely done there.
Yeah, GPK was also doing a lot in that fight. He was the only one really hitting Arme. I think otherwise wouldn't even die on the drow. But let's see, during these death timers, XG got to recover the map a little bit. And yeah, XM is closing in on an Octarine, basically has it completed.
Yeah, very good hold. We'll see if XG can get themselves out on the map now, maybe look for aggressive plays. I mean, I guess that's the question. Do they need to? Or do you think if you're XG, you're like, you know what, boys, let's just wait for them to push high ground again and we'll take the fight there?
I think you're kind of okay to hold unless you find a play on, like, a ward somewhere on an open space in the map.
Because the map seems kind of scary, right?
Yeah,
because the catch that BetBoom have between sort of save and GPK means that if you're not ready to go for a full team fight, the backup of the Solar Guardian and such, whoever gets caught is going to be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, because Save even has a BKB, which means whoever he catches on the sideline, you have to Dawn ult to bail the guy out. But XG are doing a good job at like cleansing the map when it comes to wards. They just found one in the triangle, now one in their own jungle. So BetBoom, they don't really see much on the map. Sure, you have the illusions from Yanago Siren, but that's about it.
BetBoom. Well, now, do they want to start poking again, or are you waiting for the Roche?
I think you could just chill. Maybe it looks like they want to drop just the Serpent wards. I mean, the thing is, I like this slow chipping away, because Pure, he has Boots of Travel too. He could just farm the whole map and come whenever he wants to. So yeah, Save is stat padding the good old building damage. Well, that's a free tier 3 tower. Why not?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Pure ready to bring in the top wave. That's the Daedalus gold done. Obviously, with the upgraded bots, can very quickly join the fight if BetBoom do find themselves in any action mid. Super close to 25 as well, Pure. So he is pretty much fully set to turn up and tear through them with the damage he has, and over he goes ready to join. Still a minute until we'll potentially see Roshan. XG doesn't look like they're going to head over and get caught by this. They know that BetBoom's likely playing in that area.
Just waiting for now. I mean, Ame he's got a shit ton of attack range. He's got his own pike, he's got the magnifying with the alert, even more attack range. When he's on a glacier, he's breaking 1,000 attack range. That ain't too bad. So if you're a BetBoom, certainly something you have to take into account. Go on him first. Or at least try to annoy him within the fight.
That's a nullifier on XXS now as well. BetBoom are approaching. We'll see how long the Roshan respawn is going to be. It's going to be 3 minutes. Save's going to get in with a jump on XM. They'll drop the Serpent wards out. Will quickly be farmed here by XG, but they did manage to at least take down the range racks top.
It's not too bad. I like this play. You force them back into the base, and this allows you to now cross the map towards bottom. But looks like XG want to be quicker than them. Smoke up instantly, maybe intercept. Uh-oh. Ooh, Kateomi for quick blink.
Got the dust. He's able to get the song off. That should save him. Thinking about fighting with this. Miro's heading in. The self-fuel zero on Xingqiu. Live Strike not going to catch him on the way down. Save. Gets the Hex and the Shackles off. Solar Guardian comes in over towards Arme. Does catch on towards GPK with the stun. Arme stands his ground, tearing through Miro. GPK trying to fight back against Arme. The damage from Pure, though, destroys them all. Triple kill for Pure. They could not stop the Lina getting the punches in that time. That's Polisson. Uh-oh. Pure saw him. It's going to be another one. Bye-bye. Ultra kill here for the Lina. Pure getting to play that fight exactly, absolutely perfectly. Yep. Juice for the setup of the heroes. I mean, Save being able to get in as he did, forces so much reaction out from Xtreme. It might just be game over off the back of that, but they don't have buybacks.
Yeah, what's XM gonna do?
It's just XM.
He has to 1v5 them.
And the game's just over.
That's a DDAC.
Yep, that's
leader.
GG. Okay, there we go. BetBoom close it up, get the game, and with that, the series 2-0 today against XG.
Oh, that was a really quick one.
That was, yep.
A little Roche fight into an explosion of the entire game. But yeah, it did feel like BetBoom had control of this game all the way throughout.
They did.
And yeah, actually really tried, but yeah, I think Save and all of BetBoom just had their number. Kateomi, really nice game on the Naga too. Great positioning, beautiful songs.
Yeah, really. That sort of start of that last fight there, the fact that Kateomi is able to get the song off and BetBoom make that executive decision of, hey, we're not going to run, we're going to take this fight and subsequently win the game because the buybacks weren't there from Xtreme. Very nice close-up from BetBoom. Absolutely the better team here today. They take the series 2-0 against Xtreme.
Thank you very much, Odi Pixel and Kazu. A 2-0 for BetBoom here. I will say the first, few minutes of the game, we had Xtreme Gaming getting a couple of kills on the lanes, and we were like, okay, you know what? Because they're doing it. You know, this is the Xtreme that we've been waiting to see. And then the moment that BetBoom gets control over the game, they don't let go.
Yeah, that was kind of the GPK show in the early game, actually. It was like both side lanes had 2 deaths right early on where it's like, oh shit, this is going to be a stomp. I feel like you can't lose 4 heroes like that in quick succession and win the game without your mid laner having such an insane game. And the fact that he's against Tiny as Puck as well, he solo killed him in the lane at 4 or 5 minutes into the game. This is just GPK. It's mid diff. That's what it was. And then the rest of BetBoom, eventually they played very well. Katomi with the song saves throughout the entire game was pivotal, but the only reason he can have any game is because GPK was like, don't worry, I got this, guys. I got the early game.
It was, and this was definitely a demonstration on how to play versus Dawnbreaker as well. You saw all the smokes that came out. They would smoke to the Dawn, right? That way the Dawn couldn't come to the fight with the heals. They did that multiple times, giving them a good advantage in this particular game. And I think the team fights as well, you kind of just saw, you run out of gas with this Xtreme lineup at some point in the team fights. Once the Dawn ult drops, what do you have at that point? You see the Dawn ult's down, they use sleep. Now you're in just a weird spot. You have an avalanche left, and that's about it. And so Ame, he didn't really have the best protection in this game. This Puck was able to get on top of him, save this entire series was just getting on top of Ame and just disabling him. So it was a tough one for Ame, and I think another loss against Naga doesn't feel great either for Xtreme Gaming, but this game was definitely much more competitive. But BetBoom, they were the team, they showed up.
When we saw Xtreme Gaming go for the Shadow Demon Mirana the other day, this time it was Mirana with a Tusk, why couldn't they make similar type of moves? Why couldn't they play that fast?
You can't set up an arrow with Tusk. The snowball lasts 1 second.
With the shards?
You can, it's just harder.
Yeah, not on a Puck or a Naga.
It's just a way different combo.
Even Lina's really fast. Shaman is turning into a chicken. It's just not exactly easy heroes to set up on. Whereas in SD is you imprison and then you have the ult to purge anything that's going to come out to save.
Yeah.
Honestly, all of BetBoom played really well this game past the laning stage. They had some early griefs. They overplayed. Xtreme is playing very well in the laning stage. But after that, like, they got it together. The songs from Katomi, it's really hard to pick who the MVP was for this game, because I feel like GPK, it was necessary for him to do this well. But then also, like, Katomi was single-handedly winning the fights with the songs. As we saw here, he does indeed have a refresher orb on Naga. That's how important the songs were for him. And then Pure with the snipe in the trees, getting the ultra kill every single time out of the songs too. This is both between Pure and Katomi and their synergy and trusting each other. He was songing into Light Strike Array, and there was like a single frame where you could dodge that, and like hitting Tusk where he can't blink or snowball with Light Strike Array out of song is not an easy thing to do. There's like one time we saw them mess it up, but it was 90% of the time they were hitting it. That is just not an easy thing to do. This guy was churning out so much damage in every fight with the Bristle as well, the constant goose stacks.
Yeah, and I think Pure is starting to find a better hero pool for himself. I think the melee heroes right now are very difficult to execute. And I mean, his lifesteal is good, sure, but like the Lina, tried and true, especially with the bristleback, looked really good on him. And this is like the type of games we want to see from Pure, where he's just this consistent damage dealer. And I think that's just the role of carry this patch. Either you need to do consistent damage over time. Burst damage is a little bit hard because kiting.
Yeah, we have a couple of fights that we want to relive as well. This game was firmly in the hands of BetBoom, but the first fight we're going to see some Naga Siren action, Jenkins.
Yeah, they were trying to set up on Pure here with the Tusk, and they did do it early game. They were able to get that double kill, but the return kill, I really wanted to show here the Shadow Shaman. I believe this is where he uses the Serpent Wards. Nah, this is
the next one.
This is the early game fight. I think the classic 5v5 early, GPK able to TP in. Very huge. Pure, he does end up going down here, but like they get such a good return kill. This song was so nice. This is what a lot of Naga Sirens are doing these days, where you see the song come out and they're actually abusing the fact that it's not like it used to be, where it used to have like 1800 range in the early game. Now you have to level it up. So they're songing and then like moving away from the hero that they want to focus, and slowly letting the heroes unsleep, and then their team is killing them. And this is something which maybe is not easy to execute in your pubs, because this requires good synergy, good communication. But when it works, it looks so good. It looks not only good, but extremely toxic to deal with. Like, how do you deal with this?
Well, in this case, Xtreme did not. We're not able to deal with it. We do have the Shadow Shaman impacts that you talked about when we look at his items first at around minute 17.
Yeah, this was something Fear and I were talking about. Fear was saying, like, Ripper's Lash. I just don't understand this neutral item. It's so niche. It's so specific.
It's very niche, yeah.
We were, like, just talking about neutral items in general, you know, just enjoying the Dota. And then all of a sudden we see Save come out and use the Ripper's Lash very successfully. Of course, this works with the Serpent Wards, giving extra damage in the very first team fight. We manifested it. He was actually able to use that on heroes like Terrorblade, Naga Siren, like Illusion or Summons heroes. It looks very good, giving that extra damage to get kills. And it's funny because we were also talking about Shadow Shaman being a low win rate hero, and how Save might be the one that's going to be changing the win rate on that, because he knows these little niche interactions. But here we can see a Dawnbreaker. He even lets the Blade Mail go off on Dawnbreaker, because the wards are not going to reflect the Blade Mail damage, of course. And this lets him get the Ripper's Lash off, and it actually gives him enough damage to kill Dawn, who is the top net worth, by the way. So that's a very important kill, and a very hard kill to get, because you know there's going to be a big rotation to try to save the Dawn. But with the neutral item interaction, he's actually able to churn out that damage.
Yeah, and then there was another fight a little bit later on. I believe this one again, Fear, is going the way of BetBoom.
Yeah, this is this big fight here, right? You do see this situation where you jump in right away, but this is where the Nog asleep. And Xtreme seem to have an issue with this spell, right? Because when they commit into these fights, use everything. And this is what I'm talking about when the team fight. Once the Dawn ults down, what's left in the tank at this point? Like, you have one multi-shot, but that's it. Puck is in there doing all the damage. You're getting multiple goo stacks off from this bristleback, and you have no choice but to retreat. But how do you retreat in a game where you're playing versus this bristleback continuously throwing the goo? This Puck, he can chase you forever. Shaman is also great at chasing heroes. So it became very difficult.
Ooh, this was so nice. Like, they were about to get a kill on GPK, which they really needed, and I saw the portal was being used. Who's coming through the portal to die here? And it was actually saved. So living up to his namesake, he comes through the portal and hexes Xingqiu before Xingqiu can get the punch off. This was going to be like a huge turnaround point, but it's like Save watches his core go through the portal. He's like, this guy's going to get himself killed. I'm going to have to go in and save him. And he does, and he sacrifices his own life for it. But saving GPK there is very important because he was carrying the game on his shoulders for the early game.
Yeah, and it can be detrimental for Puck to die and lose his momentum, but not in this game. BetBoom take it cleanly, 2-0 for them. They'll play again tomorrow and get some rest. The same thing goes for Xtreme, but of course they are going to a different side of this Swiss format, and that means tomorrow they play for potential elimination or continuing on to get another shot at getting another win on the board. We're moving forward to our next series today. We're going to go for another 2 teams that are having a 1-1 score, and we're going to see which one is coming out on top of this one. It is Team Liquid and OG after a break.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just 1 click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
PGL Wallachia Season 5 continues with Team Liquid taking on OG. A series that in the past was definitely exceptionally exciting. But I feel like Jenkins at times have changed a little bit. We haven't seen OG in quite some time. But this version seems to be having something that the other ones that this year had not.
Yeah, I mean, it's exceptionally exciting, but for different reasons now. It's that we're seeing the sparks of brilliance in OG that, you know, we came to expect after the 2-time TI winning roster. It's what everybody has wanted. This OG, they look good. They look genuinely good. No Tail and the boys have been cooking some strategies up. Like, they pick very weird stuff, and sometimes it can bite them in the ass, but other times they look amazing and they look like they're doing something that no other team is. So I'm excited to see them find their identity. Maybe some could say that they already have in the first couple of days of this tournament. I remember for Tidebound last season, or maybe it was the season ago, we saw them find their identity. So we'll see if he's talking to Shad. Shad is the guy. He's the guy picking some weird stuff.
He is the guy. Yeah, he's a guy that picks weird stuff. Let's load it on up. I think Shad, his hero pool is not normal, right? He's playing Doom, he's playing Lycan carry, he's playing Underlord carry. Troll, a little normal, right? But he's going to be the player to look out for, I think, you go into this matchup, because he's playing to win his lane. And he's not going to play for the scale. They're going to play for pure aggression. And I want to show you as well the item builds that he does on these heroes as well. It's not your normal item build on these heroes that you'd see in the offlane. Lycan, he's going armlet. Mask of Madness. He's playing like a carry. Same thing for the Underlord. He's not going for like these pits or these Aghanums. Mask of Madness again. Echo Saber into like Saint and Yasha. Doom carry, same story. He's going for the Radiance, SNY into these BKBs. So he's playing offlane heroes essentially, but he's building them like a carry. And he's playing like this. A lot would say this is like a cheesy playstyle because it's not going to scale very well, but that gives your team a lot of potential to play aggressive, and it gives you definitely a lot of space for your offlane or your mid to play more of a carry role if they want to.
Yeah, because when you see this, Fear, do you like that they're going this route, or that Shad is going this route as a carry player yourself?
I mean, I think it's cool because they really prioritize Monkey King a lot in their drafts too for the mid lane. So if you do have like this mid Monkey King who wants to scale, you give him that space back because you can participate early on in the game as an Underlord or a Lycan or a Doom carry.
Yeah, I agree. And I like it because I feel like this is what OG as an org has always been about, is the unconventional picks, you know, going back to Ana with the IO at TI. It's like, this is what you want to see from an OG roster, especially an OG roster that's coached by No Tail. Like, he should hypothetically be the king.
Sure, he's enabling this as well.
Yeah, of drafting around and enabling this sort of thing.
Yeah, we have so far OG. They're 1-on-1 because they 1-2'd Aurora, so they were able to take a game off of them. They 2-0'd Nigma Galaxy yesterday. On the other side, we're looking at Team Liquid, who had a 2-1 on day 1 against Heroic, and yesterday a 1-2 against the surprisingly strong NAVI roster yesterday. So looking not as strong as Team Liquid normally does. They are still playing with the stand-in today in Toby. But overall, I feel like, Jenkins, it has not been Toby that has been the shortcoming for this team so far.
No, and I mean, they are still trying to find like ways to work him into the draft. They picked him some Bane yesterday, which makes sense because Saberlight has been prioritizing getting that early pick Axe. You know, you got Bane to find somebody on the map, set up for Axe to hit some nice big call. They picked Mickey, his iconic at this point Nature's Prophet yesterday, and we saw a very clean game from Liquid. So it
again though.
It depends on the flip of the coin which Liquid you get. But once again, you know, we say it every single time with Liquid at Wallachia's. They're probably going to make it through to the playoffs.
But not today, the last day, final
Not
day.
today. Yeah, I mean, today doesn't really matter too much for them. It does matter.
Well, it does, but there's no elimination.
Yeah, there's nothing on the line for this series yet, other than just needing to get some wins at some point. However, it's not going to be with Nature's Prophet, I think. Just like we talked about Ame, Quap, Mickey Nature's Prophet is not happening in this group stage unless you are a bold individual, because I'm looking at the data here. They're losing a lot without Nature's Prophet in their lineup, right? In fact, every game they had Nature's Prophet. Oh, they actually lost a Nature Prophet game.
Yeah,
but they won most of their Nature Prophet games, and it looks really good. So what I do want to look at is Nisha, though. I think Nisha is a player that he pops off really hard some games, but then you have games like his mid Ricky the other day. This 24 pick Ricky falls completely flat. The idea is there. So like Liquid is definitely one of those teams right now where I feel like they have such a high ceiling, but also when they're low, it's pretty low. And that's something that I want to like watch out for this team, because like his hero pool looks pretty normal for the most part. He's just playing the spirits and stuff, but I'm hoping that he has some good cheese picks, good counter picks that actually work going forward in this tournament.
Cheese picks and counter picks. Yeah.
The Ricky did not work, but
it looked like so good though on paper.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of the time that Ricky mid looks like a good pick, it just turns out to be shit. Like it's one of those like theoretical picks that baits like both analysts and players alike.
Did Liquid yesterday? They opened with Axe, right? They went for their
they're just first pick slamming it.
Yeah,
they think it's good.
They played Axe in all 3 games yesterday.
Okay.
And yeah, they only won one of them.
Now that might be something for OG to maybe remove from the pool if they want to make him a little bit less comfortable. But the Nature's Prophet remove already there. And overall first pick is actually going to be OG, so maybe they want to pick up the Axe instead.
I don't think Saberlight on Axe was any reason that they lost their series yesterday. Like, sure, maybe game one, like he had
Yeah, I
a
was
lot,
about to say game one, maybe.
he had a lot on his shoulders, and he was kind of playing like a little too of a like John Wick, going in on his own, trying to do everything. I mean, it looked good in a lot of fights. It's just that the game's a lot easier if you are also playing with your team. But he corrected game 2 and game 3, and he's very consistently good on it. So I think it's totally worth picking. Banning the Undying.
Would you say it was corrected game 3? Wasn't that game where he's like chain feeding to the Marcy?
I think the like solo dolo, I'm gonna single-handedly carry the game was
right.
corrected, whereas like it's a different problem, like getting rotated on in the laning phase. Also, Ari played just such a magnificent Marcy.
Yeah, he's not
yesterday.
on OG well, actually he is still on OG, I think, but
Yeah, I think he's on loan. Yeah.
Technically, you're right.
Yeah, we have got the, speaking of signature heroes, we got the Venomancer first phase banned. Of course, that's a Toby hero right there.
Yeah.
Nice little amount of respect. I can only imagine that if you're standing in for a team and you manage to make that team, there's a first ban against you for the team you're standing in with, that must feel good.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that ban is not going to be there when Insania comes back, that's for sure.
Batrider still in the pool right now, if Liquid wants to take it for...
I mean, Axe has
the box.
historically always been good versus Bristol, too.
That's true.
They like the hero.
OG leaving in some...
I think
no, Bat is not in the pool. I'm crazy. Okay.
I think what you take away from yesterday is Axe is still good, just not versus Undying, and also not good versus Venge. So if you want to pick it here, I'm totally okay with Undying's banned. Good versus Bristol. Just
ban Venge.
The Venge. Yeah.
Sure.
I mean, I guess there's still Shadow Demon, which has been doing well.
I could also see, depending on if they look at the stats or take them seriously, the Shadow Shaman, break facet or break talent against Bristol, also pretty nice.
I mean, they might have just watched the BetBoom series and they saw save.
Yeah, they're like, oh, if you
Foxy's
get the Ripper's Lash,
I can do that too.
So good.
Yeah.
The big ward doesn't use the Ripper's Lash as well. That's why you got to go for the small wards.
That's the only
They
reason.
seem a little surprised by this, actually.
That they didn't just slam down the Axe?
Didn't slam down anything as a response, right? So
yeah.
Typically, you have like a response to these first picks that you're comfortable with, but they didn't. This to me shows they didn't expect this Bristleback first pick to come out, and I don't believe OG has even done this, so it does make sense. I mean, Bristol was banned in every other game, so they never had the opportunity, but they're gonna take the Axe.
Damn,
It's good versus Bristol.
It's really good versus Bristol, but they ate through a lot of their reserve time.
They were probably
do what
just
we were
thinking
already
about
expecting.
the bans, right? They only get one ban.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's like, is this going to be okay? I mean, they could, hypothetically, just ban Avenge and then take the Shadow Demon.
No, Shadow Demon still. Shadow Shaman now out.
Yeah.
Do you think Liquid would be one of the teams? Because we saw yesterday on Tundra, it was Saxa playing an Axe game on position 4. This morning, it was Y playing it on position 5. Would Liquid do that?
Absolutely.
Right, they should. I think you should be able to flex the hero, but...
It's really good, and Vessel is super strong versus Bristleback, and it's a Vessel build that you go for on the position 4 Axe.
Yeah, I don't think it changes the ban, so because Axe still functions as a support, as a core, in the same way. At some point, you are getting a Blink Dagger, and you are going to be Initiation. And playing against heroes like Shadow Demon and Venge are quite annoying. But yeah, they banned Shadow Shaman for now. I mean, you might as well just ban supports, I suppose, if you are a first pick. I don't think there's any carry that I could think of that is so devastating to Bristol that they can pick on second pick like this. Other than TA. Maybe Shadow Fiend. That's the other one that you maybe think about, because then you could flex that all the way to the last pick.
For OG, maybe Tuska's on the menu. It's another save. We talked about Shadow Demon Venge against Axe. Tuska's also pretty decent. I mean, the downside to that is if you do ever snowball something else, Axe can AoE call on the snowball, but it's kind of impractical.
Right.
They ban out the Mars.
I'm sure. That would have been a cool. I mean, they ran the Axe plus Marcy before and double jumped the Axe onto whoever.
I'm sure Saberlight's fine with that ban. He's probably not happy from that game yesterday where he was getting dunked on by Marcy.
Yeah.
But they banned Monkey King and go into Warlock here.
Well, the Warlock is good against Bristle, I would imagine, for the same reason as why it's good against Axe, generally. You Fatal Bond to Bristle as a frontliner, and everybody will take damage.
Yeah, and also we've seen Warlock versus Axe as well, and it looks pretty good for Warlock. Yes, Axe can cut the creep wave, but any hero that it feels bad to like hard commit into a fight against, which is like your Undying and Warlocks of the world, you don't like playing Axe into, because he is the biggest like hard commit hero that there is. So okay, they do go for the Tusk. It's very good save for the Axe call, and it's one of DayZ's best heroes.
But what are they gonna? Just a Jakiro.
Okay, so really punishing the snowball save here. If he snowballs, oh, never mind. That's
on the same team.
Animation really got me.
They got
block picking it, I guess, in a way.
Yeah. No, I mean, it could have been good against. Maybe that's what they're thinking as well. A lot of drafting nowadays is block picking, even if it's not the best pick for your lineup. If it's super good for the enemy, sometimes you just gotta take it, right?
Jakiro's also pretty annoying to play against. Axe playing against Jakiro. I know you get the double hit, and of course, like Axe likes being hit twice because you're gonna spin more. But good God, the slow and magic damage Jakiro does is not nice, and also Jakiro Ice Path plus a Macro Pyre. This is something that's hard to commit to in a fight. But this is where we could potentially see the Axe flex coming in, and maybe this ends up being a Saber Chad Abaddon, and you play in lane against Jakiro.
Well, I think the chances of that just went down with the pickup of the Wind Ranger.
It's a carry Abba.
It's a carry Axe.
Yeah, but then core Axe still, because surely Wind Ranger is not going to be played.
Oh, for sure. This is Wind Axe lane.
Yeah, it's interesting. We've seen this a couple times now. The carry Abaddon versus Bristle. Teams seem to really like it. Last time we saw it, it did not do well in the lane, but won the game. Maybe that's all that matters. I mean, you can get in there. I mean, you do have the ability, which can be nice versus Bristle, with the innate for, what's that face? Abaddon, yeah? He can stop your regen, which is something, I suppose. You can man fight him. Not many heroes can do that. But I'm not seeing like the craze for like these blind pick Abaddons. And Liquid's been doing this a lot, right? Where they don't flex and they just pick, all right, Nisha, you're going to be last pick. And there's no flex potential whatsoever. And we're just going to pick you something that's good for the game. And that's a risky business because like then you can just ban the two definitive best mids for the game. And then you have to get the third.
Yeah, I agree with everything said. I feel like Liquid looks the strongest when maybe Nisha is not in the greatest 1v1, but his hero is amazing for the game. This is when they do very well, and he just outskills in the 1v1 and does fine and recovers, and then he's got some insane hero to carry the game because he always plays at his limits.
Yep. Well, he's not going to be playing Ember this game, or Puck.
Mm-hmm.
But he could play Storm.
Yeah, we'll see if that gets banned out, though, because OG...
I mean, I think he's happy with Ember or Storm this game, right?
Yeah.
They only have one more ban. They already banned the Puck.
There's always the chance that OG will run the Pango as the offlane, Bristle's safe, and then...
Yeah, I mean, Shad doesn't really play carries. He plays offlaners as a carry.
Yeah,
so.
Yeah, it's true.
I mean, if they really wanted to, they could ban Liquid, take Storm. And then now what does Nisha play?
Yeah.
Ricky?
God, no. I mean, Tiny is fine still. And
yeah, but is that 24 pick worthy of
no,
wow?
A Tiny mid is definitely not a wow factor.
Yeah, it's like, oh, wow, Gratz, you got 24 pick Tiny mid.
Yeah.
Storm.
Before that, what are we thinking for OG? Because obviously they get to pick first, and we talked about Chad's hero pool already. We have the Ursa banned out. You know your carry matchup on the lane is probably going to be Axe Wind Ranger. In the game is going to be Abaddon.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I personally think they should take like a Darkseer last pick and just throw the Pango mid and just Bristle carry. I think that'd be really cool. Or they could just throw the Pango offlane, take Storm, ban Ember, and then cool, you're gonna get like some Nisha last pick Tiny. Is that gonna win them the game?
Yeah, Shad's hero pool makes it actually very difficult to predict what's gonna happen here. I was gonna say Underlord looked pretty good in this game.
Sure.
So that's a good ban out. I mean, they could still pick I'm going to call him Mikasa because it's from Attack on Titan. They can still pick Mikasa.
What the hell are you
Timbersaw is OG's offlaner.
Oh, okay.
Mixa. They can pick and then also the Timber Chain looks like the thing from Attack on Titan. But against Abaddon, against Axe, pretty good.
They do ban out that Ember. And they pick up the Omni Knight.
Oh.
Okay. Riddle me that.
That should
carry?
I think so. That should hypothetically do very well against Axe and lane. You're not hitting him too much. You're only like hitting him when you have the Hammer of Purity and the heal.
It's quite cheesy. I think this opens up a pretty good Storm game, though.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah,
yes, it does.
There's Storm because like your lockdown is Jakiro.
Yep, Queen of Pain, Storm, these heroes that enjoy when there's just not many stunts on the enemy team.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, Tanisha, he could do Queen of Pain.
You don't go Tiny now. I mean, definitely this is unnecessary.
That would be unnecessary.
I would be appalled and shocked.
I hope they do it then. I mean, is there anything they can pick that? I'm also okay with like Leshrac as well. Could be cool. You have the Baden. You have the pure damage.
Decent setup for Max as well.
Yeah, that could be okay too. But like that was
Storm.
Very. I mean, he had 3 options. It was like Puck, Ember, Storm.
Yeah, and Puck was.
And Puck, Ember,
and
were
Ember
banned.
was
So,
banned.
like the other ones were kind of reaching.
Yeah.
It was very likely just going to be the Storm.
No, it was. It's playing out in terms of picks and bans exactly the way you guys were thinking it would. So no surprises on that. Do we have a favorite? Do we like one draft significantly more over the other?
I'm feeling this OG draft
So am
quite
I.
a bit.
Yeah.
This is
Ooh.
good. Like this last big Storm could be an issue if Nisha pops off. It could be one of those games where you look back at the post game and we're like, yeah, Nisha Storm 20-1, like just popped off the game. But that's what they need to happen. I'm pretty happy with all the lanes right now for OG, and I'm pretty excited to see the tempo they're going to bring. This is a Bristle, Omni, Pango just running at you. It's a lot of pressure.
Yeah.
That's probably why Liquid went for this Abaddon. They just know this team plays really fast. So there's going to be hella brawling in this game, I think.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I'm a huge believer in Omni Knight versus any melee hero. Like, this is a very difficult hero to play against. I agree with the Storm call that, like, there's a potential that Nisha just pops off because there are virtually no stunts. It is Jakiro Ice Path. That is the best thing you have against a
But
Storm.
you have the damage.
You do have the
They
damage.
have the damage if they can stun him.
It does sound like there's a lot of brawling, which means everybody has to be on the same page. And so I ask the question to our caster team. Kezu, if you had this 1 minute to talk to OG as their coach, what would you say?
I mean, first of all, I think they should feel pretty good with the heroes. I like the Omni a lot. I think already Fear talked about it. They want to play fast, get into like Liquid, because they like damage early on. They have an Omni carry. I like it. What do you think about the Omni?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see it. We don't get to see it a lot, right? I think it's just one other game that we've had it this tournament. I like that they're sort of innovating, changing things up. I think it's still going to be hard. Liquid got some good stuff. We saw Saberlight kind of pop off twice the other day on his axe. He gets it again. It could be pretty nasty.
Could be pretty nasty and could be a great brawl. So let's head into the action.
Now, thank you very much. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1 time between Liquid and OG. And yeah, let's have a look. Carry Omni Knight. So talk to me about this. It's something that some teams are definitely coming up with, but not the majority of them. Some people aren't doing this at all. What's good about it? Why is this the thing to do?
I mean,
in a game like this?
It lanes pretty well, or it should lane pretty well, right? Against the Axe, against the Wind Ranger. On top of it all, you help your team a lot. Like, having all your heals and so on with a lineup that wants to run in, right? You've got the Pango who already wants to go in. You have, I don't know, for some reason, Jenkins called him Mikasa on the Bristleback. You know, you help him go in. And it just looks good. I think Nightfall is the one that did it the other day, and he had a banger of an Omni game.
Okay. Well, let's see what Shaq can do with it. I'm coming in.
The battle begins.
That's Liquid.
Little rune fight.
Yeah, I'm not going to be heading down there. This with the 2 for 2 on the bounties. And as I say, we did have quite some dunking going on the other day from Saberlight on the axe, so he's going to be feeling pretty good getting that again this series and this game 1. Definitely got to look towards to see if they can sort of cause issues for him early on. So in terms of the Omni Knight, is it what in the laning stage, is that where you're already able to put good pressure on? You know, how much does this hero offer for the lane?
Quite a lot. This hero's a very formidable laner, like both with the heal and the hammer. Especially, I mean, Axe win range is a strong lane. We saw it yesterday already, but I think OG should be quite happy in his top lane. But I am looking at Saberlight and Nisha to have good games, because at the end of the day, Axe is a very much pure damage hero with your counter helix. So you will still be able to go through all of the Omni Knight spells.
And in the mid lane, Nisha, you know, that last pick this draft, not too surprising, getting the Storm in after the other options were taken away. All in all, amount of kind of instant control and catch they have for the Storm isn't that great, right? So
it's really not.
It's
like,
good. It's a good Storm game.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, it's big reason for the last pick, right? It also gives you some follow-up damage into the Storm. It gives the support Wind Ranger hero to play with as well. Well, OG are starting to struggle a little bit when it comes to this top lane, at least by the looks of it. They don't have an easy camp yet, and Saberlight seems to have good lane control.
Boxy keeping both of them pretty low here.
Yep.
Just with this constant harassment that they're not at the moment able to match OG. On bottom, Daze will grab themselves a courier. And of course, you know, very tough really for OG to put pressure onto so bad, and one of the reasons why we do see it picked up as such.
Bottom lane should be quite chill, I would say, for both teams. Like, OG have a good lane against the Warlock. You can decide to split it with the Tusk and just leave your Bristle alone anyway. Warlock doesn't pressure all too much.
No, it definitely feels like top lane's the one where we might get some kills going on.
Yeah.
Boxy. Still got the Wind Run at the ready. Also a Fairy Fire if necessary. Saw this from him the other day, pushing the hero to his limits quite nicely in the way he sort of harasses the two of them when he's playing this position for Wind Ranger.
Still very good lane control up top for Liquid. Kidaro did get a pull off. In the meantime, mid. Also, both of them should be very happy until like maybe the first rune. And then it really starts swinging one way or the other.
And Kidaro is going to fall pretty low here with this Battle Hunger on him. Really having to just grind through the regen that they've got. See bottom lane, they get the shards in. He's healing up with the Shadow Word, but yeah, not enough heals at this point of the game to outdo that damage. So OG find themselves that kill.
Oh, very good first blood for them. If Warlock's just not able to do much against, you get caught by the Tusk, you've got Bristle running at you with the Quills and the Snot, you just drop.
What's a good call from Saberlight.
Yeah.
Power Shot's going to be off the mark, though. The Shout will be fine, but still, yeah, both of them so low on this top lane, and now Kadara's in trouble. Battle Hunger and the Blood Grenade comes in. He'll go down. Shat might be in trouble as well. The Power Shot comes through. Shat, he'll fall. The TP's coming in. Can Daze at least punish them? We'll get Saberlight. He's going to try and look for Boxy as well. He's got the snowball to close in. Shards are at the ready on top of it. He'll grab him, drag him back here. A couple more right clicks. Daze gets the cleanup. Very good TP from Daze to at least make sure that OG gets something out of the fact that those two go down.
Very nice counterplay, because in the meantime, Mixer, he should be A-okay. We've talked about the weaknesses of Warlock, and, well, this is one of them. Doesn't really punish an outnumber scenario. Liquid did annoy Stormstormer in the mid lane, though, as Nisha grabs the top rune and Toby went to deny the bottom water rune.
CS so far in the mid, they're very close between the two of them.
Yeah.
A little bit of an edge on the denies here for Nisha, but Stormstormer very close behind.
Daze is still around the mid area, looking for pressure onto Nisha also.
Nisha has got another remnant to lay down in the one charges. And can't dive any more here, OG. Stormstormer and Daze having to pull back. Pass over some regen here to Nisha. So he can stick around and, in fact, maybe make an aggressive play. Comes in with the Vortex. Top lane, Kadaro. Into the trees. Another Battle Hunger will do it. Kadaro will go down. Shat's going to try and find the trade. We'll get it here with the Purification as he takes down Saberlight. Back in the mid, Nisha was able to finish off Stormstormer.
Oh, all right. Well, think Shad was quite happy with the turn kill up top. I'm not quite sure what happened in mid, where Stormstormer went down to those two, to the pre-6 Storm, but good job from Liquid making that happen.
It seemed like he just sort of stuck around on pretty low HP on the Pango. We did see earlier before he switched up top that he was getting dragged back in, very low health.
It does mean that Nisha hit 6 way earlier than Stormstormer. Let's see if Stormstormer can get the roll up before the active rune. I don't think he'll be able to, so that's quite a big deal.
They're going to bring Boxy over towards the power runes as well. Something to be said here for Kadara. Top. Saberlight very close to hitting the level 5. We'll see around the runes. Nisha jumps in. He's able to pick up the arcane and get out. Grabs the rune.
That's about the one of the best 2 runes you can ask for as a Storm. It's also nice of him to hold it at the moment. We'll see if he ends up going to base. Does he then want to TP out with the arcane, make an aggressive move? Pangoro will be up and available now.
And top lane Boxy's going to make his way back up. Let's see if they can start getting aggressive again with him and Saberlight. Saberlight ready to start grabbing waves. He's got 3 points in the spin now, so set to farm. Bottom continues to be pretty much just a trade and farm here between the 2 of them. They're going to try and go on to Mickey here before he hits the 6 with this rotation of Stormer. But as soon as some TPs come in, they kind of get cold feet, OG. They want to go out and back away. They don't want to try and fight with Nisha turning up on the Storm.
Gets a good... I don't know if they quite saw the TP from Nisha, but they got out really early. So just baiting out the TP and going straight back to the mid lane.
Yeah, will at least mean that neither team's in sort of position to try and contest the Shine of Wisdom. He might get punished for dragging the creep waves. He's going to go for the TP out. And in fact, well, there's not, at this point, of course, nothing else to stop that. So gets away with that deep aggressive farming.
That's actually quite nice to force all these heroes on you. I mean, it's also good from OG, of course, to force Saberlight away. Next time around, won't be so lucky. Then there should be a level of Ice Path on Kidaro.
Yeah, super close start so far from the 2 of them here, OG and Liquid.
Nisha is looking, but looks like Mixa did drop a scan right on his head.
Looking back over towards the mid, coming up for the 8-minute power rune. That's going to be for Nisha again.
He's rolling some good runes. Arcane into the region. Still no roll available for Stormstormer.
Not quite getting the connections there.
Nope, not really.
Even if they did,
not at all.
Probably wasn't going to be a chance at a kill. Did have the backup of Kadara. Saberlight residing to the jungle for a little bit. This is going to give continued space for Shad. Top net worth for the moment here from the Omni Knight. So Shab, with things set up so far, should be on track for good Radiance timing this game.
I mean, this does hurt Saberlight quite a lot. Not being able to cut, this is really what you want to do. And now he's being pressured on the tier 1. Has to be very careful.
If Daze can get the angle, just thinking about it, it's a little risky now. Potential TP backups coming in, and indeed Toby's turned up. The heal on a Saberlight. OG, they have to back away now. Mass TP's coming in from Liquid. Nisha's able to grab Shatter off to the side. Shatter's got any way out of this. The call's caught him. The 4 of them on Liquid trying to take Shad down. Shad will be able to bring Saberlight down on the way out. So all things said and done, you know, not the worst case there for OG. He gets something.
Yeah, honestly, they're quite happy with that. Look at this. Mid tower going down to half. Mixer chilling bottom. So many TPs and you'd still kill the offlaner. Yeah, sure. I mean, he's still top net worth. As if Shad cares, just going to respawn TP straight up top. All good in the hood.
At bottom. At the moment, Mickey continues to sort of just live his life down there without any interruptions from OG.
Yep.
So he's also going to be on track for the good range damage. Top lane, the 6 has been hit. They'll drop the Golem onto Shad and Kadara, taking a lot of damage here with the bonds as well.
Oh.
Dunks a little early, but they still get the kill done. Kadara falls, and Shad's got to keep running.
I mean, they know he doesn't have TP, because of course he did TP back into the lane.
Oh, they've got Cork. Can he get in range? He can. Able to grab him with the taunt. Power shot hit. Shad's going to try and fight back and look to try and get out of there a second time, but he knows he can't do it. He has to keep just running, but they'll chase him out. Shad's dead again.
Okay, now it matters.
That's big kills for Liquid top.
Now the first death actually matters. As Kidaro does TP back up top.
Oh, it's a risky TP.
Yeah, I don't think he can do much here.
Yeah, he can't show himself.
Luckily, Badlanger's on...
They're going to see him. That's a TP gone wrong there, Kazu. You don't want to be up there.
Absolutely not. All right, brothers, time to chill a bit. Stormstorm are going to push that mid tower with the siege, getting closer to the defusal. But yeah, these last 1 to 2 minutes, definitely not ideal for OG.
And good stuff from Liquid. Solid timing there for them to push for that fight as Toby hits the 6, has the golem ready to go. May have just caught OG off guard.
Nisha is going to have to chill a little bit. The Arcane into the region, into the amplify damage. See if OG can go camp some runes. With the Soul Ring into the travels.
Yeah, we've seen this build sometimes on the Storm. Are you a fan of this sort of build? Like, what sort of situation sort of calls for you as a Storm to get away with going for the bots first?
I'm honestly not quite sure yet, because this to me seems like a build that you really have to play and try, and I have not played this build on this patch. I've seen it more and more, especially from Kiyotaka. He was the first one, so I mean there must be something to it. Maybe it's like all the mobility going around, you go to base, you come back up. They figured something out that I'm not aware of.
Blink Dagger done on Saberlight. So he's ready to go. Going for the Blink first this game. No Vanguard, no Blade Mail. All about the jump, all about the catch early. Prioritizing the Blink, as you can see, much more than the other times we've seen. Hence the 3 minutes and 30 faster than the average. Normally see, as I said, the Blade Mail or the Vanguard first, but yeah, straight Blink this time.
I mean, I have to say it again, they were really shutting down Saberlight a lot, but then what happened over the course of 2 minutes really injected a lot of gold into him. Stormstormer. Gonna be gripped.
Gonna have the setup. Saberlight's got the follow-up with that Blink. They've got the catch. Have they got the kill, though? They haven't. Shad comes in, able to buff Stormstormer up, and now as they look to chase down potential kills themselves, they might just get them. Saberlight will fall.
I mean, he's just
and now Anisha did a beautiful angle there with the Rolling Thunder. And Stormstormer and Shad clutching that up. Shad coming in, enabling Stormstormer to turn that around and set up for 2 massive kills.
Yeah, this is a huge overplay. Just not respecting the Omni Knight. Shad just TPs in, gets the repel off, gets the purification off.
I mean, both teams are going to have their Radiances at pretty similar timings by looks of it. You know, Shad's 3k gold into Relic. We've got Mickey's just picked up his Relic.
Yep.
So both are going to have Radiance online pretty close times.
We will have to see. When it comes to a straight up 5-on-5, I do feel like OG should be a little bit stronger. Sure, you have the Golem on Liquid, but like this whole Omni Pango roll Bristle, I think it's not super easy for Liquid to fight. I would say Liquid want more skirmishes. Mickey. That's a lot of damage.
He's got the borrowed time in the ready.
Shards.
That's a good shards, really sort of holding him away from backing off. The Golem's ready to drop, though. Toby comes in, slams it down onto the 2 of them. Shackles won't quite latch. Power shot off the mark, but Mixer is escaped, cut off by Saberlight, coming in with the dunk. I've got to be a little more aware now, I feel, OG, of these Golems being available. I have to keep track of that timing, because so far the 2 chaotic offerings from Toby have hit them pretty hard.
Yeah, and then every single time into a tier 1 tower as well. Looks like OG still want to stick around. Daze is pinging onto the tier 1 tower.
It's risky though. I mean, Saberlight's ready to jump in from the side. They're going to go in. Stormstormer will get the Rolling Thunder off in time before the call comes in from Saberlight. Saberlight will get the call still onto the Tusk as they bring him down, and it's good bonds connecting the 3 of them left alive, so they have to run on OG. Zip forward from Nisha, closing in on Kadaro. Can't quite get the job done though, as Kadaro will live. Saberlight really wants the job done as he gets in with the Battle Hunger. Kadaro should tick out. They finish off the tower. Kadara will fall. Saberlight heading over towards the Shrine of Wisdom. He's going to try and up for the TP out. They got anything to stop it? They don't. So he'll get away. The Stormstorm are cleaning up that extra kill at the end, making sure that OG still maintain the Shrine of Wisdom for themselves. Bit of a punch back there from OG. They still lose the tower, but they're able to fight back a little bit.
Yeah, they do need to help Kidaro get level 6. They're really missing some damage. I mean, he's very close, 1 or 2 creeps, and he will end up having it.
Nisha, not as exciting of a rune, but it is another rune. You know, pretty much every power rune Nisha has been there for. So full control around the mid. And that's the timing. So Radiant's done. Online now for Mickey. Still about 500 or so gold off for Shad on the other side of the map. Smoke coming in now. Saberlight and Boxy ready to get on the hunt. Wants to try and get some more dunks done. Dunk up in 5 seconds. Eyes on the mid. Could be an easy grab for Days. They'll grab him with the creep wave. And keep the pressure onto the tier 1 tower. Starting to play faster and faster here, Liquid.
This tier 1 should fall. They do see Mixa farming the triangle, and of course they have Axe, so they can always turn him to them.
It's another grab.
Uh-oh.
Easy kills here between the three of them. Sableye gets the jump. That's true, the dunks aren't coming through.
Let him get the dunks, brothers. Let him get the dunk.
The burst from Nisha is just proved to be too much each time. He's easily cleaning up the kills for himself. You have the full Kaya now. Back to the mid. They'll keep the pressure onto the tier 1, get this tower out of the game. OG, the 2S Shab put that Radiance online. It's going to look for the Orchid into the BKB next.
Yep. Also, in the meantime, Boxy got to plant a very nice ward up and above in the OG jungle, above the tier 2. So we'll see if Liquid get to use that one later. And so what's the Omni progression? Radiance, and now Shad has the Orchid queued up.
Do you like that? You know, is Orchid going to feel good in terms of the timing that he's going to get at this game?
If
there isn't a Baron, there's potentially going to be a Manta down the line as well if he wants to build that Dispel for himself.
I mean, if he gets to free farm towards it, I think it's okay. Because you do have a lot of like random stuff coming around. There's like a Pango roll they have to worry about. It should mostly be for Nisha on the Storm, of course, because they understand that they're going to have a Storm problem. But there's also a chance that he might swap it up. Currently, I'm not fully sold on it.
Because it's going to be sort of very situational, right, to find those chances to get the silencing. Because if you're not getting it on the Abaddon, and Abaddon's around, he's going to be able to save whoever's gone on any single time with that Orchid. So we'll see what Shad considers as he starts to build the gold up. Blade Mail now online for Sableye. They're looking at Mickey. Mickey's going to get Nisha and Sableye coming in to help out. The Golem drops it onto the three of them. Zip forward over towards Kadari. Nisha does get caught in the ice bar, falling pretty low, so Nisha has to back out of the fight for now. If OG get away with not losing anyone, they'll be happy with this. That was the Golem dropped, and nobody ends up dying this time on OG. They'll take that.
This Omni Knight damage on Shad is no joke. In one little stun, Nisha just nearly fully goes down. Good thing, of course, for them is the heals that they have. Got the Abba shield, Warlock heal coming through. They've got the mech also completed on Boxy. When these fights come out, it's very important that OG get to burst one target, because if you don't, there's a shield, mech heal, everything, and the brother is just back up on full.
Nisha is teasing around them. It does have to be a bit careful. OG do have the 5 of them around. Day's very close to the Blink Dagger. So then we'll have that chance of a setup. Get him with the punch. And of course, just the snowball save is going to make Sabley's life a lot harder, because these snowball saves could come in pretty clutch against a call from the Axe.
OG would like to brawl a little bit more with the heroes. You do have the Omni Knight, the Golem is on cooldown. You just don't have the most catch at the moment. So yeah, I guess the Blink on Days is just ever so important.
Oh, look at the grab.
Not a good catch.
Is he going to be able to live through this? He's not. The dunk comes in. They were coming in with the Rolling Thunder, and off to the side. OG again making sure they don't go empty-handed. They'll find the trade, take out Boxy.
Definitely a good trade for them. But you can see that Liquid's draft just plays a little more with ease at the moment, especially with the vision that they do have out on the map. Expect that to change a little bit with the Blink coming out on Days shortly.
And Mickey's getting pretty ridiculously farmed.
Oh, yeah.
Starting to see him quite the sort of the jump ahead, and just 1,000 gold off the Manta. So getting very, very good timing. So once he has the Manta, it's just going to be super hard to go on him. But this Abaddon's going to be quite the problem, more so I feel than the Omni Knight on OG's side in the midst of a team fight. Sure, you know, the Omni punch is hard, but Abaddon's going to be able to survive and be more likely to take the drawn-out team fights, especially with the gold lead that Mickey has right now, if he gets this Manta timing.
Yeah, OG, they have to punch hard within this role, as Shad could be in a lot of trouble here.
They're going to get the opening. So if there's any help, there's not. They're able to burst through Shad before any sort of backup can come in, and that's a concern.
I mean, you really dunk yourself within the Blade Mail when you're hitting this Axe as the Omni Knight. Pure damage from the Helix, Blade Mail hitting into it, you drop real fast into a quick Torm. Another shard for the Warlock. Some more imps, some stronger imps.
OG, they're hovering around the Roche area. I mean, they won't look to try for a Roche, will they, with these heroes? They don't really do it too fast. I guess with the Bristol, they've got the goo, but it would be risky.
It's hard. They
need a fight first, right?
They need like an area or a small skirmish first.
Sure. There we go. Smokes up OG.
Still no blink. Just so shy. 40 gold.
They could just run here, the Warlock. And Toby does have Golem ready to drop, and TPing in here is going to cancel the TP there, Nisha. They'll just let Toby go down. Because it is around this 21 minutes, so sure they made the move, they got a kill, but Sablelight's actually been able to make his way round and take away the Shrine of Wisdom, so that support kill doesn't feel too good at the end of it all. Now on the mid bottom,
the call,
the jump's there. Is it going to be enough damage? It is just enough to bring him below the threshold. Must have been absolutely on the edge. And Liquid, they're going to try and fight him for more now. Mickey looking to move in towards Kadara. Boxy's going to get chased down by both Daze and Mixer. They'll put the mech, but Boxy
they're on Shad.
Will slowly die here to the Quill stacking up. Shad's been dealt with though. Saberlight dunks down another big one, and Nisha's ready to bots over and continue the cleanup here for Liquid. As Kadara's got nowhere to run, the call comes out here on towards Mixer. Mixer falls, Daze is going to go down. It's a team wipe, and it just feels so tough to sort of take these fights right now. If you're OG, and as Mickey with the lead that he has, this Abaddon just goes untouched throughout the entire team fight, constantly burning through them. They just don't have the means to kill him.
They just can't deal with him at the moment. They need to be able to take their fights differently. Maybe now with the blink on Tusk, because like you have this Omni Knight, but you need Pango to go in first with the Tusk. Shad gets to run in with the Radiance, maybe follow with some Repel, Guardian Angel. We haven't seen that yet.
It's falling apart here for OG. We'll see here the start of it all. You know, Saberlight and Boxy just able to get the fight going. OG just running over to try and help out, but you know, Mickey sort of sat between them all. And then suddenly Mickey just sort of splits the fight up completely.
Yeah.
You know, you got the two of the Mixer and Daze going for this kill on Boxy, but your carry's dying. Back in action, Liquid, they're looking to keep it going. They do get the ice path here, OG on Anisha, but Anisha's able to get out here, zip up to the high ground. Can OG actually get anything out of this? Nisha jumps back in, over towards Daze. He's got the punch of Daze, but he gets sniped by the power shot of Boxy. Cool comes in, grabs Stormstormer. The Pango's in trouble. The Battlelanger's stacking up. Shackles there from Boxy. Another power shot in onto Kadaro. OG, they just cannot fight this. Nisha, he's diving in, looking for Shad. Vortex is there. 4 dead on OG. It's all falling apart. Mixer's going to go down. Another team wipe. Oh, this game got pretty rough pretty quickly.
Oh, this is not looking good. I didn't even see how the fight started, but it might have just been another instance where Liquid get kind of the jump that they want. And 16,000 deficit in 23 minutes. This is not an easy one to fight back from.
Absolutely not. Mickey's just massive. Ready to run down the mid. 23 minutes in, onto the tier 3s. The fortification will come out. OG, 2 back-to-back team wipes that they're getting hit hard with. A little bit of a pause and a reset here coming in from Saberlight.
Giving them some time to think and breathe.
But he's feeling pretty good. And, you know, as I said, he got the axe, what, 3 games yesterday? They did lose 1 of them, right?
Yeah.
Today coming in again, getting the axe, doing well. Maybe this axe has got to go.
It's looking real good. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, even I think in the loss, it didn't look terrible. But the wins, obviously, it's looked spectacular from Saberlight.
He's just...
You might just have to ban this hero.
Yeah, he's doing so well. Maybe especially if you're looking for some of these heroes. I mean, Axe, of course, very good against Bristleback. And it just seems to work out really well also with the heroes that Boxy is playing.
Yes,
Windranger loves Axe.
This seems like, honestly, the combo I think they'll go for every time if they can get it as the first 2. This Axe Windranger plays the lane great. And just in terms of plays around the map, it always ensures you've got enough to burst through those heroes.
I mean, Liquid are going to be looking at Roshan, most likely. It's going to be up next. If they get this, I think it will be very hard for them to kind of give this game away. Whereas your OG, you're closing in on the Orchid on Shad, so that's one way. You're getting closer to the BKB on Mixa. I mean, you might want to try for like a bigger play around this Rosh and like really try for something big.
Yeah, I think you've got to take a risk here if you're OG. And the last few attempts to fight just haven't worked out. You have to sort of find someone on their own. Saberlight back in.
I mean, I don't even know if I've seen a Guardian Angel. I mean, it's not the best game for the spell overall anyway.
Sure.
Axe is pure damage. You've got Storm. You've got like Radiance, Abaddon. But still, I feel like OG have not been able to take the type of teamfight that they want.
Yeah, it's been a tough one for Shad. There was potential in the lane, but those last few deaths back-to-back has completely shut his game down. And yes, still just sort of scrambling towards an Orchid, which at this point, when you're this far behind in sort of gold and the items that Liquid has, that Orchid timing is just not going to hit hard.
Even if you do silence Nisha, who's had, by the way, I'm pretty sure like every active rune in this entire game. So
yeah,
that doesn't help.
Yep.
But even if you get the Orchid on him, this is like a 2500 HP Storm once he pops the Essence Ring. Without the mech, without Solar Crest, whatever.
Now, let's see. We'll see if Shad finds a chance to trip someone up with the silence.
Yep.
See if we can get them the kill.
Looks like they might be looking. Maybe Daze can get something spicy done, just slightly off the mark. A little too late.
They got to get out of here, OG.
Oh, yeah.
Liquid.
Quickly.
They get the Roast the Aegis. They're ready to start running them down.
Oh.
Saberlight's going to find Stormstormer top solo. Kadari. Shad, they're still hanging outside the base. Shad. Silence ain't going to do anything. The shield comes out, removes it from the Storm. Nisha takes Shad down. They're going on Toby. Will they even kill the Warlock? They will. They'll get the Warlock kill, but they're more than likely going to lose everyone for it. Kadara goes down. Mixer's BKB will save him, so he can live. Just not working out here for OG.
No,
Liquid cruising at this point.
It's looking too easy for Liquid. Saberlight just goes up top, feeling very free. Gets to solo again onto Stormstormer.
Yeah, I can only imagine. When he's sort of getting kills like that, I'm sure OG's sort of saying to themselves, right, no Axe next game.
Yeah.
Don't let Saberlight get Axe again for what would be yeah, it would be like a 5th game in a row, right?
I think so.
Yeah.
Liquid definitely seem a little more refreshed than in the last games where we saw them.
Oh, here we go. They're going to try for Saberlight. See what they can do here.
He's got the BKB.
Not a lot indeed. BKB is up for Saberlight. He's ready to walk it off. Good angle with the Rolling Thunder though. Catches Nisha, but Nisha does have the Aegis even if they take him down the once. Can they finish them the once? They can't. The shield comes out. Saberlight back in with the call. Dunk comes in on a Shad. Kadara goes down. Stormstorm at a fall. Mixer trying to find Toby. He won't even get him this time. GG is called. Liquid take game 1 as OG, they fell apart pretty hard here.
Yeah. It looks like this game got out of hand quite quickly. It's like this double death early from Shad into Liquid just having the upper hand the whole game. I feel like the way they maneuvered the map very nicely, and OG never really got the fight that they wanted. Because I could see the strength of their draft, but it never really got together.
And it did seem like we were going to potentially see something close. You got to remember earlier in the game, right, we were watching Shad and Mikke's progression.
Yep.
They kind of hit Radiance at pretty similar timings. But yeah, obviously one's game fell off completely here for Shad, and whilst Mikke's just accelerated to the victory, didn't die at all by the end of the game there on Abaddon. Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1, all in the bag here for Liquid.
Yeah, that ended very smoothly for Team Liquid. They seem to have a good grip on the second half of that game, because the first half definitely was a bit more skirmishy and went both ways at times. Still here to break it down, Jenkins and Fear. And Jenkins, at the start of the game, we thought that OG had what it takes to get a lead in this game.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely going okay other than the solo kill that happened mid. That was not so great, but Shad was owning. He was TPing to save people in other lanes and turn fights, but also he dumpstered his own lane, which in my opinion makes it even more impressive that Saberlight had such an insane performance on Axe. He had 13 kills. He had the highest hero damage in this game. He was hitting insane calls. By the end of the game, he was solo killing enemy mid laners on Axe. Like, he always seems to have a good performance. I love that they're just slam picking it. Like, Saberlight clearly just really wants to play this hero, and they're trusting him, and most of the time he's delivering.
Oh, for sure. And I think this game, for me, Liquid just flipped a switch, and they're just like, all right, we're going to get the Tormentor top, and then we're just going to run at you. And they do this all the time. And it seems like whenever they decide they're going to play aggressive, a lot of teams crumble under it. And that's exactly what happened to OG. Like, once the pressure was applied, we just saw fight after fight, someone getting picked off. And this Axe was a big reason for a lot of those pickoffs here. But it just feels like a lot of these teams, they just can't keep up with the speed that Liquid's bringing to the table. And they just start crumbling slowly. Because this game ended very abruptly. It was really close, and then it was not close at all.
No, it was definitely. You could feel on the side of OG that they were kind of running out of steam. Like at some point here, I mean, they called GG when all their racks are still up as well.
Yeah, that was like their 4th lost fight in a row in 4 minutes. Yeah,
I think when your cores are Omni, Bristle, and Pango, like at some point, if you lose like a few fights in a row, you know there's not really much of a comeback. I think the way that Omni is supposed to win games is you dumpster the laning phase, which it's, you know, pretty consistent that you can do that. The hero's pretty OP in the laning phase right now. And then you transition that into snowballing the game, being an unkillable menace, but you die a few times and fall behind that threshold, and all of a sudden it's like, what's the comeback potential? Like level 25 timing on Omni? Like you can't really play for these things.
No, you cannot. And the first pick, well, it was overall second pick.
Yeah.
But the first pick for Liquid on the Axe, I feel like this is the 3rd game in a row that we've seen this coming out of Team Liquid. And at some point, you do wonder when's the team going to properly address
Yeah,
this?
they're just forcing it every game. They're like, why are people banning Ame Co-op and they're not banning Saberlight Axe? Like, let's just keep picking it. Even if we think it's bad, let's just pick Axe until people start banning it. Like, this is all a play, so they can just get 1 extra slot for bans in the early phase of the draft.
Say that, but we still need Saberlight to perform on something other than Axe. So
yeah, but he's been picking only Axe, so he doesn't have the opportunity to do that.
Well, that's what I mean. Saberlight to me has always struck me as the type of player that has like a very limited hero pool per tournament, right? Like, sure, he can play a lot of different heroes, but he's usually good at like 1 or 2, maybe 3 heroes every tournament. Yeah. I've only seen him play Axe so far. I would test that if I were the enemy team. Like, can you play something new? Make him try.
Maybe this was the one where they thought that they could counter Axe. We do have a clip where they are eventually able to, or well, Shad is able to kill Axe, but we're actually highlighting Shad in this clip.
I am, because this is where we got the copium, right? You look at what's going on here. You're behind the tower. Things look good. And he just walks in and Dave's just like, you're on your own, buddy. I've seen this story before. The enemy mid's coming here. There's a 4-man rotation straight into you. And he's 1 versus 4 on this Omni. He gets a kill. Sure, he dies after, but getting a kill when you're 1 versus 4, that feels pretty good. Yeah. So like this is when the game was like, this is looking real good before everything fell apart.
Yeah, because we got a clip about that too. It felt it was fairly even for a long time, and then minute 21 comes around, and we've got this team fight happening here.
Yeah, pretty much most of this game was like was this yours, Jenkins, or mine?
Oh, this was a little bit later than the fight we intended, but it was, I mean, it was fight 2 or 3 after the first lost fight.
Yeah, I mean, this is like the 2nd or 3rd fight in a row where they just die. And a lot of these fights started with Stormstormer getting initiated on. You have some tanky boys, right? You've got a Bristleback who should be leading. You have this Omni who can be in front. I feel like the one hero that should not be in the front is Stormstormer. Because if he dies at the beginning of the fight's over. And yeah, it's good on Liquid, of course, to notice that and focus him, but you have to also know that they're gunning for you. You need to have better positioning. Maybe Omni has to be behind you if you want to be baited.
Yeah.
But I don't know. They just didn't really do what they needed to do properly as far as like taking these fights, and it showed, and Liquid capitalized hard on it.
I think that's probably the call, is that, like, I'm sure Stormstormer was only positioning up forward because he knew that he had a save hero, and it did happen once when he was getting ganked mid, but
it's not good though. You don't want to use your magic immunity on a hero that can already
in my opinion, there's like some communication that needs to happen after the game where it's like he had this idea and the other players correct it, or No Tail as a coach corrects it and says like, well, that's still not good. Like, let's just bait the bristle. Let's do the same thing, but bait the bristle. It doesn't have to be you. That needs to be a conversation after the game.
Well, potentially that conversation is happening right about now as we are in that break between Game 1 and Game 2. So stay tuned for more Dota 2 action.
innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
OG, a huge name inside of the Dota scene, and I'm here with one of the newcomers to the squad. I mean, Kadar?
Me?
Yeah, absolutely. You joined the squad in March. How's it been going since then?
Well, it was the trial at first. It was honestly like a dream coming true. It's still unbelievable that I made it through. Still unbelievable that I'm part of this decent org. I would say it's my new house, and I hope it will be like this forever.
Absolutely. And what's it been like kind of not only joining the organization, but also the expectation and like, you know, knowing that people are kind of watching all the time, you've got the fans behind you now. What's that whole kind of shift been like for you?
At the beginning, it was like, I feel like for majority of people, it was like, who is this? Why is he there? Something like that. And then as we walk through some tournaments, as we walk through some episodes, I start reading a lot of comments, and I've seen so much support from the community. It felt so much pleasure and enjoyment to represent and to feel the support. Honestly, it's great.
That's awesome. And you know, generally in terms of like how the team's been getting on this year, you know, it's been a season of ups and downs for you guys. But overall, do you feel like you're like kind of in your best place now?
We're definitely in our peak performance. We're going better every day. We're trying to get better every day. We're working on the progress. What I meant by peak performance is that our bodies are ready to perform. Now we gotta just set up our mind to it, you know?
Interesting, interesting. So what's that process look like, and how is sort of Notel coming in as the coach? How is that all kind of all working together?
Notel is just a living legend. He's super wise, super smart, bringing so much energy. Just by like talking to him, small chat, you have so much energy that you can drive with it for the whole week or something like that. And having it for every day, it's an extreme level of joy and pleasure, and also you raise up your own like competition level by a lot. Before I felt like in my previous team, I felt like I'm only getting like cultured, I'm getting in a professional state or something like that. Here I'm getting in the champion state. Here I'm actually getting to feel how it is to be the best, how to be the greatest. It's amazing, man.
That's awesome. So now, of course, you find yourselves at Wallachia, big international tournament, playing against some of the best teams. You know, what are you hoping to get out of this tournament?
First of all, it's a competition on the tier 1 level versus very good teams, best teams in the world. I hope to learn a lot from them. I hope to show them a lot and get in this puzzle mode when try out our puzzles, how they solve the problems that we are gonna get. And if something is off, change it, fix it, get better at it. And yeah, it's pretty much like the common thing is when you just play scrims, when you just play your practice matches, it's usually not enough knowledge that you receive. Here is you actually put all you have, all the tools you have into challenge, and you receive the feedback from your opponents, from your team, from yourself, and you just reflect on it, move on, and get better. And hope you're gonna solve the puzzles the best.
Absolutely. Okay, we'll see how your puzzle solving is. But of course, I'm not trying to bring the mood down, but you know, the qualifiers were tough for you guys. What do you think you've solved coming out from those, and what do you think you learned from those qualifiers?
Oh, I'm gonna also say it in our debrief. I said it. Basically, it's the toughest loss so far for me, and the toughest lesson, I would say. It's the most painful and the most important, I would say, throughout last season, maybe through the last career, like the whole career. It's mostly I learned a lot of what I could have done maybe differently, what I would have felt differently. It's just showed me my own reflection of what I was and what I want to be. Basically, I learned that I want to be a more open-minded person. I want to get better at certain small things in a game. Mostly just like the best experience you get, as I said, in the competition, especially when it's like elimination. It's either them or us. It's the life or death situation for us. So basically, after loss, of course, like next few nights, it was giga painful. It was nightmares. It was almost panic attacks. Just couldn't sleep, couldn't eat, really hard. But we're in a boot camp in Portugal. A lot of sun, a lot of energy, people supporting each other. It was like you went from the bad mood into supportive mood, and it's very recovering, very healthy.
Awesome stuff, Kadar. So yeah, I mean, now coming into Wallachia, obviously, a huge tournament, big names. Is there any team in particular that you really want to beat or, you know, like challenge at this event?
Now when you mention it, there is a Liquid that won the Wallachia 2 seasons in a row.
Yeah,
You gotta beat them.
You gotta beat them.
You gotta beat them. That's like, you gotta take the crown.
Absolutely. All right, let's see if you can do that. Kadar, good luck in Wallachia. You seem like a really great guy. I'm really excited to watch you play at a big event.
Big pleasure.
Thank you.
A fantastic interview there by Nomad with Kadar, although this was, of course, before the game we just witnessed, and Kadar was very clear. He wants to beat Team Liquid. They have been the champions of Wallachia 2 seasons in a row. You gotta beat the boss, and game 1 did not work out the way that OG wanted, but of course they have another chance. It's a 3-game series, or best of 3 rather, Jenkins, so they got another shot here.
Shiver, do you know Pokemon?
I do.
Yeah.
You know Pokemon.
Some of them.
And you know how the final boss is always, it's the guy or the girl
like
that...
the gym?
No, it's your opponent, your enemy from the start.
Yeah, your best friend, basically.
Yeah.
That also started training and went into 2 different groups.
But they always beat you early.
Yeah.
They always beat you early on. So maybe it's destined today that this is going to be a close match. It's going to be 2-1, but it's going to go the way of Liquid. And then eventually, OG powers up in Kadaro.
Kadara is our main character.
Is the main character.
Yeah.
And he wins the eventual Pokemon battle in the end after
Oh, is that why he dyed his hair?
That's why he's Ash Ketchup.
But with that in mind, that means that they're still going to lose the next game because they're going to make their way over to the grand finals in a different way. And
I think you're probably, I think actually you're right. A 2-0 against them makes the most sense because you want to look like, oh, I can't kill this.
I'm gonna be humiliated.
I can't beat this person
But
early.
then they're going to the gym.
They train.
Yes,
Yeah.
not that gym, but the other gym.
What's the final gym in the Pokemon called?
I do not know.
Who knows?
It's like the. Oh, it's gonna
I said I
bother
know
me.
Pokemon. I'm not a Pokemon.
Everyone
master.
in chat is typing it right now. Is the final gym?
Cerulean gym.
That's made up. They just made that up.
No, I didn't.
Either way, potentially they can already make a start here. They might still force out that game number 3. Although I will say game number 1 was a rough one. But potentially it's all just solved if you just remove Axe from the equation, if you get yourself a little bit of a better draft on your side. Let's take a look at what they got coming. We got a little bit of a change-up where OG is this time on the Radiant side, and Team Liquid will be on the Dire side. First pick going the way of Team Liquid this time around, so we get the overall last pick for OG, and that might set them up for success. What?
Shiver, do you know Yu-Gi-Oh?
Yeah.
Because I think last game, actually, Liquid had the Exodia of a draft.
Just
and
shut the hell up.
Exodia
All right,
without
anyway.
the head.
Let's move on.
The head is Axe. Ban Axe. Don't.
But how do you ban Nature's Prophet, Axe?
Okay, if you list under 4 heroes,
We got Undying on there. We've got
that's 3.
Death Prophet on there.
4.
And then that might be it.
There you go. That's
it.
But that's
Follow
all
the
my
formula.
tiny brain can think of right now. There might be another.
Well, I will tell you that previous
Batrider.
game,
Yeah, there it is. Batrider.
like if you have 4 heroes to ban, maybe Templar Assassin should be in there as well. And we've seen a lot of
We're at
Doom
6
bans. But yeah, we got 2 so far. This is fine.
But Batrider wasn't part of the bans.
No, the tiny brain couldn't think of the Batrider.
Yeah.
That was the one.
So there's not enough bans to cover all of this.
It's fine. Team Liquid might be banning one of them.
They will not ban Axe. They will not ban Nature's Prophet.
No.
if your first pick, why would you ban Undying?
They banned Warlock. Ooh,
When your first pick,
up.
why would you ban DP? I think the premier heroes, right? If there was like an S tier,
Yeah.
there's 2 heroes in it right now. It's Undying and DP.
It's the toxic ones.
So those 2 are on the S tier.
Well, Templar Assassin is removed, so they should ban out the Death Prophet in this one.
They're going to give
what,
NP?
What if
you're not giving NP?
You leave everything in, so you get some for yourself too.
Yeah, but who cares if OG takes Axe? This is Liquid, right? So, if I see Axe on OG, it's just an Axe on OG.
Yeah.
But if I see Axe on Liquid, it looks good. But even more scary than that is if I see a Nature's Prophet on Liquid. But if I see a Nature's Prophet on OG, I think that's okay. But it's a Liquid NP. Does that lose Jenkins?
No, that's what.
Yeah, it has lost already this tournament.
When Blitz is losing, this is what he picks, and then wins the TI.
But you also know that in the next phase, OG only has 1 extra ban. So Liquid, if there's still 3 heroes, coveted heroes in the pool right now with this Axe, Nature's Prophet, what was the other one that was still in?
What,
or was that
Axe,
it?
Nature's Prophet, and
Because they can get 1 and they can also still get another.
I mean, you said the TA, and then we didn't think of the bat.
TA's banned.
It's just Axe, Nature's
Okay.
Prophet. As
Let's see
far
which
as
one they
the
go for.
scenario that we talked about.
Because they ban out the Monkey King.
I mean, I think you go Nature's Prophet. Personally, but like Axe is good versus Nature's Prophet as well, so.
They go Shadow Shaman. Ooh. That is
weird.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not bad. It's just this feels a little cocky from Liquid. I feel like if they were this, you know, that little dot we see on Liquid side, if that was on OG side, they would have picked the NP there.
Yes.
I think that I actually agree. I'm not sure if you're joking, but I genuinely think that would actually happen.
So I think they're just trying something new here.
Okay, well, SD versus Shadow Shaman. We've kind of briefly talked about this. The Purge is really nice because you cannot just chicken away. It will remain, and it will kill him. You can also save your teammates from the shackle and all the single target bullshit that Shadow Shaman does. And I feel like Shadow Demon in general just feels quite good in the meta against a lot of the popular heroes. And there's a good amount of stack farmers you can pick too that he can pair up with really nicely. The Bristlebacks of the world.
And then maybe part of you doesn't want to ban Axe anymore.
Yeah, and this blocks a little bit the Axe
since
pit.
you only have 1 ban, maybe now you go back and ban the NP, and you have a pseudo answer. Because like Shadow Shaman Axe together doesn't have a lot of synergy. They're both long disable lockdown heroes. So I wouldn't potentially be too afraid of Axe this game. At least not to ban it. But you 100% ban the NP, I think, here.
And they got pick out of ban phase, so they could ban one, pick the other. Or
They could.
You still don't want to see an Axe on the
I mean,
side?
no, I already said Axe is good versus Shadow Shaman.
Okay.
I still think so. It's good in lane if Shaman happens to be a position 5, which it normally isn't, but the fact that you can just dunk him and he can't turn into a chicken is quite nice.
Yeah. And you've also said several times that Terrorblade is still an option against that Shadow Shaman still.
Yeah,
now,
I mean,
not
you'll
bad.
just pick it later,
Yeah.
but it's good. Unfortunately, we're not in a meta right now outside of maybe the TA where you can first pick carries. So, I mean, I say unfortunately, but I think that's a good thing.
Yeah, fair. Gives it a little bit more variety.
Yeah. As much as we love the Terrorblade and
Do-
Morphling meta.
Do we
It's
though?
very exciting. Carries.
All right, let's see what No-Till's going for here.
I could see the Axe. Honestly, ban Nature's, take Axe.
Yeah.
Without a doubt, you ban Nature's, right?
Seems to be a little doubt. He's taking a
Without
little
a shadow
bit
of a
bonus time
doubt,
on
you
this
ban
one. No,
Nature's.
ban him.
Thank you. I mean, I'm fine if you take Axer. You would at least punish this Shadow Shaman first pick in a way that's kind of like, all right, we're going to make you play something that you haven't played a lot of. We're going to take away your NP. This is an opener that you guys like.
Yeah.
You've been playing this Axe many games in a row now. You don't get that anymore. And they'll have to show something new. And I don't think it's too bad, but I don't know if OG's offlaner has the confidence Saberlight has in Axe.
Well,
and they don't.
Not
Instead, they're going to bait the Axe.
It's a stack farmer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's still a chance of a flex pick. This Bristle could be carry as well.
Could be. I mean, it is an offlaner, so Shad is definitely looking at it.
Yep. Keeping their options open. Let's see, because will Team Liquid still pick the Axe, or is the Shadow Demon actually enough to sway Liquid away from the Axe?
I don't think it's enough. Especially with a Bristle, given how it went last game.
But strategically, it would be smarter to maybe pick a flex here, save your pick, your first pick, and like try to get a Beastmaster or something later on down the road that's actually good versus Shadow Demon.
Yeah, I mean, I guess also the argument is it's probably an off-lane Bristle, so it's just less likely OG would even take the Axe, so why would you pick it early here if you know you're pretty much guaranteed to get it anyway? You got to take the higher value things where they
you have to be willing to just not jam it here as well. And I think the Terrorblade's good here too. Like, you are laning versus Bristle. This is one of the better lane matchups. TB is nerfed, however, he's still one of those carries where you can just put him into the draft and he'll be fine. This is looking like a dream Phantom Lancer game right now. Like, as of now. You're playing
for the side of OG.
Yes.
Has it ever been a dream Phantom Lancer game in the last, like, 2 years, 3 years?
Hero's viable now, though.
Ooh.
Technically. I mean, the new facet, the Lancelot one, does make him more competitive in the early game, because you now, instead of the stupid build of maxing your rush and AFK farming, you max your Lance, and you can actually fight. It does good damage.
It's also a pretty good Underlord game, too, isn't it? Against both the Naga and the TB, just clear the illusions.
Yeah, I mean, sure. I mean, that's something Shad has played many times.
Yeah, it got banned in the next phase previous game, so I feel like they're thinking if they want to pick it, it's got to be here.
Yeah, they get 2 picks in a row, so yeah, pick anything.
That makes things interesting. I mean, you don't want Axe against that. You won't want Beastmaster against that. I mean, like, the carry Underlord must be so annoying to
pick an offlaner.
Into. Like, what's good against that? Timbersaw, I guess, but not many people want to touch that hero nowadays. Yeah, we'll see.
We will see. A lot of bonus time being used for OG for this one.
Yeah, I mean, moral of the story is just the first 3 picks from Liquid are all exploitable.
Yeah.
They're the same type of heroes, like multiple units, single target, physical damage, essentially.
Yeah, and it is OG that has to be the first one to basically make a move, assuming that Bristleback and Shadow Demon is one lane, so they pick the Terrorblade Naga. So that means that OG has no idea what they're going to be laning against, but they'll start off with going for the Silencer. Very popular just a couple of weeks ago. Has been a little quiet, pun intended, recently.
Yeah, I mean, we saw time and time again the way the sleep is used to just reposition fights or save heroes. If you just drop a silence, you can't use the song. Maybe in some mid-late game situation, the shaman catches your carry who's farming, cancel the shackles, you can get out.
It blocks a lot of what Shadow Shaman wants to do in the game. And then DK, I mean, that's an interesting one, potentially for Shad. I've seen the Frost Dragon build against Terrorblade. I've seen it in pubs quite a lot. Like, carry players are trying it out. It's pretty good. The anti-healing, the Red Dragon was also a counter to Terrorblade in the past, but it was a lot better. It did a lot more damage, but it is magical damage, and you will get a Mjolnir and do even more magical damage, and that's kind of the idea. Or they could just,
I mean, the best part of
mid.
Yeah, I mean, the best part of this pick is a flex pick. I would say just DK in general, as of right now, is going to lose to Terrorblade in the late game. Just of naturally how the hero progresses into the game, just doesn't do enough. If the red facet was better, it might be different, but it just like, it gives you like 50 magic damage at max level now.
It's pretty bad.
It's not a lot.
Yeah, that's why people are trying the Frost Dragon.
Yeah, but the Frost Dragon, it's like the healing reduction does absolutely nothing to Terrorblade. It does not affect Sunder. attack speed slow is whatever. You're a natural Scotty buyer on TB, which does affect DK a lot because you're going to be a ranged hero and you do like your region. So it's a bad matchup late game, but it is a flex. So there is that. And then we're going to get SF. They're kind of like saying, hey, bro, put that DK
have
carry.
fun. Go ahead.
Yeah, like you're going to be a carry now and we're going to have the outscale.
Quick question. With the Shadow Fiend picked up, I kind of feel like I need to ask, this Terror Blade, is there nowadays still flex potential to put it on the offline?
Yeah, they've done it this tournament.
I mean, maybe it's especially good on the offlane if you pick SF and force DK to go to the safe lane.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good lane for DK too. DK, like, does very little damage in the laning. He, like, whittles you down by just, like, right-clicking you, essentially. And you're right-clicking a Terror Blade. He wins those trades.
Yeah, he doesn't care.
And he does not care at all, so. There's a high chance this could be a carry SF, off-lane TB, but it could also be a carry TB, and
mid
SF as well if they want to. Choice is theirs, but I'm kind of, like, looking at I feel like one of these heroes is very, very likely going safe lane between the SF and TB, just because they're both good versus Bristle, and there's only a limited amount of heroes that are actually good versus the Bristleback.
Well, that means their overall last hero should be something to think about in terms of what is good for the game as a whole to see how it will slot in, right? Because there's
I mean,
so
a
many
Spirit
options.
mid would be good, but then you're playing into DK. You give him a lane. I'm not sure. It's about prioritization right now. What do you prioritize on Liquid? Do you want to have the better carry and put the SF mid to make sure DK goes carry and you get your carry Terrorblade? Then you just pick an offlaner here. That's also good versus DK. That'd be stable, but what would that be? Because they're banning Underlord themselves, which would have been a pretty good pick for them.
You know what? I was so close to asking, like, should we still think about the axe? And I'm like, nah.
It's good, though. It's pure damage versus the DK. So now this DK, he's fine bottom.
Yeah.
Right? It's okay. But I don't think DK wants to go mid. And I don't think there's a better pick for the safe lane.
So what's the last pick mid for Stormer that's actually going to, like, own an SF?
Lina.
Queen of Pain.
Lina. It's Lina.
Yeah, with DK Bristle in the side lanes.
It has to be.
You want,
they
like,
cannot win this game without a Lina.
You want an actual carry mid.
It is an Invoker. The Stormer Invoker comes to life. This is... But seriously? This is literally the guy that when Invoker was not on the map for anyone, he still got first phase banned out on his Invoker because he's so good on it.
I mean, he has really good side lane setup for the Sunstrikes this game.
Yeah, that's what I mean. GG, it's such a good pick.
It's such a good pick.
Oh, there you go.
Destroy the game.
Like, SD Imprison into Sunstrike is good in one lane, and then in the other lane he has Dragonite stun. So he can get some nice early game farm. Do people still go for the fire facet when they play
hero?
like scaling Invoker?
Oh.
The
champion of Go.
That's not a fire fast. You're talking about DK or something.
Well, there's
Well,
two
it is
fire
fire.
guys.
It is the Xor.
Xor is definitely fire.
Yeah, it is. It is.
I don't
know the word.
So the thing is,
yeah, he has the Agent of Galaxy.
I think that's the only
one.
viable one. I've seen other people play around with like the Tornadus or whatever one.
It's so dog shit.
Yeah, it's not good. It's definitely not good.
So you don't believe in the Invoker in this game per se? Like you would if you were to make a prediction, it would be going the way of Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, I think Liquid's draft. I mean, they got Naga SF. This one's a classic. It's really strong.
It's really good. I mean, I love playing Axe into Invoker. That guy dies in a single call with Blade Mail. He does a lot of damage to himself.
That's true.
But it's Stormer Invoker. If there's anybody that can do it, it's him.
I mean, like, the one plus side is you have the Tornado that can cancel. It's a free Yules, right, in the early game, potentially.
True.
Which
Axe
helps.
jumps in, you tornado him.
Yeah.
By some time.
I just haven't seen an Invoker carry a game in a long time, so skeptical.
Is this indeed, Jenkins, the game where if OG is going to do this, it is on the back of Stormer's Invoker?
Definitely. He got last pick. We were naming some other options for like good last picks, and they picked the riskiest one, but also probably his best hero. So yeah, it's definitely going to be on his back.
Okay, a lot of pressure on this Invoker. Let's see how Stormer and OG does, if they can force out that third game, or if Liquid will take it 2-0 with OD Pixel and Kezu.
There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 2 time, and indeed we're going to see some Stormstormer Grandmaster tier Invoker coming in, as we had on the stats. It's actually been played 2 times already this tournament. Hasn't won a game yet.
Yeah.
Let's see if Stormstormer can break through that. And of course, for Liquid, their last pick, they get the last pick Axe. You know, was not banned out this time from OG. So Liquid and Saberlight, they're like, well, you know what? I'll do it
Why
again.
not? Let's do it one more time.
Yep.
Well, I will say Stormstormer will have to put on quite a show, at least to my understanding, which he can, because he's probably the best Invoker in the world. There's going to be some haters out there. Miracle? No. This guy on Invoker, he's the shit. He's the real one. And he does have good side lanes. But yeah, I think that there's some stuff in the draft that I'm personally not the biggest fan of.
Yeah.
So I would like them to let their individual skill and their team play speak for itself.
Do they want to go for a bit of a brawl here? Probably not with these 3 heroes. It's just going to be a 2 for 2 on the bounties. Yeah, let's see if OG can do it. I mean, would you say that their chances are better this draft than it was with the Game 1 draft, or?
I actually preferred the first one.
You did actually prefer the first one.
I think that one maybe came down a bit more to like some gameplay, or some mistakes, or Liquid playing really well, whatever you might want to call it. This time around, to me, it's a bit harder. I'm looking for them to like have explosive, or maybe not explosive lanes, but good lanes. You do have the Frost Dragon. You're gonna have a stun set up for the X-Sword as well, and same with top with the Imprisonment. So looking for Stormstormer to get a bit of a sped-up game through his Sunstrikes.
And do you like the sort of character decision from OG? Obviously, last game we kind of had Chad trying something a bit kind of new school. Now it's a bit old school, going for this DK carry that teams have sort of strayed away from in this patch. Top lane, we'll actually see them get the kill there, mix up. Able to take down Toby, so a good start there this time around for OG on the first blood front. But yeah, so the DK carry, where does that sort of sit right now in this patch?
I would say it's so-so. I know that OG are, they definitely want to like use flex picks a lot because both Stormstormer and Shad, they both play the DK. I think the Frost DK is not that bad. I don't know if I love it against the TB necessarily. I think that's a good matchup for TB unless something changed.
On top.
Good disruption onto the TB.
We'll see how well they deal with this sort of duration of the first Metamorphosis. So far, even with Toby going down there, Mikkei's farm's been fine on the first few waves. And because I guess that's the other question as well. You were sort of saying after last game, it's like if they don't ban the Axe,
it's because
they've got they've got a sort of solution or an idea against it. Do you sort of see anything from OG's lineup that sort of says, hey, you know what, kind of makes sense why they let the Axe go through? Or do you think it's still kind of caught them by surprise being the last pick?
Yeah, I could see SD is quite good against it, but Kidaru, I believe, is giving up kind of a freebie here.
Yeah, not anything that Shaq could do to save him. So, okay, well, they got the SD.
Yeah, like SD, Silencer is like so-so, because sure, when you go in with like the Blink Call, he globals, maybe you don't get the follow-up kill. But I will say the support duo of SD Silencer, it's quite punishable. They don't do too much. So, if I'm Saberlight, I would say I'm quite happy with Axe this game once more. And Nisha seems to be quite happy with this mid lane.
He is. First few waves have gone very well from 16-4 against the 7-2. Is this expected SF into Invoker or on the early levels?
SF is supposed to win. Maybe not quite this hard at this point, but Invoker loses basically any lane he goes into. Oh, okay.
Oh.
Nasty pulls.
All right. Well, what's going to... can they kill him?
Well, so what do we got? We got a disruption.
You got an SD coming in.
Into a blood grenade.
Reason?
Reason, question mark.
Reason? Mike. Okay. So anyway, so yeah, they're going to have the disruption. Get a Forge Spirit out. Got a Sunstrike at the ready afterwards.
What do we got on Mikkei? We got any...
What's he got? Any stick charges or anything? No, just a Fairy Fire. But he is full HP.
I think he's fine.
Yeah, he's
oh, yeah, he is fine.
He is very fine. Yeah, it's just not far too much for them to try and go for a kill on him. So Nisha's chilling.
Yep.
Wait, did you say what we got on Mikkei?
What?
Or did I imagine that?
I meant to say what do we got on Nisha.
Okay. I was like, well, Mikkei. Mikkei's nice.
Is he TPing mid? Thunder.
Yep.
But yeah, Liquid getting pretty good stuff out of their lanes. Of course, the first blood on Mixer in the top lane will make a very big difference. Maybe he can speed up his Vanguard, because then he should be quite untouchable.
Bottom!
Oh, Saberlight.
He's dead. Well, very nice for them to push for that and get that kill. Boxy not able to save him.
Very nice. Maybe disrespecting the global pure damage from the Sunstrike coming in, of course.
That's true. Stormstormer doesn't miss. He's ready with them when he needs to.
You better not miss on a DK stun. That'd be pathetic.
Well, we'll call him out when he does, and if he does, we'll be looking out for those.
My brother don't miss.
Look, he missed.
That was a creep early on or something.
Or it might have been like scouting the spawn when at 0 minutes.
Maybe, or the range creep. You know, you got like, we'll let that one go.
We saw the range creep one that did hit Nisha, so I think it was one maybe.
It's
beforehand.
a scouting one.
I think it was a scouting one.
Trying to make him look bad here.
Yeah. Well, we're keeping track of those Sunstrikes. We'll be watching.
Absolutely.
You know what we need as well? We need that stat for missed dunks. We'll get that ready for the next series when Saberlight probably plays out again. We need to see how good he is at hitting the threshold.
Yeah,
so we can get missed dunks for next time. We'll work on that.
And or how much his team is griefing him.
Any other good missed things? Missed arrows, but that is creeps.
Yep.
Sunstrikes and dunks. We'll get dunks added to that.
Yep, we'll get that added, don't worry. Let's see, how are OG doing on the region down bottom? Still have one Tango on Shad, but that's about it. So they're gonna need to bring out some new stuff against the Harass.
Stormstormer catching up a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think at this point, you know, what 21-8 against 30-7. This is not bad for the Invoker. This is you're doing well.
Yeah, no,
considering the hand that you sort
honestly,
of dealt
this was
yourself.
pretty good.
Yeah.
If you get this hero through the lane without like losing too hard, that's honestly a win. Because this hero's laning stage is just absolute, it's dog shit, just straight up.
Oh, of course, one of the benefits of the DK is Shad's going to be chilling down bottom. Very hard hero to bully out after the first few levels. Top lane. Oh, see down bottom, Kidaro. I was going to try and chase down Boxy a bit, but...
Oh, he's chilling. He's got the boots, got the Windlace. Boxy also still has a ward on him, so very likely going to be trying to place that aggressively on the enemy jungle side.
Still continue to fight on between the two of them. Boxy.
Remember that there's a potential Sunstrike.
Oh, where's the Sunstrike? Here it comes. It's not going to be enough. He's got the...
X.
Oh, yep. There's enough to get the kill at the end of the day, but does mean that with as long as he lived, Boxy, there was enough to set up for Saberlight to come across and get a kill in return. Oh, amplified damage rune here on the support Naga Siren. So no further control. Top lane, Mixer nearly dying. Got stick charges and does have the Ring of Health to rely on to keep him out in the lane. Taking quite a beating, and as we see on the CS, and not really able to slow down Mickey's farm. He's having free farm here at the top. Top net worth as the Terrorblade.
Yeah, and I don't see much that's going to stop Mickey, at least in the next couple minutes. Looks like they want to invade this Wisdom. Maybe Nisha will make his way over. He is angling.
Mixer's pretty low.
Stormstormer with a TP.
Mixer's ready to fight back. Stormstorm's going to get caught by the Hex, and Mickey's moving in with the rest of the Metamorphosis. Stormstorm's taking quite a hit. The Metamorphosis does come to an end. They've got the Shaka, but the Sunstrike's in. Lands straight on a Boxy. Liquid still wanting to push forward as they brought Nisha over as well to contest the Shrine of Wisdom, but... Okay, OG, can they still push Nisha off this? He's got the Requiem ready to push them back and make sure there's the space for them to grab the Shrine of Wisdom and get out with the TPs. Anything to stop Mickey's? There is not.
Yeah, that's nasty, because these heroes... Reason?
Mouse. There we go. Nisha was prepared. He heard us yelling.
All right.
Yep.
Because the OG supports, they really need XP. Like, actually, they're 2-4-5, Silencer, SD, Invoker. My lord, these heroes are XP starved. So, they might want to look at some stacks early on. Help not only Mixer, but also themselves, because they will need those ultimates.
Vanguard's online, so yeah, he'll be chilling up there, Mixer.
Yeah, that will definitely help a lot, because currently we don't have any stacks yet, but I believe now that you lose both Wisdom Shrines, you might want to look for some of them.
Yeah, difficult to get in onto Mickey now.
Yeah, I'm looking at how... Like, what is going to happen on the map? I think Liquid have a few capabilities as, yep, Stormstormer in trouble.
Whoop. Might just go straight in for him. No way to save himself there. Bottom. I got the setup on Saberlight. I'll get the cool off. And the Dragon Tail is there. It's going to opt for the TP out, and he's away. They haven't got the damage to kill him.
It's still their best point of attack, I believe. You can't do too much in mid with the subs and the Invoker. I think Mickey is very hard to be pressured, which kind of only leaves Saberlight. I mean, with the Sunstrike, if Stormstormer had been alive, that most likely was a kill. But yeah, in the next couple of minutes, may not be too easy for OG to play on the map. That will be the Midas on Stormstormer.
All right. Nisha and Mickey. Definitely a bit of a problem, both of these heroes. Both these players getting quite a lot of farm. Shad trying his best to keep up.
There'll be a very early Yasha here on Nisha, who's got himself another very nice active rune with the regen. Looks like their Liquid are looking for a double gate into the enemy safe lane. I mean, this is a weakness of Invoker. This hero does not move, and this hero does not defend. He doesn't defend anybody, not even himself.
Uh-oh, Shad.
Uh-oh.
Look at the Hex. Into the call. TPs are coming in. There's a defensive disruption. Give a bit of a chance for Shad. Allows him to turn with the Dragon Tail. Sunstrike will connect, bringing Saberlight pretty low. Mixer pushes forward to chase down the Axe. Saberlight goes down. Song's going to be here for Toby. Look at the setup. They're thinking about...
Requiem.
Oh, they're going to have it in position. Here's the timing. Is it there? It is. Straight on top of Kadara. The silencer gets destroyed. Mixer's still pretty healthy, though. So Mixer should be fine. Off to the side, though. Daze will fall. Not a chance there against Mickey and Boxy. Same time as you said, Stormstormer, he's an Invoker. He don't move. He just sits mid, hits tower, hits creeps. You know, that's kind of the Invoker's life at the moment.
Yeah. I mean, if they get through this time...
Oh, there we go. The Arcane Midas. Feels good.
Arcane Midas, the budget Octarine, early game.
Actually, is it going to last long enough for him to get use of it out? How long does Arcane last?
I would have said 45.
I think he picked it up with 46 seconds left, so he might not get to use it. We'll see. We'll keep track of that. Is it 45 or 50 seconds, Arcane?
Honestly, I'm not sure. That got changed so much.
I think he's going to get to use it before. Whilst there's the Arcane reduction.
He's getting to use it.
You sure?
Yeah.
How sure are you? Are you actually sure?
I'm sure. No. Look at it. Look at it.
Well, he's going to try and get involved with this play on a Mickey.
Sunstrike, counter.
Oh, easy jukes from Mickey. Turns, free Sunder.
Really get the Midas off.
He's got to use the Midas before the Arcane wears out. That's the most exciting thing of this team fight. Mickey's already dying. They might just have him. Mickey will fall. He's got to use the Midas before the Arcane. No, he didn't use it. It's too late. Some people did, but he didn't use the Midas before the Arcane wore out, and he had a couple of seconds to do it there.
He did.
Where's the efficiency? He gets kills. They might get a tower, but the Arcane Midas. Come on.
Well, the double kill surely will help, because, that was a really good move.
That was very good kill. They kill Mickey.
Yeah, kill the TB, kill Boxy, you get the tier 1 also. In the meantime, Kidaro gets to receive the mid lane. Daze needs a lane next. My brother is level 4, don't let my brother starve. Let my brother on SD eat. He needs that ult.
Or Saberlight.
Nope.
Stormstormer, ready to make moves.
Cold Snap, Ice Wall.
Further TP coming in. They've got the curse on a Saberlight. He's going to go for the TP out. They've got nothing left. Nothing left to stop that, so knowing that he can get out of there easily. But starting to see some good stuff here, Stormstormer. 2-1 and 4. Could be the magic required here to get OG a pretty good game.
Oh, absolutely. Once he gets towards these travels, becomes a little more mobile on the map, can keep pushing out these side lanes, help his team later on. I mean, how will they find Sunstrike kills around the map? Because they don't really have any setup. Maybe later, when or if Shad decides to buy a Blink Dagger. Until then, they'll have to work around the SD Purge, maybe the Disruption.
Shad nearly having the Maelstrom. Janisha and Mickey, even with that death up top, continuing to be quite the step ahead on farm. Full Vessel. Now bought for the first time on Saberlight. You know, considering the amount of acts that he's playing, switching it up a bit this game, going for the complete upgrade.
Sunstrike.
It's coming in.
Oh, the 4G. It did it.
He doesn't miss Stormstormer.
He don't miss.
Has he still just missed the one? We'll have to get that sub. Oh,
no, he missed the earlier one.
Oh, he's missed 2, you're right. Not bad, though. 75%.
Yeah, we take those. Oh, Kidaro. Dodges the raise.
I tell you, these item timings, especially on this mid-SF, are pretty terrifying.
Oh, they are.
It's going to be, what, kind of pre-14 minutes, he's going to have Yashikaya.
I guess Saberlight opted for the Vessel. Just it's not super easy to just go blink in. I think your follow-up damage isn't the best, and you're also playing into like 2 saves with the global. So I don't mind it too much, playing like a less committal build. As Kidaro doing a lot of drawing, anticipating where Liquid may move with one of their smokes.
Oh, and looking in for the Roshan here with the Serpents. This might be a little bit earlier than OG would expect Liquid to go for this.
Yeah, I would not read this move.
I mean, they're getting away with it.
Yep.
Yeah, no surprises there. Fastest was seen on this hero that Shikaya timing this patch.
Yeah,
or this tournament at least.
No, you just keep stacking the raises. You've got the wards. That's a pretty cool Roche actually. Toby? Should be
Sunstrike. Yeah, dude, if he sees illusion, he could go for a blind Sunstrike.
That's true.
It would be pretty hard to hit. But imagine.
That would be cool.
Might not want to affect his accuracy rating so far, though. So might
That's true. We don't want to. We don't want to lower that one. Oh, Stormstormer. He definitely knows the ins and outs of this hero. Invoker loves to play in the side lanes when it comes to the mid game, with the forges, the travels, the blink dagger. They're looking for something.
Oh.
Hello, Boxy.
Now get the cold snap into the tornado onto Nisha. Boxy is definitely dead. They get the demonic burst down onto Nisha. They might be able to push for the SF, but Toby's in with the song. Gives Nisha easily the chance to back away. A good practice moves here from OG. They're not letting any objectives go for free. They're ready to start pushing themselves, get rid of the tier 1 tower in that mid lane.
That was very good. You defend your own, you take theirs. Boxy with a little bit of a misstep there.
Mix-up. Closing in on the blade mail timing.
Looks like he's going for the shard first on BB. I do prefer that.
Okay.
I think the blade mail, I mean, it's really good against the SF, but that's kind of it. I think
Just
the
get the
shard
sace out.
everyone.
Yeah, that's fair. In terms of timings for Saberlight on the other side, on the off lane, he's very close to the blink dagger, about 500 gold. Mickey's got his Manta, looking towards the Skadi next, and Nisha also looking to buy a blink this game on this SF, so he can get in good spots for the Requiems.
I mean, if Kidaro's on the money, Nisha shouldn't really get any explosive or cool blink Requiem plays off, because he should just get globaled. Of course, you have to be a little faster because of the...
Oh, and Stormer, there we go. Easy one with the back of a Dazing Kidaro, catching Saberlight out on his own whilst he was trying to farm down here.
Yeah, good setup. They have very nice side lane wards. Chad also closing in on the Mjolnir. Boxy's looking for something. Remember, there's a global, so they're just poking.
Yeah, this is not going to be a kill. And Boxy might, in fact, just die for that poke. So he gets a reaction. TPs do come in, but it does die for this. Loses the ward as well. Yeah. And also, they get the deny on the tower.
Oh, OG are definitely taking, getting control of this game at the moment.
Damn.
He ain't wrong.
In them with their own line there.
He ain't wrong.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Stormstormer still looking on the side. I mean, he can be very annoying. He's got the global backup. He has travel and blink himself. If you're Liquid, you kind of need to stop this map split at the moment from OG. If Stormstormer is just allowed to sit here, he's going to be very annoying.
I'm interested to see what Saberlight's able to do as well this game, because he's fallen behind a bit on the axe this time.
He hasn't really gotten any moves going. And he might
be in trouble again. They've got the setup upon him. Is there any sort of save coming in? He's going to tick down pretty low here. They'll get the reel in on the wards. Daze will go down. They've got the control as well on the side, but the stun strike is thrown down on a Boxy. They're trying to kill off Mixer, but Mixer's able to get out of the Serpent wards. Nisha's trying to chase, but he's getting slowed down by the goo. Will not be able to close it on the Bristol. Mixer's out. Saberlight, can he get in with the blink? He's already used it, so still cooldown for 10 seconds. So Mixer's perfectly fine. Will get out of there. Liquid, of course, at the least are able to make sure that they turn up and ensure that Saberlight doesn't get killed off this time.
Well, just one kill on the SD. Who cares? In the meantime, Shad, he's just vacuuming all the way through the top lane. Should be closing in or finishing his Mjolnir.
He's coming out. He got it, yeah, and he's already halfway onto the blink. Shad is, catching back up. And he's maintained that sort of 1k gold, sort of difference between him and Mickey and Nisha.
When they get this blink on DK, as I think Boxy might just be giving his life again.
Uh-oh. Sunshine's coming in, and Daze, he's going to keep dropping Boxy's lines on him.
Will they deward the ward Boxy placed? Doesn't look like it, not this time. But yeah, with the DK blink on Shad, I feel like that's when you can really unlock the silencer with the global as well. Because then finally he has someone that goes in, you blink stun, you have an easy Sunstrike setup, so Uji getting quite strong.
That's the thing, right? With OG, when you're looking to try and fight with your DK, or you're not, you're kind of letting him do his own stuff.
Anytime you, once you get this blink and you have global, you can take nearly any fight. Because I will say, you don't just want to sit back and just wait.
No, I don't think so, right?
It is a very good TB game still, and Mika is getting a lot of farm.
And so is this SF, right? So you've kind of got these two very, very hard scaling cores, getting space on Liquid.
And like anytime you have global, basically your entire team has BKBs. It's not like they can use any spells, they have nothing to take it off, so it's kind of just free real estate. Blink is available.
All right, let's see if Shab finds some opportunities to get involved.
Maybe they could smoke potentially on like an active rune or around this bottom area.
Well, they're coming in on the top. Oh, not again, Boxy. Oh, they've got the cold snap on him. He'll turn, get the Hex off. He'll drop the Serpent Wards. Has the Shackles as well on a Stormstormer, but the Global's there. The Meatball comes in. Boxy, dead again.
Gone.
Okay. Can him and Nisha do anything with this? The Cool Ball come in. They catch a big one. Saberlight swinging in from the side. Catches Stormstormer on the retreat.
That is the Torn timing, so Liquid might just pick that one up for free.
I mean, they're smoking up. I think they want to still try and fight this 4 versus 5.
Okay, let's see. No global, though, so they need a good jump.
It's risky.
They need a good jump.
Definitely risky trying to stop this, because already the Tormentor, it's gone. So I think with that in mind, do they really want to keep trying to push for this, OG?
Maybe they're expecting some people to TP
Shad.
out.
He's heading in. He'll get the jump on a Mickey. The call will come in into the rank room. Shad is just getting destroyed. A defensive disruption comes in, but he's so low. They'll use the song. I mean, they'll want to surely stick around and finish off the killer against this Dragon Knight. Shad, he's dead. Mickey turns over towards Daze. Daze to fall. Double kill for Mickey. Mixer also in trouble. I mean, he's turned up, thrown in a meatball, but now he's got to run.
Okay, he should be fine. He is dusted and battle hungered, but I believe he is
That's a lot of slows. I mean, Toby's coming in from the side.
Oh, no.
Oh.
Oh, no.
I mean, why did they go for that, Kesu? That was not the fight, surely. And off to the side, look at this. Okay,
he got him.
He gets a +1.
That's why they did it.
Is he getting out?
Yeah, he is.
But there's 4 dead on OG completely off the back of their own play there, running into them.
Yeah, that's just sad. That was not the one. I mean, they were maybe hoping for...
Oh, and they might just lose Daze as well.
Oh, no. It's a chain feed.
That's the second time. Comes in with a respawn there. Further respawns coming in. They're TPing over Daze. He's not going to live, surely. Now I guess Shad's jumped in on this. Is he strong enough to do this? I don't know. It's getting a bit risky. Okay, they'll kill off Saberlight.
Okay.
So Shad's aggression does at least get them something there at the end of it all. Nisha's out, though. But it's risky, and OG, they've got to be careful with these moves. Bottom lane.
Okay. Some poke onto Mickey.
See what Stormstormer can do. Mickey does have the Sunder available if he can get it off. There it is. So Mickey's going to be fine. But yeah, OG, when they go for these sort of team fight movements, they can't afford to do that again. They already set them back about 6, 7K.
Yeah. You need global. You need a straight fight. You jump with DK. You pop. You make sure that Stormstormer is in position to pop his spells, and you have global available.
Sure.
They do not need to take a risk like that. Scotty now completed on Mickey. He is a very hard target, even if you start on him.
Yeah, he got so much out of that last fight. He was already at the top, and now that's just propelled him even further ahead on the Terrorblade this game.
That's 2,700 HP on this TB once he's on Strength Threads. And yeah, Nisha with a completed BKB.
Smoke time from Liquid. Daze. He's got Mixer by his side. Mickey's going to put the Metamorphosis ready to go. The Cold Snap does come in. Sunstrike off the mark this time. Mickey. He's got the backup coming in as there's the jump forward. Saberlight able to dunk onto Daze.
Oh,
Mixer just getting destroyed here by the two of them. The Global comes in, but it won't save Mixer as the Bristle falls. And the Stormstormer is getting chased down here by both Saberlight and Nisha. He'll get the blink off. He'll be fine. And Nisha's going to continue to move in. Toby's coming in from the side. He's got the net on towards Gadaro.
Let him dunk, let him dunk. Very nice.
I mean, it seems to sort of be a similar story as the first game, right? There was sort of, the hope was there for OG in the early game. And again, here, it looked good. They were keeping it close. But a couple of bad moves, and the game just falls massively into Liquid's hands.
They have to reset. Because now, I mean, it was one super big blunder into now a smaller one. And suddenly, it's just a 10k lead. I mean, your draft is still playable.
Yeah.
It's not like the game is over, but you have to reset.
And this gets to the difference, right, in the farm. Mickey is coming up to 5k ahead of the farmer Shad. 2 levels ahead as well. 24 minutes in. They're going to be able to head back, get another Roche here.
Yeah, second Roche at 24 minutes. Ages for Mickey.
And they're playing fast, Liquid.
Oh, they are.
Sunstrike. Not going to do much here with as much as there was in the pit, splitting that. A tough one here now for OG.
Still a 36% Dota plus probability. All right. I will give it a bit less, but I have hope. But it's really up to them if they can find a way to execute their draft and their heroes together in a fight. With Shad's BKB, I do think they get another little power spike. Drop him the Alacrity before he blinks in. Blink stun, Sunstrike, you've got the global to follow it up. Well, if you're an OG fan, just keep your eyes closed when this TV is on the screen. Because Mickey he's a monster.
He's
an absolute monster.
He's having such a good game here. Only the one death, and outside of that, this farm has been pretty flawless.
Wonka. Some stuff happening. Kidaro trying to hide.
Oh, he's out of it.
He's good. He's good.
Oh, Toby might just find Stormer. Could use the setup with the song if he wants to. It's coming in, but just a little too late and a little too far.
Close one.
Radiance is under attack.
OG, what's the plan going to be?
You've got the DK BKB now. Someone is dying? Yeah. Plan is die for now.
Chasing down Mixer.
And they're losing racks.
They are. Boxy doing some work here with the Serpent Wards. We'll force some of them back. Next fight, Nisha. Also has an amplified damage room ready in the bottle.
I believe the plan is to, if Liquid go high ground, well, you poke the first guy with Invoker spells, but when a fight breaks out, you need to kill Naga first. When Saberlight jumps in, Daze needs to save that guy, and then you hope for the best.
Smoke time from OG. They're going to try and see if they can catch Liquid off guard. It's risky, but they definitely are in a position where they have to take risks. They're against, doing the smoke into the Aegis. But Mickey still has.
Oh, I think this one is easy to read. You see, these illusions will hit the base and nobody will show themselves. Well, at least Stormstormer is here. He's making it work. Toby's got a pretty...
They're going for a big wraparound. If they can find the Naga Siren first, get rid of the threat. I mean, obviously there's no song at the moment online for Toby. It's still cooldown for 30 seconds anyway. But would be one of the easier kills to start things off with. Shad's going to turn up, drop the ward. They've hit the jump. And they will indeed be able to burst him low, but not able to kill him though. Toby lives. The global will come out, but the call's already there on today. Shad moves forward with the BKB, will be able to take the Naga Siren down. Turns over towards Boxy. They'll be able to get the 2 supports, but Nisha and Mickey, they're cleaning up. Shad gets torn apart by Nisha. Triple kill on the SF. They can kill the supports, but they really can't get anything else here, OG, as they're going to suffer once again. And Stormstormer trying to find Nisha.
He can't.
But Nisha's just juking and dancing back up to the high ground. He'll drop the Icefall Stormstormer, but Mickey's in on top of him. They just can't kill these cores, Kezu.
No, they can't. That's a team wipe. Yeah, the Aegis is still available. They
couldn't even get that.
You got the subs, but that's about it. They're getting too strong. I mean, it's only really Shad that can threaten them, but I think both Mickey and Nisha can just stand their ground.
Yeah, they just kill him. They really do at this point. They're that far ahead here. Now, both Nisha and Mickey have just had pretty smooth games. Both of them zooming ahead in farm. Between the two of them, just the one death on Mickey. You know, Nisha not dying at all this game. They made it look kind of easy.
They really did.
So G, I'll get to bring together one more fight. Saberlight, he might not let them do that though, as he's already in with the call onto Mixer. Make sure there's space for Mickey to finish with the melee racks.
Still got the Aegis.
If they want to get back in, Storm's going to get the angle here with the Tornado and Meat pulled down onto Saberlight. Deafening Blast coming in, but the BKB's there. Saberlight can walk it off. Katara will get the curse out. He's leading in. They'll have a disruption and try and set things up. Shad's in with the jump on a Boxy. The song's there though. As the song, they'll use it. Well, Saberlight was thinking of backing off, but now, in fact, maybe it's like, you know what, we can stick around and fight. Tornado's going to get him, though, and in fact, no. The retreat will continue from Liquid, so they'll leave Saberlight behind on that one.
I think not everyone got the memo of the song there. But OG will take the 1 kill on the way out. Well, that's still a double rack's gone. Let's see. Mickey working on a Silver Edge for a break. I mean, Boxy is also closing in shortly on a level 15 talent, which will also break. So, not really great if you're the DK or the Bristle. And a BKB.
OG. Stepping over onto Liquid's side of the map. Roshan not going to be up yet for at least another 2 minutes. Boxy. They will have him. Still get the jump onto the Shaman. Boxy's going to go down, but Mickey's in position ready to go. Takes down Daze in a couple of hits. They'll be able to get the disarm on towards Mickey for now, but he's stepping up. OG have to back away from this Terrorblade. Oh, Mixer.
Oh.
Ooh. Okay.
Damn.
Actually gets away there. They didn't catch him. Didn't see him with the call. So 1 for 1. OG they'll take that.
Oh, absolutely. They got the meta out of the team also. It's gonna be a Linken's finished onto Nisha. Well, OG needs something big. Stormstormer getting close to his axe. That surely will help. I mean, Shad is working on a pike, which, yeah, it will help, but in my mind, he needs something more explosive. Maybe a Daedalus, maybe the pike into the Daedalus then on the Dragonite.
Now, what else have they got coming soon, OG? BKB should be ready for the next fight for Mix-Up.
Yep.
And he's got the money for the Aghanim, Stormstormer, if he wishes to spend up. Shad pretty far out on the map right now. I'll blink back just in time before Liquid were approaching there with that sweep. Well, Liquid can chill if they want and wait for the next Roshan. Potentially up very soon.
Seems like that is indeed their plan.
OG, I mean, I could see them going for a smoke play to try and fight the Roche, right? Surely, you know, do you think they are in a sort of shape to take the fight around the Roche?
I'm not opposed to it. I think you have one of two plays. You either fight the Roche and you surprise them, or when Liquid start running down the bottom lane to take your last set of racks, you need to surprise them in like the middle of the lane. You cannot just take a fight where Liquid get to set up and choose whatever they do. Gonna have to come up with a plan and try to execute.
Aghanim's online for Stormstormer, so he's ready with the Cataclysms.
This Linken's is really annoying. How do you kill this SF now? You cannot blink Dragon Tail him. You need to wait for the pike and blink pike him into the stun.
OG's coming in with the smoke now that they know it's getting close to the Roshan being back in play. Liquid set up pretty formidably though.
Right, look at the Radiant base. There's creeps right there, and nobody is there to clean them. You know that OG are out and about on the map. Looks like Liquid are moving forward.
They might get the jump on Stormstormer. There it is. They walk up, call into the Requiem, into the dunk, and that's Stormstormer out for 70 seconds. No buyback as he's spent up for the Aghanims. The rest of OG, if they got anything with the four of them, Shad has to BKB and run. He's got to get away from Mickey with his Metamorphosis. Nisha, he'll jump in aggressively. They get the call in onto Mixer. Mixer gets the BKB off, but the right clicks come flying through. He will survive only just. As Mixer gets out, but somehow OG, they've got to survive still 45 seconds or so without their Invoker.
This is a tough ask. Shad doesn't even do that much to his TV. You've got the Mjolnir procs, which is good. But how do you defend? Good call.
Call, Saberlight. Gets the grab, they get the follow-up Hex in on towards Shad. Shad starting to back off, but Boxy reaches in with the Shackles.
Disruption.
A lot of damage on a Saberlight. Boxy should fall in. Mixer pushing them away. Saberlight will try for another call, but doesn't quite get the taunt onto Mixer. They'll use the song here from Toby to back off, but at the leash, OG, they have managed to push Liquid away.
Good hold. Daze got a lot of damage off of that disruption there.
Let's have a look. Blind Sunstruck in 5 seconds. Let's go.
It's coming.
It's not coming.
It's not coming.
No. At this point, if he hits that, that would be some, that'll be some hacks there.
But it might give them Roche.
20k behind, but getting the Roshan.
Yep.
That's quite a turn up.
That's
for the
really good.
Oh, he's on the move though.
No.
Oh no, Roshan, he's off.
We're good.
They got him.
They're good. They're good. Aegis, Refresher. Very nice.
All right. OG. Absolute signs of life.
So who's taking the Refresher? We're giving it to Kidaro.
Dude, you got to give it to the Invoker, right? Double Cataclysm.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Why not?
You get that back over towards Stormstormer.
Yeah, you should chat it up. You're right. Get the double Invoker spells.
Yep. And they're not mega creeped yet, of course. Still have that bottom set of racks up, OG. Stormstormer now does have the gold, the luxury of buyback. If that sort of jump comes in again from Liquid. I guess the question now is, if you're Liquid, how much do you sort of respect and are scared of this Aegis on the Dragon Knight? Do you just hold back and wait it out, or do you sort of say, well, you know what, we're still going to go for them?
I'm sure you can still play the map. You just need to get yourself into the position. I mean, DK Aegis, it's fine. It's not like incredible. I would say that Stormstormer is the scariest guy on the map right now. Like just in these long, dragged out fights, multiple tornadoes, EMPs. I mean, perhaps Mickey just wants to get a BKB, sell the Falcon Blade, finish up the BKB, then nothing can really go wrong. And they have to respect Daze. This disruption on the meta TV,
true.
That shit hurts. Saberlight with a very nice neutral item. The D's Blood Ride with the higher AoE.
Mickey. Yeah, doesn't want to try anything here onto Mixer. Maybe if Saberlight's around. Saberlight now TPing over. Liquid will be happy to try for a pick-off. They get the chance here on the mid. Mixer, is he ready for this?
They're on a ward.
Starting to edge away. Shad's going to get in with the jump first, but he gets caught by the Hex. The meatball gets thrown down in the middle. It's not going to connect onto anyone. Shad is getting absolutely destroyed here by the damage from Mickey. They'll have the disruption coming in. Will separate Shad, at least for now, from the Terror Blade. Also, Mixer getting the chance to step back. So they'll avoid the Metamorphosis for now. They're actually going to look to get back in. They're back in with the stun. The Cataclysm comes in. They've killed Mickey off. As the Aegis gone in return there by Shad.
That's huge.
If they can get more from this OG, or even if they don't, they kind of don't lose anything else, they'll be happy with this trade. Stormstorm, those big called legs. The Global comes in, stops the Requiem going off. They've got the Dragon Tail stun in, on towards Nisha. Tornado in onto the two of them. Shad brings the damage to take Nisha down. Saberlight will fall. OG, they're bringing together the comeback.
The Refresher Shard on Kidaro. Secondary Global just fully bails out Stormstorm and kills 3 more people. Where the haters at?
Yeah, look at that. Liquid's getting shaken up after those few plays. This one looked to be absolutely in the bag for Liquid, but OG coming through with some clutch moves, holding on.
Yeah, no more of those moves are allowed in this game. By the time they respawn, this is down to like a 5k lead perhaps. They're gonna clean the tier 2. Maybe, yeah, you can go hit the tier 3. No, you've got the Alacrity, you've got DK. All right, that's the first glyph.
Now we'll see this again.
Yep.
Now at this point, it was like, all right, they want to try and turn, but as you say, that global just completely ruining the setup and follow-up that they were trying to go with Nisha. Getting him with that jump and looking for the Requiem. Couldn't get it off, and now back in action.
Toby.
They're diving tier 4s. I mean, they're definitely going to try and see how much they can get with this timing. Mickey's going to be back up in 10 seconds, but Nisha's still dead for 35 or so. He has got buyback. Can they force out some of these buyback? They're onto the tier 4s.
Oh, this is some OGTI.
Yeah, Liquid, what are they going to do?
Okay,
They've got a modification. That's the buyback from Toby. Mickey back in action, still 20 seconds without Nisha. Are they going to be able to get any sort of jump? They'll settle for the melee racks. They'll get the range racks as well with the Forge Spirit, and they'll back off. Suddenly, that was 20 or so K lead. It's down to a 5K. So a massive gold swing. And definitely with XP as well, considering the kills that they got in those last few moves there. OG,
yeah, you got
OG, they're absolutely back in the game.
You got a whole set of racks also. Full BKB completed onto Stormstormer. Daedalus is up and running onto Shad, looking for an overwhelming blink.
I got Aghanims on days.
That's quite big. A near full AC also on Mixa. Alrighty, things just got spicy.
Yeah, Shad, massive now on the DK, and doing the damage. If they can get in and get those sort of stuns onto either Mickey or Nisha, Shad will absolutely kill them at this point.
Oh yeah, especially if he's Alacrity and he gets a stun on Nisha, he's gone. Also, these globals still, they're going to continue to be annoying. I mean, sure, Nisha wants to work on a refresher, but using your Requiems against the global is just not easy.
I know, it's at this point as well. You know, when you see these Invoker players at this stage with their Aghanims, with their Octarines, you know that some crazy stuff's going to go down.
They're in their element.
This is right. Yeah, this Stormstorm is ready to play now to his full capacity. Yeah, this Invoker is an absolute nightmare in the team fights. He can press all the buttons in all the right orders.
Well, I like Nisha's choice of 25 talent with both the Yashakaya and the granted cast speed even more. Maybe you use it before the global comes out. I don't know. Might as well give it a try. Well, still a 6k lead. Next Roche still a little bit away.
Stormstormer.
He's thinking.
Yeah, I was wondering if he could maybe try and poke something out of Nisha there, but a bit too risky on his own. Buyback situation starting to look very good for OG. Everybody's pretty much got the money. A lot of money at the moment being built up by Nisha. I guess, yeah, wants to sort of try and get this blessing into the refresher, but does want to maintain buyback. So he's going to need a fair bit more to be able to afford all of that.
Let's see. Mickey's got the 25 talent. Longer duration on the meta. I guess we won't have too much have happen here until the Roche will spawn.
Yeah, Liquid, I'd imagine, after those last few moves, are going to want to play this very, very careful.
Yeah.
They absolutely have to respect the power of OG now in these team fights. After those last few failed attempts to try and close the game up. OG not afraid at all now to start pushing these waves out. So Liquid, they can settle for up top, go for the Tormentor. Smoke's going to be coming in from OG. See what sort of a catch they can find. It's going to dispel here, so they're going to know something's up. Boxy with the Invis rune, putting a stop to that smoke play.
They want to set up Roche. Let's see how long is the spawn.
It's a longer one, 3 minutes still. Actually, never mind. That timer lies. It's not 3 minutes. It's definitely less than that.
Oh, it's very much less than that.
Ignore the overlay. It's going to be up in a matter of seconds, the Roshan down bottom.
I mean, they do always have the Boots of Travel too on Stormstormer, which means he could defend the base. Maybe him and Shad should swap places to keep Shad on the map.
There we go. So Roche is up.
Ooh, Liquid are looking for another play into the base. I mean, they need to do it quick. Remember the global. Even if you do get a catch here.
Shad stepping up. Sableye going to try for it. They're in with the call. The global will come out, but already so much damage has been done. The Shad's dead. They couldn't get him out of that. Stormstorm's going to turn with the Meeples onto the three of them, but the shackles are there. Defensive disruption comes in. Can they get Stormstorm out? They can't. The call matches them into the dunk. Buyback from Shad, buyback from Stormstormer. Mixer beats down Sableye. Toby's going to try and get them out with the song. He'll offer the TP out himself. Can Mixer do enough damage to kill him? He can't. So 2 buybacks there having to come out from OG. Liquid only losing Sableye. So Liquid, they're happy with that one. It's a trade well done.
Those are 2 big buybacks, but you know that everyone is talking about the Roche right now. You know that meta was used. Sure, the DK form was as well. But Roche is the big thing up in the game right now.
Over to the pit they go.
Oh, in 20 seconds, Nisha has 2 Requiems and there's no global.
Oh, they're going to go straight to the pit, but the Illusions are spawning it out. Sableye has buyback available if he wants to head over for this one.
They will fight this. They need to make time for Nisha. He's the big boy in this fight.
Coming in from the side. Roshan's falling very, very quickly though. Shad's able to get the Aegis. They get the pickups here, OG.
They use the BKB.
So they still want to try and fight this. Nisha coming in from the side. He'll get the first Requiem off. Ready with the refresher. Sableye is in perfect position to Mixer, but Mixer's able to get the cheese off. The call will come in. Mixer will go down. Nisha with the second Requiem pushing the back again. Keeps Shad trapped in the pit. They take the Aegis out of the hands of the Dragon Knight. Sableye gets the catch on a Gadara. Up at the top. Daze gets caught by the Hex. The supports will fall from OG. As Liquid may not have got the Roshan or the pickups, but they do get the fight. And now, I've got a chance to push on. A minute, 3 dead. They haven't quite got the buyback. Got Mixer's very close. He's only 150 gold short. Needs someone to grab a bounty win, but they can't get on the map and do so. So Mixer will have to stay dead for this minute by the looks of it. We'll see how much Liquid can push in.
Well, at least they did get to hold their 2 heroes that didn't have buyback in the DK and the Invoker. But they're gonna come knocking on your door.
Oh, they absolutely
Meta is up,
are.
Song is up.
So they said they've got to try and survive without their bristle.
How long for the DK form? That's a big deal. It's not up and running.
On Boxy's just straight in.
That's a buyback.
So instant reaction there for Kadara. Daze is going to get in aggressively with the disruption. Shad's going to make the jump on towards Boxy. Pops the BKB here. Shad stands his ground, looks towards Mickey. Mickey turns, takes out Daze. The Cataclysm coming in, catches in on him. Mickey's falling low. He's got the Sunder at the ready. He's going to try and step forward to look for a target, but the Tornado catches onto him. He'll use it on Toby, get himself back up to full HP. They get the objectives, get the Mega Creeps out. Further buyback coming in from Boxy. Liquid, they want to end this. Nisha jumps in, gets the Requiem off, catches on towards Shad. Shad is gone for good. Kadara gets cut down by the dunk. Liquid should be able to end this here. Only Stormstormer Mixer left. The call's on a Mixer. Stormstormer's out. GG is called. Liquid, despite OG's best efforts here to turn this one round, will close up the game and close up the series 2-0.
Oh, actually a banger of a game. It looked very one-sided, then some OG magic that tried to make the comeback. But yeah, I gotta say, this Nisha Shadow Fiend, that was some real good performance for him.
Absolutely, yeah, coming in with that refresher play, clutch around the pit, and I think towards the end as well, using that 25, that cast speed to be able to get these quick Requiems casted that caused huge issues for OG. Definitely a better punch, that OG were able to come back with compared to what they could do in game 1, but not enough to stop Liquid. As Liquid get the series 2-0 today.
Congratulations to them, and we're gonna break this one down. This was a lot of fun coming out. At least the second half of the game, as the start was definitely Liquid all the way. But high ground defense when you have an Invoker on your team always gives a little bit of an extra kick. I know, Fear, you were not a big fan of the Invoker, but it was close to doing a lot of work.
Yeah, I mean, it looked okay in the game. It did a lot for what the hero was able to do. The one thing it did not do is shut down the Shadow Fiend. And that was kind of like the issue I had with it. I had no doubt that the Invoker would have some resemblance of a game, and he did. However, Nisha got a completely free lane, completely free game, and that was like the big issue, where it's like heroes like Lina and Sniper can maybe be a bit more oppressive. And perhaps it's not even just the hero picks themselves. I know they want to play around the map a lot and just use Sunstrike to get kills, which they did do. However, the typical way to shut Shadow Fiend down is to run to Shadow Fiend's lane, kill the Shadow Fiend, and pressure him. OG didn't even try to do it, and I think that kind of bit them in the ass towards the end of this game, just on how farmed and how much damage the Shadow Fiend was doing in these fights.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Invoker is a very flashy hero. In the right hands, it can definitely 1v5 if you can get to the late game, and Stormer was absolutely getting into that territory where you could tell like he was in his groove, like he was in the zone, he was hitting all of the Sunstrikes, he was being so obnoxious, sitting in the side lane, setting up, doing the thing on Invoker. You're sending Forge Spirits down the lane and then like camping them, waiting to just gank somebody. But on the enemy side, Nisha's playing Shadow Fiend. This is also one of those like flashy 1v5, extremely high skill heroes. And he had really great heroes to combo the Requiem with, even playing into the Global Silence. It's very difficult, but with Naga Song, with Axe to set up, with Shadow Shaman to set up, it really just required him to hit a good Requiem in the fight, and they would win it. Like, he could full to 0, even a very tanky hero like DK. When that OG magic was happening, it was when they were able to silence the Requiem. It was when they were able to stop him from doing that, and then Shad was able to kill everybody else with the help of Invoker.
Yeah, when they had the refresher as well, helped.
Yeah, that was good.
Yeah. They might have needed just a little bit of a better laning stage in order to really make their plan come to fruition, which they didn't have in the end of the day. I will say, as our commentary team said as well, this is definitely for OG a very much better showing than game number 1, which is something I think they should be happy with. And they were thinking about our anime arc of OG. This is a good step in the right direction.
I'll let you answer that one.
Yeah, it felt
That's your arc, not mine.
It felt a lot closer for sure, and I think there's no shame in losing to Liquid. I know every single tournament people will see them losing a game here or there to teams that they feel like they shouldn't. Every tournament they seem to have a stand-in, so it's like this team feels weaker than they they otherwise would. But it's like, once again, they've won the past 2 Wallachias. They're the reigning champions for a reason. It's very likely that they would make it through to playoffs. They also are a team that, whether they have a standard or not, they power up throughout the tournament. So it's a good showing for OG. They're going to need to continue their momentum and get better series to series. And for Liquid, no doubt they will continue to do that as well, because they do it every tournament.
This is also another game where Saberlight has like double-digit kills on Axe. Like, he's crushing it with this hero. It's looking really good. They even had multiple heroes to kind of like stop Axe's gameplay. Like, you have the Silencer, which in theory should help not contribute more damage to the call. They have the Shadow Demon, who's like supposed to be the save. You also have heroes like Invoker that have that Tornado to kind of deal with you. None of it seems to be enough. And either way, we've seen it before. This man, he was definitely the MVP. Once he got to this territory where you eat that Ags, buy a refresher, you are just an absolute monster in these fights. And they had no answer.
Even though it's like a hard game to hit the Requiems, like there's same thing against the Axe. There's a lot of saves. There's the Global Silence. But he was playing around it very well. Other than like one single fight, which, as you were mentioning, Shiver, there was actually a refresher shard on the Silencer that was from the secret Roche that OG took. So that was that OG magic, giving them that little oomph that they needed to win the fight, where Nisha didn't calculate for the second Global Silence to come out. So other than that, he was playing really well around it.
Yeah, we have a fight that we want to show you again that we saw at around minute 20. So the time when teams want to fight, because there's that Tormentor, Jenkins.
Yeah, this was really early on into the game. I just wanted to show this one because it kind of reflected what was going on for the entirety of the early game, which was poor Boxy. Like, he was setting up for himself to be Sunstruck with every shackle. Stormer was just cyberbullying him completely. But then we see Axe blink in. This is Saberlight's favorite hero currently. We saw this in both games, by the way, where a fight would start and it would look like it's going in the favor of OG, but in reality, Saberlight was waiting for the right opportunity to strike. And I feel like this is what makes him so good on Axe right now, is that he finds the important calls on the important heroes. So even if he's behind in the laning stage, even if he's going for like a Vessel non-Blade Mail build, he can still have a lot of impact.
Yeah, and after that fight, there was, I believe, within a minute or so, there was another fight that went the way of Team Liquid, and we thought that that was going to be a nail in the coffin, but it felt like maybe a fight later on was the one that would set Liquid up for victory.
Yeah, this one just kind of shows some of the reason why DK carry's not super good. If your ult isn't available, they really struggle to just kill this Naga. They eventually get him, but watch the difference between Naga dying and this TB killing the Dragonite. This matchup's terrible for DK. Like, he's supposed to be a tanky hero. He died just as fast as that support Naga died. And that's kind of like the issue they ran into this game. We talk a lot about Stormer and what he had to do in this game as an Invoker, but unfortunately, there's a reason we don't see a lot of carry DK right now. The hero just isn't super strong. The numbers aren't as good as they used to be as the damage-wise, and all you do is build damage on this hero, and you just die quickly, don't do enough damage, and they picked it into the Terrorblade. And I think Liquid did a good job picking that Shadow Fiend and kind of killing that flex, right? During the draft, it's like, okay, we're going to put this DK, it could go mid, could go safe lane. Like, nope, we're going to have TB safe lane. You're not putting DK mid.
Yeah.
Have fun with this matchup late game. We're going to win.
I totally agree. That was a very good flex. It kind of baited out the Invoker in a way because you said there were like two good options, which I thought Invoker would be one of those, but you said Lina and Sniper.
Yeah.
But I can understand the Invoker. It's the same concept. Like, you want a hero that can go mid, but also
it's just too hard
carry
to
the
execute.
game. But it's really hard to execute.
Yeah. I mean, Lina, you just right click. Invoker, you have to hit all these 1,000 spells.
And what does Sniper do?
He also just right clicks.
Just right clicks. That's all they need to do sometimes. I mean, this time around, that didn't go the way of OG. But it's okay. Both of these teams before the series were 1-1, so neither gets eliminated. They all move forward to day number 3, where for Team Liquid gets to play to have a chance of punching the ticket for the playoff. For OG, they'll play for survival on our Swiss format. And that is it for half of the day. Now, all the teams were 1-1. Done for the day. We're going to move on to the spicy bits because on Stream B we have the 0-2 teams. There's elimination on the line for that one. And right here you can watch Aurora versus Gaimin Gladiator to see which one of these two teams will be advancing to the playoffs straight away. And we're going to hand you over to the capable hands of Tsunami together with T-Gov and Lizard.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Gaimin Gladiators have been around for a while now, and they are no strangers to taking trophies, but can they do so here at Wallachia Season 5? Well, I'm here to get an idea of whether that's possible. Hey Maldi, how's it going, and how are you feeling about this season?
Hello, I think everything is good so far. Just a little bit tired because of the flight, but it's all fine. I think we're gonna get it through. All good.
Good, good. I mean, it's been a season of up and downs for Gaimin Gladiators. You know, maybe not the strongest start, but you feel like it feels like you're getting into gear recently. How do you feel about the team at the moment?
Right now, I'm pretty confident because so far so good. Every tournament we get ourselves in, we are improving from one tournament to another.
And what do you think about the other teams at this tournament? Because there's a slightly different mix of teams than maybe what we're used to at some other events this year.
I think all the teams are very high competitive teams, and I'm sure everyone can win this tournament. Depends on how everyone practices for it.
Interesting. So, I mean, there's been this kind of discussion, this narrative throughout this year of like the kind of 5 or 6 teams at the top being the best and, you know, being unbeatable. But you don't think, you think anybody can take tournaments now?
No, I think these 5-6 teams can probably win this PGL tournament. I'm just saying that everyone can win, so everybody can cope.
That's what I like to hear, man. That's what I like to hear. Looking at the actual in-game stuff, how do you feel about Dota at the moment? And you know, the heroes which are strong at the moment, how do you feel about them?
For me, every hero which is strong right now is fine. But there's one hero that I don't like. It's fucking Naga Siren. Every game, like the Naga Siren in your team or in an enemy team, it's fucking like Resident Sleeper game, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like nobody wants to play the game, which includes the Naga Siren in it. And I have to play this hero because, you know, my team is gonna complain why my post 5 doesn't play Naga, so I have to play it. I mean, meta is quite shifting a little bit. I think right now it's Undying, Nature's Prophet, Bristleback is still the same pretty much. What else is there? TA, Batrider comes up, and Death Prophet. I mean, Death Prophet with Oracle is a nasty combo.
Strong.
Other heroes are kind of, like, they're usable, but they're just, you know, whatever.
So, do you feel like the meta kind of suits Gaimin Gladiators at the moment?
Yeah, I feel like it's kind of suits, like 50-50.
So, if there was a big change coming, what would you want that to be? You know, is there anything about the game which you want to change? You know,
Yeah,
something
of course.
big or something small?
Of course, I want to change one thing. I just think that BKB TP out is not a thing in Dota. Like, Valve should make it that you are not able to TP out during the BKB. But let's say Lifestealer and Juggernaut should be able to do it.
Okay.
But BKB...
That's an interesting take.
And also maybe remove some watchers because there's like a lot of watchers and you have to like click it every time.
It just feels like a chore.
It's like the words, but for brainless people.
Yeah, I get you. I understand that.
One more change. Please buff Train Protector. Just please.
Okay, as this is the list you're writing to Valve, you know, sending off like a kid on Christmas.
Yeah.
Awesome stuff. Marty, thank you so much for going to talk to me, and best of luck at Wallachia Season 5.
Yeah, thank you for inviting, and goodbye, viewers.
And then, hello, viewers. Welcome back, everyone, to Gaimin Gladiators versus Aurora. As you heard from Sheaver, this is a game which will determine our first direct qualification to the playoffs. Both of these teams have made it through the past 2 days of our group stage undefeated, and now one of them will continue that streak, but the other one will move down and go back into the Swiss stage. And I'm joined by T-Gov and Lizard. Dude, he actually gave some, like, actual takes on a patch. No BKB TPs anymore.
He looked kind of angry as well as he was giving.
Actually, yeah. The last pub he was in was against Nightfall, and he was like, never again. And I'm sick of this.
And that's why he wanted Tree buff, because he wanted to pick Tree so he could overgrowth the BKB TP.
But he would have been able to do that anyway.
Why not?
Because that already goes through debuff immunity.
No, but that's the point. Because the tree's so bad, he can't pick it to be able to cancel.
So he wants 2 nerfs to BKB TP then.
Yeah.
He wants you to be not able to do it, and then even if you were able to do it, he wants Train Protector.
He just really hates BKB TP.
Yeah, like he's playing Naga Siren in the patch.
Deep-rooted hatred right there.
Poor guy.
It's a good matchup, by the way, because he's playing versus Aurora, right? So it's going to be...
Exactly.
He's going to cry every time. It's going to happen like 7 times in this series, and he's going to be like...
He did say that heroes should still be able to do it, so he said Jug and Lifestealer would be able to do
Nightfall's
it.
new hero pool, yeah.
Nightfall's been playing that Omni Knight that you talked to us about yesterday, Lizard, and so that's
also
another
doesn't require
hero.
BKB.
Should
There
be
you
able
go.
to do it.
Repel TP out seems good.
I mean, thank God supports don't, dev the game, because my God, that'd be awful. Like, let's be honest. As much as it's a great idea for, the support looking at it, how bad would it be for all the cores?
I think BKB has been nerfed enough. I think it's in a good spot right now.
It's in a healthy spot. If you want to use like a very long cooldown item just to escape your mispositioning and errors of judgment, that's fine.
You should be allowed to do it.
You should be allowed to do it, yeah.
For 4,000 gold, I think that's fair.
Yeah, thank you.
And some change.
A little bit.
A little bit.
Gentlemen, we are getting into this series of Gaimin Gladiators, and we have not been able to see too much of Gaimin Gladiators here on the mainstream. They've been doing work. They, as you heard from Nomad, the beginning of the season has not been setting anyone's expectations up for a Gaimin Gladiators dominant performance for 2025, but now they are starting to get back into the groove.
Yeah, absolutely. From the beginning of the year, like all the tournaments that they have attended, they didn't really look that great. Like you could see some sparks of brilliance here and there, but most of the time it wasn't the dominant GG that we had through the years, right? Of course, due to all the roster changes that they've been switching about and trying to make work. Right now, I have to admit, though, they've been looking really strong. So far, in Season 5 Wallachia, their drafts, the play style as well, these games have not only been like some slugfests, you know, that take 60 minutes. Some of these games were very dominant from GG.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like for this team, it's going to take time for them to find the skirmishing style that they want, because again, it's been plenty of time since Watson joined the roster, but it still feels like they're chasing the how do we break the lanes, break the early game, and actually ensure that we are the gaming, you know, strategic team that we are, where you want to snowball in 30 minutes. And at least so far at Wallachia, it feels like they are hitting that rhythm, right? They're finding the correct heroes, how to draft it, they're executing on it. It feels like they are slowly making the steps to being the fast-paced dominant team that can break a game compared to other teams where, like Liz has mentioned, even when you win the early game, it still takes 40 or so minutes to actually close out the game.
All right, give me an example then.
Well, this is an example. Tsunami, looking at Gaimin's draft, could you guess which position all of these heroes are at? Like, who's playing what?
Okay, the easy one I would assume would be Quinn Lina, because I don't think Lina's getting too flexed. If you're giving me this curveball, I'm assuming that maybe CK with a duo of Venge, offlane Magnus, and carry Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, pretty cool. Like, yeah, you were right on the Lina part. Everything else,
oh my god, that was it. No, okay.
But yeah, these guys don't.
That was it. No, okay.
But yeah, these guys don't feel bad for missing, because these guys are very in the meta, but they're also very flexible with their heroes. At some point, even too flexible, because they're the only team, I believe, so far that have drafted Storm and Puck in the competitive scene. Has anyone ever done that before? I wonder.
In the same game.
In the same game.
I did see that. So Tofu's been flexing that
exactly.
support Puck. Okay.
You should have asked me before we come on panel, because then I could have been like, yeah. Well,
we'll check.
Wait, so then who was playing what in that draft?
So in the last draft, Venge was offlane.
Venge was offlane.
And it was the carry CK.
Carry CK. Yeah. So Mag was a support.
Mag was a position for. Tofu has been on some Boboka arc, you know, when you pick a obvious score and he's picking it up and just rolling it as a 4. In a patch where everyone is flexing almost every hero, I still feel like they're a little bit out there and they're picking heroes that truly no one else flexes.
Yeah, I like the fact, at least for Tofu, like the Puck for me is that's gaming's thing, right? To play that in the 4 role, because the Magnus and Venge lane that you saw in the draft we just showed you, that was what NAVI Junior used throughout their entire run of the TI qualifiers to get themselves to TI.
Gotcha.
So it's like not only is gaming bringing their own strategy to the Puck, they're also looking at the best teams in the qualifiers and going, you know what, if they're winning the qualifier with that, let's adopt that into our strategy. So some of the drafts that we're seeing from gaming, it's their own kind of knowledge blended with others, and it's not taking them a month or two to bring it into their playbook. It's a matter of see it a week ago and it's already you know, dominating games on LAN.
That man that we just had on the screen, Tofu, I feel like he is flexing these heroes, but it's really important that he's kind of in the meta again. Because even though they had a lot of roster changes, I feel like where they suffered kind of the most is identifying what the right position 4s were for him.
Yeah.
Like in the previous tournaments through the year, I feel like we didn't get the same impact from Tofu. He's a very sacrificial position 4, but I feel like they found the right sweet spot for him now.
Especially if he's able to show off some versatility, which I've never really considered to be a Tofu highlight. On the side of Aurora, though, that's something that I've always considered Nightfall to be very good at, and how willing he is to play things that aren't traditionally meta in the one position. Though these two teams, it is not very favorable for Aurora. Throughout all of 2025, Aurora has only taken one best of 3 against Gaimin, and they've played at least like 9 series against each other.
Yeah, when we come into this series and we're saying that gaming is finding that kind of form of the early game dominant team, that is the perfect recipe to beat out a team like Aurora. And of course, it helps when, Kiyotaka, at the moment, I think he's finding some good form, and that is going to be critical for Kiyotaka in this series, as the way that Quinn often plays from the mid lane, he is the mid lane dominator, then you have the side lane aggression. That is the recipe to having a massive lead in the first 20 minutes, right? But the way that Kiyotaka's been playing in the tournament so far, going for the tiny, where he's got brown boots, blink at 11 minutes, kind of entering the game super early, even on the Storm Spirit, like he goes boots of travel, he farms up a lot, always present on the map. I feel like if Kiyotaka can get through the lane in a good matchup and be active like he has been, that is like step one to making sure that you're not shut out in the first 20 minutes against Gaimin.
I like how you casually did mention the Kiyotaka BOT.
I actually like it a lot, yeah.
Has it won yet?
Yeah, in the qualifiers it has.
Oh, okay.
So basically,
during Dream League is where we first started debuted, and I think it was just L after L.
To be fair, I think the L comes from the fact that in the qualifiers, they were playing up against tier 2 teams.
Sure.
So buying the boots of travel to farm is punished by quick teams. Hence why maybe against Gaming, maybe not the best strategy. But if you're not pressured, if your towers aren't falling, that boots of travel means you're back to base quicker, you're on the map, you're farming the extra camp, you're quicker as you run through the jungle. It makes sense if you aren't needed to gank the map, because then you become the unkillable hero 5 minutes later after buying the boots of travel.
So if you can AFK buy boots of travel, if you want to do something. Maybe
but that's not what I want from Kiyotaka, because we just talked about the flip side of that, which is going tiny, brown boots into naked blink dagger. That's when I like seeing Kiyotaka the best.
Finish that point quickly, like with the boots of travel, if executed correctly, you're basically putting your enemy on a timer going, if we don't shut him down, we know he's going to leave the jungle with that extra item that he can't farm without the boots of travel, because of, again, this efficiency of going back to fountain and getting the regen.
Just give this guy blink and some blade mail and let him roll in.
That's what I prefer.
Like yesterday, he was absolutely dominant, right? Like, and through this tournament, I feel like he has been... He's not 50-50, he's 60-40 that we talked about.
He is upgrading.
He's upgraded for sure. I don't see too many games where it's Takoyaki and not Kiyotaka.
Agreed.
And yeah, because of that, I feel like that you don't necessarily have to experiment way too much on Aurora or on Kiyotaka.
Oh, okay. I do have quite a bad stat to give you.
On Kiyotaka's behalf?
It's not 60-40, is that?
It's 53-47?
Out of his last 10 games, which hero do you think he went lower kills than deaths on?
Lower kills than deaths?
I would assume Storm Spirit.
Yeah. His only 2 losses in his last 10 games were both Storm Spirit games. He went 3-6 and 5-11. The rest of his games, it's 12-0, 6-3, 13-1, 15-2, 11-4, 10-2. Like, my guy is popping off.
Was he BOTing in both of those Storm Spirit losses?
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
But there is one BOT Storm game, the one I covered in the qualifiers, where he went 11-4. So clearly it does work, but based on the stats I've double-checked...
Was it one of those random 3K stacks?
Was he good zero tenacity? No, I'm kidding.
No, whoa.
I love zero tenacity.
It was the Eastern European equivalent, Cyber Geese.
It was Cyber Geese qualified.
They're good, yeah.
They're okay. They were leveling
They're
up.
legit.
Yeah.
Okay, fine.
Yeah. So again, to summarize the conversation, Ember good, Tiny good, Bat good, Puck good, Death Prophet good. Storm can be good, but more volatile than everything else. And we, in this series, I think we've all agreed that we don't want volatility. We want to see Kiyotaka's best, because he is performing really well so far at Wallachia on the heroes that we mentioned pre-Storm Spirit. And again, we've been yapping out his heroes for so long. These are, of course, the most contested mid-heroes.
Has he done Queen of Pain recently? Because Blizzard, you were mentioning that, like, give him a blink, give him a blade.
I just call him Blizzard.
Am I Blizzard? I've upgraded.
Oh, you're very rich.
I know you've been playing a lot of War 3 recently.
I can't recall him playing QoP, actually.
But I feel like that perfectly encapsulates what I want to see out of Kiyotaka, which is go in and
pop that blade mail,
pop the blade mail, or just draw attention and cause chaos so that Nightfall can do his thing.
Feel like I'm not sure if it was with you or was it Jenkins and Fear talking about Prophet and how, yeah, it was Jenkins and Fear talking about how careful you have to be with Prophet and how good you have to be realizing when you can TP in as a position 1, like counting all the spells and all this stuff so you aren't instantly blown up by a random hero hiding in
that's the fun way of playing the Prophet.
Sure, but I feel like Queen of Pain has always been that guy, that girl, like from the mid lane, because if you jump in, right now, you can take a couple of heroes with you, but there's a high chance Kiyotaka goes and becomes takoyaki with the Queen of Pain.
Perhaps.
If you jump in, out of position, there's a random hex or something that you didn't count on. So I still like him on heroes that can constantly do chaos. Like Ember Spirit from yesterday was perfect.
The Tinies, the Pangos.
Just in and out heroes.
Yeah.
You've already mentioned, though, that Aurora have been losing the series against Gaming in the Year.
Yep.
And we've mentioned so much about the mid lane matchup, but it also boils down to if we're seeing Nightfall playing the Abaddon, the Omni Knight, the big Radiance farming safe laner. If Toronto Tokyo on the offlane is also playing a farming-based offlaner, that puts more pressure on the mid, hence why we're talking about it so much. It's, I think, the tendency for Aurora to put a lot of farm on the side lanes does open up for Gaimin to exploit it and to create these very snowbally games against them, and that's why they have such a good, win to loss against them in the year.
That would also anecdotally work with one of my favorite Toronto Tokyo heroes over the past few months has been Magnus, because I feel like he also does not consume that much farm.
100%.
And it's bad.
That's also why Gaimin Gladiators choose to respect ban it along with Batrider and Doom as we get into the draft for game number 1. And Aurora take out the Death Prophet, the Templar Assassin, the Undying, and the Bristleback, and another classic first phase Naga.
There's a lot of heroes that are left in the pool that are kind of good right now. Axe, Shadow Demon, Shadow Shaman. There's quite a few that are considered S-tier picks, at the tournament at least.
In terms of frequency of picks, okay, Axe is definitely up there. Shadow Shaman has continued to drop his win rate the more he gets picked in this event. So I don't know if I consider him S-tier anymore.
He is a solid A-tier, where if drafted first phase, A-tier, second phase, S-tier.
Okay.
Because I think it's like the ability to exploit him on laning phase is quite high, especially when you're taking the Mass Serpent Ward facet. You know you don't have chicken fingers for laning phase, you're not being kind of pesky and annoying. And that alone, it's like in drafting, it's like, oh, okay, let's just punish this lane. Sure, Shaman eventually can come online with Mass Serpent Ward, but I think teams just really just break the lanes a lot against him, hence why the win rate's not good.
I feel like for Gaimin, maybe some Tusk, Shadow Demon, these kind of heroes, make this Axe lane and the game miserable. Make sure that he cannot just insta jump in and call kill. So
that's an S-tier win rate right now, 61%.
Yeah,
especially because it's first phase in a lot of games. As well. Like to have a high win rate and it to be a first phase hero is testament to it being maybe not even understood. That's the key thing.
First day coming into this tournament, we were talking about Axe, and I wasn't sure if I just got absolutely handled by some players or if this hero was just really that strong.
Good.
It seems like it's both.
It's both.
But the hero is definitely in a really good spot. They do ban out the Nightfall Omni Knight on the other side and the Abaddon, so they don't want to play versus these unkillable beasts frontlining.
And more respect shown for Aurora's specialty heroes. Gaimin Gladiators ban out the Omni Knight and the Abaddon.
I feel like when you're playing Axe, you do want to ban out these tanky boys, like the Bristle, the DK, you want to get rid of them because it just makes your life easier. Like you just saw the game of Liquid where they had DK and Bristle on the other side. So Axe jumps in and really doesn't do much. So he had to even buy Vessel. Overall, I like that.
But that's here where all Aurora respect the Dawnbreaker, for example, right? Like Gaimin Gladiators, they like to play it on offlane with Ace. He goes for Blade Mail, SMY into Aghanims, lots of heal. And you're mentioning saves against the Axe. But what happens when you have just a lot of heals and reset during the Axe call where he doesn't die?
Yeah, it's pretty good. I like it. This interaction, by the way, can be a little bit of a grief once you get Blade Mail. If you go chicken fingers on Shadow Shaman and you try to help him out, he jumps in with Blade Mail, you right-click with Shadow Shaman, you hex them, so the Blade Mail doesn't do anything for a second or so during the call.
Gotcha,
So just gotta be careful a little bit with the combo, but in general, it's pretty good. It's just that you don't really contribute to the call as a support. What can you do? You can cast your ult or Ether Shock, and that's it.
Gaimin at least.
In that draft that you had showed me against Tidebound, have Gaimin flexed this Nature's Prophet at all? So in that game against Tidebound, it was a support.
No, it was a support in 2 out of 2 games, as you can see on the screen.
Okay.
Yeah.
But because of Liquid so far at Wallachia, we can already see that Nature's Prophet is getting pushed back into the carry role. In pubs last night, Yatoro was playing the Nature's Prophet. So I think as every day progresses in this tournament, you have to respect that players like Watson probably will be able to switch it up if the draft requires. And so far with Gaming, their entire identity of their lineup is shove waves with Naga Siren, Nature's Prophet, and at any minute when you misinitiate, for example, that's when the Requiem layered on top of the song will be used. So Aurora, they need very clean jumps. And it's going to get easier with the jump as the lockdown from gaming is very lackluster.
They just get the puck and now they're like, okay, do you truly believe that it's a Queen puck? Oh, sorry, for Aurora, it should be mid. I just mistook the teams. So
you were cooking.
Yeah, I was cooking a bit, but for game, and never mind. I should be puck mid.
Yeah.
On the other side, I still wonder who is going to be the safe lane duo. Will it be Naga and SF because it's a really good combination of heroes, or will it be like a Prophet SF, or will Prophet be something else, maybe even SF mid?
Yeah. I think critically, though, Aurora respect the fact that the Dawnbreaker, these heroes that I was mentioning, are still available. They take the Ancient Apparition. As for Aurora, we're mentioning they want to get the kill when they initiate. They don't want the song to save or any of this annoyance when the split push. Like when they find a hero, they have to die. So the Ancient Apparition with the Bone Chill facet is exactly what that would be able to do. And of course, the Quinn specialty, the Ember Spirit.
A pretty decent hero. You do have some catch, though. It's not a free Ember Spirit game. I feel like it is Quinn special, but he will have to work for it. It's not like one of those Ember games where you're just free to do whatever the hell you want to through the game.
It kind of feels like what he wants to do in this game, though. Like, he wants to be the one getting jumped. He'll buy Blade Mail, maybe Mage Slayer. Like, all of his itemization will be, I will survive as long as possible. That if I'm tanking the Coil, the Ice Blast, maybe the Axe Call, my Shadow Fiend has a free fight. My Naga Siren or Nature's Prophet supports can enter the fight cleanly. Quinn wanting to absorb a lot of the fight. Hence why Ember Spirit does well, of course, with the Flame Guard.
Yeah, in worst case scenario, Naga can just song and buy you some extra time to get out of the fight.
Yep. I think like in other drafts, you'd think about, let's say, Tiny, right? For melee hero, quick jump, but you can be fragile, and I don't think they want that vulnerability in their lineup.
Yeah, it's much easier to get out with, because the way you can imagine it is Axe jumps in with A ult, and then you song. Tiny most likely still dies if Axe has BKB.
That's true.
But Ember, even though he's going to drop very low, he might be able to survive with the Remnant out. So, yeah, it's a decent pickup. Even though through the game there's a lot of catch for him. That's still...
They still banned the Dawnbreaker. That's kind of cool. Yeah.
Why pick the AA if you're still afraid of a Dawnbreaker?
There's... when you
the lane, I'd say.
Okay.
I don't know if you would agree on that one, but even though in the game, Ice Blast will counter the Solar Guardian, the laning phase, Ancient Apparition is very, very weak to aggressive lineups. He suffers against position 4 Backriders, Hoodwinks, and offlaners that are able to find kill potential, like Dawnbreaker. So if they want to get through the lane, they have to take away the...
Yeah, there's also just like, if you imagine all the SF games that have been played so far on position 1, it's just absolute chaos minute 15. Already he is hitting you and starting to rotate on your tier 2s, not even tier 1s. And Dawnbreaker perfectly plays into that, perfectly plays into Ember against an AA, against a Shadow Shaman. You can break the backlines. So overall, I feel like it's just a comfort zone for GG.
Take out the Beastmaster, okay. So scared of tempo. And for gaming, the pick for Ace, it's quite an interesting one. You can go for tempo with any of the Zoo heroes to try and punish the lane. Enigma's still available, Beast banned. If you don't go for that, global presence with more sustain, like an Underlord, could be quite nice. Always being able to TP in, pump out like a Greaves or something, could be quite punishing. And we'll see what Ace wants to go for. Nightfall will have the counter pick.
Yeah, I'd like to see some frontline from him, from Ace in any case, in one way or another.
I just realized Gaming banned Darkseer, so they actually think Nightfall could just be playing the Axe carry.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, we saw the stats. Axe has been played in 3 different roles so far this tournament, so...
And it would make sense if you have a Shadow Fiend as your carry. Darkseer is one of the best heroes against any of the Shadow Fiend style heroes that have big aura and right click.
You just kill them. Like the illusion literally murders them, so...
You know, I like that ban. It is a major respect to where the meta is shifting towards. But is there a carry that
I just love to see it. Now that you mention it, actually, I'd love to see some Axe carry. Why not? Like this lane itself, Shadow Shaman and Axe, I feel like it's very skill-based, but you can get outplayed very easily. And they ban out here. Is this Underlord Kunka?
They did take the Underlord. Nice.
So now if you are a carry Axe, you'd be laning into an Underlord...
Naga Siren, I would assume. I think they would probably put Tofu into Naga role. We saw...
Malady as the 5 Nature's Prophet.
Yeah. Again, technically both of these supports can be played 4 or 5 very
He
easily.
really likes these trees. He plays Prophet. He's advocating for a tree and buff.
You've got big shoes to fill, of course. Celery.
That's true.
Yeah, that's true.
Beforehand, yeah.
Green guy.
Just green supports.
So now, do you prefer Axe carry still, or is it just cool and that's why you want to see it?
I was just like, I wanted to see it because it's cool. I don't think it's that amazing anymore.
The thing with Axe carry is if you see the enemy carry and you know the entire game, if you hit the core on them with Blade Mail, they die. Logically, it can make sense.
Which against an SF.
But you do need layers of draft to be able to close out the game.
Maybe just some casual Medusa or something, you know, some I'm gonna sit here and brood in this pit of malice and I still won't care. Like something like that. I feel like it rounds up the draft nicely.
I think I would prefer that for sure. I just see an issue of Axe closing out a game.
Oh, Life Stealer, damn.
Okay.
Well, you have that built in BKB, I guess.
Malady in shambles.
Melody is gonna hate this one. But it's really good, right? Like overall, you do have it once again built in BKB against an SF. It's a pretty damn good lane, I suppose. Into Underlord, it always was. It should be. So and versus a Naga as well, you have Rage. So overall, you have a puck bomb. Yeah, I like it. I think this is a pretty damn good pick.
Yeah, it feels like it's a pick where you respect your ancient apparition, doesn't apply too much pressure in lane. And once Lifestealer is set up to be independent, AA can go for the twin gate. You create this tri-lane with the Shaman, AA, and the Axe, and you just keep running under the tower of the Shadow Fiend, get a couple kills on Shadow Fiend, your game kind of comes to life. And that's where I think Lifestealer makes other people feel good in the game. And sure, in overall, like you buy Radiance, you have potentially Armlet, you buy the I'm getting right-clicked items. So Comfort Hero has good itemization, but it is a lot of economy required. And we already mentioned that Gaimin often beats Aurora based on incredible pacing.
Right.
And
but Lifestealer can participate a little bit earlier than the other. I have to wait for my Radiance type.
Very true. Yeah. And I'm expecting to see that.
I'm expecting to see some dancing going on. Hello, B Cup. What do you do? What are you getting up to?
I was getting hyped for the game, doing a little dancing. That wasn't supposed to be. You guys weren't supposed to see that.
Is that your pregame ritual?
A little bit. Sometimes I get a little dance, I do a little shimmy, and then I gotta get into it. Yeah, you gotta get loose.
Don't you iron the shirt sometimes as well?
I did iron the shirt. I did this time. I steamed it.
Oh, so let me look closer.
Inspect it.
I think he did. It looks iron.
No, he didn't do the
I don't
arms.
see any
He
wrinkles.
did the front panel. The front panel. No.
Show me the back.
Show the back.
Show the
That's
back.
the true test. Oh my God, he ironed the whole thing.
I did the back.
Wow.
Yeah, I know. That's right. Just like my mom taught me.
You didn't do the I'm showing up on broadcast, only the middle is
That's
seen
what
on
you do,
That's what
Tsunami. I learned that
You
trick
see
from
my
you.
sleeves, they are very wrinkled right now. Please don't look.
Gotta iron that out. You know, there is a steamer in there. We could get you. I could get you set up with the steamer. Put some water in there. Get you ready to go.
Don't worry about it. I'll get you guys ready to go with game number 1. Gentlemen, enjoy the game.
That we will. We'll enjoy game number 1 here between Gaimin Gladiators and Aurora. Lacoste, I like what I see. A little bit of Underlord, a little bit of Ancient Apparition heroes I really enjoy, but they're up against each other. Should be kind of fun. Nightfall on the Life Stealer. Maybe you don't need that BKB.
No,
to
you
TP
have
out.
it built in. You have it ready immediately. And guess what? They don't have any abilities that go through debuff immunity. So this is one of the, I would say, few times where we might see a perfect Life Stealer game. No deaths. Yeah, like he's not afraid of any of this damage. He's not afraid of Nagasar. And this might be one of the better overall Life Stealer game I've seen in quite some time. A lot of the times Life Stealer feels like, oh, it's a good game for a Life Stealer, but a lot of the times we don't see the hero because he doesn't really fit into meta, what he's doing right now. It is very situational, but I think this game, Life Stealer is going to have really free time. The only hero he needs to be afraid of is pretty much Shadow Fiend, but they also have insane amount of counters to Shadow Fiend, stopping the lifesteal later on with Ancient Apparition. The big one's going to be when Axe gets the Blade Mail and the Blink Dagger, because they have no real saves other than Naga Siren, but again, they have nothing that goes through debuff immunity. So if we're talking about some mid-game fights where they have Radiance on Lifestealer, where they have Blink BKB on Axe, these are going to be not easy fights for Gaimin. But also, we can see some of the strengths that Gaimin does have with their own draft. This is a I would say, very snowbally draft, especially with what we've seen yesterday from Team Spirit when they had like -30 armor. If you just keep going aggressively, going for the kills on SF.
Not only are you going to have that minus armor, but you're also going to have the pushing potential from Atrophy Aura as well. So you can kind of spiral into having this big peak where you've got that minus armor, you've also got the Atrophy Aura, all of a sudden you're pushing in, and it makes it really hard for Aurora to take those fights. I do get a little bit worried, though, because we've talked about how fragile a Shadow Fiend can be. But does Underlord and Ember, do they carry the game well enough if Shadow Fiend kind of falls off?
Yeah, not really. Depends also which build Ace is going to go for on Underlord. We've seen people try to go for the carry build from the offlane, especially on Underlord, but I think this time around he needs to be soaking up the damage. He needs to be the guy building into auras. I already see Vanguard as his first item. But again, this is a very free lifestealer game. He's not afraid of any of these heroes, especially at the mid and late game. I'm just going to throw it out there. I think in this game, Nightfall, if he's playing it as he should, and he showed some really good performances so far in the tournament, this might be the game where he ends up with 0 deaths.
Let's see if he can pull that off. Right now, the lane is looking a little bit tedious for Gaimin Gladiators. Tofu taking a lot of shots here from Panto, who has just been right-clicking him pretty hard. But on the other side of the map, they are getting first blood, and Watson will get that kill onto Mira. So giving up that first blood to the Shadow Fiend, never the greatest of ideas. But we've seen it a couple times with Shadow Fiend games. They play aggressive early enough to get at least on the right track.
Mid matchup's interesting. Kiyotaka is dropping very, very low. Just got his bottle delivered. I think this is a matchup where you shouldn't die, but knowing that it's Kiyotaka playing in any kind of matchup, it might be somebody dying, because he's going to be pushing the limits, and Tofu coming in with the TP. Also have something in mind. This is a very interesting interaction, because Underlord, his innate ability is Invading Force, so after an ally teleports, they do get damage reduction, and you also have Nature's Prophet TPing in, so he gets the damage reduction, it works with it, plus he also gets the barrier.
Significant TP in, too, because he was able to swipe that water rune on what Kiyotaka wanted to refill that bottle with. And all of a sudden now, this leaves the lane wide open for Quinn to just secure CS. He'll have a good couple of waves to grab, and now with Kiyotaka back, but Quinn's got himself a bit of a lead, and Toronto Tokyo now on the run from Watson. But able to survive, he had that stick, buying himself a salve and TPing back to the Tier 1 tower. Right now, going really well for Gaimin Gladiators. Mid especially. Curious to see if Tofu comes over again when we hit that 4-minute mark, and he's going to try and swipe that water rune one more time.
He might need some help. Like, supports are not the best at rotating Panto as Ancient Apparition, because you really don't have the setup, especially pre-level 6 on Puck. You can't really do much to Ember Spirit. Shadow Shaman is definitely good, but not sure if they're going to be able to grab the kill on Ember, especially because Quinn is having that good of a time in the laning stage, sitting at 21 and 10.
See Toronto Tokyo just back behind the Tier 1 tower. Working on getting anything he can. He's 21 and 1, so for him it's looking kind of pleasant. Nightfall always sitting at about half health as Ace. He's found himself at 15 and 5, keeping up with Nightfall, and at least for right now, pretty content with where the lane is at. He'll be happy with that, and we'll hit that 4-minute mark. It will be a bottled water rune for both mid heroes. Nobody coming over to make the rotation to really stop that from happening, so Kiyotaka is able to sustain in the lane this time around. But where will the movements come, and how many heroes are going to go over, especially once we hit that 6-minute mark where they want that power rune? Tofu,
They saw Toronto Tokyo has no TP and has no Quelling Blade.
Bit of a problem, and he is spinning a little bit. But they've got some time to chase him. The Battle Hunger will be placed onto Tofu, and this Courier coming over to Toronto Tokyo, but it'll deliver, and he'll be dead right afterwards. Mira makes the rotation in, and he's got tangos, and he'll shackle, but this is a 2v1 in a spot that he's probably not gonna win. He'll have chicken fingers again to hex up Tofu one more time, but then he'll pop and be inside that Sprout, and Tofu will grab himself that double kill.
As you said, this type of a lineup, they need to be able to win the lanes, try to snowball. Bottom lane is doing well. Watson getting that first blood, and now support's making rotation. Let's see if Toronto Tokyo will buy a Quelling Blade, and he did. Like, this is something that you also kind of want to have on Axe, because he has good amount of damage. I would say one of the stronger laners in terms of the off lane, not just because he's good in the lane with trading, but also you've seen what he was doing. Creep skipping, not many other off laners are able to do that. But this also relieves some of the pressure as well, because they're making the moves, and Watson is having a pretty free time. 35-4, trying to get some pressure onto Nightfall, but I also like what Nightfall's going to be going for. Not Radiance, he knows that he might need to be slightly more active, so going for Armlet as his first item, can also use Infest Bomb with Puck. There's that rotation.
Both supports are here, but Panto, he's only level 3. Cold Feet's going to freeze over Quinn, but it looks as though they should be able to run down this Ancient Apparition, and under the tower, they'll die to the Sprout. They bring Mira over. They've got Kiyotaka. They're looking for at least a trade, which they'll find, but they hit the net. It's on to Mira, and he is in some trouble. A Remnant forward will get the kill for Quinn, and it's 5-1 in favor of Gaimin Gladiators.
Bringing in the supports. Supports are doing a little bit more on side of Gaimin, especially because Nature's Prophet does TP in. He is very tanky again with that Underlord innate ability, gets extra bit of a barrier, does have Magic Stick, does have Fairy Fire, and also they get 1 Urn of Shadows charge. This is something that he does buy from position 4, starts to scale, gives him good tankiness as well. Spirit Vessel's always going to be a good item, especially after the recent changes.
Now, Watson's going to come over here, but so is Maladich, and will try to swipe this Wisdom Shrine, and does. I mean, nobody even stops that from happening, and Ace grabs the other one. So 2 cores get the benefits of that Shrine, and things look pretty good for Gaimin Gladiators throughout these first 7 minutes.
Supports, they definitely need level 6 on Aurora. You have Ancient Apparition Blast, you have Shadow Shaman Wards. These are really big abilities. It's not like you're playing some position 5 Undying who can sustain himself without having the ulti, still will have big impact in the team fights. And this is also a bit of a newer build as well from the mid lane. Mid Ember Spirit, we've seen Kiyotaka do it yesterday when he played it, going for the Blade Mail. So it doesn't allow enemies to focus him. It isn't like cheap damage, cheap components. They're trying to make a move, but I don't think they have enough damage, especially with both supports being very low on levels. That was not even close.
Looked maybe convincing with the fact that he was able to get frozen over, but now Quinn moving forward on the Panto for a second. There is a shield rune to be taken. Mira's also made the rotation, but you've lost Tofu to a lot of damage that forced him to back off, so you won't have that second support just yet for Gaimin Gladiators. Although that being said,
I'm looking at Nightfall, what he's doing. He did infest into Ancient Black Dragon, farming the camp on the side. This allows it to farm much faster, and look at the movement. He is trying to backstab the enemy carry with the dragon.
No Dream Coil. Kiyotaka. He has nowhere to go. He has no protection, and they might be able to get themselves a kill on a Watson. They've got the Ancient Black Dragon, and now they've got the Shackle. It's on a Watson. They'll follow that up with a call and a Culling Blade. And Watson left alone means he's very vulnerable, and they get a kill here onto the carry of Gaimin Gladiators.
Surprise! Lifestealer ganking him with that Ancient Black Dragon. I don't think we haven't seen much of a Lifestealer recently, but there are a couple of tricks that you can do with the hero. And Nightfall, I already said that this guy will have a pretty free game in terms of what he's playing against. Getting closer to his armlet. Once he gets that, they can start to play slightly more aggressive. Both their position 2 and 3 need Blink Dagger to be able to play the game. Mira.
They're kind of behind the curve, though, where both their mid and off lane are at for Aurora. Nightfall's doing good, but you look at Watson, you look at Quinn, and they're pretty far ahead, not only in experience, but net worth. And Kiyotaka almost dying another time. Needs to be very careful. There is a Remnant left, and Mira's going to be in the area. Quinn's going to have to be pretty careful, but doesn't end up getting hexed. And now they're looking for this 10-minute rune. Tofu's come over, and he's not going to spot it yet, but they've got themselves chicken fingers and the hex, but the invis is going to be bottled up. They'll look over at this Shadow Shaman for yet another kill here. for Quinn. He's 2-0-2, having a good time, a part of 4 of the 7. Gaimin Gladiators, they quickly have a 3,000 net worth lead. They'll also look for Toronto Tokyo in the bottom lane. They'll have the snare and he'll try to TP out, but Quinn's here. They've got the searing chains and they'll get the kill. They'll take it another, and it's 8-2 for Gaimin.
Too many roots, and look at the heal. Maledic dropped relatively low and will go back up to full HP. This is the power of Nature's Prophet as a support. Can be anywhere on the map. Even though they did pick up both XP shrines, he's still not level 6. Tofu has been very active, involved in 5 out of 8 kills, about to crack level 6. So we'll have extra bit of a global presence, extra bit of a damage. Watson having a complete free farm on Shadow Fiend.
This is a scary proposition for Aurora, giving Watson free farm, and he is top of the net worth. He's got himself that Falcon Blade, that Dragon Lance. You don't want to be giving it up easy, as he's also working with a Dormant Curio. So we'll see what he wants
Not too many
next.
stacks that did happen in this game, at least.
Ooh.
And then quick one. Gaimin Gladiators, they are a team that stacked so far the most in the tournament, averaging 23 stacks per game.
Not bad.
Yeah, we've seen yesterday when Panto played Nagasarn how many stacks he did make, and they do have very good ways of clearing the stacks with Underlord, with Shadow Fiend, even Ember Spirit. Kiyotaka, he's straight up not having a good time. Quinn playing super aggressive with Tofu.
Dream Coil is not going to matter. Sprout's there. Quinn keeps up with him. Hey, you've got a Dream Coil on too, but you're going to have to make this worth your while. And Mira walks over for a second, but he's only going to have Panto for help. And that's just not enough to get these kills. Gaimin have, we talked about, more specifically, you talked about early, how they feel strong early.
Yeah.
Especially with a good enough start, and they are putting the pressure on Aurora.
And they are shutting down 2 key heroes.
Yes.
Shutting down Puck, shutting down Axe, not allowing them
Ice
to
Blast.
get anything done. Watson will get clipped by it, but there's no follow-up. 2-man chains and 2 easy kills.
Yeah, they will get Mira. They'll look over his Panto. Not much he could do. Quinn's going to be dominating at this point. Now they've looked for the song, and Kiyotaka,
Requiem
he
is
in
ready.
trouble. The song, the Requiem, it all lands, and they will get a third. 13-2. I mean, they are making it look easy around the entirety of the map. They've let Nightfall free farm the entire time, but they have made everybody else suffer.
That's why I said that Nightfall might end the game, might lose the game, but might end the game with no deaths whatsoever. He is having a good time, but nobody else on his team is doing anything similar. I see that Toronto Tokyo has Blade Mail queued up, but I also think that he will skip this Blade Mail and try to get a Blink Dagger and then go back for a Blade Mail, because right now they can't really play the game. Puck is also shut down, and he's not going for a Blink Dagger. Puck usually needs one item in between. Sometimes it is Yule Scepter if he's playing against Orchid or too many Disables, but most of the time it is Witchblade. So still very, very far away from his item that he wants to get. So somebody will need to be able to start a fight.
You need somebody to start the fight, because you do have Ancient Apparition on your team. That allows you to get kills at any point in the game. If you're behind 20k, just laying an Ice Blast, you always have a shot to bring it back. Doesn't have to be a 5-man, but if you say you want to shut down this Shadow Fiend, if you could just land that Ice Blast to start, they have some Initiator, then it's going to feel a little bit better for Aurora, but they have to put it all together. Problem is, they really don't have, like you said, that Initiator to start it off. They are going to come here with 4 heroes. Maybe start with the Dream Coil and go after Ace. They've got the Dream Coil, that'll snap, which means the Ice Blast will land. They'll try to Fiend's Gate away, but he's dead. So Nightfall does get that kill. They finally get themselves another one on the board, but they're going to lose Panto for this and Mira. It's a costly price.
BKB TP out. This is advanced Nightfall. We've seen Nightfall go through the Twin Gates. The classic Nightfall, of course, is going to be BKB TP out. We saw BKB going through the Twin Gates, but this is also another advanced Nightfall. This guy keeps on making up stuff, how to get out of trouble. And again, they have no abilities that go through debuff immunity, but as well, they're not going to be having another tower because Watson, he is ready to take the fights.
He's really enjoying his game so far. 15 minutes, 8k net worth.
Oh, look at that damage. Aurora, 0. Nobody hit the tower. I think this paints the story of this game, how bad it is for them.
Good news is it can only go up from there.
Oh, Kiyotaka
can get any tower damage. They have to stay alive to do tower damage, and Kiyotaka's dead again. 6-0-7 for Quinn. Nightfall 1-0-1, and they did get that kill with the Ice Blast, but that's all they got. And yeah, it was a kill on the Underlord, but they also paid 2 lives for that kill, and they need to find clean execution and clean pickoffs if they want any hope of coming back into this game. It's tough, look, guys.
It is.
It seems like it's all on Nightfall, and we've seen this a couple times where the carry just gets free farm, but it's going to take some time. They need at least one of those Blink Daggers.
This is one of those games where it does feel like you're playing 1v9, because he's the only one who's doing good. All 3 cores on top are from Gaimin Gladiators. There's going to be an Aura immediately after, so Puck's damage is going to be gone. Same goes for Ancient Apparition. And also there's going to be another problem for Kiyotaka. Tofu just finished off Orchid.
He's very farmed. He's almost got as much farm as Kiyotaka. And this is a support nature's profiting off the aggression of Gaimin Gladiators. What do you do if you're Aurora? Tofu TPing in, or at least thinking about it to start, and there's that Orchid. They'll have the Searing Chains. There's nothing he can do, and now Panto showing himself. He'll try to TP away. Should be successful. So it's just 1, but it is Kiyotaka again slowing down this puck. They have found Toronto Tokyo, and he will commit to the TP, and nobody is there to stop it.
When I was watching Kiyotaka on camera, it's the same facial expression as when yesterday he was beyond godlike. Nothing changes.
A leg up.
Leg up.
That, he's always sitting like that too.
It's really good. No, it's really good for your back.
Oh, okay.
Especially after you sit like that for like 7 to 10 years playing professional video games. Nightfall, he's toggling.
Trying to survive. He needs to survive. Desperate to get away from this one, but the song committed. They'll have Tofu ready to go, but they are backing away. They don't commit. Ace was nearby, but they just don't want to commit for Nightfall. Interesting. Almost has this blink on Toronto Tokyo. He did infest into him, but you don't have this delivery system just yet. He wants that Radiance blink with the Ice Blast.
Yeah, they can.
I see the possibilities.
Yeah, they definitely can get any kind of a kill on the map. The only save they have is Song, pretty much, and Song has been used right now. In the end, Toronto Tokyo didn't go for the Blink Dagger. He did pick up Chippy as his neutral item, so I thought maybe he's gonna skip that Blade Mail and go for the Blink Dagger so they can actually play the game. But yeah, 12k gold lead already for Gaimin Gladiators.
Got Chip Vest and Blade Mail, but now Quinn, he has picked up that Kai Assange. The Radiance has been finished here for Nightfall. Mira trying to farm into a Blink Dagger, almost losing his life to the Croakers. You gotta be careful here. These Croakers can be nasty. I don't know if you've ever caught a real catfish, but they have a nasty bite as well.
I did, but I never noticed. I was relatively young when I was going fishing, so I was never getting them off the hook.
Oh, okay. Well, what you got to do next time with your catfish is you got to go noodling. I don't know if you've ever done that before, but wait till Kiyotaka gets away from this one potentially with the TP. Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains. Watson gets the kill on a Kiyotaka. So noodling, you take your whole arm and you put it in a catfish's little like tunnel or like house, and then they bite your arm and you pull it up, and that's how you fish for catfish.
That is a bit dangerous, because I just read the news on my local portal that the guy caught catfish 105 kilos.
What is
Why
that?
are you making the face? You don't even know what that is.
I don't know what
it could
105
be like
is.
6,000 pounds or something.
That's a heavy catfish. I really don't know. You could say any number, I really wouldn't have a clue.
It sounded like a big number.
It is
yeah, it's a 3-digit number.
3 digits is a lot. Taking an easy Roche. Can confirm there was some hero damage to that tower. Over bottom, Blink Call, Ice Blast. This is the combo.
It can get them at least a kill, but the question is...
Nightfall,
is
he
it
does have Rage available.
much to ask for another one, and it kind of is. Toronto Tokyo is also going to die here, so it ends up being a trade with Panto now trying to run away from Tofu, but the Sprout is on the mark. Getting a second, and now Maladich running over at Amira. Nightfall will chase back this Naga Siren with the help of the Shadow Shaman, but Watson's coming over. Tofu's in here, Sprout again, and they're going to get yet another. So a 3-for-1. Again, the pickoff potential is there, but they continue to pay the price back.
They get a kill, but they also lose 2-3 heroes every single time. This is the second death of Ace. I think he should be pretty happy about what they're getting after he dies every single time. Shadowfin, unfortunately, doesn't have that old level 15 talent where Presence Aura affects buildings, so the siege is slightly slower. It would be a bit OP considering that you can get up to minus 30-35 armor that we've seen yesterday when Yatoro did play it. Kiyotaka trying to hide and also changing his item build, understanding that this Yule Scepter is causing them way too many issues, so needs to play defensively, needs to buy Yule Scepter, which is again going to delay his Blink Dagger.
Yeah, delaying that Blink to survive the Orchid of Nature's Prophet. See if it ends up working out, because now they are down 15,000 net worth. It's 22-4. Still, Nightfall's having a good game, and they've shown the combo, but they need more. It is so tough for them to find a way back into the game that includes a clean fight.
Ooh, this time they're going to take the fight without
Ice Blast.
Nightfall. They still have the damage.
Good kill on a Tofu. It's good amount of gold, but now they need to get out of here, and they've got the Pit of Malice coming out from Ace. And again, every time they get this kill, they give something up, and it's just... Yes, it's a give and take, but they need to take more.
This is the better trade overall, because they only lose one. They get a kill on Tofu, who's worth good amount of gold. He was having a pretty big streak. He was 7-1-7. And also they managed to kill Tier 1 tower in the bottom lane. So this time around, overall, much better. They can keep executing this, keep delaying the game until both offlaner gets a BKB, and then their mid laner gets Yule Scepter, gets a Blink Dagger. Things are going to get easier for them if they can continue to execute these type of ganks without losing too much.
Nightfall starts that TP and will get out for free. Just been able to rage TP multiple times throughout this game. Still have 2 minutes with this Aegis on Watson. Ace closing in on having himself that Aghanim Scepter. He's pretty farmed himself. He is right there with Nightfall. Watson is, of course, leading, but Ace has been all over the map, cleaning up any of these camps that he can. And you look at where he's at, 12.5 thousand net worth. With 2 deaths, I mean, his game has felt pretty easy, and he can join at any time when he's got the Fiend's Gate available in just 10 seconds. They have a lot of that with their global presence with the Fiend's Gate, the teleportation for the Nature's Prophet. If you're fighting around a Remnant, you could start with a Song. I mean, there is a lot here for Gaimin to really set them up for success.
Again, Aurora making a good move, getting Tormentor for Mira, getting some kind of a trade, but look at the high ground. Tower is almost dead.
The tower damage continues to rise. Oh gosh. Mira. He is going to be hit with that Pit of Malice, and the Wrath of Nature flies through to get the kill there onto the Shadow Shaman, dead for 30. Has buyback, but this bottom set of racks looking not long for this world, and an extra 205 for Ace here, helping to clean up these buildings at a bit of a quicker pace. Sages is going to expire in 30 seconds, but by the time that is gone, it might just be 2 sets of racks here.
They have to defend. Nightfall needs to get back. He does have Manta Style against that Orchid, and they need to go. Aegis, 20 seconds. Try to buy a little bit more time. Axe is ready with the Blink. He's smoked. No BKB.
Kiyotaka.
They're trying to time it.
Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains, locking up Nightfall. They've just got this Pit of Malice. They'll look for the Song, the Blink forward.
Watson,
now on to 2 of these heroes. They're going to have Tofu coming over with a Orchid ready to go again.
and Kiyotaka is gone. Serpent Ward's committed. I mean, the connection is on to Tofu, but he's force-staffed away from the Serpent Wards, and they just can't even get their hands onto that. Blink, good call with the Infest, but that makes them very vulnerable as they're going to have to start to run. Sleight of Fist,
Rage in 2
chain
seconds
on both the Life Square as well as the Axe.
Trying to fight, trying to toggle.
Watson, he's going to have himself an ultra kill. He'll look over for Kiyotaka, who will call GG as they fully get wiped, and Gaimin Gladiators take game number 1.
Seems like all it took them to call GG was to kill Nightfall. As soon as he died, they understood that they have no business left in this game. Other 2 lanes bled way too much. The way they moved with the 2 supports, Tofu did one hell of a job making sure that every rune goes Quinn's way, securing the bottom lane as well. The way this game started, getting the first blood for Shadowfiend, and we saw multiple times what Shadowfiend can do if he's off to a good start.
Yeah, Gaimin Gladiators fist bumping, looking cool, calm, and collected, and they are really in with an easy win on game number 1. We're going to throw it over to the panel to hear their thoughts. Guys, take it away.
One of them was especially cool, calm, and collected because Quinn managed to get himself one of the freest mid lanes he's had in probably a hot minute. That was dominant, to say the least. And poor Kiyotaka, up a creek, up a creek with no paddle, no oar, no help.
No help, nothing at all. Meanwhile, on the other side, Quinn did have it. Like he was getting all sorts of helps. Most importantly, the Prophet, who we do see here, Tofu TPing in. He was TPing in every single fight, I feel like. The mid lane as well. He's annoying Kiyotaka when Kiyotaka is level 4. He just TPs in, makes sure that Quinn has the freest game. I was worried a little bit for December Spirit, but I should have been worried for the puck.
Yeah, we mentioned already about how Shaman's win rate is falling off a bit, right? And we're kind of seeing it here. Shaman is somewhat locked into his side lane trying to help the Axe. The Ancient Apparition is locked into his lane trying to help the Lifestealer. And then, of course, Tofu, when he sees how both supports and Aurora are kind of AFK on in the mid lane, why not go there? Why not keep applying that pressure? Because if they ever TP to mid, now the Shadow Fiend will dominate that lane, or Underlord will get additional farm. It really was a matter of the supports and Aurora just could not keep up with the pacing of this Nature's Prophet.
Okay, but in my games, if a 4 positions Nature's Prophet is TPing on mid, then my mid laner is immediately pinging the top lane saying, hello, you're solo? Why is Underlord not like 2 tiers back right now?
That's usually how it goes. Unfortunately, they played the equilibrium very nicely. Ace had a good time. Even though this is a Lifestealer matchup, I don't think that Ace suffered at all. As you can see in the net worth charts right here, minute 24, he is top 3 already. So yeah, like a really rough game for Aurora, and it all stems to your mid lane was your playmaker, it got shut down, and your other side laners, Stigav, were kind of busy farming, right?
Too much farm. If Aurora want to be competitive in this series, they need to have one of their heroes be more active. And also, don't pick your mid lane where you allow Quinn to close the phase and go, okay, I see your puck, I take Ember. Like Quinn, he thrives when he sees his mid lane matchup. Like the whole career of Quinn, he wants to be the mid laner that has the counter pick, that is able to exploit. Of course, if Pangolier was pickable, he'd be doing that first phase. But nowadays, like he wants that information. And Aurora, they gave him every drop of information for him to shine. Like 10-0-14. Aurora, they could have drafted this very differently. They opted to pick low map pressuring supports. They have AFK farming side laners, and to give the counterplay to Quinn in the mid lane. It's like, if you want a recipe to losing a game quickly, it's the way Aurora drafted this one. And of course, Quinn, the standout player, you can't argue it. The stats, they don't lie.
Yeah, they don't lie. 10-0-14 chain gang on the Ember Spirit. Pretty damn good performance from him. Once again, Prophet getting that Orchid, making sure that Puck cannot do whatever he wants to. Also helping out the mid lane quite a bit. Making sure that Quinn has a game as good as this one so that he can rotate and set things up properly. I feel like we might be just back into the Ember era. Like it was the hero of the last patch. Then people kind of stopped picking him, but not really. He's just not as highly contested. But after these kind of games, Kiyotaka from yesterday and Quinn from today, I'm wondering maybe it's a ban-worthy hero once again.
There is potential for Aurora's heroes to be slightly more active. We saw Nightfall moving relatively sooner than I would have expected Nightfall to usually move.
It's all about the Gore Storm Tsunami. All right, as much as Aurora had a terrible game, this is the one beacon of hope that you have, is the fact that the...
Meanwhile, Kiyotaka's dying mid.
Oh, for God's sake, I don't want to watch it. Wait, there we go.
Storming.
I told you it was the one beacon of hope. God, what a toxic highlight. I didn't realize how bad it was going to be, but okay. The point is, Lifestealer, the reason why we're seeing it emerge back in the meta is getting that early level 6, jumping in an Ancient, using the Twin Gate, applying the pressure, and every time you have the ultimate available, you're always trying to find a kill. The issue is, that can work when, if your mid's doing well and your offlane's doing well, suddenly a Lifestealer kind of always poking his head into engagements. That's the recipe for a very aggressive game. But of course, like we saw, Axe didn't have a game, Puck didn't have a game, Nightfall was the only one having a good time, and I think that shows the proof of what can Gorestorm do. But in this game, again, it doesn't really matter, but I want to note that it is a good facet.
Gorestorm, definitely good, but when you have this situation on your mid lane, it doesn't matter what you have on the side lanes. Like, your mid lane is just too crippled. He had one Witchblade, power treads to work with, minute 20. You just can't play the game as Puck. And there's just so much potential to pick you off on the other side. Like they have, like, you can't even deal with Sprout because of Orchid. You can't deal with Sprout, you can't deal with the Pit of Malice. You don't exist in this game.
You can't even out-damage the Ember because he has a Blade Mail. And so if you do want to take the fight, you're going to die to yourself.
But also, it's really cool how Gaimin punished the Puck, where they're getting him with the Song to then layer with a Requiem. They've got, as he orbs away, they're sprouting him into the orb. It's like the way they killed him as well, it's like they're kind of styling on him, right? And I think for Aurora, Kiyotaka, again, he's really good at bouncing back. Like, even though he finished 1-8 in this game, I'm expecting the next game to be very different, but as much as it's the easy answer, the draft, Aurora, they kind of drafted Gaimin the win there. So very easy to adjust for game 2.
Well, let's see if they can mount a comeback or if Gaimin Gladiators will cleanly make their way to qualification for the playoffs here at PGL Wallachia Season 5. We'll find out after the break.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
It's time for a game number 2 of Aurora versus Gaimin Gladiators, where perhaps history is bound to repeat itself yet again, because Gaimin Gladiators has consistently had Aurora's number this entire calendar year. Although it was the very, very last series that they had played during Dream League that Aurora actually won, so they have the potential. They are just not realizing that potential, at least in their Game 1 draft.
It was a rough draft, definitely. I wonder what the adjustments should be. And can you look into it a little bit deeper than the Puck Ember matchup? I feel like Tofu's heroes should be very super respected. And that's a problem, right? This Prophet is definitely a hero that completely changes the way that game is played in the right hands. Like, especially because he's so free, he's a position 4. It's not a 5. You don't have to babysit your crybaby position 1 24/7. Instead, he's with this Chad Underlord that's completely fine to stay alone, so he can dominate all the other parts of the game. I really think that hero, now that they've flexed it to a 4 and a 5, should be on the radar of Nightfall and the boys to maybe give him that ban, maybe get him out.
Why don't more teams make Prophet a 4? I'm on board with what you're saying. He's a hero that can actually leave the lane when he's with an offlaner, as opposed to kind of being chained to his 1 position.
But it's already kind of been described why it worked this time. It's an offlaner that was independent. He was laning into a low damage threat lane, so you don't have to help him out. In other drafts, what happens if you got the Nature's Prophet on your team and the enemy has the Shadow Fiend and maybe like a Tusk or a Naga Siren? Now they're killing your offlaner, you feel like you can't help him out, and that kind of presence and entry to the game, you're going to be slightly more starved, right? And I think drafting it is the key thing. Gaimin Gladiators clearly know how to draft it, and of course Kiyotaka is trying to have a quick nap after going.
That's good product promotion right there, by the way. I have to admit that was perfect.
He was so comfortable in that secret lab chair, he could just take a nap, because the human body is built to nap.
It was so, maybe he was so comfortable that's what hurt him in Game 1.
Yeah, but Quinn's sitting in the exact same chair.
All the time.
It wasn't meant to sit all the time.
You have to nap a lot.
Move.
Yeah.
But if you do have to sit, then you sit in the secret lab.
So do you ever take naps in your chair at your PC, or?
Yeah, you were actually saying earlier that you're not a fan of the posture that so many of these younger players have taken, with like legs up on the seat and, you know, the shrimp pose and stuff like that. But
you said the younger players as if I'm not that old, you know what I mean?
I didn't say that, but they're younger than you.
By like a year or 2.
You think Kiyotaka's a year younger than you?
Let me check. Sure. God damn it! I put myself on pressure now.
I'm watching some.
No, not Kiyotaka. He's 20. God damn it. Quinn, on the other hand, though,
I wasn't talking
that
about
terrible postured player.
I'll give you Ramses. Ramses is probably close to you, because Ramses was the OG shrimp mode player.
I just also 33 does it as well. It's like, I just don't understand. To be fair though, whilst I've been in Romania, I've suddenly started playing Dota cross-legged, and that's a first for me. And I'm like, you know what? I'm winning MMR. I'm never going to change this posture again. Until I start losing, we'll find a new posture. But again, posture is critical.
Look at that ban.
They take out the puck. They immediately remove it from the first phase, as well as the show of respect to Tofu and all of Gaimin Gladiators' capabilities on Nature's Prophet, as well as the Templar Assassin ban. And Gaimin, nothing big surprising. Take out the Undying, the Death Prophet, the Naga Siren, and the Doom.
Yeah, and the Bat insta-pick into an insta-answer from the Quap. it's pretty good, right? Like you get this bet. I'm sure that Aurora can flex it, but what Quinn and Gaimin are saying here, if it is mid, we're happy to play against it with a co-op mid. If it's off lane, we're happy to play against it with a co-op safe lane. So in general, it's a really good answer from Gaimin.
Yeah. Now we're gonna see as the draft progresses, like who shows the position first, right? Because if you're Aurora, you're banning Puck, picking Batrider. You are screaming to your opponent, we kind of want it to be mid lane. So if Gaming insta-pick the co-op, and already Lizard mentioned that, it could be carry, could be this. If it is only just the mid pick for them, and they don't have that ability to move it elsewhere, then Aurora can now start going, okay, what's our counter picks available? What can we give, Kiyotaka in the matchup?
In before, this is like some tofu position for co-op that they didn't show before. It has been done, by the way. Like out of all the heroes, I'd rather see a co-op historically position 4 than a Puck position 4, but this man is making everything work, it seems, on a support position. So,
and Gaimin do have last pick of the draft, so they have their choice of how they want to deal with Kiyotaka.
Yeah, and they have a couple of answers that they can also get against the bat, right? Like usually you want to save. They're playing a lot of Venge. I wouldn't mind seeing that one. Another hero that's pretty good into the bat is an Abba.
Yep.
If you pick it up, you're also taking it away from Aurora. Won't mind seeing that one at all. Shadow Demon is solid. I just feel like these other two have multiple values, like layers of values.
And instead, they opt to ban out one of the less popular counters to Batrider. They take out the Oracle.
I think it's just trying to preserve the fact that Aurora kind of keeping the Batrider open, and let's say they're not keeping it open. It's just the mid laner no matter what. Kiyotaka wants to play it, he gets it. I can see why they are banning like this, as they know they don't want their core to be fully countered. But as
so they pick it.
The Gaming continue down this line of,
and Kiyotaka still says, I don't care, I'm going to play this Batrider core mid.
Not like both. You can see this draft, even though we're only 3 picks in, is really deep. Like when you look at the bans, when you look at the fact that they snatched the Abaddon away from the bat, when you see that the bat was snatched first phase by Aurora, even though Gaming likes to play it on 4 as well, and then the co-op has an instant answer, it's next level, considering all the bans as well.
But that's why I'm kind of skeptical why the Oracle was a higher priority ban compared to the Abaddon.
That's the only question I have as well.
It could be a fact that if you open the phase for Gaming pick an Oracle, the draft's very open. You don't know what core is coming into play. But Abaddon isn't a support. It is a carry or an offlane.
Sure.
So for Aurora, they're kind of forcing the draft. This first pick Batrider has the co-op is a reaction. The Abaddon is a reaction. Gaming aren't drafting their draft. They're drafting a how do we deal with this first pick Batrider, which we are scared of. So and in regards to like the overall kind of advantages for Aurora, they do hold all the cards at the moment.
Because you've shown 2 cores on Gaimin.
Yes, but
Most
also
likely.
you know the core's coming, right? Because if you pick Batrider, you already know in the back of your mind, co-op's a good mid counter, Abaddon's a good side lane counter. Like this is not some surprising revolutionary drafting from Gaming, right? And that should be enough for Aurora to at least have a more competitive draft this time around compared to the first game.
And they also now get a support that can move around the map compared to their relatively static supports in Game 1. Tusk is able to rotate, but again, Queen of Pain is not a particularly easy hero to rotate on.
Absolutely isn't. Yeah, probably one of the worst heroes to rotate on as a position 4 that doesn't have like these bulky position 4s like your Clocks and Tusks. They dislike rotating on a hero like a co-op, right? You use Charge, she blinks out, not a lot that you can do about that, but you do have, of course, a ton of other uses through the game. And it's Aurora with a Pango pick. I mean, so is this then the... This should still be the mid Pango, or am I seeing this
wrong? They're just keeping it open, right? It's like the bat can be the off lane, the 4, the 5, the mid.
It's a bad matchup, right? Like Pango into co-op, or am I wrong here? I could be.
With Shield Crash and Dagger Spam, yeah, I can see it being co-op favored. But in the game, I think less about that. It's Aurora, they just want to be aggressive no matter what, right? It's the fact that all 3 of their heroes with levels will take the fight. I would still be leaning towards Pango probably being off lane, and they're actually just hiding the mid and the carry pick still for Aurora.
Yeah, I'd much rather have a Pango off, for sure. They don't really see who you're playing the Pango into, but...
They will shortly.
Yeah, if you're playing the Pango into the co-op, let's see, maybe. So far, mid 0-4. It's been doing much better on offlane. And even in the qualifiers, like I've seen Pango do on offlane a bit better than on mid. It freed up a lot of different builds, even going for like, not in this game, but in the other games, even going for a casual vessel or something, and you're already active on the Pango.
Willow, a nice pickup. Already mentioned how Aurora is very skirmishy and aggressive. When you're running into Bramble Maze and just a very strong defensive hero that is Dark Willow, it can complicate things. You're expecting to kill off a Queen of Pain, where there's a shield to save her from the Abaddon, the Terrorize, or the Bramble to disjoint that initiation.
Maybe a stun now for GG would be nice.
Yeah,
you know, having a stun in the game is always pretty good. Not really a stun, but I guess it is some control, and it's not that bad.
It's not particularly reliable against a Pango, though.
It's just a matter of if you get the jump, right? Who jumps who? On one side, can the Batrider get the lasso that isn't combo broken by the Abaddon? And if they're not doing that, Disruptor's probably in a smoke right behind the Abaddon. He walks up the high ground, you're Static Storm, and you're killing heroes straight away. It's, yeah, I don't mind the pick. It really says to Gaimin, once the Abaddon's on lane, everyone will be very aggressive. And whilst the Abaddon's farming, the supports will play with Queen of Pain. So it's very, like, it's easy to read the playstyle for Gaming. It's through early levels of Quap, play behind her. When Abaddon's ready, play behind him. That's your entire draft identity. And of course for Aurora, it is try and be as aggressive as possible. Be skirmishing, break your opponent. And Medusa.
While Nightfall and the Medusa farms.
Exactly. I mean, he farmed really well in the Lifestealer game. His just team crumbled so quickly that it didn't matter.
I called for the Medusa last game. I thought it was a decent pick. And if you look at GG, not a lot has changed when it comes to the way they play. They have a lot of roots, a lot of area control, but Medusa, it is a carry that doesn't really care too much about that. Eventually you get a Manta as well. It's a pretty solid pickup. Maybe a Darkseer ban right now if your Abaddon is safe lane.
Guys, Gaimin has the last pick.
Yep.
Anti-Mage is banned.
Yep.
Is this the PL touch?
I've been calling for PL for quite some time.
The reason why I was hesitant to say it is just because Pangolier has pretty good annoyance in the early game to PL, and also Medusa's new itemization of going for Ags Mjolnir also eats through the illusions. So I'm kind of half memeing it because I think this.
But a Dispel against Batrider.
I know.
It's really good into Bat.
Yeah.
You don't care about Tusk as well all too much.
Yeah.
Like overall.
Like I think it could be good, but I'm scared that Medusa Pango might be enough to push them away from it.
Fair.
If you put the Abaddon on the safe lane though, any sort of an illusion building hero from the offlane, read Darkseer could be solid. Get that wall against her.
Yeah, Darkseer is a very nice one.
It's good with Dark Willow as well. You have vacuum into brambles. The only problem is, if you do get it, there's nothing to stop BKB TPing out. Absolutely nothing. You don't have stuff.
Who cares? Let them go.
You don't understand. They're too skilled with that. You can't just allow them to have that power.
There's a lot of options in regards to like offlane as well. If you don't want to go for the Darkseer, there's still like a Brewmaster. Just cyclone up the Medusa, kite her, kill everyone else, then go back for her at the end.
Yep. If you're looking at their other offlaners, Dawnbreaker, Kunkka, options to go for.
Are Gaimin banning things other than mids because they don't care if Bat goes mid at this point, or do they actually think that an offlaner or a support is coming out? Because they're banning out Shadow Demon and Enigma.
The Enigma ban is protecting the Abba safe lane because you already have Disruptor as your 5.
And so is the Enigma, to be fair, right? Like even banning out the Enigma is kind of the same deal. You can't deal with it with the idle ones in that lane.
Yeah, it's just it would be free lane for Aurora. Again, for Aurora, it's like Medusa needs to farm, so they need an offlaner to play behind.
Gaimin Gladiators.
Oh, they snatched the Dawn.
Which means that Pango will be going mid, most likely?
Most likely, with the Bat being position 4. Yeah. Yep. Tusk and Medusa, really strong lane. Like Aurora's draft, once again, like same like in game number 1, on its own is very stable and it's looking good. Now the question is, what can GG do against that? Like, can they get some extra brilliance like they did in game number 1? Prophet obviously banned out here, so cannot be picked for that global presence, but
I liked the archetype of get a hero for Ace that can be okay by himself while Tofu bullies mid constantly.
It's a bit more difficult this time, though, like to bully mid. The same way he did last game, because he will be playing the Dark Willow, so we're rotating in. The question is Abba maybe offlane?
Yep. And it will be.
Okay. The good old Watson Terrorblade, right? Like, this is probably his most comfortable hero to play on. It is decent.
I like the itemization from Parker yesterday, right? When he was against Yatoro's Medusa. The Yasha, Falcon Blade, Dragon Lance, and Diffusal Blade.
All the sword build.
Yeah, all the swords. You get for a Manta, you go back for a Disperse. I think this type of itemization is very, very aggressive. Any mana burn into a Pango, a Medusa, Dawnbreaker will hurt them, right? Of course, Medusa's life is built around her mana. So yeah, I think there's some cool itemization options for the Terrorblade, but I'm just happy that ending this draft, I see Aurora having life in their game. Compared to last time, it's like if Puck has bad game, they're kind of lost. This time around, there is like an identity for their draft to have moments throughout all stages of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. I do think that Medusa in this game, kind of a game with what she's got surrounding her, is the ultimate late game carry. I truly do believe that Nightfall and the boys can actually take this one, even it out, and go to game 3.
But they have active supports as well. That's the critical thing. A Tusk and a Batrider in a good laning phase, they make the move. When Queen of Pain, again, I don't really, off the top of my head, can't remember how good it is for Queen of Pain. Sometimes the Quap burst melee heroes isn't as dominant as you would expect. Maybe Pangolier can actually play the matchup, but less about that. If Quap is to dominate, I'm expecting Tusk and Batrider to come to mid lane. Don't just leave Kiyotaka by himself like they did in game 1. Like, they have to enable him.
And they're on such good heroes. Like, the two supports, Panto playing Bat, like one of the best Bats, and at the same time, Mira playing Tusk. Like, absolutely one of his favorite heroes. So, I at least I know for a fact that they're in full comfort zone on all their lanes.
So if they did lose, then it would be especially heartbreaking.
Absolutely.
100%, yeah.
Because we got everything we wanted.
Sure. Do you want a game 3, though? Or do you want a game 2?
I always want the game 3.
You always want a game 3?
I always want the game 3.
Okay.
The teams that deserve to be there have to go through the full gamut.
Then cast a curse your way to segue into the game for this to become a game 3. Find your caster curse. Use all your power.
I put my hosting career on the line last time. I was coming up with hard numbers. And now you're still holding it over my head.
Yes. Welcome to PGL Wallachia.
Gentlemen, ladies, everyone, put your hands together for the Gaimin Gladiators. If I'm cursing it, then I am rooting for them to win, because every time that we root for something and the opposite of it happens, in this game number 2 with B-Cop and Lacoste.
Thank you, Tsunami. We'll see who does, in fact, take game number 2. Looking at this Terrorblade Medusa matchup, it's something that we saw yesterday between Spirit and Edge. And, I was looking at the builds here. It was an early Diffusal Blade for the Terrorblade up against that Medusa.
Yeah, because Medusa wants to build into Manta style, wants to build into Mjolnir Aghanim Scepter. So that's a lot of gold before she could get into Butterfly, which does allow Terrorblade in that matchup to go for the early Diffusal. And we saw Yatoro's mana completely gone in a matter of seconds if he gets focused down by those illusions. And this time around, Aurora, they have overall better draft. Panel did talk about the 2 supports who can make better rotations, secure the runes for Kiyotaka. Definitely agree with that one. Again, Nightfall is on a carry that needs a little bit of extra time, but this Batrider position 5, it can do well. Like, the supports are super aggressive. Malady is going to be the first point of contact.
Yeah, Flame Break pushes him back towards Toronto, Tokyo. But the push away means that Starbreaker is not going to land initially, and Maladich trying to get away. As Panto looking for First Blood will find it, but Watson might be able to get a trade here onto Panto. The chase is on. Maybe he wants Roche to hit him, and will, and Roche
hits too
will get
hard.
that kill.
I thought he might use Blood Grenade before he dies on Disruptor, just to make sure that they are grabbing that kill. So we'll get any kind of a trade. But there was a nice interaction there between Electromagnetic Repulsion, very cool name of the spell from Disruptor, that pushed him into the Bramble.
Yeah, pushed him away during the Starbreaker as well, which was very interesting. And not only that, but it's not exactly on the longest cooldown.
No.
Saw it twice throughout that fight. It's definitely something to think about. We've seen a lot of Dark Wills, and I feel like it does really well when you're trying to team fight for the side of Gaimin Gladiators here with the Terrorblade as well as the Disruptor. You throw in that Static Storm, you've got a Terrorize, and then all of a sudden, you've got a Metamorphosized Watson Terrorblade just throwing some heavy shots over towards Aurora, but the way they deal with that is definitely their pickoff potential, and they've got that in the forms of both potentially a Bat Rider when he gets a Blink Dagger, and this Tusk, who might go down a similar route with Blink Dagger too. We've seen it a lot from these Tusks.
Yeah, most of the time you want to get it. If the game is not going well, then you might start to get, some Pavis, some drums. Really depends. This is a very strong lane for Aurora. This is the, I would even say, old school lane. Ever since Dawnbreaker has been introduced with the Starbreaker, with the tag team, you're getting that insane damage with every swipe coming out from the Starbreaker. It is physical damage, so Terrorblade is not affected as much, but it is going to be 2 heroes hitting you, so that's quite a lot of damage, and he also doesn't have that much HP to work with. The big lane to look at is definitely going to be this mid lane as well, because Queen of Pain is going to be playing against melee matchup. There's a lot of action happening. Tofu gets shielded.
Yeah, has an opportunity to go for Panto, but the damage isn't quite there for Ace on this Abaddon.
I also want to see what Abaddon's going to be building this game, because I feel we've seen different builds. We've seen the carry build as well from the off lane with Radiance. We also saw 33 going for Hand of Midas into Blink Octarine, lowering the cooldown, which does work nicely with the quickening facet on Abba. And this is the facet of the choice for Ace in this game as well. Lowering the cooldown whenever the creep dies by 0.2 seconds, and whenever a hero dies, you lower it by 6 seconds. So if that's maxed out, it basically resets your aphotic shield. And there's a lot of things that you can dispel in this game.
See how Ace does, what his build's going to be as time goes on. You can see early on Tofu just trying to throw those Shadow Realm strikes over their way. And Quinn, no surprise here against this Pango. I think this is what we saw with the matchup prior when we saw Queen of Pain against Pangolier, focusing some damage just into that Q, into that Shadow Strike, and throwing it over onto the Pangolier any opportunity you really get.
I think Quinn is playing this matchup really, really well. I saw Pangos do better than most of people would expect them to play in this matchup. It's a melee hero, but he does have Shield Crash, and Nightfall is running a little bit low on mana. Has Null Talisman, does have 7 stick charges. Tofu, knowing that there's going to be Shield coming out relatively soon, is playing a bit aggressive.
Burning pretty heavily. Do have 20 charges on that wand, so there isn't really much that Ace should worry about. Now, of course, getting back towards full health, full mana, and you can just see Shadow Strike on a Kiyotaka constantly keeping him low, and now even the attempt to try and get a kill here on Amira over in the bottom lane. The chase is on. Maladich wants
the Croakers,
but at the same time, Quinn got a kill on a Kiyotaka.
He's trying to get a 9 himself, but that's a level 2 Thunderstrike, and that's going to be a kill. Quinn really woke up and chose violence.
Yeah, seriously.
He is really dominating this matchup. Kiyotaka usually is the guy that loves to play super aggressive, but Quinn really giving him the treatment. 18-9 against 11-3, and Quinn still has a full creep wave, plus he just got a kill.
Got a solo kill alone, and he is going to have a very quick 6, and with that, he's also got level 3 into that Shadow Strike, just constantly throwing that over on a Kiyotaka. As long as he's able to maintain getting those runes, he's got mana in supply to go for this. Snowball over to the creep to avoid the damage coming out from the Metamorphosis Terrorblade. He's able to just kind of walk that off, but all 3 lanes again for Gaimin Gladiators doing really well. And Quinn, when he's going to have this very easy
early
lane
Sonic
and
Wave,
early Sonic Wave, he could rotate and potentially open up another lane for the side of Gaimin.
Kiyotaka, that's a very aggressive Shield Crash. Gonna take good amount of damage. Quinn getting close to level 6, might actually blink in and try to go for the play. Knowing that Shield Crash is on cooldown.
Sonic Wave and another solo kill here for Quinn.
Big mistake there from Kiyotaka.
Yeah, he played too aggressively in that attempt. They even threw the Blood Grenade here over onto Watson, where Maladich is going to try and focus his attention on Toronto Tokyo. He might die for this, but since he's got some charges, he can heal up. They don't get the kill onto the Dawnbreaker, but they are going to pull Mira all the way back, who doesn't have a snowball. They do eventually burn out Maladich, but Toronto Tokyo had to commit in a little bit further. With no Metamorphosis, though, this terribly just doesn't really have the damage. So Watson now getting attacked by Mira as well as Toronto Tokyo. Doesn't have a Sunder, doesn't really have any stick charges. Has to run away from these heroes before he ends up dropping.
Oh, misplaying
Instead,
the
he's
situation. That glimpse is what kind of killed Terrorblade, putting him in a spot where he needs to play aggressive. He's trying to go for the play to use. Oh, Kiyotaka again. He has no TP. He has no Rolling Thunder. Unless he gets this kill and gets himself to level 6, he's not going to live. Maledich is here as well.
This is a problem. God. Kiyotaka dead to Tofu. Didn't necessarily need to take it with the Shadow Realm Strike, but why not get a little greedy? Your mid's already having a perfect start.
Didn't want to die
at the moment.
Did not want to die in that situation. Can't really blame him. And now Kiyotaka's level 5. Queen of Pain is level 7.
Man, this is just such a lead here for mid. Not only that, you're getting the Wisdom Shrine probably secured on your side. Quinn not going to make the attempt to go for the other one, but I wouldn't have been shocked if he wanted to play that aggressive either. Instead, he'll stay mid and farm for free because there really isn't a world in which Kiyotaka can come back and kind of sustain in this lane.
No, Kiyotaka's in pain. He is jungling at the moment. And this is going to be the catapult wave as well. They kept it alive for a long time. Good amount of damage onto the tower, nothing too crazy. But this also allows Quinn to get some extra levels.
Maledich is dead to start, but Toronto Tokyo going to lose his life here to the Terrorblade. Watson gets one and honestly might start to clean up. Has a second, finds Mira. Tofu ends up dead to Panto. So it's a 2 for 2, but Watson getting the benefits of a couple kills here too, and giving some more gold over onto the Terrorblade, while this tier 1 tower over mid is now in some trouble.
Big Monka moment in the mid lane. I see what Kiyotaka has queued up. Hand of Midas is gonna be his item of a choice. Thinks that his game is so ruined that he cannot actually play the game. This might be the first one. Probably gonna be the first Hand of Midas on Pango in this patch. Might be in the last year or so, because usually Pango is a strong laner. And look at the power of this lane. Starbreaker with tag team.
They have the aggression, but Ace is here. He's made the rotation. Panto's gonna be able to get, I thought
he was gonna fly off the trees, yeah.
But Quinn was in the vicinity, and Panto is not able to escape that one.
Quinn is in with Kiyotaka. Searching for a rune, not gonna find anything. No mana.
Look at how far ahead Quinn is. He's doubled his net worth. And that's not like the early, oh, he's got 2K and the other guy has 1K. He's got 2,200 more gold. This early on, that is quite a bit more effectiveness. Not only that, like you said, he's going for a Midas, so the gold that's being spent right now for Kiyotaka is not going to be a lot. Oh, knew where to stay, but not going to matter. Nightfall ends up swiping that one with the Mystic Snake. Good attempt by Tofu. What is going right so far for Aurora? And right now, what's
Nightfall
showing to be right is Nightfall. Yeah,
he's 2 games in a row. He is getting good amount of farm. Other lanes are bleeding. Again, too much. Even though Toronto Tokyo is having a better lane, they do have Solar Guardian ready in 30 seconds. Quinn playing with Maledich. That Shadow Strike. That's a level 3 Shadow Strike. It hurts a lot.
Quite rough, and of course the Blade Mail first for Quinn on the Queen of Pain.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Is that anti-lore synergy? Because if you're a masochist, but you're reflecting the pain that you receive, I feel like it's not as lore-friendly. But it is definitely game-friendly.
Yeah, this is not my territory, V-Cop. I'm not a, I'm pretty vanilla guy, so I'm...
Oh, you don't say. Ace, he's still able to be here by himself. And he's the one going for the Diffusal Blade. So I was looking at Terrorblade's items. He's going for the Yasha first.
Yeah, I like this.
And this is the Diffusal for
This is
Abaddon.
Diffusal, Manta-style Blink Dagger, most likely going to be coming out from Ace. Knows that Medusa is not going to be building most likely into Butterfly, but if he sees these Diffusal Blades, he might actually get it. He doesn't have a point in his ulti, which I think is still a correct choice, not getting it better, because he's dead anyway. He got surrounded by 4 heroes.
Don't have to waste the borrowed time.
Yep.
Toronto Tokyo. They will most likely not need this glimpse, as he is just chased up. Sonic Wave, another scream, and a kill from Maladich. All that while Tofu is sitting mid. He's looking to get some farm under his belt, and now has that level 6, so has access to both Bedlam and Terrorize.
Aurora managed to stabilize at 2k net worth,
not
or
bad.
2k deficit for them. Pango, Hand of Midas is soon online, so we can expect more from Kiyotaka. More jungling.
12-minute Midas. The realistic effective net worth is not really there for the Pangolier. What's really working out for Aurora is both their supports are getting an okay amount of farm as well. They're not really helped back by mid not really having a lane. And at the same time, we've already praised Nightfall for what he's getting out of the game, and he is at the top and already starting to put a gap between him and the rest of the Gaimin Gladiators, which is something they're desperately going to need.
Yeah, Nightfall probably having PTSD from the previous game as well, seeing that he only died once, the game pretty much ended. And this time around, it's going to be the same thing, where he's on top of the net worth, he sees what his mid lane is buying, and he's like, guys, what the hell is going on?
Getting that Midas. Looking at that item build, what the hell? They're trying to figure it out. And
also, the problem with you buying Hand of Midas is you're not putting any pressure on the map, which also means that every single power rune is going to be going Gaimin's way. The scan did connect, so they knew something was cooking. Immediately TP's out to the mid lane.
Oh. Tendrilled. Not going to matter, though. Their attention is on to Panto, where they've got the Bedlam and another kill for Gaimin. Only 11-7, and like you said, they are kind of cutting it towards 2,000 net worth constantly. Or at least the deficit. Played now soon for Toronto Tokyo, but Watson doing Watson things and just continuing to farm up. As Watson continues to be watching the rest of his team farm pretty well.
Immediately through the Twin Gate. Using the Twin Gates, come to the top, goes back to bottom immediately. Getting quite a lot of farm on this TB. We'll see what he's going to decide to go for. Might want to see what Medusa gets after she finishes off Manta Style. Nice snowball dodge, at least for a second, but Bramble's going to catch him.
Yeah, this is a problem. And another kill here. Quinn, mega kill streak, 14 minutes into the game. Do you get another defusal? Or is it just going to be Ace who's got the defusal for the side of Gaimin?
Panto. And Glimpse back. That's going to be the kill. I'm down with them getting double defusal. But this might also force Nightfall to go for the item that he doesn't want to buy in this matchup. Go for the Butterfly. Because if you're going... Medusa, a lot of the times, does build into Butterfly as your second item after finishing off Manta Style in certain matchups. But against TB, you want to have that mixed damage. You want to have that magical damage coming up from your Maelstrom/Mjolnir, then get the Aghanim Scepter, and then start thinking about maybe getting the Bloodthorn as well later on, Scotty as well. These are all great items that synergize nicely with Aghanim Scepter, but that's also 20-30 minutes down the line we're talking about. They're going to need something relatively early to be able to fight back.
Yeah, because right now they're not fighting back as well as they probably like, and I mean, Blade Mail is not really
look
the
at the
biggest
mini-map
item.
where they're farming. 3 cores, 3 heroes from Aurora are in the outer ring, trying to get any kind of farm they can.
Just trying to stay away from Gaimin as well, because they're willing to dive into that outer ring, past the river, and find these kills. I mean, they know they have the advantage. Quinn is having such a good game that with his effectiveness right now, and especially now that he's got an amplified damage in his bottle, there's no reason for him to sit back and just farm. Panto spotted again. Cursed Crown will pop, and he'll try to get away, but Quinn is here and will use that Blade Mail. Just staying inside the Firefly. But Panto quick, but is he quick enough?
Drop it. Just get him.
Sonic Wave, all right.
Don't want to wait for another 5-6 seconds on Blink to be able to get him there. Ace. Doesn't have anything to stop the TP with, but Ace also deciding that this game might go slightly late and they might need another carry. They might
get Nightfall. Yeah, there's a Stone Gaze, but Static Storm, can they stop his TP? Uh-oh,
Bramble
Nightfall.
did connect.
No way to stop that because the Bramble's connected, like you said, and I mean, Ace, he's like, all right, you know what? You're going to TP out. I've got a Diffusal. I'm going to go for this Medusa. I think that first hit maybe surprised him a little bit and then just kept going. Knew he had some help from the rest of his team.
Faster than the average. Seeing Watson getting an insane amount of farm. We'll build into Shard next. That Demon Zeal. Remember when Demon Zeal gave you, I believe, 120 move speed, or was it 90? I got to double check that. That was some insane number.
Borrowed time's going to run out. Lasso there, and that's a kill on Ace. A good one to get for Aurora. However, they are losing a tier 2.
Yeah, it was 100 move speed on Demon Zeal. Now it's only 60.
Well, still a good amount. Panto dead again here. Tofu getting yet another, and they do finally pick up a Diffusal on Kiyotaka. Midas starting to afford him some luxuries getting into the next item. But they're losing these buildings, and this is something that I really like that they do here for Gaimin, is that they're not afraid to pressure these tier 2 towers early. It's not the biggest lead in the world, but 5K at 17 minutes is certainly enough where you know
they're just hunting them down now
for objectives.
Mira in trouble. Has Snowball. Might try to buy a little bit more time. But that's about it. We'll die eventually.
Just sit here and yeah, eventually Mira. Not many places to go to, and that will be a kill from Maladich. Just all over the map. It was 11-7 at one point, but since then, it's been 6 kills for Gaming. They've got quite the lead set up for themselves.
I like that Watson's not building a real item yet. He's like, Dragonlance, sure. Because Medusa is not showing her component. As soon as she decides to show a part of the butterfly, he's going to be adjusting accordingly. Like, he's not going to be going for the Fusel Blade. Now he's thinking, do I need the item? We already have one, but if she decides to show that she's going for Maelstrom, he would definitely love to pick one up.
Yeah. So if Nightfall, if they can see him, he's been sitting pretty far back in the jungle. Really doesn't want to show himself too much, just trying to find farm outside of these lanes and not really give up his positioning. A couple of Searing Signets for the side of Gaimin Gladiators. Again, Panto in this off spot, but this time survives. Meanwhile, Static Storm committed onto Toronto Tokyo. Kiyotaka's going to go in with the Rolling Thunder. They will corral around Tofu, but Watson is here. And now they'll go for Toronto Tokyo, who throws in the Solar Guardian on top of the Terrorblade.
Terrorize still can't get it off.
Get the Sunder even with the Terrorize. They inhibit Mira. They're going to try and kill off this Tusk. They'll at least get that, but Ace, now with no borrowed time, he's dead too. This is really good for the side of Aurora, and if they can get Quinn, it is such a big comeback fight for this Dire side.
Ooh, overextending there a little bit. Terrorize did connect, but he was still unable to get the Sunder off. Could have turned the fight around. And also, Queen of Pain, she just used Sonic Wave onto Batrider, who is cutting the creep wave, and they didn't even get the kill. So them knowing that there's not going to be Sonic Wave, deciding to take the fight, still showing the strength of the hero. And now Medusa does have a full butterfly ready in 1,000 gold.
Uh-oh. Good move there for Aurora, and that brings them right back into this game. I mean, it was all gaming up to that point, clearly.
They just lost 5,000 gold.
Oh, yeah. Guys. Guys!
Kiyotaka, he was ready to risk it all. That swashbuckle. He was ready for a triple kill.
Gosh, Ori almost getting a triple kill. Some old Chinese memes for you there. I still check out, though. Radiant's finally finished for Ace. And there's that butterfly for Nightfall.
And we've praised Nightfall for the way he's been able to farm in this game, and that fight pushed him over the edge. And now he is starting to break away from the pack. Medusa is one of those heroes, given enough time, can carry the game by themselves.
She definitely can. We saw yesterday Yatoro, what he was able to do. It was a 70-minute game. Rest of the team played insanely well as well, but that Medusa damage, I think he dealt 75,000 damage in the game.
Medusa is a problem for Gaimin. Terribly going to commit to the Dragonlance. I'm looking around as now it's Blink Dagger being built here for the Abaddon, and Disruptor wants that, but that is quite far away. Rolling Thunder from Kiyotaka, even looking to turn back on Ace for a second. Nuttage. All right. Interesting path on this Rolling Thunder. And Kiyotaka could have just rolled back home, but decided to stay and then decided
I cannot blame him. I would do the same thing. You think you're safe, but you are not. Bento with the Glimmer Cape. They do have a Sentry available. Not getting out of this one.
No. All right. I thought for a second I didn't want to jinx it, but yeah, Quinn.
He was ready with the Sonic Wave as well.
Yeah. This time not letting Panto get away. Those are the kind of kills that they're constantly getting, but Panto's doing a good job of cutting the creep waves right now and opening up more space on the map for the rest of his team. It is allowed Nightfall to get a lot.
In terms of levels, he definitely recovered. He's the same level as Queen of Pain at the moment.
Yeah.
Considering that he did die 4 times, forced to go for Hand of Midas, isn't really involved in many kills. What is he involved? 4 kills, while Queen of Pain is involved in 14, and they're still the same level.
So, something math-related doesn't really check out, but I guess...
We're going to put you on the case, and I'll ask you why in the next couple of minutes.
Please don't. Please don't. Me and math do not go together.
I can imagine you, like, after school, every single time you had math class, coming back home crying. I'm not wrong, huh?
No, you are wrong, actually, but Ace... Here, good Sonic Wave. All right, hits on a Panto. A lot of damage here. Threw onto the Pangolier. And get that to start. No Rolling Thunder to work with. BKB TP out from Toronto, Tokyo. And maybe the chase is on for Nightfall, who's glimpsed all the way back. Try to TP out. Is the damage enough in time? No. Just TPs away.
Toronto, Tokyo, he learned from the master. He saw it way too many times. He's like, this is really a good one. They have no abilities that can stop them from BKB TPing out, and also very nice TP also coming out from Nightfall.
Another kill there for Quinn.
Fights are different. Whenever Gaimin Gladiators have Sonic Wave available for the team fight, it does look different. It is insane amount of damage to push back as well.
What does this Pangolier need? Because even in Rolling Thunder, he is dying fast.
Boots of Travel Octarine to lower the cooldown on Hand of Midas, and he can be anywhere on the map. This is the build. This is the Grief build ever since Dota 2, or Dota in general, existed. Bots Midas, one of the most useless builds we've ever seen. Now, he definitely needs Shard, which he does have, and he's going for a Blink Dagger, so needs to disrupt the backlines, try to find the kill on the supports, because they have relatively good jumpers. With Batrider, with Tusk, who does have a Blink Dagger, Dawnbreaker can also follow it up. Diffusal Blade now down on Medusa.
Still only that singular Diffusal on Abaddon.
Yeah, I don't think Watson's going to go for Diffusal anymore after seeing the Butterfly. You need to adjust your item build.
No.
That's why he was waiting.
Ace has some help from Quinn if need be. There's a lot of heroes here for the side of Aurora.
Kiyotaka's almost dying.
Ace able to blink away. Again, Kiyotaka, despite being in the role, he's not enjoying his time. They've got the glimpse. It's right to the brambles. They hit the Terrorize. Snowball. It's not going to save Kiyotaka, but they go in with a Sword Guardian that's going to land on a Watson. He's inside these trees. The BKB's been popping Toronto, Tokyo. He's got to find a Sunder target. He's still working with a lot of life, so he doesn't exactly need to do it immediately, but to throw it on a Nightfall, and now they go and put their attention on the Medusa. They'll hit the lasso, but Panto dies quickly afterwards, and Nightfall follows him into the grave.
Mira's dead. 4 heroes gone on the side of Aurora. They'll look over at Toronto, Tokyo, and Gaimin Gladiators will get the full team wipe and put themselves back into a big advantage.
Ooh, them taking the fight against Queen of Pain with amplified damage is a bit of a risky one. Even though he didn't deal the most damage, that Sonic Wave clipped Pangolier and other heroes as well. And Pango's just really not doing much in these fights. Even he has no Blink Dagger, so that's a bit of a downside to it. But when he uses it on him, he doesn't feel comfortable getting close, knowing that he can die to Terrorblade. And also, even with the Sunder like this, where he removed 200 HP on Medusa, this is not the Sunder target you want to go for, because you're kind of getting half of the value, using it only to heal yourself. And there was a nice Hurricane Pike from Watson, getting out of the trouble there, trying to dodge the Solar Guardian.
You can see Quinn just kind of figuring out who he wants to target, because they've got the BKB on Toronto, Tokyo as well, and there's the Sunder.
Yeah,
so Blade Mail, focus Nightfall.
Can't really attack the Blade Mail target, and he's life-stealing so much off of it. This is also pre-Aghanim Scepter on Queen of Pain, and I believe he does have it now. Plus Shard, he's gonna get in another 1,000 gold. Gonna be much more difficult for them to play the game. Pango, he just no impact whatsoever from him.
A lot of stress here. You can see Toronto, Tokyo showing some emotion, but then we go back to Kiyotaka's POV, and I don't think he's moved this entire game.
Ooh, Melody, I'm not sure if he lost vision. Could have tried to glimpse him back. Rolling Thunder was about to expire.
This is now an Aegis on Watson. It'll give him some time. He'll finish off that MKB. Those fights will be a little bit easier up against Nightfall as well when he picks that up.
Yeah. Also finds Serrated Shiv, which is a very good way to deal with Butterfly. Having 20% chance to have True Strike. Again, the other part is not the greatest against Medusa, dealing her current HP as damage. So losing some of the value, but once they have that True Strike.
Mira's tried really hard to get some saves with this Tusk, but the damage is a bit overwhelming from Gaimin Gladiators. You have to also react pretty quickly with the fact that Kiyotaka is dying so quickly in these fights. Makes life very hard.
No Blink Dagger for a couple of seconds. We'll cancel it again.
And
Radiance
there's
didn't
the
clip him. Did have Gale Guard, so did soak up some of that damage. Nicely done by Kiyotaka, but he still might get chased inside of the base. Octarine Core. This is what I was talking about. 33, what he did on the hero, going for Octarine Core, lowering the cooldown. So you pretty much have a Photic Shield on 4.5 seconds. You get a kill. It lowers it by 6 seconds, so you have another one. If the creeps are dying, lower it by 0.2 seconds. Pretty much having permanent shield there.
Panto continuing to try and cut these creep waves constantly across the river. He really has been a nuisance, and Gaimin Gladiators have had to react a couple times. Toronto, Tokyo getting spotted.
TP is on cooldown for a couple of seconds.
Sonic Wave, the damage, not there. Ooh. Almost got glimpsed back. That could have been brutal. And Panto again, Glimmer Cape spotted though. And now Tofu's here. Yules, they've got the Cursed Crown. They'll throw the Bedlam on to Panto and find the Batrider. And all that while they're pushed the mid-tier 3 at least a touch. I mean, there's backdoor protection, so they're just hitting it with nothing, really moving on that health bar. But top lane is a little bit different. They've got the heroes here to make a difference.
Demon Zeal plus Curse of the Avernus, extra 40 attack speed coming out from Curse. And also Demon Zeal, extra 100 attack speed. Terrorblade is going to destroy your building so quickly. Nightfall does have TP available, but seems like he does not want to defend this one. He wants to farm another item.
Glimpse. But roll up, Rolling Thunder. Quinn gets hit. Maladich gets hit. Kiyotaka needs to get out of vision. Be very careful. Glimpse was on cooldown for another 5 seconds, but if he was not able to get back into the base, that could have been a problem if he took a little bit more time to get back there. Top set. It's all gone.
Aegis still more than a minute on it. So they can continue to push. Meta, already half of it used. A bit low on mana on TV.
Might want to watch out a little bit. But has an Aegis. So no real fear of dying. At least the first time. Flame Break. Shards, well placed. Static Storm in a good spot. Meanwhile, Dawnbreaker is still bottom, but Maladich is dead. Solar Guardian thinking about it. Watson, Swashbuckle comes through from Kiyotaka, and the Flame Break lands on a Quinn, but still working with an Aegis for 30 seconds, so they'll back away with no more disruptor.
Watson wants to heal up, maybe to get the Sunder off. Queen of Pain had Region Rune available. It's an insane amount of damage. Whisper of the Dread on Queen of Pain with Vampiric, so she's gonna be life-stealing a lot. With her right clicks, with the spell lifesteal, with her Blade Mail. Add Region Rune to that, and we can see the damage numbers. Of course, Queen of Pain is gonna be there on the top, and you can see how big the pure damage is also coming out from her. Some of these Sonic Waves did connect onto multiple people.
Yeah, it's a decent chunk of pure damage. Kiyotaka would love to have this Ags. There's that Eye of Skadi for Medusa. Again, Nightfall, he gets the farm, but he needs support. He needs a supporting cast here.
Yeah, in terms of items that you want to have when you have like Medusa, you want to have some Solar Crest eventually, you want to have maybe Vlad's as well. This is what DB also likes to have in the team, but there are none of these items, at least not for Medusa.
Maladich, he's dead to Nightfall, who's in this Static Storm still. Quinn focusing his attention onto Nightfall.
And now with the Blade Mail,
Snowball goes over towards Ace, and now they've popped this BKB. Mira, who can he find? Who can he help out? Toronto Tokyo going to be hit by the Cursed Crown, and instead they'll look to get this Dawnbreaker. They'll at least get one after all is said and done.
Very difficult fights. Medusa also doesn't build into BKB, so this Blade Mail is such a valuable pickup. And if you're playing some of the longer fights, Gaimin Gladiators, they're gonna get on top. Seems like they need to get stuff done during the Rolling Thunder, during Dawnbreaker ulti and Lasso, but most of these abilities are not even used in the previous fight. Because if you reset, if you're playing the long fight with Queen of Pain, multiple shields on Abba, you could get double Bedlam, Terrorize, a couple of these reflections, but most importantly, Shadow Strike with Aghanim Scepter and Queen of Pain. Eventually, you're just gonna lose the damage numbers.
Tofu just blinks right in front of the Medusa. No fear from Tofu at all. Borrowed Time is popped by Ace and Kiyotaka in their face, but Cursed Crown gonna pop. He's stunned for the moment. Quinn goes in, Shadow Strike thrown, and Ace feeling very tanky. They get the Static Storm out, the Kinetic Field, it does connect. They'll have a Cursed Crown. Can they get the damage out of the Nightfall and get the kill here on the Medusa? Looking likely.
He was trying to get the Snowball save, but he got clipped.
And this Medusa to get the kill, and GG is called. Gaimin Gladiators, they dominated 2-0 over Aurora.
Man, Quinn dominated this matchup twice. 2 times in a row. First game was pretty brutal, didn't die a single time. In this second game, he did die once, but overall, this was what kind of started the fall of Aurora. Pango was not a factor throughout the whole game. Tofu had an amazing game. Penta was trying to be annoying as much as possible, try to buy time, knowing that he's playing with Medusa on the team, but it was a very, very difficult game again for Aurora.
Yeah, and Gaimin, they look good, they look clean, they grabbed the victory. And to break it down, we've got the panel. Tsunami, take it away.
They grab a victory and they grab themselves a ticket straight to playoffs of a PGL Wallachia Season 5 because they have now gone 3-0 in our Swiss group stage format. A confident victory, a confident 3 days from them, from a team that people are like, well, let's just see how they do.
Exceptional. Like all of their games more or less have been pretty damn dominant in all the 3 series that they've had. I am not necessarily shocked, but I'm pleasantly surprised with how they performed.
Yeah, before we hype up gaming, I just want to start with maybe some of the negatives. I'm shocked coming into this series that Aurora drafted so poorly, right? Like forcing Kiyotaka into a kind of a losing position 2 games in a row. Like this game 2, you pick the Batrider, you force the Queen of Pain. You know the Queen of Pain probably is going to be the mid laner for Quinn. It is his specialty. And then you pick a Pango. I was being polite during the draft, going maybe there's a way in which you could play it out. Maybe supports, you know, doing all this stuff. But in reality, he just gets dumpstered mid. He's buying Midas, going Diffusal. Like 2 games in a row, Kiyotaka shut down. If Kiyotaka shut down Aurora, it all becomes Nightfall. No one else really steps up to fix the problems because Nightfall, he has to farm. And yeah, I just feel like the whole strategic aspect of this series, Aurora just fully misread how to play against Gaimin, and they've got reminded how good this team is.
Yeah, if you give Quinn his pick of the litter, which, again, you were right, he didn't even see the mid lane matchup. He was ready to serve himself up on a platter, and Kiyotaka would be able to take advantage of it, but Aurora did not convert. Instead, they seem to have their own idea about how a Medusa would be the strategy against what Gaimin Gladiators were serving up.
Nightfall played well. I feel like Medusa strategy does not have to mean that your team is losing all the lanes and you're a Medusa that's supposed to 1v9. I feel like Medusa strategy should still mean that your mid lane and your off lane have some sort of a game, which, to be honest, Dawnbreaker did. Nightfall once again had a pretty solid Medusa game. He farmed, he was top of the network, then followed by like 3-4 heroes of Gaimin Gladiators, unfortunately for him. And then you end up just doing this, right? Like trying to defend high ground forever, which could have been possible, but Melody as well. Like Melody, he had such a great game. Like this is a dream disruptor game where your team is absolutely owning and jumping in, giving you all the vision. So I love playing these kind of disruptor games. I'm just always there. I use my static storm if necessary, but you're usually just a glimpse because they're trying to get away. Your team is too strong and you're just bringing them back and bringing them back and bringing them back. And that's what he was doing. So it's a very snowbally hero in a way, disruptor. If you're winning really damn hard.
And if you're losing, the enemy team
really
is going on
hard.
you glimpse them back, and then they come back anyway, and you're like, oh god, I'm useless.
Pretty much. Luckily for him, it was the winning situation in this game.
It was the latter.
Yep.
And overall, Gaimin Gladiators continue to also expand the hero pool that we already pointed at the beginning of this series, that we were saying like, okay, they're flexing a lot of weird heroes to Tofu. They're willing to do things like support Magnus. And here they're picking out heroes like early Queen of Pain just to deal with a Batrider and this disruptor that we don't see that often.
Yeah, the key thing is the identity of gaming is holding true no matter what heroes they're playing. They are strong in the laning phase, they're breaking the lanes, bringing the supports to convert on pressuring correctly onto the map. Like they are playing the style that has been the gaming that won so many tournaments in the past, right? And I think the fact that we're seeing that with different heroes makes gaming to be in some scary form.
Different heroes and different players, because this was the biggest concern whenever Gaimin Gladiators was swapping out their carry and their support, if they could maintain that identity that brought them so much success in 2023. And it seems that if at least the foundation of Quinn being able to have a fantastic time is the consistency between both those rosters, then they will find success.
Yeah, they are finding success already, it seems like. They're going to find some rest time, I suppose, as well, because of this.
They get 2 days of rest time.
2 days after a stellar performance here. Sometimes, like, these 2 days can be a net negative for you. You know, you chill a bit too much. But
so that's what I would have thought because Gaimin Gladiators got invited to EWC and to TI, and so they didn't have to go through the qualifier rigor that so many of these other teams have been doing. And so if that time off between Dream League to now would have had an impact, we would have seen it at this event.
Yeah, and it didn't, right? So they're just utilizing that time to perfection, it seems like. To practice maybe some different roles, some different position. This man that we're seeing on the screen maybe played some mid, found a new love for puck, started playing it on position 4. I wonder, like, in pubs, usually if you pick something like that, you're definitely getting flamed. But after watching these kind of games, like, I like it.
Trust.
Yeah, you need some trust from your teammates for some Slark that we had as position 4 in the last patch, and now we're getting some pucks.
Yeah, I've been very, very encouraged. I am overall not surprised that this was one of the teams that are making it out 3-0. After seeing all of the performances throughout these past 2.5 days of group stage, Gaimin Gladiators have encouraged me that this is a well-earned 3-0 performance.
No, for sure. I think gaming will always live or die based on if their heroes feel like they're in the meta or not. Because once they're having to find new heroes, it takes them a tournament or two to kind of calibrate, to get back and re-find it. And at the moment where 7.39 sitting, a lot of the Gaimin heroes feel very good. They're not having to try and find a new identity for Ace. Like a whole thing of last year, or this year at least, was like Ace going, do I need to be the farming offlaner? Do I need to be the fighting offlaner? Like, what offlaner am I? And the way that we're seeing him play here, it's like he's hit the kind of the hybrid middle ground where he can fight, he can farm, like he can do a bit of everything, and he doesn't have to pigeonhole himself. And the fact that we see this, it is good. But also, I'd like to still see Gaming go up against a stronger team, right? They beat AVULUS, Tidebound, who are a little inconsistent at the moment, and Aurora, who kind of handed them the win in the draft. So it is 3 very good wins for them, but it's not a win against some of the big names in the tournament. So it's like, I'm liking their trajectory, but I'm holding back to get too hyped until I see them play up against one of the favorites for the tournament.
The only other teams that have the potential to have the same score as them will be our next series, which will be Spirit versus Navi. And so perhaps those would be the 2 opponents that are seemingly the gold standard for Wallachia Season 5, which I would have never thought that Navi would be in that conversation.
Yeah, if you told me you would be saying that at this stage of the tournament, I would have laughed in your face so loud.
The 3 best teams in the tournament, it's got to be 4 best teams. Aurora, it's Gaimin, it's Navi, and it's Spirit.
I mean, fair with the Navi one, because like their qualifiers, it was unfortunately for Navi comedically bad. Like there was so much expectation, but the performance was nowhere near. And suddenly it's like they just woke up. Like they're playing Dota, and like, you gotta feel bad for them. Like why are you not playing Dota? Again, I'm getting carried away. It doesn't matter, but still, very hyped Spirit Navi. Maybe another upsets on the horizon.
That'll be the real competition for Gaimin Gladiators, and because this team has managed to get themselves a qualification, I believe we will also get an opportunity to speak to one of their players, potentially. Let's talk to Tofu. Tofu, my man, how's it going?
Hey guys. Yeah, pretty good. Was a pretty nice win. Overall, the mood is really nice.
This win, and then how about your past 2 days? Because this has been a streak that you guys have on. Have the vibes been just immaculate the whole time?
Throughout this tourney, yeah, for sure. Like I've heard what you guys talked earlier, so like I can chip in a bit.
Please.
Whereas like throughout this whole season, like we're the Watson coming in right, eventually like Celery left, and we like constantly had a thing of like identity, how do we play, how do we mix in, how do we mesh players, because we had like our playstyle for so long which has been working, and obviously like patches change, items, heroes and all, right? Where like, I don't know, just took a long time for everything to click, and I think we're getting there, whereas like things just make sense. We don't force like Watson into a certain playstyle or like how we want to play. He's like getting there, but we're also like making sure that he's comfortable and that like everyone can just play their own game basically, and that it like naturally like progresses towards something bigger together.
How about the clicking process for Malady as well? Because with Watson, you've had a little bit more time, but it seems like Malady is also getting the memos very quickly.
That's also a thing of like just playing, but then also inside of the game, knowing how does he communicate, what does he exactly mean by whenever he says that, or how does he want to play instead of just like trying to fit in. And I think we're doing really well at like accommodating what everyone actually wants to do.
Do you at all attribute that to, I know during Dream League, that was the first time you guys ever got to boot camp with Malady. So spending time with him on site rather than just at LANs, did that help establish more of that rapport?
I think that like generally is really important to just spend time together. And that also helped us a lot. Just like if you just play scrims and like hang out in Discord a bit is like very different, whereas like actually like spending more time, also eating together, like go for a walk, watch a movie, I don't know, just like hang out, be more comfortable, that like it naturally makes things easier to like talk about, mention. If like you dislike something or whatever, you like know he's not gonna be mad or react a certain way. It's just like be comfortable with each other.
It's very happy to hear that, and it's showing in your gameplay.
You're looking very comfortable at the moment, Tofu. 6 games played, 6 different heroes. Are you trying to complete some challenge or something? Like, what's the deal here?
Oh, do I?
Yeah?
No, I didn't notice. I was playing Task Mac the other day, whereas like I haven't played him in like very long.
Mm-hmm.
If something's like, I don't know, I kind of just like pick situation or whatever I think is good. I think that's also a thing of like trying to copy or force a certain thing. Whereas like, I don't know, we kind of just, whatever people want to play, we go with that. Or we obviously try to like balance out the draft. So we have like whatever we need, or like we are aiming to 18 certain heroes. So this might be better. So we discussed it with each other. But now I have some heroes I want to play. If maybe sometimes I play something else. I don't know.
Okay. And in regards to like strategy, I feel your identity is pretty strong at this tournament. For example, like the Magnus and the Venge offlane combination, is that something that you saw from Navi Junior, or was it something that you were doing already and it's kind of like a different combination? Is that something you've basically taken, or you invented and maybe they stole it from you from scrims?
It was kind of copy, but I still. There's also a whole thing with this pro tracker change and statistics that like people sort of have their own identity, which is really cool. Like I very enjoyed it. There's still like things to like look out for, or you see in scrims or meta or from other teams that like you think about that could also fit you or that you like. And yeah, it was like something we saw, discussed, and also going through like some of the win rates, hero, and just what's popular. I don't know, I felt like it might be good, so we've been trying it a little, not sure where's it at now, but I really enjoy playing Mac. That's why I like it.
And I guess my final question would be, how much of the team discussion is having to talk about heroes? Because before with Pro Tracker, you look at a win rate and you know it's good or bad. Now it's like, do you have to pitch the hero to the team and kind of demonstrate the idea in a different way? Or like how do you kind of convert on new ideas, basically?
It's not like I get that PowerPoint ready. It's more like slow and of like keep mentioning this hero over and over and like trying to sell it until like someone bites, and then like the other guys, they're like slowly listening in, and I don't know. It's a long process.
I understand. All right, Lizard?
Congrats on the win once again. To continue on that, how long did it take you to sell that position for Puck? How many times did you have to mention that one?
Unorthodox stuff is like very hard to convince Quinn, especially when it's his hero as well. Like Lesh, for example, I could never get that through. Puck, I don't know, was kind of hard, but it was like, I don't know, it's like the only hero that can abuse Jakiro hitting double. So I don't know. I feel like I prove a point already by like, this is just a fact. So I don't know. I was able to like try it, and if you win a scrim while trying something, it's okay. If you lose something, it's gone.
It's gone.
You need to be a good negotiator. That's what we're learning. Like, so for Quinn, for example, it's like you need to offer him up. Like, I take your puck, but you have to like offer him something better.
Like you will get a better pick.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, good strategy.
Yeah, you definitely got a lot of cred already from that puck game. I'll just ask one more question. Like, speaking of Dota Pro Tracker and everyone having their own identity, like, how do people scout each other now? Are you finding pubs, watching what everyone plays? Like, what's the meta?
It's mostly, I would say, like pubs, what people play. If you see something that might be good, you think about a bit. If it has potential, maybe let others try. And yeah, just watching other programs. There's not pro games. There's not too much info around, so you kind of have to be fast on picking things up. And obviously also just like cook yourself. Like some people that like straight up just copy or pick the top 3 heroes from Pro Tracker every time. I know it doesn't work anymore. Like you actually need to be a bit smarter yourself.
I'm doomed. Thank you.
And before we let you go, we were talking about how your team stays sharp in time off. You're going to have 2 days off here before we see you back again for playoffs. But in your time between Dream League and this event, what were you guys doing to stay sharp?
After Dream League, we were keeping up with scrims, which I think helped us to like get good momentum. But we then had a 5-day break, whereas like it was kind of forced, but like obvious decision for us because Quinn's brother had a wedding. So he flew off and went for it. And we're also in a long stretch with Riyadh following up. So we decided to like, okay, take a little break. Everyone's just full chilling. That's why when we came into the event, it was not looking too hot, but we were lucky to get some good momentum, and I think we're like in a good spot now. Beside that, I don't know, we like hang around each other a lot and play some other game. Maybe like Counter-Strike is a thing, or other random games, and like eat together during those days off. I think someone mentioned a Korean barbecue place, so might go there.
Right on. Well, you've converted on the momentum very well. Tofu, always a pleasure to speak to you. Congratulations on a fantastic group stage performance, and we'll see you again in about 3 days.
Yep. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mega Tofu.
Gaimin Gladiators claim themselves that playoff spot, which means that they get a little bit of time off, and we need to find one other team that will be joining them in that 3-0 spot. Will it be Spirit or will it be Navi? We'll find out after the break.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Last series of the night. It has been a very, very quick day here for day number 3 at PGL Wallachia Season 5. All 2-0s up until this point. Now, if you think that this is going to be a very lopsided 2-0 for Team Spirit, then that means that you have not been watching NAVI, because NAVI has been making a name for themselves. I don't know if that name is still NAVI. We still don't know what the state of this current roster is. But for this event, they are called NAVI, and they are doing that name proud.
There definitely are. These two organizations, by the way, 3 TI victories between
That's
the two
a good
of them
point, yeah.
as well. Like a lot of ages is here. Maybe not exactly on these players from Navi, but the org does have it. And they've been playing really well. They've been playing like an org that might even manage to take a game or a series off of Spirit. I really like what I liked about like going into prep, seeing how they played, what they drafted. I liked the fact that they can take your best tool, like your best hero or a best strategy, and use it against you. So they don't necessarily have like an identity of their own all the time, but they can make sure that you won't have your best stuff as well, because they'll play it. So if they have the opportunity, they'll snatch your best hero. And maybe something that we will see against Spirit as well.
I'm just confused, I'll be honest.
Why?
It's just Navi. Why
shouldn't be happening?
Why are they in the 2-0 day? Like, they shouldn't be here. Again, being very honest, I had the privilege to cast them in the qualifiers. I said that at the closing part of that past segment. It's like their caliber of Dota in the qualifiers was non-existent. Like they were getting 3-0'd in the grand finals. It was just like they were nothing. And now suddenly they rock up to Wallachia, and now they're 2-1ing Nigma Galaxy, 2-1ing Liquid, and the identity has changed. I think maybe the draft also changed. I think during the qualifier, Milan was coaching, and now drafting, we're clicking the buttons, and I think Kayora is doing it. So maybe that's something to maybe play into the fact that the button click is different, so the identity of stuff is slightly changed. But yeah, for Navi at least, if you watch their qualifier replays, it's not going to help you at all, because it's a completely different team now that they've got here.
But it was also completely different regions that they were facing off against in the first 2 days. It was Nigma Galaxy, and then it was Liquid. Now it's an Eastern European showdown, and it seems like there is at least some overlap in what these two teams from the same region like to play.
Yeah, there's definitely overlap in heroes. There are some specific ones as well in Navi. When you look at the second row, Keeper of the Light, that's not something that other teams are willing to pick up as easily, but Navi pick it when they have a good combo with it and when they do not. And I actually think that Coral is kind of in a decent spot. The moment I saw the recent vessel changes, I thought that it's not really the best thing for him, but the item does not look bad at all for Coral with Solar Bind in general, and you can always combo it up with some Storm Spirit on mid lane or something similar to make it even better.
I'm really looking at Navi in this series, Boom and Ari having to step up into the the caliber of going into Spirit. Like when you have, I think the fact that Boom as an offlaner, he is very tempo driven. Like if you win a good lane, you're very aggressive. Like the way that Ari and Boom like to play it, they want a couple kills. They want to suddenly break that tower early to enter the game with that momentum of crushing your opponent. And it sometimes works. Like when you beat Liquid, who has a stand-in, when you sometimes beat Nigma Galaxy, who's again a slightly underperforming team, I can see how Boom and Ari look very good. But I think they really need to make sure that everything is disciplined coming into this series. And often Navi's losses in the qualifier was them going too aggressive, dying, and giving the enemy carry just a really free entry to the game.
And this is not a team that you can make those kinds of mistakes against. We saw Spirit yesterday have my personal favorite game of the entire tournament thus far against Edge. That game number 2 was extremely exciting to watch, extremely heartbreaking for Edge, but that was a testament to why you can never give Spirit any entry back into a game. It was 70 minutes-ish, and you thought it was going to go Edge's way, but Spirit always managed to find a way to claw it back into a near-loss situation.
Yeah, absolutely. They played yesterday versus Edge, and like Spirit, I don't know, they always manage to pull something extra, something new out of the bag, even versus Mega Creeps, even versus the strongest carries in the game like this Terrorblade. They just make things work.
Yeah, and here, I think the Terrorblade actually had meta on cooldown for around 15 to 20 seconds. So Spirit, they're timing the knowledge of Parker not having the meta. They're going for the fight. Sure, Lal dies at the very early stage of the engagement, but that doesn't stop Spirit. Even with Terrorblade soon having meta up, having the Aegis, losing the Ember Spirit, they commit to the fight and they play behind the fact that there are so many layers to engage. And I think this mentality from Spirit is why they are so scary. Other teams in this position, losing the Ember, losing the Aegis, that's a reset. Wait for something else. But again, I think Collapse, the way that he played Rue again on the Shadow Demon, they ran so deep, they baited out the early Ravage, they forced him to die, and the tail end of this clip is going to move from Spirit just getting enough kills on Edge, and Edge then getting a bit carried away themselves. Like they see the Medusa's dead, it's like, okay, we can go straight away for the high ground siege. And the fact that Edge is making these very emotional calls, while Spirit is always calculated. Manage your resources, manage the fight, and again, this entire clip is built around Spirit doing that. And of course, we fade about 40 seconds later, and Edge, they're running it down top lane, thinking that they have this advantage, but they don't. The Ember's still there, the Bristle's still there.
But Medusa's dead, T. I should be able to do this.
It's not enough. And yeah, I think, of course, Edge could have won this series, but just watching these two fights in conjunction, it shows that Spirit are always thinking how to get that kill, to buy time, to open up the next play. They're thinking 2-3 fights ahead. They're not just thinking in the moment. And Edge, they fought in the moment. They're very emotional in their team fight. And if you have that emotion against Spirit, they will find a way to punish you.
It's hard not to get that emotional, though, at 50 minutes when you think that you should have won the game by now. I have a Rax advantage. I have hero advantages in fights. And so for anyone who may be looking at Spirit in this current situation and saying like, oh, what, they had Wildcard and Edge. Of course, they're in the 2-0 spot. Spirit still had to fight in both of those series. They went down one game against Wildcard, so they did not get here for free.
Yeah, they absolutely did not. Even like the games against Edge, yeah, sure, they brought it back and they won it in a 70-minute slugfest. But like you said, these games were not easy. They were not simple for Team Spirit. And for Team Spirit, maybe in the last season, I feel like those kind of teams wouldn't stand a chance. But then again, they do. Actually, no. They usually, when they play these tournaments, they come out guns blazing. They destroy everyone.
Assuming it's in this point in the year.
Exactly.
If it's like January, then Edge.
Then no. In the first couple of days, they truly come out guns blazing. So it is surprising that they kind of struggled in their first two series, which leading to this one against NAVI makes the series even more interesting, as NAVI actually do have a chance, considering how well they played in the last couple of days.
One problem Navi has to remember is that Death Prophet is the scariest hero to play into. Copy's hero pool does not like playing into mid Death Prophet. It was the way in which Aurora was able to eliminate them in the qualifier. And since that qualifier, it's always been banned out.
It's not banned, and it's allowed for Navi to pick it up.
Because they have first pick.
Potentially they will have to take it themselves, but it has been that hero, be it first or second pick, they have been banning it. Like that's how much fear was installed into them. Even when they have the first pick, they're getting rid of it themselves.
I think everyone bans that profit, right? But like you said, when you have first pick, you should be able to pick it up. I feel like this hero right now is so strong, so versatile. You have to be able to pick it. If you're not picking it on mid, like if you don't like it on mid, offlane DP is really damn good.
Yep.
And I've seen some players even experiment with the 5 DP once again. In any case, you cannot give it away for free. But Team Spirit, when they are giving it away for free,
there's a plan.
There's a plan. There has to be a plan.
Yeah. Into Death Prophet, it's really nice having just good rotation power from your supports. When the exorcism's in play, you know you can threaten him. Like Tusk is a good example of that. And then having high range damage. So when Death Prophet steps up to the engagement, you know that exorcism isn't on a core because that core is behind a front line, battering big damage. And
Lina was always
I was
good.
alluding to Lina to see if they go for it, and yep, they do pick it up.
I feel like when you pick up the Lina into DP, you have already most likely relegated the Death Prophet to the offlane. The lane itself is not something where you feel like very comfortable on a one-on-one matchup. So maybe getting like some sort of a Tusk DP offlane and make life a little bit easier for yourself. Although the new DP, the Crypt Swarm spam, I feel like it's so ridiculous that even these really bad matchups might be playable.
Well, with Spirit being second pick, they can follow the Lina Death Prophet lane all the way to the very end. Mid DP, mid Lina. Offlane Death Prophet, you know, have a carry Lina. You pair it with another melee body like a Clockwork or whatever, just to get that Death Prophet controlled for Lina to do the damage. Navi, they just need to be mindful of that. And
they banned the Tusk actually themselves, but like you said, Lina, very versatile right now. Played on mid, played on safe lane just as much.
Spirit have pick out of the phase anyway, so if Tusk or a high value hero like you're mentioning is available, then Spirit probably just takes it themselves.
I feel like as well, when you're picking DP, even though she's broken at the moment, I think getting some sort of a save is always nice, which is why I'm surprised they ban out the Tusk, but there's still a lot of them left in the pool, and I'd like to see at least one thing that kind of resets the fight for you. So once you get gone on with, I don't know, LSA or any sort of initiation, you have time to react with Spirit Siphon. So your Shadow Demons, Oracles, all of these heroes naturally come to mind.
Would you like to know the win rate of Death Prophet on Navi on the patch?
So this would be
I would love to know, Tigav. Do you have the numbers?
Is it EWC and TI quals?
On the patch, 7.39.
Gotcha. 80.
80%?
80%.
I'll go. Yeah. I'll have that. I'll go 40%.
Okay.
Right.
If they're not picking it and banning it first phase, even when they have first pick, I feel like it's pretty low.
It's 0%.
What?
How many games though?
One game.
Okay.
Like I said, they lost to a Death Prophet mid. Kiyotaka taught them a lesson.
Okay.
They tried playing it one time, and they lost to Ruin a team, which is, again, like the 12th best team in Eastern Europe or something, right?
Sure.
And since then, it really has been a matter of do not go near this hero, ban it on every single possibility.
Wow. Okay.
So it is actually kind of inspiring that coming into a potential 3-0 moment in the Swiss, like you beat Spirit, you're into the playoffs as a 3-0 team. Your nemesis is this Death Prophet. Like, you have not been able to overcome this beast from the qualifiers. So this feels like a very emotional Death Prophet pick for them. We'll see if they've understood the hero.
It's an emo DP. We need a new set with the hair going half the face down.
The Black Parade DP.
Exactly.
But Spirit, they continue to build up this idea of disjointing away. Like, they want a good amount of distance, right? You got the Jakiro, Ice Path, Macropire, so many spells you can throw out from a mile away, and same thing for Lina.
Yeah, you want to keep the Ghost Lady away.
Yeah, shoot.
That's it. Makes sense.
They need gap close. They need a way to find this Lina.
Most glass cannons were usually good against DP. Lina already good enough. I feel like even with the Dark Willow, you have a lot of damage that goes through the Shadow Realm. I don't necessarily love the pick. I think it's okay. And they do get some sort of a blink initiation from the Shadow Shaman. Someone that can jump in, set things up. But back to Tigav's point, I feel like they need that one bulky boy up front from the offlane. I feel like DP offlane right now, to me, does not look that amazing anymore.
Yeah, it feels like Navi's setting up for Boom to be able to get his Centaur. right? Have that stampede. You see Lina, you just press the button, everyone's on top. Death Prophet from the mid lane likes to buy Blink Dagger quite early on anyways. So if you have a center on your team, you might even be able to go like Ags, BKB, then use Stampede as your initiation rather than purchasing the Blink. But
there's like this one crazy pick that they might go for that I don't like that much with their 3 heroes, but I do like into Lina is Avenge. Like swap her in, make her life miserable. Because we're talking about DP and how you want to keep distance, but we're not addressing the hero that's addressing the DP, and that's the Lina. And she was all the rage in the first couple of weeks of the patch. I feel like she is still extremely strong, but susceptible to all this aggression that the Centaur can bring, or the Venge that can bring if she uses the swap on her. So get some hero that can get the Lina out of position, perhaps, might be the play.
In Spirit, though, they continue this path of do not go near the Death Prophet, right? You got Fissure from a mile away, Ice Path a mile away, Lina, right clicks, high range. Like, yeah, they are really just hiding in the tree line to make sure that this Death Prophet cannot get on top of you.
And everything is AoE as well, which is pretty cool. Like all their spells, like in this game, are more or less AoE. So
yeah, normally into Death Prophet, I do like seeing Blade Mail heroes from either the mid or off lane, just threatening the early game where you can soak them up. But actually, it's going to be
Shaker Core.
Yeah, Shaker Core. Okay.
With blind Shaker Core.
Yeah, they don't know the mid lane matchup yet.
But we saw from the start as well on the screen, Shaker did have one game in off lane, so maybe that could be the avenue for Spirit.
Okay.
You fissure your own wave, you block the small camp, you just kind of chill on the side.
But even that matchup is blind, or you're saying that...
Yeah, it's no matter what, like you might have an idea that DP is going to some lane and then you're putting the Shaker there, but besides that, the matchup is definitely blind no matter what. Kind of interesting.
We'll see for now. They do have the last pick in the draft, but...
Did you, by the way, did you experience in your games the Jakiro core at all?
No, not yet.
There are a couple of players playing it. It's kind of interesting. I don't like it that much. We're most likely seeing the Shaker as the core, but I'm just putting it out there. It's been played.
Okay.
Everything's possible. After the Lina pick, we're talking about high range, and every single pick from Spirit fits the exact same bill. I'm kind of getting tired saying it. I'm sorry, Tsunami. Hoodwink as well.
I mean, clearly it's on the mind of these teams as well.
You scurry around, you hide in the tree line. They are, yeah.
Get off my Lina. And so, Navi decide that I'll find a hero that you can stun me as much as you want. It's not going to last that long. I will still cut up your Lina with an Ursa.
Yeah, and when you talk about get off my Lina, I feel like these guys on Team Spirit are more of get off my back. Like everyone wants to hide in their own little corner and move away. So Lina, in my, like the way I see it right now, it is not really that protected. I might be misreading something, but they have some counter aggression, sure. But usually how it goes with Lina, if she gets gone on, she's probably dead.
Yeah, you want a unit that's standing in the way, not just spells.
I want a succulent meat of a unit from that offlane, perhaps, or mid.
But that would rearrange the Shaker, which is why I'm still weirded out by this Shaker pick at this phase of the draft.
Centaur was a really good ban, but we'll see with the Shaker really what the whole idea is. Right now, if it's played as a support, it's just the shard, right? Like you get the blink later, you go for the shard, you bring enough control with just the fissure.
And Navi are expecting a Laurel hero to emerge, which may make this Lina safe lane, which may make the Death Prophet an offlane. There's a lot of mind games going on right now, although 2 offlane bans are directed at Boom.
Yeah, it seems like at least Team Spirit knows that that Prophet is mid.
Yeah, they're doubling down on offlane bans.
Yeah, I mean, for Navi, having Boom on any initiator will feel really nice, right? Already we mentioned Centaur on draft, that's gone. Mars, they probably don't care too much about Tide, but it would fit the same logic of the bans from Spirit. You just throw this body up front. To kill him, you have to fissure him, plus then Sharpshooter, and after that, there's still an Ursa running at you and a Shaman and a Death Prophet. So I think, yeah, as long as Boom's hero is frontlining and just chaotic in nature, where you can soak a couple of spells, it will give life to a lot of fighting.
Oh, there you go. That's the chaos in nature, and they played it in previous series as well, and they played it on offlane, by the way. So
my only skepticism is Lina will still shoot you down while you're in the role.
This is true.
Unless the bear is on top of the Lina, right?
Yeah. If you're shooting Boom, you're gonna hope that Yuragi also has a 12 gauge and is finding the Lina to shoot her back.
And all of that is also dealing with this Death Prophet that has been permabanned basically in every other draft.
Their draft of Navi, even without looking at the Heroes of Spirit, looks very solid, well-rounded.
Agreed.
There's some flex between the Pango and the DP when it comes to the laning stage as well.
Yep.
You have the control, you have the late game carry potential, you have the objective taking from both the Shadow Shaman and DP. I honestly like their draft quite a lot.
For Spirit, we hyped them up for how good their team fight was. Once you get into the game, even though they don't have a very good front line, which is, you could argue has been fixed with the Primal Beast. He loves to get into the middle of a fight. Their kiting is really strong with the positioning being so defensive that we mentioned. To actually kill a hero, you need to get through the Ice Path for the Fissure, a Bushwhack, and then now Primal Beast on the offlane. He's going to have a Blade Mail, BKB, Aghanims, Blink. The Primal will just be in the middle of everything. So once you kill the Primal, sure, it's going to be a matter of Spirit having to kite and not playing like the easy traditional fight of throw bodies in and see what happens.
Well, it's a bit annoying to play the Primal. They last picked it as well, but I feel like it is a bit annoying versus Chicken Fingers and all the disables that they've got.
It is offlane Death Prophet, and they did move the Pango to mid. So Boom isn't playing the Pangolier. Copy will be playing it.
Which means that Laurel actually came out pretty good in this. It's an Earthshaker mid versus a Pango mid.
Yeah, I was worried for the Shaker versus Death Prophet mid matchup. That would have gone very nicely for the Death Prophet, I think.
Yeah, but now you're putting DP into Alina and you're putting Pango into a Shaker. I feel like everything I said about their draft.
Brilliant pivot.
Like the pivot draft, brilliant. Pivot, however, worries me a little bit.
Yeah, on paper, I think, Death Prophet into Shaker feels good for Death Prophet.
Yeah.
You just chill, you push wave, and you never die. But yeah, now there's vulnerability in the lanes, where before the other variation was lanes are stable, it's on Navi to show their kind of team play. Now it's lanes are slightly less stable. They could lose lanes in games, of course, lose a couple lanes, games are very hard.
Well, normally I would ask you two to justify it, but don't worry, I've got an expert on my big screen. No, don't look that way, B-Cup.
B-Cup?
Look at the camera.
Look at us, B-Cup.
He's talking about.
So B-Cup, we're looking at this draft. They decided to pivot the Pango to the mid lane against the Earthshaker, and Death Prophet is instead going into the side lane against a Lina. What's up with that?
What's up with that? Give me something.
Don't cheat on your homework.
I can't help you on this one. You're all alone.
Well,
I'm listening.
Sorry, but
we're listening.
Go on.
Well,
stand in the middle.
All right. I'll stand in the middle.
Yeah, block that window.
All right.
Think
well, here we go. The most analytical thing.
No stalling.
Oh, God,
No
I
stalling.
know, but they paused, so I was gonna stall till the game started. But then
You
they
have more
paused the
time.
game.
I told them.
have more time.
I
It's all
told
good.
them to pause. I was like, hold on, B-Cup's giving analysis. Please don't start the game yet.
I don't like that this has become a trend.
Hey, don't let him back out. He's filling.
But, as a great group of friends, we always listen to each other and we always find ways to just talk about the game collectively.
God damn it, he's outsmarted me yet again. The game has begun. B-Cup on the cost. Take it away.
Whew, okay. Well, now that I don't have to explain myself, life gets a little bit easier. This needs to stop being a trend unless somebody gives me a pre-written statement on what I should be saying about how good of a draft is or isn't. But you know what I do like? We're back to seeing Massive Serpent Ward for the Shadow Shaman.
Yeah, we are. This is the Giga Ward, but so what panel wanted to ask is why is Pango playing in the mid lane against Earthshaker? Because this one can be a little bit of a tricky one. It does give them, because this was a Shaker picked relatively early in the draft, and in the end, he's going to be playing the favorable matchup for him, which means that he's going to have a good time, and also Death Prophet in the off lane. It's not the most insane amount of burst damage that you do have, because Death Prophet, once you hit that level 3 with 2 points in Spirit Siphon, you just can't bring her down, especially if she brings something like a Raindrop to reduce some of the damage. She has Magic Wand, effectively having 1500 HP with 2 Spirit Siphons, maybe even more. It is very difficult to kill her, but at least they have good amount of damage, good amount of slow as well. Laurel did not want to skill anything. Can't really blame him. If you go for Fissure and you don't get the kill, even if you get the kill, you might need to get the actual last hit for it to be worth it, especially in this matchup, because you want to have Enchant Totem, you want to have Aftershock.
You give all this explanation, and then you let me kind of hang out to dry over there as I get asked by Tsunami again how to explain how the draft is going to work out and the moves.
I know you'll remember next time we're going to be seeing the same matchup, and you will say the exact same thing.
Yeah, I might need you to write it down, but I'll try to remember. I got it next time. Next time we see this pivot, well, I got you. I'm ready.
Yes. So far, you're doing a great job using words like pivot. We said use wave shoving, win condition.
Yeah. Well, this definitely
I'll try to
helps
think
their
of more.
win condition, as they might be doing some wave shoving a little bit later on. Copy against Laurel. We've seen Laurel have pretty drastically different games. Either he dominates or he gets really shut down. At least so far, and obviously it's only been 2 days.
Yeah, that seems to be probably some of the meta heroes that are being played right now, because if you are not given overall the last pick, we've seen in the previous series Kiyotaka getting handled pretty heavily by Quinn. We saw Kiyotaka 2 days ago pretty much being the driving force of the team, so anything can happen. Depends, you make one small mistake. These are all top professional E-athletes we're talking about, so they will punish you.
Thank you for the analysis. But Laurel, right now just 7-5 to the Pangoliers, 7-1. A melee v melee matchup here as Copy takes a couple of shots from the tower that you just can't really be giving up. I think he's going to be getting that bottle, so he'll have a way to heal up. And I mean, I don't really see, at least at the moment, much rotation from the supports of Spirit coming through, maybe at the 6-minute mark. Hoodwink's not that bad of a rotator. Jakiro doesn't exactly give you the most unless you catch him a little bit far away from the mid lane. But for the side of Na'Vi, Dark Willow and Shaman can kind of give you a lot on a rotation to mid.
Oh, they definitely can. These are the heroes that you want to have a good amount of control, great at securing the runes, especially Dark Willow. And also something to point out in this lane, Collapse, we haven't seen much of a Primal Beast. He did go for Provoke the Beast, so he gains 3 uproar stacks whenever he's being stunned, Hex, Taunt, Feared, Silence, Rooted. Pretty much any kind of a debuff that you're putting on him is going to cause him to get 3 stacks immediately. I mean, he is playing against Shadow Shaman, so there is Hex getting those stacks. And this is also one of the best heroes, if not the best hero in the game, with Axe that can creep skip. I saw a good amount of Primal Beast from the mid lane, especially when Malrine played it in the pubs in the last week or so. So this hero is definitely going to be back. I don't believe the hero was picked at all in the tournament. Yeah, he was not contested.
Not contested, but we'll see it here now. I'm looking at this Na'Vi lineup, and especially with the Massive Serpent where I mentioned earlier, definitely a lineup that early on can take objectives. Exorcism can push your lanes out. You can also go for Roche pretty early on with Ursa. I mean, that's usually the objective that we see coming in from these Ursa lineups. But it's about if Na'Vi can kind of find that opportunity. It's not really the best when it comes to defending against Roche for the Team Spirit, but if you can do it early on from Na'Vi, you can really tighten up the map for Spirit if you take these objectives and have this Aegis.
They haven't, like, probably the best objective-taking lineup. You have Shadow Shaman, you have Ursa, you have Death Prophet. Maybe you could throw in some casual Slardar in the mid lane, but other than that, it does not get better. So these are the objectives that they're going to be going for. Team Spirit on the other side, they don't have easy way to kill Tormentors, easy way to kill Roche. They need to take the fight, while Na'Vi can force some of these objectives, force Team Spirit to take the fights when maybe they don't want to.
They're looking for Yuragi. The chase is on. But now Collapse has to turn back the other way. Going back to your Tormentor point, yeah. And once you've kind of hit, 20 minutes into the game, Ursa should be able to just enrage and take that Tormentor in a heartbeat. But we saw that actually be counterproductive in one of the Ursa games that we watched, where they knew Enrage was down, they knew that they had just gone for this Tormentor, and were ready to take that fight. So if Spirit are wise to the Tormentor take later on in the game, obviously much later because we're only 5 minutes in, there is that opportunity for punishment if it's just that Ursa.
Teams definitely got better than this. In the previous patch, we saw a good amount of, because Beastmaster was super popular, one of the most contested heroes. We saw Beastmasters going for Roche relatively early on. Yatoro, Stick, Raindrop. Not enough. Nightflex will bring him down.
First blood, and now Maposhka looking like he's dead too. That'll be another kill here for the side of Na'Vi, and Ari and Boom getting one apiece. A quick start is really going to favor this Dire side. Copy having a much better game on this Pango than the Pango we saw in the previous game. Obviously, that was Pango against Queen of Pain. Much different matchup. But when you have access to that Primal, into that Rolling Thunder, it definitely can jumble up these fights, and that with an Exorcism is a lot to take on.
It definitely is. Having a much better game, not needing to go for Hand of Midas.
No, not at all.
There's a rotation. Okay, Ori already making a move. Thinking Laurel has Echo Slam ready.
Uses it, and all of a sudden, Copy, he's alive, but he doesn't have a way to really leave just yet. Swashbuckle on cooldown, but he's not going to need it. Yatoro, meanwhile, gets the kill on a boom.
They knew exactly what Navi's going to do. Starting to play aggressive, leaving DP alone in the bottom lane. And she didn't have that second Spirit Siphon. She also didn't have Raindrop. I think when you're playing against Lina, when you're playing against Jakiro, you might want to pick it up. But good amount of slow, good amount of damage with Poshka. They try to initiate on him, but he's going to be fine. And they were also so close to getting that kill. I love the build on Earthshaker, putting 3-point in Aftershock, try to surprise him there with the Echo Slam to get the maximum amount of damage, but he was so close. Enchant Totem was on cooldown for basically 1 second. If you got that off, that's a kill.
Getting the kill there, I mean, no Laguna Blade or anything like that. That is a big one to slow down Boom, at least just a touch. Yatoro, after dying, needs to get more back. Right now, Copy having a good time in terms of CS. Pretty even with this Earthshaker.
Yuragi's making a move. They want to backstab Lina. Want to kill Yatoro one more time. Really nice move from Navi.
Great move. Really good move here. We see this from a lot of Ursas that are just kind of ready to fight. We've seen it from, I would say Ame was one of those guys early on who did it a lot, who went through the Twin Gate. Shiro definitely loves it too.
Yeah, Shiro loves to do it. We saw in the previous series as well, Lifestealer going through Nightfall.
Yeah.
With that facet, using the Black Dragon.
Oh, bumped
very good
into
roll.
The Bramble too. Good job by Copy. That was perfect move to get Laurel, and again, we talked about the give and take of what Laurel gives to the team, and he played aggressive. Now, all of a sudden, doesn't survive this gank, and Copy pulls ahead. And
something that Earthshaker is really good at is clearing some of the stacks.
Yeah.
You know that in a triangle, you have Earthshaker, especially if he's playing into a really bad matchup. That's how he makes a comeback into the game. But there are no stacks whatsoever. There's like one creep, one camp stack, but that's about it. And now, Boom, in the bottom lane, uses first Exo. That's going to be a tower. They're not going to defend.
This is a quick one. 8.5 minutes, get that tower, no contest. And Yatoro's in this position where he has no farm. Shackle comes through again, but they have that Ice Path. Maposhka with Rue are going to try and defend, but they've also brought over this Death Prophet to maybe put some more damage onto the Tier 1 tower. If they get mid and they get bottom, all of a sudden the map is so open for Na'Vi, where you've already got a struggling Lina, and things can potentially even get worse for this carry for Spirit.
Definitely can. I was maybe expecting Collapse to try to make a rotation, especially with the Pango, try to stop that Rolling Thunder from going off. But he was playing a bit more aggressive onto Yuragi. And this time around, he has no points in Onslaught. Trying to man up against him. Does have Uproar stacks. It's a lot of damage. If you have 4 points, in some of the matchups, you can actually go for max Uproar stacks with this facet. It gives you extra 240 damage with Poshka. There's the Laguna Blade. Ari.
Very dead.
No Shadow Realm.
Need anything you can to get back into this game for Yatoro, especially since he's been struggling. They will find Collapse. They'll go for the Pulverize, but that gets stopped, and Copy's got yet another. He is moving around the map well. Rue comes in and gets a kill on a Kaori, and there's the difference. You know, Copy's able to move around the map, but this Earthshaker just can't be copying what his movements are.
Dire's middle tower.
Yeah, he needs a Blink Dagger, and he's getting very close. Would definitely love to pick up the Power Rune here. Unfortunately, it's not going to be able to get it. Diffusal Blade being delivered on Courier for Copy. Very good timing. 10 minutes in with the Boots of Speed. Laurel almost getting soloed here.
Has the haste, he'll be able to run now. Just needs one right click to get this kill, but he's too quick. Gets away from anything. They actually rotate just in case the chase continued from the side of Navi. Laurel. Blink Dagger is coming up. You will have that and maybe work with the next Echo Slam. It's 50 seconds away, though. Boom, just going for this early Ags. 2-0 Talismans. Goes into the Ags. Thought maybe Boom might pay a little bit more for not picking up those infused raindrops like you were calling for, but the lane kind of fell apart. Once that tower was gone, nobody else is here for the side of Spirit, so you're free to farm.
Unless they bring numbers, Navi doing exactly what they need to do, thinking that they feel safe, farming close to the tier 2 tower, trying to find some kind of an opening. DP, XO.
And the Rolling Thunder. This is already a problem here for Laurel. Dead again.
Their team fight is super strong. You drop down Shadow Shaman wards, you drop down DP ulti, even Pango roll. Like, I'm not sure how they're going to be fighting against that. And look at that Giga Ward go.
Giga Ward is going to be handled, though.
Easy 240 damage, 250.
Good gold for Rue.
All right, let's talk about the neutral items. Sister Shroud, I was about to point that out. We only have 4. You're playing against Ursa, you're playing against Earthshaker Lina. This item, very valuable. I think on side of Spirit, they might keep those items up until probably tier 4s on the supports, unless they get something better. But yeah, you want to survive. This is pretty much what's going to keep you alive in most of the fights.
See if we can keep them alive. The game is pretty close, but the aggression from Navi is certainly being felt. Trying to use that Giga Ward to get mid, ended up at Rue got it. He got a big chunk of gold for that. And I want to talk about Rue because we have really seen him shine at points so far through this tournament. I mean, yesterday, when they were down a big chunk of net worth, him on that Shadow team and the itemization and his positioning really made a difference in that game. And him on this Dark Willow, or him on this Hoodwink is going to be something that is going to be very important. You're going to have to see him land some important bushwhacks, sharpshooters, and he's a big part of this Spirit lineup.
Did manage to get 2 snipes with the sharpshooter, and now starting to stack a little bit more in the triangle. Laurel has Echo Slam. If the game's going to be slow, he just might echo this and say, screw it. We're going to be playing for a bit of a later timing. Seems like that's not going to be the case. He wants to save it for now. Mipushka is going to help him out.
Doesn't need it. Look at the difference in stacks, too. This is why the game is still sitting close. 12 stacks to 3 stacks. Gold being gotten by Spirit, and they're actually going to give this Ancient stack to Collapse. They want him to have this early BKB. Pretty standard item here for Primal Beast. Just allows you to be very free overall in these fights.
Yeah, you are playing against a lot of the things that you don't like to play into, especially Bramble Mage. This is what kind of kills you. You're playing into Shadow Shaman, so really not surprised that he's going straight into BKB. A lot of the times, Blade Mail is a good item, great against Pango, Ursa, DP especially.
Good bushwhack. Hits that sharpshooter. But they go to the Exorcism. They're going to catch Rue just a little bit too far out. There's nobody here to really even deter this push in. They used the EXO. I was a little surprised that they wanted to commit that, knowing that they had the numbers.
They already got the kill. Maybe it was not necessary to go for the EXO, but it is what it is. It's an objective for them.
But you know what?
Yeah, they're going to utilize that. Yeah.
Go for Roche. You have the gigantic Serpent Ward. Why not? This entire time, too, what I really like about Na'Vi is they've opened up this space for the Ursa, and he's just focused, got that Battle Fury, and usually it's Ursa in this lineup who has to go for Roche, or in their lineups that have to go for Roche. You don't see that here. You see the gigantic ward, you see the Exorcism used, and this Aegis goes on a copy at 15 minutes into the game.
Ooh, not something you see every day. Pango doesn't get priority in most of these situations. This might be one of the only time where you see Pango with the first Aegis, because you don't play him as a carry from the mid lane. He doesn't really get priority. But nicely done by Navi, using what is left on that EXO. Giga Ward. We said at the start that they're very good at taking objectives, and this is before Ursa even gets involved.
And the way that they've been playing makes me think that Yuragi's just going to continue to farm here. I mean, obviously he wants the Blink Dagger, but I'm wondering if he's going to farm even longer than that. Does he go Blink Dagger, BKB before he even gets involved? Because usually the indicator is, right, you get the Blink Dagger and you want to be fighting.
Yeah, you want to get some extra, like, Lina, she's building into Maelstrom, Falcon Blade. I see Boots of Travel to be anywhere on the map, replenish her mana, try to help out the team. Laurel, he's waiting for the Echo Slam potentially. Boom is isolated for the next couple of seconds, but the rest of the team, they're coming from the back. Copy,
Back and
Rolling
Copy's gonna
Thunder's
be
ready.
here. They know who they need to target, and it's going to be Rue. They hit the Terrorize only on a Maposhka, but it's enough to get the kill, and immediately Copy, knowing that there's no fissure, just TPs away. Good movements. They got that pick off, didn't commit too much. And they still have this Death Prophet top of the net worth.
Yeah, we talked about how it's a good Blade Mail game, and that Primal Beast needs to get the BKB as soon as possible, so he just finished that, and will be going back still for the Blade Mail. That extra bit of armor, extra bit of a time where you can't be focused. You might deter either Ursa or Dead Prophet from attacking you. But Navi is going to hit a pretty strong timing. They have this Aegis for another 3 minutes, plus also Tormentor's going to spawn, because they also killed Roshan relatively early on. It does give you a super strong timing on a second rush, because Navi's going to be the team controlling Roshan and objectives in this game.
Assume that ends up going to Ursa if they do get the control and have it available for them when they get there. But the question is, Spirit, how are they going to respond to this deficit and this Aegis? Right now, they've just been kind of sitting back and farming. They really want Yatoro to get something on this Lina to really work with. And right now for Yatoro, it's Maelstrom, Boots of Travel, and the Falcon Blade looking over at a Hurricane Pipe.
Wants to keep the distance against Ursa, against Pango, against Death Prophet as well. This is a big kill if they can get him, but can they kill him twice?
Still, yeah.
Can't even get him once. Collapse did not want to commit with the Pulverize. Probably wanted to have it for the second life, but there was no real follow-up. No Rue, no Laurel.
I want you to take another look at Lina's quick buy, by the way. He has got everything planned out to the point where it's got all those items.
16 plus
8 items plus 16 more. He's queued everything up for the rest of the game, and there won't be any changes, surely. I don't know if I've ever seen that before, all queued up like that.
This is something that K1 did back in the days. Like, he knew the itemization and pretty much never changed. Usually it was Hand of Midas into Radiance, and then you had a bunch of other items. BKB popped on Collapse.
Yeah, the Terrorize was thrown, and with that BKB, he doesn't get feared back towards anybody, and, well, he still had this Aegis. Pango is in on it, but the BKB down for Collapse means he's not really going to be looking for a fight. Why play so aggressively if you can't survive without the BKB? Spirit haven't exactly found the right positioning to go for anything just yet. It's been pretty much only aggression coming in from NAVI. But again, you're trying to kill a Pangolier here by taking out his Aegis. You'll get the first life away, but the rest of the team is here to follow up.
Ready with Echo.
They've got the LSA, they'll go to the Laguna Blade, they land the Ice Path, but can they get the kill? The Bushwhack is connecting. Rue locking them down to get the second kill on a Copy. That's exactly what Spirit needed. The rest of the team was here for Navi, except for this Ursa, who's down over at bottom. So the response wasn't exactly fivefold for them. And even though they use and commit this Exo, they just don't have a fight that's really available for them.
A really big fight for Spirit, allowing them to get the kill, get the Aegis. Not the most important thing, the Aegis, but also showing that there is Earthshaker. Navi did not want to commit. It seems like not everybody was on the same page, because Boom did pop Exo, and the rest of the team, they did not follow up, knowing that there could be an explosive Echo Slam if they group up. It seems like Yoragi, as you said, doesn't want to take the fight until he gets his BKB.
They're going to go for him bottom, though. They want to get this kill. There's the Bushwhack, sharpshooter, and Yoragi now on the run. Can they keep up? They are not going to be able to get the kill to the Ursa. Giga Ward committed Kaori, though. He is going to die, and that will be to Yatoro. Collapse looking maybe if this Ursa had stayed, but he left, and Yatoro's also not only going to get that kill, but an extra 260 gold to pick up that massive Serpent Ward. Ari, he's nearby where the Tormentor just spawned. They've also got Boom in the vicinity. This is an objective we talked about that Navi want to be controlling. When you're able to take it with just an Enrage and go, it's something that should be a little bit easier for you, but Spirit understands.
They have everything ready. They know that they can try to take this fight. There is no Exo available for 40 seconds. Navi definitely did slow down. They are waiting for an opening, yet to see some big Echo Slam. Laurel looking for the opportunity.
Ursa has that ult back up, but he's still not walking towards top. Kaori's not going that way either. They have a tier 1 to TP to. Ursa's got a TP. Shaman's going to have one in 8 seconds, but they're going to go for this Tormentor. They'll get it. And a shard for Miposhka. And everybody just TPs out. So kind of a missed objective for Na'Vi.
They lost a lot in the last couple of minutes. First that fight in the triangle, and now losing Tormentor as well.
Leaving a lot to be desired from Na'Vi because they had a lead that I thought that they would capitalize more on. But it just, I don't know. I thought you get Blink Dagger on Ursa, you're looking to go. He's kind of sat back and looked to continue to farm. Kaori,
what a
dead
play
to the
from
trample,
Collapse.
and he'll
He knows that they have no BKB piercing tools, gets that BKB, kills Kaori, and TPs out while dragging the whole team on top of him. So you can see on the minimap exactly where they're farming. Laurel is farming the mid lane, Yatro in the top lane. So that's going to give them another good 1,000 gold because the rest of the Na'Vi, they need to spread out, try to get something done, try to get some extra farm. Because without Shadow Shaman, they're not going to be taking the fights. And in the last couple of minutes, Spirit managed to stabilize the game pretty heavily.
baiting this haste rune. And they'll just deny it. Copy
not happy with this one.
He kind of thought about going for it. It was walking that way. Amplified damage and a haste would have been potential for devastation.
Boom. Gatekeeping happiness there, and it doesn't want to doesn't want anybody to pick it up.
Net worth even. Only 15 kills up to this point too. Bit quiet. Currently just, I think, waiting for this BKB on Ursa, and he's got the gold in just a second. He'll have that BKB to work with, but will they force the issue when he grabs it? Another Giga Ward to push some pressure onto the tier 2 tower over bottom. Boots of Travel picked up for the Earthshaker. He could be here if he needs to be. And he will TP over. They go to the Hex. Now they jump in. It's on a collapse against the BKB off. He'll survive for now. Lina's also coming in with the Boots of Travel. They'll find Boom, get the kill, take the Death Prophet, look over Kaori. He'll die too. Laurel helps to get that one. Now they've got the Pulverize on a copy. The LSA's going to follow it up. And with the Ice Path down, they've got 3. A good defense from Team Spirit. And again, no Ursa in the vicinity. He's got that BKB, he has that Blink Dagger, but still away from the team who are pressuring the bottom tier 2.
Yeah, not sure what we're waiting with this Ursa. Usually Ursa does get involved when he gets the Blink Dagger, tries to control the game before they get the Hurricane Pikes and these kiting tools. But again, Laurel is super patient. I believe the only Echo Slam we did see was the one 5-6 minutes into the game where he popped it. But other than that, he's just waiting. And also the
Ursa's
spell usage wasn't really the greatest. He got stunned there immediately, and suddenly he gets the BKB off. Boom explodes from Lina's ulti, and the rest of the fight is pretty much over. Collapse managing to live there. So basically 3 versus 5 fight. You can see on the minimap that both of the heroes from Navi were missing, and they were so far away. They were not even close to that fight.
Well, Ursa, he was stepping forward and then kind of just bailed quickly. I don't know. They should have been, I would say, set a little bit better if they were going to pressure that, and they were the ones pushing the envelope there. They drew down the Serpent Ward, and they wanted to go in. But now Ursa getting involved. Here's Yuragi. We asked for him to get involved, and here he is. He'll get 2 kills. That's exactly what Yuragi needs. This is what Navi needed from their Ursa.
Yeah, finally, he's getting involved. Roshan is going to be up in the next 45 seconds, up to a minute, and going to be on the Dire side.
Another Giga Ward. I feel like we just saw the Giga Ward. Ragi goes in, and Giga Ward down to about half health. Can you pick up the golds? No.
Look at the tower damage. Some from Dead Prophet, who usually is the big tower hitter, and then you have Shadow Shaman doubling that damage. Collapse changing his item build. Instead of going for Aghanim Scepter, which he did have queued up, he realized that Blink Dagger might be a better option where he can jump in, use the BKB, stop Pango's roll from going off, and then they can focus him down.
Yatoro going to finish the Mjolnir. And then Silver Edge is next on the docket. You got a Rolodex of items that you can use here for Lina. But the question is, how does this Roche fight go down? Because the first one was easy for Navi. I mean, there was no contest. They took it 14 minutes into the game. Now they're looking over towards potentially getting themselves a second Roche, which is something you really want. When you've got this Ursa lineup, you really want to be controlling this Roche pit. That first one's really important. It didn't get them too much, but maybe they wanted more. Collapse, he blinks in. He'll hit the LSA, even inside the Shadow Realm. The sharpshooter of Rue will take out Ari.
I like how Collapse is approaching the fight. He does not want to commit too heavily, blinks backwards, like behind him, and tries to mini-stun him with the Onslaught, still saving his BKB, saving Pulverize, making sure that both of those abilities are used to try to disrupt Pango during the roll.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Picked up a basher for Ursa.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Going Ags next. Fissure lands. You've got the totem now. Rod of Atos. That'll line up this Bushwhack. Kaori gets hexed, and, well, Rue getting that kill into the Shadow Shaman.
Very disciplined fights from Spirit. Again, Collapse, knowing that they can't really lock him down from 100 to 0 unless they fully commit some DP ulti. This time around, Shadow Shaman was the one who was getting jumped, so doesn't need to be careful about that. And as soon as he can get his Uproar, with level 15 talent, he can dispel himself against some of the annoying things. Not if he's silenced, not if he's hexed. Copy. This is the big pick-off.
Pulverize in the Laguna Blade. Sharpshooter, quick kill. And Exo's going to be committed here, but they go to the Hurricane Pike onto Uragi. So Curse Crown, Collapse. Very patient on the BKB, but did he wait a little bit too long? He's taking a lot of damage from Boom. The Fissure blocks him out. That'll give him some space, but the BKB's run out on him. Blink in and goes for 2. Uragi's got Collapse in the bush, and now he's looking over at Yatoro. But Boom is in. Hurricane Pike once again. The right click damage flying through. They're going to buy back on the Poshka. They'll look to have the Jakiro back into the fight. They drop down this Echo Slide that's going to land on the Dark Well as well as this Ursa. He'll enrage. He'll run. The Bushwhack only held him down for a second to go to the Giga Ward as well as the Shackle. Laurel, he is shackled up and killed. So they get themselves another. They bought back on the Jakiro in a really good fight from Na'Vi where Ursa takes advantage and gets a couple.
Finally, again, Ursa gets involved, manages to get out of the trouble. They're still yet to kill Ursa. Uragi really pushing the limit there, getting in, getting the double kill, and managing to blink out.
This is what we've been waiting to see on this Ursa. Did see an Echo Slam, but it just did not do enough
damage, no.
And also, Roche is up for...
It's very easy for Navi to choose where they want to be taking the fights. They use Exorcism, Team Spirit. They do not want to engage immediately. Then you have Rolling Thunder. You have Giga Ward as well. Rocking Roshan's Roar. Down to 75% HP. Yatoro. No BKB for 25, but still deals an insane amount of damage. Really nice Bushwhack.
BKB in 14, 12 now for Primal Beast. He could use that onslaught in, maybe be a problem if he's got the Pulverize.
Spirit waiting for BKBs to come off cooldown.
Whose positioning will be better? Can Spirit find their spot? Can they get into this Roche pit? Because they just lost that fight, but they didn't end up losing out on the potential Aegis. This is getting a little dangerous for both these teams. Uragi's farms slowed down a little bit because he's been involved in these fights in terms of just farming, but now he is, he's got himself that shard, and now he'll look for the axe. But while they back away from the pit, Spirit are in, and
he wanted to get out.
Laurel, yeah,
blocked him off.
He wanted to leave there. He ends up getting thrown. Be careful. They've looked and they've controlled up Maposhka.
Yatoro's just going to burst him down.
Yeah, he's got the damage, but does he get Boom? He can't get up out of the high ground. Maposhka for Boom is quite the trade, but they end up getting Rue. That's both supports dead. They've got an Aegis onto the Lina, but can Navi look for any more. Do they find anybody else? They'll TP out on Laurel, collapse. He'll blink away, and they get away with an Aegis, just losing their supports. They did lose Mapushka early, who did buy back in the previous fight, so he was dead for 70 seconds.
Still a big victory for Team Spirit. This is what they did for 20-minute Tormentor as well, stealing it away from Navi. We talked that Navi's going to be dictating the tempo of the game when it comes down to going for these objectives, but finding the opportunity, they go in. And something that Prophet's lacking is armor. Like, she's still dying. Lina does magical and physical damage, but it's a lot of right-click. Sitting at only 12 armor, so now he decides to sell one of the items and buy Ghost Scepter.
Lina doing 3,700 damage, by the way, to the Death Prophet.
Lina has always been a very good counter to that Prophet, pretty much ever since Dota existed. Same goes for Shadow Fiend, having an ability to burst that Prophet down.
Interesting. So they're going to go, and they're going to try and get this kill, and they will find the Shadow Shaman. The thing that's interesting here is they got the scan onto the Ursa. They kind of know where he's at right now. They'll get a kill and a copy. They've got 2, and Ursa goes through the Twin Gate again. They knew where Ursa was. They made that scan because that's the call after the Tormentor, right? You expect him to go through the Twin Gate, and maybe the idea that, and this is maybe a little bit of just a guess, but kind of fortunate for Ursa that fight happens because they had gotten the scan on the Ursa and they would have gone for him instead, knowing he doesn't have Enrage.
Now, Spirit is so good at reading the map, what's happening, and every single time you show a hero, they're planning how to punish you. Like we saw it in the previous fight as well with Roshan. They hear the roar, they use a scan, they know nobody's there. Immediately, Lina goes in, uses the ulti, and suddenly they have more than enough damage, not just to bring Roshan down, but keeping those fiery stacks and killing that Prophet as well. So that's going to be another tower. Team Spirit, after having a really rough early game, managed to make a comeback. And then maybe losing another fight, but still, again, making a really nice comeback with the plays that they're doing all across the map. And now with the Invis, double Invis, Yatro does have Shadow Blade, so playing a bit of an assassin type of a game. Ari did drop down Sentry and Ob, so he sees him.
Sees him, but now he needs to run. All right, they've got the root. They'll go to the Hex. They've got the Serpent Ward down. Now the Shackle. Curse Crown, all this put together, but this is going to just be an Aegis if they get this. Rolling Thunder comes through, and there's not much Collapse can do. So now, Lina has to get out, but the damage is going to be heavy from Yuragi. They go to the Dust, they look to get the control on Yatoro. They've got a Bushwhack that comes in against the control of the Ursa, but Yatoro shackled up once again, and a good fight from Navi. They'll look for Rue, and they can't stop the TP as the Hoodwink TP's away from the side of Navi, but they do get 2 kills onto the Lina.
Collapse couldn't get anything off, getting heavily focused by Ursa, and Lina was in no man's land. That Observer and Sentry placed on the high ground is what actually allowed them to grab these kills. 2 big kills, removing Aegis as well relatively early on.
A bit of overconfidence, having that Shadow Blade and just kind of running right at a hero. Once that Shadow Realm went off, that's the idea that, hey, well, you know, we might be found out here, and there might be some help, but both Collapse and Yatoro committed to this, and they had the Shackle, and during the respawn of Aegis, they got the kill on a Collapse. So now Yatoro has no help. And now Laurel's dead. Maposhka, he'll also fall, and one after the other, Navi are getting these kills.
They misplayed their draft a little bit. This draft is supposed to do exactly what they're doing right now. I kind of expected them to do the same thing 10-15 minutes ago, being the ones going for Roshan, going for these pickoffs. It's just the execution was not there, but you can see the strength of this draft right now. When they're grouping up together, they have an insane amount of control from both of the supports. Kaori, he's not afraid to drop down that massive Serpent Ward immediately, Hex, Shackle onto the target. Like, Lina dropped down to half HP. And this is 3,000 Lina we're talking about.
Gotta think about fighting as a team. Going for the big team fight with the Echo Slam. Working with Pulverize maybe to start these fights. You have ways in, but they need to figure out the initiation. You can't just be running blindly at these heroes like they did towards that Dark Willow. Nullifier now picked up for Copy. He's got Diffusal, Ags, Blink, Nullifier. Ooh, Laurel. NAVI is in trouble and very dead.
Level 25 Ursa now as well.
They do get Kaori, but those trades do not follow the laws of equivalent exchange. That is a mid for a support. NAVI have picked up the lead to 7,000. Collapse wanting to be a little bit more survivable, trying to pick up a heart, but that is far away in terms of gold.
Wants to finish off his Shiva's Guard, reduce some of the healing against that Prophet, and also armor. Very valuable against Navi's lineup. Pretty much all 3 cores are all about physical damage. Pango's all physical, so is Ursa. That Prophet is a bit of a mixed damage, but most of the damage when Exo is out is physical.
Toro closing in on 25. Silver Edge Lincoln's the call that he wants to make. Side of NAVI, though, they're going to pressure. They have this outpost controlled. They'll have a Giga Ward ready to go. Can the side of Spirit defend? I mean, they certainly can. We've seen it before. This kind of gives similar vibes to yesterday's series for Spirit.
Yes, but this time around, they really don't have those heroes that are going to be making those comebacks so realistic as they did in the previous series that they played. Lina, sure, this is not Medusa by any means, but it's also an insane hero if she's uncontested, if she's right-clicking you from the high ground. With the amount of stuns that they do have, pretty much every single hero does have a stun. You need to be aware of the Echo Slam. In terms of tower damage, Navi, I don't think they should be too afraid going for the high ground, planting down Giga Ward, using Exo as well. And now Team Spirit.
Great spot. He's in a great spot.
They did see him.
Still gonna die.
They saw a glimpse of him.
He was in a great spot if the smoke could break, but now they go to the Shackle. Yuragi's gonna commit into this one, and now they'll get the kill and a collapse. They'll buy back on the Dark Will, so Ari's gonna try and come back into the fight. The Fissure lands, they've got the totem to follow it up, but the Rolling Thunder comes out from Copy. And how far are they willing to go? They commit the buyback, but they will not get anything else. That's worth the trade. I mean, maybe not with the buyback so much so, but to get Collapse seems pretty good for NAVI.
Collapse really struggling to dish out the damage. He's been trying to keep the distance, initiate with the Blink Dagger, use Onslaught to go for the mini stun, but it's not as easy for him anymore, seeing that there is a second Hex available on Dead Prophet.
Timeless, Dazun, Bloodright, and a quickened Bloodright as well. Giant's Maul, Brawny, Pyrrhic Cloak.
Oh, Pyrrhic Cloak, that's the big one. The supports can't play it unless they have some kind of a dispel mechanic. They just die. You're playing against this insane amount of burst damage on Ursa, on Dead Prophet, even Pango. If you get it off on the supports and they don't dispel themselves, it is just straight up dying. Ari at least does have Yule Scepter. Shadow Shaman, he doesn't die because of his innate ability. But you might just get one fissure, one spell, and he's gonna die afterwards. This is the big one. Third Roche with the refresher.
They're not gonna hear Aurora this time. They took the last Aegis, so this is a quiet Roche take and an easy one for NAVI. I said it in the last series when Spirit were behind, and there is always that omnipresence of the fact that Spirit can come back in any moment. I know that it is a much tougher game, like you said, but it seems like it's in the back of every team's mind that if we don't play it perfect, Spirit might find an opening to really make us pay on, and it forced Edge into a spot that they dove a little bit too far. But NAVI, again, you know, is this going to put the pressure on them or they find themselves in too deep? Instead, right now, the ones playing the aggressor are the side of Team Spirit. They land that LSA Bushwhack and they get themselves the kill with the Laguna Blade. They'll commit the Serpent Ward, and now the jump in from Boom, looking to get a kill here on Alarl. They have found Collapse. They'll hit the Terrorize. They'll take out the Primal Beast. But Boom, Refresher, Hex on Alarl with the Silence. And can this Earthshaker get out? 4 staff, now a good Ice Path. Boom. He can't get the catch onto this kill. So they only get Collapse, but they do lose Copy.
They have another Exo available. No buyback available on Primal Beast. If they want to use one Exo and try to push it in. Seems like that's what Yuragi wants to do. Yuragi still yet to die in this game. He is pretty much 6-slotted. Can sell his phase boots and get another item, but Aghanim Scepter is ready. Blink has been upgraded.
Boom moving over, and like you said, Swift Blink 39.51 was the pickup. First time on the hero. Ari. Sharpshooter Macro Pyre. 94
They really got him,
seconds,
and they just got a gem. A lot of damage on the ground. This is something, and a lot of stuns that they can throw on the ground, something Dark Willow doesn't really like to play into.
And
all 5 actually have ways of stopping him from using the Shadow Realm or TP out or get out of the trouble.
Yeah, the thing that's kind of scary is now you don't have Dark Willow for 70 seconds. You have an Aegis, so they probably don't fight on this. Again, now they know that the Tormentor was taken, but he still has the Aegis. But it's a long time without the Dark Willow. I thought maybe Spirit are going to go, and they might. They are going that way. They are smoked up, so they are feeling the opportunity. They'll move over and push. They might be baiting something out. Ooh, Laurel actually gets smoke broken. They jumped the wrong way. Boom's just sitting here within the trees. Cryptstorm comes out. Collapse is going to see him. Pulverized TP immediately. They'll go for the jump in. Laurel's got the BKB. They'll get the Kona Boom. That takes out the Death Buffet immediately. And now he's got buyback. He's going to have to come to the tier 2 tower. Rolling Thunder. Yatoro low. Gets into the trees. He's hidden. But can he get anything from this? It looks like he needs to just leave. Bushwhack connects on a copy. They'll look over at Collapse. He's hexed up. And the jump in from Yuragi to get the kill. Boom. Gets credit for that. But it will be Copy who takes out Rue. 2 heroes dead on the side of Team Spirit. They don't get Yatoro, though, who survives with a sliver of health.
Ooh, it's that gem that they lost. They did not have vision available, and now they're going to be running it down the mid lane.
No
Exorcism is still up and running.
And they've got a banner.
Aegis, minute and a half.
A lot of time. Kaori looking for the jump in.
Lincoln Sphere ready on Lina. Not sure if you saw that one in the previous fight.
200 gold for you, Toro.
But now they have the opportunity. Boom, not having buyback. If they get the kill on him, this means that the next fight is going to be 4v5 for the 2 minutes.
The Willow, too. It'll be a long time. Thinking about the Terrorize. Fissure thrown out. Lakuta Blade used. Boom, BKB, but the jump forward from Copy. Yuragi has 50 seconds, but there is 20 seconds before they get these heroes back on Spirit. They lose the tier 3, but despite the fact that it was a 5v3, they do hold on to most of the base. Things going well for Na'Vi, up 10k.
I don't think it's been more than 10k in this game.
I don't think so.
They always try to find something. Copy's also going to have a much easier time blinking in, or if he's getting blinked on, and try to stop him from using the Rolling Thunder with Pulverize. Lincoln Sphere is ready.
There was an Echo Slam in that last fight. But
Navi did a good job not allowing him to get some big Echo Slams. Not committing, not getting too many heroes around each other.
They just missed out on these heroes. That's going to help the survivability now. Boom. He's got Lincoln Sphere. Again, Spirit grouped up across the river. Ursa might be walking into trouble. Fissure, good spot. Ice Path, now the jump. But, oh, the Hurricane Pike puts him over the Fissure.
Nah, he was fine anyway. He has BKB, he has Enrage, he has Earthshock with Enrage. Super tanky. Not sure if they would be able to get the kill anyway.
Is it a blessing in disguise?
Might have been, like this fight, because the rest of the team was ready to back him up, and now they're going for the mid lane. Again, no buyback available on Boom, so he needs to be slightly more careful. Lincoln Sphere available on him as well.
Blink, jump, now. They look over. Ethereal, but the sharpshooter comes through. All of a sudden, Ursa trying to get the kill. They've got the Abyssal Blade, but the Force Staff's going to be back onto Yatoro. Now, can they get the control on anybody here? They still have got this Giga Ward hitting away. They got the mid-melee racks, the Rolling Thunder into the Blink. That connects. They look for the Hex and the Terrorize. That'll find Collapse, and he will die, but he's got buyback. Yuragi with the BKB going for a second will finish off this mid-set of racks, but they've got the Rod of Atos to pop this Lincolns, but do they have anything more? Fissure, nothing to control Yuragi, and they will finish at least the set, and they don't lose anything.
Usually you would see Dead Prophet going in using the Exo, but considering that he doesn't have buyback available, he does not want to commit. He's really keeping the distance. BKB not ready on Ursa, but seems like they still want to be taking the fight. Abyssal is ready.
They need to be
find
careful.
the target.
They know exactly where they're at. They'll jump in. They've got the Hex, but do they have the Shackle? Not yet, but the Bramble Maze connects, and that's going to allow the Shackle to come in. They've got the damage. They'll take Rue and Yatoro out. Buyback not there for the Lina, and this is Na'Vi with the best advantage they'll have yet. Copy. He's in the front line. Yuragi in again. Maposhka dead. Beyond godlike for this Ursa.
They need a big jump. They need a big Echo Slam. Can somebody buy time? Problem is Ursa has Aghanim Scepter, so you're not going to be killing him. Not unless you have some kind of a silence or some kind of a follow-up stun immediately, but still status resistance is going to kick in. And a very, very difficult game for Spirit.
21,000 net worth deficit, 50 seconds without this Lina. Bushwhack connects onto the Ursa, but does it matter? They will drop the Giga Ward top. They will try to pressure them. They are going to drop this ward to make sure that they can get a push in on the bottom lane, but now the Terrorize thrown once more. Collapse just never having a chance to survive, and even with the BKB, he has to go towards Kaori. That's his only option. He can't go back home. He has to come in on the Shadow Shaman, and he can't even get the kill on a Shadow Shaman.
This is also before foul play. They are buying a little bit of time. The heroes are going to respawn, but basically they have one more fight. Roshan might be alive in the top pit. It's going to take another good 2 minutes for him to respawn, and Exo's coming off cooldown in 25 seconds. I don't think Navi should give them another chance to fight. I think they should just go in. There is buyback available on Primal Beast. They are resetting. You can see that Shaman is running back from base. Yuragi, ready to go. BKB Refresher, the 8 Aghanim Scepter. So double BKB, double Enrage, double Abyssal Blade. They might kill his courier. Laurel needs to be careful. Wants to buy Refresher, double Echo. That's your way into the game, if he can get it. Might need to sell it to the enemy secret shop.
Here they go.
Sentry up, down.
Sentry down. Hex connects. Blink in with the Rolling Thunder again. Laurel just not having a chance to do anything. He's got buyback. Collapse uses his too. BKB now copy. This Rolling Thunder still a problem. They just cannot get close to Na'Vi. This is going to be up against Mega Creeps. And they will find the Rod of Atos to blink. Oh, the Yules!
Immediately.
Oh, perfect here for Na'Vi. But there's the jump forward. They're going to cut a Kaori. They're going to look over at Collapse. They'll take out him and Rue with the cleave. Laurel, a totem, a chance for the side of Na'Vi to get the game won under their belt against Team Spirit. I mean, Yatoro tries to throw anything he can back, but it is not looking likely. They buy back here on the Shadow Shaman. They do not have to force the issue if they don't want to, but it's a 5v2 and they can finish it
with
right
Giga
now.
Ward ready, they want to close it out. Ursa, he's in.
Hex once more. Yuragi will rip through Maposhka. GG is called. Na'Vi, they are one game away from playoffs. You heard that right, playoffs.
Navi squad, huh? They managed to beat Nigma Galaxy 2-1, beating Team Liquid yesterday 2-1, and now taking the game off Spirit. This squad is really, really playing well.
They are angry, and they are playing like it. They are playing so well. Na'Vi take game number 1. We're going to send it over to Tsunami. Guys, take it away.
All right, what I'm gathering from these past 2.5 days of watching Na'Vi is that Cyber Geese must be the best team in the world right now. Because if they're the ones who are gatekeeping this team out of going to events, then by transitive property, if they are beating Na'Vi, then they just must be sick.
Let's not take away from Navi's performance right now.
Not at all. They're the second best team in the world.
But it's insane what they're doing, right? Like in this game, right? They take the first Roshan, Spirit get the second Roshan. It looks like it's going well, but then Na'Vi, they hit this boiling point with the amount of jump and control that they have, like with the Pangolier, the Shaman, the Ursa. If you find a hero, they are going to die in for Spirit. They only had the Primal Beast as a frontline. The Hoodwink, the Shaker, the Jakira, the Lina, all want to play on the fringe of the fight. So this entire game, you just see a montage of Collapse dying, because if he doesn't go in first, there is no one to start the fight for Spirit. They're all waiting, and Na'Vi, they identified that, and they made sure that when Collapse showed up in the fight, he goes down instantly to make sure Spirit has to retreat.
Yeah, most of these kills that they were getting were on Spirit, I mean. They're either due to Boom running in a little bit too deep, going ham, because he has to, he's a DP. Or these kills where you see a fissure, you see
nothing.
you don't see the heroes. It's like this: you see the fissure, you see the ice path, but you don't necessarily see.
Next thing you know, your life flashes before your eyes.
Exactly. The problem is every time, like Tigov talked about it, every time Collapse goes in, I even feel that he needs to preemptively BKB just to go in. Because if he doesn't, he gets hexed, he gets shackled. Brambles are there. There's just so much control. And same goes for the Shaker. I don't think I've seen maybe one impactful echo the whole game.
Yeah.
Like overall, it's been a really rough game for both the Shaker and the Primal. One of the reasons why you usually need some sort of a Spirit to create chaos. Meanwhile, speaking of chaos, Pango on the other side, Navi, they survived their lanes, they did well in them, and then Pangolier was always there to make sure that there's enough stuff happening that the Ursa can pick and choose a little bit later where to go and
like
who to
this
go on.
one, Shaker is about to get his fissure off, gets rolled into by Pango, and then Ursa's like, sweet, I'll take it from here.
But that's what the entire game from Na'Vi was about. Like, once they were able to deal with the initiation of the Primal, it was Boom on Death Prophet going so crazy at the start of the fight that Shaman got the Hex, Pango got the roll, Yuragi unkilled in the game, 16-0-9. He did, what, 49,000 damage, like absolutely popping off on the Ursa because his team identified the one thing that Spirit had. And that's maybe the weakness of Spirit in this game, is their draft. Their team fight was somewhat predictable compared to other games where there's multiple layers of how to fight. Here, it's if Primal's out of position or dead, there is no real team fight. It's forcing away, clutch ice path from Maposhka, maybe a nice bushwhack from the Hoodwink, but there's no meat shield. There's no secondary line to play behind. So I think because of that, Na'Vi was able to adjust that very, very quickly, and it wasn't as difficult as kill Collapse on his Primal, and let's say La was playing like an Ember or something. It's like you kill the Primal, but now we have to deal with the Ember. Like the Earthshaker was, putting it bluntly, just kind of redundant in the game.
Yeah, I have to say it felt the same with Hoodwink. Like the outskirts were maybe a bit too plentiful. You needed something to go in as well.
Yeah,
it felt like, okay, we dealt with the DP. The DP is the problem, but most of the game, Lina was dealing with the DP. You didn't need anything else. Like, she was the one actually messing up DP and killing her in the Rosh fight. She kills her alone. Bottom lane, she also manages to kill her alone. Most of the time, there is enough burst. So maybe they needed to deal with the other problems as well, instead of just dealing with Lina. And copy was also a problem that was supposed to be dealt by the Primal Spirit, right? Primal Beast. You go in, you BKB, you catch that little rolling ball and you deal with it. But he was always dying first, unfortunately.
I think after seeing the entire game play out, many of Navi's draft decisions now make sense to me. Like, they had banned out the Tusk, and we were like, Tusk would be good for Navi. But now we're seeing that there was so much backline support for Spirit. It would have been nice if Spirit had a Tusk who could like go in and start fights. And then we were like, why turn the Pango into the mid and the Death Prophet into the off lane? But you had mentioned, T, that Copy is like a vibes player, and he made his mid Pango look very worthwhile.
Yeah, no, he had the vibes as well, because it was like itemization-wise, like he goes to the Lincolns to stop the Primal grabbing him, he gets the Nullifier for more armor to stop Lina right-clicking him. Like, he's very comfortable on this Pangolier once you get into the game, and the fact that Boom was able to be, like, top net worth on the offlane, like we said that Na'Vi, they are a team that likes to win their lanes and feel like they're kind of beating down their opponent. Like, Boom, top net worth, first Roshan, everything's feeling really good. The only time this game got a little difficult was that second Roshan and Spirit taking it and them getting that kind of slight one up in a couple skirmishes. But then you fast forward a couple minutes and boom, they're back in the game, right?
Let's fast forward to 23 minutes. Let's fast forward to when we're seeing this Lina maybe succumb to a little bit too much getting on her.
This is the one where I kind of felt that Spirits are back in, because the game looked not too great, but then Boom goes a little bit too deep under the tier 2 tower and gets punished. And I felt when I was requesting this highlight that this is going to be a series of events where DP is out of position and Lina just comes online and they manage to just turn them away. The problem here is, like, when you look at the two heroes that were still alive, it was the Ursa and who cares? It was the Dark Willow, but Ursa is the important one. He almost, I don't feel like he was threatened once in the first 15-20 minutes. So he managed to constantly keep up the pace, got his blink BKB, the Battle Fury, and then he's ready to jump the Lina, which was like the deadly duo. Ursa blinking in and Shadow Shaman blinking in.
I also appreciate the discipline on Yuragi to go for an Aghanim Scepter in that game, because I do feel like many Ursas will be feeling themselves and they'll be like, yo, I'm not dying to anything. I can get through all of this.
That mentality, you then eventually die and the game gets difficult, right? He also goes like for Refresher. He knows that him living is the recipe, especially because with Lina, anytime you step up, you get hit by an LSA, you can get comboed down. You buy the Ags, you don't care. You can play anywhere on the map now.
And very, very encouraging result. 1-0 for Navi. Who would have expected it? Well, it seems like these guys would have, based off of how they've been playing for the past 2 days. Will they be able to get a clean victory and claim themselves a playoff spot? We'll find out after the break.
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome to the Roll Rumble, where we're going to be finding out the best carry player here at Wallachia. And I'm here with Navi. On one side, we have Boom, and on the other side, we have a Copy. So, guys, how do you think you can do? Are you good players to be judging carries, do you reckon?
No. I suck on carry. To be honest, I might win the list if I was on there.
Just put yourself on top.
Yeah.
I like that. It's powerful energy. Alrighty, let's get into it. So you're going to be doing one side of the bracket, you're going to be doing the other, and then at the end we'll meet and then we'll have a bit of discussion about who we think the overall #1 carry is. Okay, so let's start with you, Boom. Your first choice is between Pure and Mickey.
Oh, that's a kind of a tough start. I mean, Pure had like a really good period, but now I feel like he's kind of in a slump. So I would put Mickey. I think Mickey is really good and super consistent.
Absolutely, he's been doing very, very well recently. A lot of wins recently. So Mickey gets the spot over Pure. What about Yatoro and Ame? Some more heavy hitters for you.
Oh, I mean, Yatoro beat him twice in the TI final, no? So it has to be Yatoro.
Okay, yeah. I mean, that's a good way to work it out. That's good reasoning for sure. All right, Copy. Let's see what you got. You're working with Chrysalis or Shiro?
I think Shiro is better.
Okay, why?
I think Shiro has a bit more hero pool, in my opinion. I also feel like Shiro is the more of a hard carry player. Crystal is like the, I don't want to say utility style, but he has like his heroes that are very good.
He likes to fight.
Yeah.
Yeah, he likes to get his hands messy. All right, Shiro for the first pick, and then Nightfall or Parker. Keep in mind we're at Wallachia. We're at Wallachia.
This is actually, I don't know, it feels like bad kicking either of these out first round.
Yeah, that's tough.
I feel like Parker, I mean, both of these are like complete 1v9 players. They're very good. I feel like they're kind of similar in a way. Parker's a bit more aggressive. I feel like, I don't know, I feel like Parker's better.
Parker's better. Okay, I like that. I like that a lot. So, Nightfall out in the first round. A lot of great players already gone, actually. All right, Boom. This is a tough one. It's Yuragi or Watson? Your own teammate. What, are you going to do him in the first round like this, Boom?
No, I mean, it has to be Yuragi. He's just better. No hard feelings, you know.
Understood.
Watson, but...
All right, let's lock that in. And now, Smiling Knight or Yuma?
I mean, I don't really know these players that much, but judging from pub experience, I like playing more with Yuma. So I think yeah, I just put Yuma.
Good reasoning. I like that. I like that. Very, very legitimate. All right, back to you, Copy. Yamsun or Ghost?
I'm friends with Yamsun, you know.
Yeah.
Still have to put Ghost, I think, though.
Still have to put Ghost.
Yeah.
He has been doing work on Nigma recently.
Yamsun is rank 400 as a carry. It's like a bit of a bad sign.
Okay, okay. All right, VTune or Shad?
Be careful now. I think VTune is better.
VTune? So why are you saying be careful?
Shad was on Navi.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, back over to you, Boom. Mickey or Yotaro? That is a tough pick.
I mean, I think when Yotaro is in his prime, like, you cannot put anyone above him. I think it has to be Yotaro.
All right, let's put in Yotaro as the winner there. Next one, you round 2, Yuragi or Yuma?
Oh, that's easy. That's Yuragi.
That's Yuragi. All right, staying loyal to your boy. Is that just because he's your boy, or?
No, just objective.
Objective
based, actually.
Objective analysis. All right, let's see if we've got some more objective analysis over here between Shiro and Parker.
Parker, for sure, in my opinion. Yeah.
He is a beast. He is a beast.
Ghost versus VTune. This is a hard one. I feel like they're very similar. Could be either one, but I feel like Ghost is a bit better than VTune, maybe.
Okay, all right. We'll go with Ghost. Nothing to be gained from the results, really, so we'll go with Ghost. Okay, your final pick then. Who do you want to bring through to the finals, Boom? Is it going to be Yotaro or your boy Yuragi? This is a test of loyalty.
It's a test of loyalty, yeah, but I don't know. I just can't go against Yotaro.
I think that's
he's one of the GOATs on carry, in my opinion, so...
Yeah, okay.
I'll have to go against my teammate. I feel really bad. Sorry, I hope he's not watching. But...
All right, Yotaro goes into the grand finals for you. Copy.
Yeah.
Yeah, choose between Parker
it's Parker, for sure.
Okay, all right. Parker is your finalist then. So, now you have to make the case for why Parker is the best carry at this event, and you have to make the case for why Yotaro is the best carry at this event. I'll start with you, because I think your job's a little bit harder, I'm not going to lie.
If you see Parker play, enemy team bans 8 of his heroes in draft stage, and, you know, they still lose to him on 1v9. I don't know, I feel like no other player is like getting banned as much as Parker. Fair. I mean, for Yotaro, he's won a couple of tournaments, you know, here and there. A couple of TIs. He also had like the most rampages at some TI. He was rampaging like every single game. I mean, just a super good player, like top 10 ranks, like his whole life. I mean, it's just Yotaro, I can't really...
Fair enough. All right, I think you defended him well, you know, you came in with a fight, but ultimately,
I tried something.
When it comes to the carry role, there is no defending against Yotaro. He is one of the best of all time, and he will be the best carry here at Wallachia, as decided by NAVI. But guys, can we get a fist bump after this vicious fight between the two of you?
No, bro, no respect for you. Just kidding, bro.
Very nicely done, thank you. And that will be Roll Rumble with NAVI.
Boom, you should have trusted your instincts, because when I'm looking at Yuragi versus Yotaro, it looks like I'm putting Yuragi above him, at least based off of this Game 1 performance. And I think Copy did have the right idea letting Ghost get so far in that bracket, because I've got an update for what's going on Stream B. Elsewhere, we've got Nigma Galaxy playing, and I think Sumail had a very, very fun time against Virtus.pro. So I want you to keep your eyes on this Earthshaker. 1, 2, 3. I give up.
It's so good. Like, why is this Shroud a tier 1 neutral item, first of all? And second of all, respect to Sumail. You know what he wants in life. You know, he wants to get that kill. He tries 3 times. He fails. He knows he's got one more chance to be able to get that kill, and bam, you slam. Yeah, oh, God. What a neutral item.
It used to be, what, Gossamer Cape was tier 3 before?
That was 1 hit.
Yeah, it was 1 hit. So they just made it better, and then they made it a tier 1.
Well, the difference is you have to die for it to replenish.
That's true.
That's
yeah.
It. So once you use it, once it gets used, you have to actually. That's it.
So Sumail shouldn't have killed him, is what I'm saying.
Exactly.
He wasted the echo.
Waste the item, and then you can kill him after. That's it.
Nigma Galaxy did end up taking that game over VP, and that means that VP is 1 game away from elimination, because Stream B is currently covering the teams that are going to be lose out of this tournament. AVULUS already fell to Heroic, which means that AVULUS is unfortunately eliminated, and right now it is indeed a VP and Nigma Galaxy. Us over here on the mainstream, though, we're covering the other side. We are seeing the teams that are going to be making it into playoffs. We had Gaimin Gladiators already claim their 3-0 victory, and now we are one game away from NAVI doing the same.
Yeah, and you got to give a lot of credit to NAVI in that first game. Like the way that they played it out with the objective pressure from the Shaman, the pickoff potential with the Ursa, just the forward thinking, like everyone on NAVI really stepped up to the series, right? And we'll see if they have it in their playbook to be able to take it to a second game against Spirit. One of the key things against Spirit is when they lose a game, they identify how they win and they very quickly adjust. And already Spirit respecting that Shaman being a key reason why NAVI was able to, of course, win that first game.
And since they don't have first pick this time, NAVI are opting to ban the Death Prophet. They do not want to be on the receiving end of it.
Yeah, they had, and one of the key reasons is definitely Shadow Shaman, but man, that bear, 1609, died 0 times against Spirit.
Show me that Roll Rumble bracket again, Yuragi clears every time.
Exactly.
Every time.
And they get an Axe, by the way, for Team Spirit, so this is a hero as well. Rising in popularity, we see him here and there, don't we? But yeah, instantly I feel like Team Spirit with the Axe, they have... I know that they'll have at least multiple layers of scaling into that late game, which they didn't have in the last game. Last game was very straightforward. They needed Lina to pop off. Even with the Medusa game, if you guys remember yesterday, 70 minutes in, Medusa, sure, is the main carry and she's the one keeping them in the game. But even when she's dead, they had avenues of taking team fights. This game, if Lina is dead, they just couldn't do anything at all. The last game, that is.
I'm intrigued to know if Spirit have like a trick up their sleeve with the Axe pick, because in pubs, because Axe is so popular in the offlane, people have been trying it in the 4 role, the 5 role. I have no idea if Maposhri has been playing it, but when you are first picking a hero that is very strong like this, I mean, we actually see the stats. They have
4 roll and 5 roll.
Yeah, they actually have been 4 and 5s in the tournament that I just haven't seen as of yet. But yeah, I feel like NAVI need to be aware of that, and by locking in the Ursa doesn't have that ability to move to other lanes. He is just the carry. But the way that Yuragi played game 1, if you cover it with the bans, I don't think you're going to care too much. You know he's probably going to be able to find just a good entry to the game.
Yeah, the first pick is probably justified, but it is definitely going to be harder to play it like 18th pick versus first pick.
Yes.
There's a slight difference, and Team Spirit will find a way of picking properly into him.
Though I think NAVI has been doing a good job at letting many of their players take advantage of their later picks in phase. Like I think Copy has been taking 24th picks quite well. Was he the one that played the Arc Warden?
Yeah, he's played an Arc Warden. He had 24 pick Queen of Pain at the event. So yeah, he has utilized the last pick nicely.
He played Arc Warden into Smail as well, into Nigma, and they won with it.
Oh yeah, you're right, yeah.
So they didn't. It's not like they played versus a team that wasn't really capable of dealing with the Arc Warden. They played probably versus a team that plays it the most.
Yeah.
And I actually, as an Arc enjoyer, I know it's not the most popular thing to say, but
no, I think now in modern Dota, people are like, "Ah, you poor soul," as opposed to 3 years ago, they were like, "I hate you."
Pretty much.
Nah, still hate him.
But the build is pretty cool. Like the Aghanims build with Octarine down the line. Like, it's pretty cool. Kind of useless if there's a lot of units, but if you can isolate targets, it's pretty legit build.
It shows the breadth of Navi's hero pool and shows why we're not too surprised that they are now one game away from making it to playoffs. Spirit, though, they're going to be...
I'll be honest. I still am surprised.
I'm not. You covered their Eastern European qualifier adventure. That's why you're surprised. But me, I just use that as evidence that Eastern Europe... I understand why all these teams fled in the quals. They were like, I don't want to deal with Navi and Aurora.
But you know why it's actually...
You don't want to deal with cyber geese.
You don't want to deal with cyber geese.
That's who you don't want to deal with.
The geese are powerful, but normally in Dota, a team that fails in a qualifier, they don't step up in the next
That is
tournament.
very rare.
They often, it is very rare.
They fizzle out more, if anything.
Very quickly. So I think it is really cool to see Navi go from one of the weaker teams in the qualifier, even though they're both in the grand final somehow, you got to add that asterisk to it, to now popping off on LAN. And when I say that, it's like, just to clarify, they were meant to be first or second seed in every qualifier, and they lost 3-0. So it's like, I am so impressed at how internally they can go from full despair to 1 game away from playoffs. And it's not as if the 3 series they've had to play, they've dodged some of the top teams. Like playing up against Team Spirit and taking game 1 already, it's very strong.
And versus Liquid as well.
Yeah,
of course. They will be playing into an Enigma, but there is an edge. And now this makes me think that Team Spirit might have baited it and they can play some 5 Enigma perhaps. We'll see. We have seen it in the past. It is a good hero into Ursa, not really that great into Edge.
I'm worried for Spirit that we just saw how Navi won game 1, and it's the same recipe for the second draft for Spirit. It's a lot of reactionary heroes. Enigma, yes, from the offlane can become a frontlining hero with Drum and Helmadon potentially and Auras, but Silence and X, they want to wait for the fight to develop to then initiate, and Navi is the exact same draft. You know, sure, they've put an engine into the mix to counter the Enigma in lane with Eidolons, but the Pango, the Dark Will of the Ursa, they're very chaotic. They want to jump into the fight, and of course, Spirit.
And the difference is Navi now have the ultimate last pick, so they can actually adjust to whatever Team Spirit picks. If Team Spirit goes for something like a Quap, which we just witnessed how strong it is versus Pango, then they can maybe last pick Puck or something similar and put a Pango on the offlane, which wouldn't be that bad if the Enigma is a 5, because you get that swashbuckle into Eidolons. So yeah, let's see. Like Team Spirit, they go with the Troll, good versus Ursa, good into Pango. Not too shabby of a pick at all. And what's really important for me with the Troll pick is no matter what your position 5 is, you should have a decent time in the lane.
I think Spirit and their logo is baiting me to try and say nice things about their lineup. Because if it was like a different team right now...
Hide the names.
Yeah, if you hide the names, I'd be like... Oh.
Look at the heroes and look at the drafts.
With just the draft, Spirit, they do... After laning phase, there's a struggle built into this lineup, right? Axe needs Vanguard, Blade Mail, Blink, Enigma, assuming it's also a core or a support, whatever. This here is a bit lost. Also needs items. Troll Warlord, you need a Battle Fury and all this, but if they get the items, yeah, great. Team fights are going to look good on paper. You ever initiate incorrectly, you're fighting into Global and Black Hole and then the Axe and Troll with the Battle Trance. Like, there's so many ways to counterplay the team fight from Spirit, but getting to that point, that's the window I'm a little bit concerned about for them.
Yeah, I just want to see their last pick to know exactly if Enigma is offlane or not. Because the question also remains, are they that worried about Hench? Because with Enigma, you can fall back a little bit into the jungle, farm up. You can still, even if you want to, you can even go for Helm of Dominator.
Who would you send mid if Enigma's not offlane?
It'd be Axe 5, Silencer 4, Enigma offlane would be my initial read. And then if Axe is offlane, Silencer Enigma supports with a mid getting picked.
Gotcha, I see.
I also do enjoy some Axe carry though. Axe core, not carry.
I would not be surprised.
So I'd rather see them have that Axe core in general.
Navi are taking out the heroes that would make Laurel assist with initiation a little bit better than his Earthshaker was able to in game 1. They take out the Puck and the Ember Spirit.
They need some damage from him. If this is the last pick, whoever the last pick is on, like whatever position it is, it needs to do damage, and it should be mid, of course. So let's give Laurel some damage here.
It could be the Queen of Pain, or is that banned out? No.
No, it's not banned out. Pango is on the other side. It's the most obvious one, but you might get pucked.
No, they banned it out.
Oh, they banned it?
Yeah, Puck's
okay, never mind.
So it's Storm or Quap, just for more control and nuisance. They go for the Storm. I don't know why I was like looking at the animation going, it might not be Storm going. Who else could be zipping around?
It's a Winter Wyvern.
And congratulations, Navi, you're into the playoffs.
I feel like, for me, Storm is definitely more in Laurel's wheelhouse. At the same time, like, it's a bit greedier of an option.
It is.
That takes a bit...
As opposed to the Queen of Pain?
As opposed to the Queen of Pain, yeah. Takes a bit more time, doesn't deal as much burst, so it doesn't combo up with Axe as nicely, but it's still really well covered by the global.
All right. The silver lining to this is Navi, they still need to farm items to actually progress the map, right? Enchantress, can walk around and have a creep to try and pressure a tower or two, but Ursa, you need a Battle Fury and a Blink. A Doom from the offlane, you need to farm a Midas or a Radiance or whatever, right? So it's not as if Navi, if they win their lanes, break the entire game. this should be on paper 2 lineups at 20-25 minutes that have the same amount of map state to fight in, and it's more on, do you get the clean Doom, do you get the black hole, do you get the global? And I think Na'Vi from laning phase should be able to break and be more aggressive, but I just don't know if that aggression will ever lead to the important towers getting taken, the important map getting taken, where Spirit won't inevitably show us at least one fight. But Na'Vi, at least their draft, they can dictate a lot of this early game, and if they can do what they did in the first game, then maybe they never give Spirit that chance. But yeah, I think Spirit, you cannot understate how insane this lineup will be once they get a couple items on each hero.
Unfortunately, Lizard, it does seem that it is a support axe as opposed to a core axe.
No, that's fine. I guess the laning stage itself is going to be kind of hard there regardless. Like, you're playing Axe, Enigma, and Twitch Ursa.
Yeah.
One counters one hero, the other counters the other. So let's see what Collapse and Rook can do, because to me it does look a bit scary. On the other hand, the Doom, Dark Willow lane isn't that weak even into a troll, and down the line you get Doom to work with. So I don't know. Game number 1, Navi did something brilliant with the cards that they've been dealt, or that they took for themselves. This second game, to me, it looks even better.
I just want this game to go to 45 minutes, 50 minutes. Like, I feel like these lineups excel when we get to the late game, the tier 5 items on the horizon, right? Like, this is not a game where we want to be a 30-minute one-sided for either team. Like, I need to see these. I want to see Yuragi Yotaro late game. Boom, he went with Yotaro. But, you know, we saw how Yuragi played game 1.
Sure.
I want to see the late game from these teams.
I got the Parker Yotaro matchup that I wanted to see yesterday go deep into the late game. Let's see if we can make it happen again in game number 2 with Bcop and Lacoste.
That's right, that Parker and Yotaro matchup went 70 minutes in that game number 2. How long will this one go? That is the real question. Got a Troll Warlord in this game for the side of Team Spirit. We saw Aurora play Troll. Nightfall went 12-0-7, and that was up against the Ame Ursa. So a bit of a similar situation here.
Yeah, good matchup for Troll. Not just on paper, but also in theory. If Troll is off to a good start, it does allow you to build into Aghanim Scepter later on. You can't burst him. You have the spell mechanic against his overpower. Mischance doesn't, like, Ursa needs so many items to play into this matchup. And you said last time that Yotaro has a lot of items in his quick buy, but check it out this time, plus 29 items. So he queued up pretty much to be 7 slotted.
Queued up everything. The shopping list has been made. Mom, by the way, while you're out, can you get me some cereal? Thank you.
What was your favorite cereal?
Reese's Puffs. I don't know if you had them.
No, we did not have those. I was also never big on cereal.
I mean, it's so good. And they also had a jingle on TV.
Oh,
Reese's
you
Puffs,
Americans
Reese's
and your
Puffs.
jingles. Yeah.
Peanut butter chocolate flavor. And I would sing that still to this day. There's actually a box of Reese's Puffs waiting for me back home. But it'll probably be stale by the time I get
Shout out to your mom, yep.
No, I bought it on my own this time.
You did?
I do the grocery shopping now.
Look at you.
I'm an adult.
Being all responsible. You pay your own bills as well?
Yes, I do. It's tough.
What about DOTA cosmetics? Who pays for those?
Well, me. So I don't get that many now. But I'm still waiting. I'm hoping. More treasures to come my way. And I will get more Ancient Apparition items ready to go. Cosmetic game for some of these players is quite good, but the matchups in the lanes are pretty stock standard, I feel like, from what we've seen with these heroes so far.
Yeah, the bottom lane for Yuragi is not going to be a fun lane. Axe position 4, not what you see every day, but it is very strong. I believe Saksa played it one game, probably some others played it as a position 4 as well. I saw carry Axe, I saw position 5 Axe if necessary. Just Enigma is good enough to deal with Ursa in the lane because you can't kill those Eidolons quickly, and the constant harassment from Axe with the Battle Hunger. I also could see Rue to get Berserker's Call at level 2 just to have, even without having a point in counter helix, just so that you have extra bit of a control. And he did go for counter helix, never mind that. I thought he might just call him for extra damage that it's gonna come out of the Eidolons. It is pretty much unplayable lane for Ursa. He's definitely going to need to recover in the jungle. And speaking of recovering in the jungle as well, I'm a little worried for Doom in this lane. Even though he's very strong in the safe lane, paired up with the strong laner, paired up with the Dark Willow, but this is also Troll we're talking about. Usually this hero doesn't lose the laning stage.
If you had to give percentages early, I almost want to guess. I feel like you're going to say 65-35 Spirit.
For this game?
Yes.
Not... This Enchantress is a bit for me still... I have to read how good the hero is. I've seen some, but I also want to see more. Like, this hero was really, really good. Radiant wins 0. Overall wins 1 out of 3 games. So, nothing too crazy. We might push it to either 25 or 50% win here.
That is the quick math. Very good math. But for right now, things stay pretty quiet. Mid's the real matchup of my eyes. As you know, I'm curious to see how this game goes for Laurel. Definitely one of his best heroes that he's going to be on for this game. And you're up against the Pangolier. I feel like your life should be a little bit easier this time around.
For sure. You also have the backup of Global Silence if necessary, maybe Black Hole when they group around you. In terms of control that they do have, Diffusal Blade is very annoying, so is Rolling Thunder. Later on, Dark Willow with the Bramble Mace, Curse Crown, maybe a setup with the Yule Scepter. Doom is always going to be a threat, but this Doom has mostly been picked to deal with Yatoro, because they know that the carry-to-carry matchup is not the greatest for Ursa, so they wanted to sway this matchup into their own favor. But again, Yuragi is straight up not having a good time in this bottom lane. 17 and 6, still sitting at 15. Once Axe gets level 3, I want to see if he decides to put the point in Berserker's Call, or if he wants to play off the Battle Hunger, lower the cooldown by 5 seconds, increase that damage. Yatoro.
In trouble. Boom, they dove under this. Ari actually, he's getting low. It was first blood for Kaori, and now Ari trying to fight back. But he'll die. That'll be some brain drain, and boom, just not getting enough damage on either of these heroes. Has an Infernal Blade, Scorched Earth in 10, but Yatoro might just run him down. He is trying to get away, but that is not looking likely. Can he get the distance?
He has the access ready, so he's fine.
Turn around, Infernal Blade? No. Tried. Couldn't get it. Now has those Infused Raindrops, and what looked like a potential double kill in that top lane for Navi turned into 2 kills for Spirit.
Not too bad, but still, them getting first blood in the bottom lane. Kaori was the one who got it. Rue, yeah, he did put the second point in Battle Hunger. It is an insane amount of damage. You also have those 2 Ring of Protection, so the damage is going to be even higher. And also very good in this lane. You're playing against Ursa, playing against Enchanters. There is a lot of physical damage early on that you want to soak up.
What's the Ursa build? Is it just standard? Stock standard?
Same. Yeah, I don't think you could
doesn't really
too much from Ursa.
Right? They're going to dive. They're going to go. And the jump away, but not to anywhere worthwhile as Maposhka gets that kill, and he's got another on the brain drain. Nothing Kaori can do in that situation, but it leaves Yatoro vulnerable. And boom, we'll get a kill onto the Troll Warlord.
Yeah. Navi's carry, usually he is all about your agi, but in this one, more about your int. If you're playing against Silencer, if you're getting brain drained early on, you're not going to be able to get many spells off. Like, it really hurts Ursa. This is not the smartest fella in the Dota scene.
No, not really. He'll be working on his own list of items, as he's got 22 items queued up for the moment with that 8 plus 14. You heard the delay and you just had to laugh. You could have just let me do some slower addition, right?
No, I'm just laughing that the players are putting so many items in the quick buy.
Oh, thank God. Outed my confidence on my lack of math, though. Rolling Thunder coming through, and now Rue. He is an axe, but also, you know, he isn't really the core. They get this kill onto the axe, it's all right, but they will get collapsed, and that's where the big money comes in to slow down this Enigma. Kaori dies, another kill from Aposhka, who's continuing to brain, continuing to drain, and gets another +1 as Collapse gets credit for the kill on Ari.
And 9 kills in 7 minutes. We do have a game where like lanes opened up real nicely, and it does allow for both teams to play aggressive. We saw move that they made on Yatoro in the top lane. They killed him. And now Miposhka, you want to be active as much as possible. Rue, level 4 on his axe. And also the reason why Axe is popular, because you're building into these Ring of Protections. Urn of Shadows is kind of a natural build-up for you. It does allow you to get extra bit of a heal, extra bit of a damage. You're playing off your Battle Hunger rather than using the call. You can also stack nicely in the triangle. And you can also get a good amount of farm. If things are not going your way, let's say you have self-sustainable offlaner like Enigma, you can definitely farm some of these camps because you have so much armor, not really taking too much damage.
Again.
Yuragi's again in the bottom lane. I think he needed to go to the jungle maybe even a minute and a half ago, because this is straight up not fun for him. It is fun for the viewers to see Ursa die multiple times in a row.
A lot of
Lose
Ursa
that head.
haters. Slowing down Boom. Kaori's going to come through. They'll try to find Yatoro as Joe. Oh!
We already have that. We already had that thread earlier today with those sounds on Reddit, Benjamin. You don't have to moan.
That was a great juke. That was more of a gasp. I went, oh. But man, right through the trees. Well, you know.
Yeah, tower gone in the bottom lane. Collapse. Managing to get the last hit, I believe. And Larla is continuing to farm up on the other side of the map. Collapse is the big one. Black Hole is ready. Does have also, like we talked about, Storm getting the free entry to the fight while having the Global Silence. And Global Silence is ready 9 minutes in. We'll have the same thing with the Black Hole.
Not bad.
Not bad at all.
No smoke. Make a move towards top. See who they can catch. Arl and Miposhka. Do they use the Global Silence just for Kaori? They might use it on first jump, so...
No, not on Kaori.
They shouldn't, but maybe they just, you know, sometimes you're a silencer, you just let it rip. Just in case, but now with Boom showing, there's the Vortexing. Global Silence gets committed. Yatoro's going to go through with this. He's also got some help from Rue, and that means Boom is dead. Kaori on the run, but the call connects, and this should be a second one here. A level 6 for Rue, so no Coin Blade, but that's another +1 for Miposhka, and he is already sitting at 7 Brain Drain 10 minutes in. Black Hole.
TPing in, he wants that in?
Yeah, he TPs in for the +1. That's well worth the value of a TP.
Why not? These are not the heroes that have the biggest mana pools. Like Doom, Ursa. Ursa lost 2 already.
Gotta cue that shard up immediately. Try and grab yourself some extra brain drain. Doom on to the Storm.
Should be enough to grab the kill there.
Should be, but
once
Boom
the XP
is still dead. Culling Blade came in through first to kill off Boom, and now can it get anything else? Rolling Thunder gets committed. Rue trying to go over to this Ancient stack, but with Copy coming in with the Swashbuckle too, they'll get the kill on a Rue.
Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Collapse trying to get to tower. Kaori, even with all those Eidolons, manages to get the deny. A little too deep there. I also thought the Storm might try to run away so that he doesn't get the XP before he dies. Man, this is the dream silencer game. Miposhka moving from lane to lane. He's been involved in all 10 kills, stealing 9 brain drain out of the 10 kills.
Wow. Gotta switch the build up. Become the core. This is quite the amount of brain drain, and might be more.
Wait.
Miposhka.
He's gonna.
He's hustling. He wants to get this +1.
He's dead.
Wait,
anyway.
wait, please. All right, I'm here. They waited all that time. +1 on the brain drain.
Infinite scaling lineup. Axe getting all that extra armor, and Silencer getting all that extra int. Kaori is level 6 here, but he can still die. The damage over time is insane. Urn, Battle Hunger is level 4, and then you have 4 points in Arcane Curse.
Collapse. He's got Blink. Waits for his moment, blinks forward, looks over at Boom. Poshka not committing too heavily because he just wants the brain drain. He's off to the side.
Global silence as well.
And there's the kill on a Boom, but the look for Kaori. Yatoro not going to commit.
Oh, no,
copy.
it's the same spot.
No!
We fixed that, but we didn't.
All right, well, he got the double kill. He killed Collapse. Global Silence gets committed. Yatoro going to try and hit down out of this Pangolier, but they'll have some help from Kaori. They'll also have the Dark Will, and now Yatoro's gotten in a little bit far. They'll look for the Bramble Maze and the damage, and Yuragi gets the kill onto the Troll.
I guess he didn't see him uphill, so didn't stop Rolling Thunder from going off with the Global Silence immediately. But these are the type of fights that you want to take early on with Team Spirit's draft. Collapse did have Blink Dagger ready, but Black Hole was on cooldown, unfortunately.
Just a little bit more time now. He's got it. Copy caught. Looking for the Terrorize. That lands, but Ari... Oh, dead. Maposhka now on a mega kill streak. 12 brain drain.
He has mana boots, level 9, and sitting on 1,000 gold 13 minutes in.
You blew it. It's just so...
I mean, it's really starting to add up. Can we see the damage? I think the highest damage is going to be Axe and Silencer in this game.
It might be. Yeah, the brain drain is adding up. It's not like it subtracts, so... Got that smartness. So you add 1 + 1. That's the easy addition. That's the quick math.
Yeah, you were so happy.
Once he starts getting 3, you lost me.
Yep, 8,000 damage coming out from him. The highest damage, and Axe very close. 6,000 damage from him.
Ursa's almost got this Battle Fury. Similar timings. Oh, Maposhka here again for another +1. Certainly. Kaori, though, healing, silenced, and running. But they've got the Malefice, and...
Once the heal is out, you're gonna die. It's way too much damage.
Wait.
Dunk him.
Holding. Don't want to get it wrong. There it is. +1. And some more Coats of Blood. They should have got Legion on this team, too.
Legion, Pudge. What else do we have? We had Klings before, I still remember, with
Back
the
in the
permanent
day.
damage.
We want more, though. More infinite scaling. Does Storm technically count?
Yeah, Storm counts.
Yeah, galvanized stacks?
Yeah.
All right. Just stay alive. That's where we're going into the BKB after this Battle Fury. Crimson Guard for Boom is the name of the game, and a Midas for Collapse post Drums Blink. So expecting this game to go a bit longer.
Yeah, they have no tower damage on the side of Navi. Doom doesn't deal it, especially if he goes for auras. Carry Dooms, they do deal it with AC, with Echo Saber double hit. They can definitely deal damage. They take the Alpha Wolf as well, so they have some damage. But with Ursa, Ench, Pango, Dark Willow, and Doom, you really don't have much. So Spirit, thinking that this game, if it's going late, they want to prepare for it. Can't really blame him. Midas is on its way.
Gonna really be bumping up that gold. Looking for the Ursa Blink. Yuragi was very patient on when he wanted to fight. He went Blink and then BKB and Basher before he really started to get involved. We'll see how long he's willing to wait this time around. Has to avoid Laurel, who's coming over. He does have an Orchid. He's also still working with the Dormant Curio. Orchid, and now the pullback. This should be an easy kill, and another +1 from Maposhka.
16 out of 16 kills from Maposhka, and here he comes. He's about to steal even more.
He's just standing there, menacingly waiting to get +1. Another +1.
15. This has to be the highest.
At 16 minutes.
I mean, I wouldn't even blame him if he
started to build core items.
Yeah, no, if he just picked up the shard straight away, considering how he's playing. But this is Maposhka. Like, this guy usually is very selfless. He gives all the farm to the others. But I do remember one game when he was playing Jakiro with Octarine Core Lens Refresher. Pretty much solo carried that game. It does happen.
Do you have an Ags in that game?
Did he have Ags?
Yeah.
On Jakiro? Yeah.
Yeah. think I remember that game. What? Yeah, I know exactly the game you're talking about. Quite strong from Miposhka. Now he's going to do it with the brain drain. He's going to make sure everybody around him on the other side is stupid. Low on that mana, on that int.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
4K lead, Rue trying to find an opening, and now Kaori moves forward, but Collapse putting the Malefice on him.
Boom Doom with Crimson Guard. Good against Troll, good against Eidolons. Great way of tanking things up. Ragi trying to make something happen in this top lane, but there is Global Silence. Miposhka doesn't have TP available, so maybe this time they're like, Miposhka's not there, let's take a fight. Let's try not to lose int, but instead, they go inside the Roche pit.
Uh-oh. This
could be really dangerous. Collapse is coming.
He's got Blink Black Hole ready. They've got Blink Call. You need to bail. Yeah, that's got to happen with a pickoff. That with a Global Silence would mean there is no way to really get out of that. It'll be put immediately in the event horizon. It will be Solar Crest for Silencer. Blink Collapse. Malefice and the Ball Lightning. Miposhka running fast, trying to get here for the +1, but the Global
Very
Silence
nice
terrorize
Great
hits
timing.
3.
We're in global.
Ursa still wants to go in, was running forward, but doesn't make the jump. Miposhka nearby.
I don't know. I still don't know if they can take this fight. Amplified damage.
It's risky.
Onto Storm. He still has Shield Rune as well running. And there's also Enigma with the Blink Dagger and the Black Hole. Not too many ways to stop that Black Hole from going off.
All right, they back up. Boom looking for the Blink. Blink Dagger for Ursa is not what he's going to go for.
They are getting
first,
scouted
but
by this
Mythra Hammer.
observer board. They know. Laurel.
Copy in trouble. Rue is here, Battle Hunger, and there's the call. Rue goes in, but they'll use the Doom.
He was thinking, Pango, I want to save him. I don't want him to get dunked. Not sure if the Doom was necessary, though, especially with Kaori getting close with overprotective Wisps.
I do like the move in with the Tumblr's Toy to Tumblr's Toy into a two-man call.
Nice try, nice try.
Not quite getting it, though, and Yuragi again now, I think, thinking about maybe now that you've got this axe, can you go for Roche? But he's not dead that long. They'll go for the Tormentor, Miposhka, fingers crossed. Me not axe. Me not axe. Oh. Let down by the odds.
He's still involved in every single kill. It's a big number, 17 kills.
5-0-12 for this guy. Has a lot of farm, too, with that Solar Crest already finished. Defusal for Copy. Looking to build an axe. And now finding the Enchantress, but...
Has a Yule Scepter if necessary.
Solar Crest, and now Battle Hunger multiple times. They'll also kill the Courier while they go for this. Bramble Maze, how long are they going to commit for this Enchantress? Still waiting for their moment, and eventually Laurel kills off Kaori, and they go right into Roshan.
Seriously, guys? Right in front of my mom, sorry, right in front of Roshan. And this is going to be the easy pickup for them. Knowing that they have Global Silence, they have Enigma as well. So they can take this Roshan easily, and they can take it away from Ursa. Ursa, definitely one of those heroes that loves to have Aegis, so he can control the game. And let's see who they decide to give it to. Laurel, Storm Spirit. Usually he gets priority. Second one maybe belongs to Troll if they want to siege the high ground with it. But for now, it's going to be Laurel. Laurel having a really good game.
BKB for Yuragi is completed. Blink next, Basher. The laundry list is all queued up.
Switching the order this time, seeing that there is Global Silence, there is Orchid on Storm Spirit, and also Yule Scepter on Axe, meaning that with just the Blink Daggers, you wouldn't be able to deal damage.
Thinking about the Terrorize, but now they've got the Orchid. Blink in, Malphus, Global Silence coming through, copying a little bit of trouble with the Orchid burning him, but not doing a lot just yet. They'll commit the Black Hole to get the kill to the Pangolier, +1 from Aposhka, and now they'll ball lightning for more. They'll find Kaori, Tumblr's toy from Rue to get some space forward to find that Battle Hunger onto the Enchantress. They don't have Black Hole, but they have the Orchid. They'll get the Silence. It's on to Boom. They'll give him 5 big booms as they kill off this Doom. Kaori will still continue to run, but they've got that call, and they will continue to put the damage on through the overprotective wisps of Kaori, and eventually Culling Blade him and give Miposhka another.
They don't have enough damage. Also, if they want to be starting the fights when there is Global Silence available, they just can't. There's way too much protection on their side. Collapse, he's starting to scale as well. He is bringing a big item on the Courier. That's his BKB, 9-second BKB, 22 minutes in on Enigma. Usually Enigma nowadays, they don't build into these like items that scale really well, especially at the start. It's more about the auras. You get we've seen good amounts of Crimson Guard, Spirit Vessel on Enigma, drums, even upgraded drums, but this time around, he wants to scale. He knows that with the backup from the Global Silence, he has a pretty free entry to the fight.
Means Navi are really going to have to be the aggressors, right? And find an opening for a pick-off and then go from there, because, I mean, there's so many ways to start the fight for Spirit. And the protection from Global Silence is going to make it so hard for them to react. 10K lead already. I just want to say, by the way, Yatoro, he's got himself BKB. He's almost got the full Sanjinyasha, the Battle Fury and the Phase Boots, and he still has 22 things queued up on the shopping list. Oh, he's thinking about the future.
Yeah, it is a lot. I don't think he's going to be able to buy all these items, considering that this game is looking very, very rough for Navi. Ursa is countered. They don't care about status resistance. At least Black Hole doesn't care. If you get focused down by Troll, eventually you get rooted. You're going to die. And they also have BKB piercing tools coming out from the Global Silence, coming out from Axe, who does have a Blink Dagger available now. Rue is really farmed. Yep. He's catching up with Boom.
Got that shard from the Tormentor, so that's boosting it up a little bit. Shard for Silencer, by the way. So now the numbers will go up quicker. And I'll have to do a little bit harder math, but I can do it. Even though the answer is right there on the screen anyway for me. Battle Hunger, Malphus, and Miposhka here, ready to collect his Brain Drain tax. +3. Immediately this shard paying off. Was that?
He bought his own shard.
Yeah.
He had enough.
And he's got it ready to go. By the way, Ag's flying out for copy.
Still doesn't have any dispel mechanic. That's the problem. If he gets initiated on, they really don't have any saves as well. So whoever gets jumped, and you have 3 jumpers pretty much, or you can have Troll running in with all this move speed, phase boots, Sanjinyasha. How do you protect yourself, Rue? Thinking about getting the jump in the bottom lane.
By the way, Boom has died 5 times. And you look at his mana, 555 is not a lot.
Yeah, for Doom, it's all about the same numbers. This is the 666 guy.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
But didn't lose too much. I mean, he also didn't build into any real mana items. I guess he didn't die. That's like 5 times the Silencer, because Silencer has been involved in every single kill.
Yes.
Radiant's top tower.
But it'll hurt even more if he dies now on with the shard. But he's got Congregations of the Deep. That's what he's trying to use, at least.
That's extra 70 mana.
A lot of mana to use, especially with the 200 from Doom to start.
He has 470. 545. Yeah. So he has 10 extra mana.
And you started doing the math a little quicker than me. I got quiet because I was carrying the one.
If he gets a BKB, well...
he may not have the mana for everything. Now he's over. But now he's got 715. So that works.
He's fine. He can
picked
use
up the extra mana from the Gunpowder Gauntlet.
Yeah. He can use his spell more than once. Maybe we're going to see double Infernal Blade from Doom. Scary.
So that's expensive percentage-wise for his mana pool.
Oh, Rue's in a good spot.
Oh, Rue, he's caught. All right, well, what can they do with this? Rolling Thunder isn't exactly on the money. Rue's still running away. They're going to chase in. They'll get the kill into the axe. And now, do the side of Spirit react? Rolling Thunder's going to be down the ball lightning. They'll go in for Yuragi, who already pops that ult. That is a very early ult from the Ursa.
Yataro's hasted pretty much. He uses phase boots, he gets solar crested, and he's ready to go in.
KB, Global Silence though, Black Hole on the 2. They've got the catch, they'll get the kill and a boom, and Yuragi Yatoro gets the double. They will find themselves even more. Kaori is on the run, but Baboshka's here, and he's the one you have to worry about because when he's there, he's been involved in every kill, and he'll make sure that you don't get away. 31 brain drain.
Again, every single kill, he had involvement in it on Miposhka. And he just TP'd to the bottom lane. Not getting out of this one.
Another +3, right? Ooh, there it is. He's in the range, gets the +3. He's at 34. I mean, they got that double black hole, and that landed onto Boom and Yuragi. But really, Miposhka's just interested in your Inti. He gets the +3, he's at 34. The brain drain feels like it's a lot at this point. I think this is a high number for brain drain.
It definitely is. I mean, we were doing math on what Doom can use in the fight. He can't really use much.
Down to 679 now.
That's another 3 mana.
Uh-oh.
Another 3 in. Oh. This is a big kill if they can get him, but he is super speedy.
He's fast. I don't know if they're going to catch him. They're getting baited a little bit. Vortex, they've got the call. And now, can they get the damage out? They'll focus their attention on Aru, but again, that's just the support axe. Ball lightning across the bow looking for Copy. Can they get the kill into the Pangolier? They don't quite have it just yet, but Kaori's going to be spotted by Yatoro. They go to the Malefice. That's going to be onto the Dark Will. They go and pop the ult on Yatoro. They get the kill to Kaori with the BKB being popped by Boom. Now they've got the Orchid on Ari. So 2 heroes dead, and Boom will fall 2. That's going to make it 3, and they'll look for more. Ball lightning into the Vortex, pulling in Yuragi. They are just going past the tier 3. He will pop that BKB. He is on the run and will get back into the base, but they chased him all the way.
It might be time to call this game. They have no business left. They can't really punch back. We haven't seen Ursa deal damage in the fights. Doom as well. They try to kill Yatoro, but he's way too speedy, and you lose a fight close to your base against Ursa. Black Hole's coming off cooldown. Yeah, look at the damage numbers. Ursa, lowest damage in the game. No BKB, he is dead.
Yeah, that might just be the line, the finish line here for Team Spirit in this game number 2.
Yeah.
Another +3.
In this game, there's nothing you're gonna learn. You are not winning this game. It's just you need to prep. Like, I think you need to be mentally ready for the 3rd game. You had a great game 1, but this game is out of control.
Baboshka there and dead, but gets the global silence off. That's actually a 6-time spree, because I believe that's the first time that Baboshka ended up dying. Rue's dead, Black Hole on the 3. They'll get the kill on the Boom. They'll look over at Copy. They still do not have Yuragi. Kaori's on the run from Yatoro, but Ari with the Yules, the buyback committed from Copy. Can they get a kill here on Yatoro? They're still trying to hold on. Laro's dead. Copy got that one. The gem's going to be on the deck, and they look over at this troll. So now Ari, Kaori, and Copy are all chasing, but he is just too quick.
All right, not too bad of a hold. I think the problem is they don't have these heroes. They don't have these repositioning tools or anything like that. Sure, you have Doom, maybe with a good Rolling Thunder, but it's... what does Gaimin say? for win probability. I feel like this is going to be 5 to 7%, maybe even less.
I think it's 5. It is. A 90... Oh, now 6. A little bit of a hold. That gave him 6% chance. Never tell me the odds. Might just take it. It starts with a kill on a Yatoro if they could get it, but this is not easy. I don't even think he's the one that they're looking at. He might go for collapse, and that could be a problem. Global Silence on cooldown for 15 more seconds. Still a minute and a half on that black hole, so it gives them the opportunity to go for Roche.
They want to go for the full wraparound, drawing on a minimap.
But
black
it might
hole
take them too long. When
is not available at the moment.
No,
they can still take the
in
fight.
A second. Good Yules. BKB, Global Silence, it comes through, but they get the Aegis into the hands of Yuragi. They'll look over at Rue. They should be able to get the kill here onto Axe. And they do. Doom onto Yatoro, who's still going in. Terrorize. And the Orchid, they found Copy. He bought back. They should be able to get a kill into the Pangolier, and they do. They'll find themselves Boom. That's going to be 2, and make it a 3rd as they also find Ari.
It says a lot about the state of the game where Troll is attacking you while he's doomed, and he doesn't have Aegis at this point. Level 25 now, Whirling Axis pierces magic immunity. Instead of going for Battle Trance Strong Dispels, there's not much to dispel, like in terms of stuns. Maybe Rolling Thunder, Curse Crown, but he can also dispel some of these things after. Sure, if you're like trying to burst him, then this talent is really good, but now he is going for your buildings. This is the last tier 3 tower that they just killed. Other buildings are also open. No glyph after this one.
Cleaning up. Trying to force out the GGs. Vortex. The break. Enchantress now very vulnerable, and Rue comes in. They get the kill to Kaori. Boom trying to do anything he can, but he does not have Doom. Vortex pulling him in. Battle Hunger once more. And they've got the call to lock down this Doom, kill off Boom, and he is dead for 50. Even with this Aegis, they're going to call GG, and Game 2 goes to Spirit. We're going to a Game 3, which is not uncommon for NAVI so far in this event.
Very clean game from Team Spirit. Yep, NAVI did play 2 games. They played against Nigma Galaxy. They beat them 2-1. So winning Game 3 so far has been in favor of NAVI, beating Liquid yesterday. Let's see if maybe they can replicate in that Game 3, but Team Spirit, they looked way too good in the second game.
To tell us how it went and breaking down where, it is the panel, so Tsunami, take it away.
The high that I was on has now come crashing down, as this was the type of matchup that I was expecting whenever I saw these two names go head-to-head against each other. I would have expected Team Spirit to come out quite dominantly, but Game 1 gave me a lot of hope, and as you heard from the casters, NAVI have basically gone 2-3 games for all of their series, against Nigma Galaxy and against Team Liquid, so not all dire straits, but that was a pretty rough loss for them.
It was, but you still have the copium, right? Like
Absolutely,
you still huff it. You're the eternal copium huffer. Like in Wildcard series, you do like the underdogs, right?
I always root for them.
Like this game, however, I feel like was more of a statement from Team Spirit than anything else. The way that they were not really using all their spells to get kills. The fact that they were waiting for Miposhka to TP in so that he can get intelligence most of the time. I feel like they were literally just making a statement. After game number 1 loss, this one was practically a stomp.
I mean, Spirit, they set up a kind of a trap for NAVI, right? They pick the Axe, NAVI instantly go for the Ursa, and then suddenly the Axe is going to the 4-roll. You get an Enigma, which is the hardest counter to Ursa in laning phase. And, you know, I naively thought, you know what, maybe the Enchantress, which is the hard counter to the Enigma, will do enough to stop the Enigma dominating the Ursa lane. But it wasn't enough. The Axe, the Enigma, they just crushed the lane. Collapse was top net worth, doing everything he needed to do. And as soon as you put Yuragi in a comeback position, that's often a bad sign for NAVI. Their best DOTA is Boom getting kills in the off lane, Yuragi farming very comfortably, and then Copy kind of connecting the pieces together. But when Boom's dying in his lane, Yuragi's just dismantled by an Enigma.
Yeah,
we're just talking about lose lanes, lose game.
I wonder what the general idea and vibe was, because he did go 16-0-9. We have to put that in game number 1, right? On the other side, he
Yep.
absolutely dominated. But if you dominated with a hero which was almost last pick, like second to last pick, maybe you should do it that way again and not first phase it, because he will get most likely not get banned, but 100% he will get countered, which he was on the offlane and on the safe lane.
I mean, of course, we can use hindsight here, but I feel like in the future of drafting against Spirit, you can't take a pick and go, let's instantly react. I think that's exactly what they want you to do, especially with some of like the heroes like a Quap or an Axe and these, you know, the multi-layered, the multi-role heroes. And for Navi, again, like I said, it's you fall for the bait one time, you're never going to fall for it again, right? They have learned their lesson, and of course, going into the future draft, maybe they'll pick up a support in that position rather than locking in Yuragi. I just haven't seen a draft where Yuragi's picked in the first phase, and I'm like, okay, this is going to be a very comfortable game for them, outside of course, of maybe like the Templar Assassin, right? That's maybe the caveat, but again, broken hero.
That's why I don't think it's that even important for Navi to, like, they proved that they can win without hard countering any Spirit heroes in the first place based off of game 1. They just played an honest draft that had advantages that they converted well. In fact, they were the ones being countered by having to rearrange their Death Prophet and their Pango. So having to be like, oh, I see this matchup, let's just completely hard counter it, is unnecessary.
I think you already answered it though, like to an extent, by saying Death Prophet in your sentence. That hero kind of dictated the way the Team Spirit drafted. And she was the one that was requiring answers, while this time around, like Tigav just mentioned, they were the ones adapting to what was picked on the other side. Is it the Enigma? Is it the Axe? Is it because of the Enchanters? But suffer in silence. This facet on Miposhka is exactly what they were doing on the other side for 30-ish minutes, as he was gaining all the intelligence. You can see the kill participation, 90%. When they had 17 kills, he was involved in 15. He was just doing all the work across the map, dishing out. I believe Lacoste called it out at some point that he's probably doing the most damage at that point, because he's just a part of every single fight.
Is that acceptable from your support to TP purely just to get some int? Because there were definitely some TPs that he did not need to be there, but he was like, yo, free int.
For the actual mental damage.
Right, yeah, exactly. So it's in-game mental damage by losing intelligence, and then out-of-game mental damage by being like, exactly. I can't believe the silencer is still in this much int.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking at the damage. Sorry, to separate things. He did more damage than any hero on the side of Navi. Not a single hero stepped up to do more than him. That is how dominant Spirit was in the second game.
While also planting 26 wards. So he's planting wards. This guy does everything. The old meme, he attack, he protect.
But most of all, he... What's a rhyme for, like, brain suck? If only Lacoste was here, he would...
he'll help us out later.
We'll
Young buck that will... Anyway, back to
you had
Tsunami.
one. You had one.
I did, but I panicked.
No, don't panic. You're in safe hands.
Thank you.
This is a safe space.
I appreciate that.
We can also look at other cores that were doing maybe the more relevant things. I mean, I love seeing the silencer, but the Enigma pick, we were wondering where it would end up going. Like you said, T, I also thought that the Enchantress would prove to be enough of a counter that it would end up being a support Enigma and more of a core Axe, but they felt confident giving it to Collapse, and it paid off.
Yeah, and he didn't fall into line with what other people have been doing. He goes for the drum, into a Midas, with a Blink Dagger, so he's trying to be active with the drum, scaling with the Midas, yet active with the Blink Dagger. Like, he's kind of dipping into both pools, and yeah, the fact that he was at different points top net worth in the game. When I was doing the draft analysis, I naively thought that, and like you just said as well, Enchantress on paper does a lot against Enigma. You take an Eidolon, you kill the other Eidolon, you can't do anything really in the lane too much. But because of the Axe in that 4-roll, it was so much pressure with Battle Hunger, Eidolon, Malefice constantly being thrown at them. Yeah, the lane was a disaster. So for Navi, going into game 3, they won their lanes in game 1, very competitive, back and forth, they closed it out. Game 2, critically, they lost pretty much 2 out of 3 lanes.
Yep.
Game is close to unplayable against Spirit. So I think, as simple as it is, make sure you have better lanes in game 3.
And don't be as reactionary.
Yeah.
It was the Ursa to react to the Axe, the Enchantress to react to the Enigma. Let your strategy play itself out. At least that's what brought them success in game number 1. Perhaps they'll be able to bring it back, because both of these teams are fighting for a chance in the playoffs, and we're going to find out in game number 3 who will take it.
through an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
It's time for Guess the Highlight, where we're going to be asking a pro player which other pro player is playing in this highlight clip. I'm here with Maldi from Gaimin Gladiators, Polosun from Xtreme. I'm here with Omar from Nigma, and we are going to be showing you a highlight from a previous Wallachia game. Now I'm going to tell you a hero of that game, and you have to tell me who was playing that hero. Do you think you're going to do well at this?
No.
Good stuff. All right, brilliant stuff, Omar. Do you watch much Dota when you're not playing? Do you watch a lot of the competitions or the Wallachias?
I do. I do watch most of the competitions when I'm not playing. Yeah.
I don't know shit about highlights.
Okay, all right, very good, very good. Well, you'll be terrible at this game then, so let's pull up the first clip. Did that jog any memories for you then? Do you think you know who this is?
No, I do watch most games, but I don't really remember like what happened in the game and stuff. Like I don't remember the details. Yeah.
Some insane things. It's like late game. It's minute 90.
Yeah, it's pretty late on. 3 rapiers going for the backdoor attack on the enemy base.
If I'm not mistaken, oh, that's a rough one.
The draft doesn't seem familiar at all. I have no idea. I'm just gonna say some random name. Okay, it's a CK, right? It's a crit.
It's a crit? It's not crit, I'm afraid. No, it's a Eastern European team. They're at this event, and no, it's one of the quieter ones, not Navi, no. One of the ones we haven't seen so much of this year.
Rubik left. Oh my god, that's what I would assume left where. It's so hard.
Eastern European team. What teams are there?
I can't say that would be that would be a little bit cheating for us.
Aurora wasn't from back then.
No, they weren't around. They haven't been at many events this year.
Oh, I know, BetBoom.
No, not BetBoom either. It's not BetBoom. You've got to keep going down the list.
And this Batrider is gold tier. Trust me, I've got some skills in this guessing game. It's gold tier.
Looking forward to seeing them, Omar.
Was it Antares? No, he's level 30, but couldn't be him.
Who?
Antares?
Yep, you're absolutely correct. Yeah, it is Antares. Well done. Yeah, this was from a while ago, so maybe you hadn't quite got the levels up yet, and maybe that was baiting you a bit. But yeah, that is indeed Antares. Very, very well done.
Thank you.
They haven't been VP?
Yes, it is VP. And who do you think the Batrider player is?
VP Post 4.
Yeah.
Oh, who was it back then? Interest.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, there you go.
Are they in this tournament as well?
They are in this tournament as well,
What
yeah.
the hell? From Eastern Europe, Aurora?
Not Aurora, no. The team is Virtus.pro, which means the Batrider is...
Antares.
Absolutely correct. Yes, that is Antares playing the Batrider. Yep. So, you know, they go for the base push here against Team Secret quite a while ago. And, yeah, it doesn't quite work out for them.
Yeah, this game looks like a shit show.
Yeah, it kind of is. The triple rapier backdoor attempt. It's a rare phenomenon indeed, and I think we're seeing why it's rare in this clip.
I could recognize him from the set actually, because I used to watch replays. His replays.
I see, I see.
I was thinking which Batrider have this set.
That's interesting.
Wait, is this actually the play they're going for on
Well,
Terrace?
he's got so many rapiers.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, he's gonna go for it. They're keeping it, they just want to end the game! Virtus.pro! Virtus.pro! Coming in for the finish, do they have enough? The lassos are there, they try and take him down, they get the disarm, it's not gonna matter! It's not gonna matter, no! Squadix goes down! They didn't have enough! Oh, Virtus.pro, you went for it all and you came up short. How?
And that is the energy that VP is trying to summon right now over on Xtreme B, because they are currently going head-to-head against Nigma Galaxy. Nigma was able to claim Game 1, and so far it seems like Game 2 is very intense, but not yet firmly a VP victory. They need that. They need double rapier.
Oh,
they needed that energy as well.
Yeah.
You just pointed randomly into the abyss. I was like, what's over there?
They need that. They need that.
Great. I was trying to look at the stream.
Just imagines rapiers flying around. That's it.
Like Rebels. Yeah.
I'm just finishing watching the adverts, guys, so that pays our bills. Yep, VP spoilers, by the way. Yeah, they're winning.
You don't? Oh, well, I already said that.
Again, I'm spoiling it again because they just tuned in the stream. So now in 10 seconds time, I'm going to spoil it again. Okay?
Have they? What's the net worth advantage?
41,000.
Well, spoilers.
Got him. First to 10 was. I actually have no clue. It's 31 kills to VP, so I assume
they're
it's them.
40k ahead. That's like
that's a lot.
They're probably breaking a record for now in Wallachia, at least in this season.
Probably.
I don't know if anyone was higher than 40k so far.
I just realized Noob's still holding onto a quelling blade at 55 minutes.
Of course, he's against a Nature's Prophet, isn't he?
But he has a Wind Waker. Like,
oh,
he's double downing.
Oh, we can see it on our giant.
Oh yeah,
our giant screen back here.
Can we just watch this game? I mean, because it's the first bands. Like,
it's the first bands.
I'm watching this.
You can keep our eyes peeled. Wow, 43k net worth advantage.
Yeah, it's nice. Yeah.
Yeah. Well.
Age start in 30 seconds.
People will be banned out, by the way, guys. So
sorry, again,
no
it
Death
doesn't
Prophet.
matter.
No Death Prophet. No Shadow Demon. No Batrider. No Axe. First phase banned now by Navi.
Yeah,
and the Bristleback gets taken out as well.
It's kind of cool that Team Spirit are respecting the DP after game number 1 and just like getting rid of it.
Because we were very confident that was like, oh, you must have a plan if you're not banning out the Death Prophet.
You can have a plan, but when
she's still a 100% win rate hero
when a
reason.
hero is too strong, it's just too strong. It's like back in the day when not only back in the day, at any given point in Dota, I feel like it's much easier to ban out the heroes that are absolutely busted.
There is at least one permabanned hero per patch.
And if you don't have the first phase first pick, just get rid of it.
Get rid of it.
Oh, this is something they didn't get rid of, by the
No,
way.
they did not get rid of the Undying. Instead, they found Naga Siren to be a bigger concern.
But they've also still left open the Lina, right? Because there's only 3 bans for Navi. Spirit could easily just take the Lina. You know, down the line, you potentially will get access to the Tusk. And I think Navi, they do love playing the Undying in the offlane.
Can we get our first Phantom Lancer? Get rid of the Tombstone. Get the Diffusal into the Undying.
Stop trying to make it happen. It's not going to happen.
It's not going to
One time at this event, okay?
If it was going to happen, it was going to happen during these first 3 days. And I doubt it'll come out during playoffs. Muerta instead makes an emergence.
Yeah, of course. Rue has been enjoying it on the 4-roll throughout multiple different tournaments. And he's played, I think, at least once so far here. And
coming into the tournament, I actually expected Muerta to be more often a 1 than a 4. Just looking through all the games that have been happening, pubs included, I feel like people have moved on to picking her as a 1 a bit more. But yeah, like 4, still very viable. The hero is still damn strong.
Critically, it's Undying in the core role. You're playing on Blade Mail, Echo Saber, Aghanims, back for Harpoon, going for Octarine. You might go for a BKB or a Crimson Guard, right? But if pre-BKB, if you're running into the fight and you're getting silenced by the calling or hit by a dead shot and now you're kind of walking away from the fight, like it's all these small things that prevent that extra decay, that extra way to make Flesh Golem feel like it is the unkillable hero.
They're just so annoying, right, to play into.
Were you saying Undying in the core role?
For the offlane, yeah.
Yeah,
Boom
it's
plays
usually
the
played
offlane,
as offlane.
Oh.
Right now, at least. It can be a support too. Another hero that I kind of really like into Undying is Silencer. Might not be picked here. For Navi's sake, for Spirit's sake, I'd rather see a different 5 or 4, but Silencer is kind of nice. Arcane Curse, Last Word, all of these spells on Undying, it makes it very annoying for any hero that spams, and Undying is one of the most prominent spamming heroes when it comes to spells.
Yeah.
You need to keep that decay up.
Yeah, the key thing, Undying hasn't changed. He's still the tombstone playing hero that wants to get that right click off you with Flesh Golem, be it from support or core. Of course, with core, he just scales quicker, gets tankier, he survives the fight for a longer time. So for Spirit, at least, finding ways to kite that will be really useful. And yeah, I'm not opposed to the opening of a Bane and a Muerta. I've already mentioned how Muerta can do it with her spells. Now you put a Bane, you can Nightmare the Undying, just leave him on the side. Worst case, if you really have to, Fiend's Grip him. The rest of the team just ignores him, runs past the Fiend's Grip front line, try and kill the back. So in regards to a core Undying, I think they have enough control.
Yep.
Now they need to find the damage.
Yeah, damage like Yatoro SF. You go for a good old Bane SF, you sleep him, you make him walk in a dream walk in one direction or the other, you get those raises off. Also, you let him decay you. The more he decays you, the juicier that brain sap is on the Undying. So gotta admit, Bane is one of my least played position 5s, like in general, but the hero, when it's in the meta, it just does wonders. And right now, even the reduction on the cast range is so damn silly on some heroes. I just like seeing it.
The thing with Bane, and it's your laning is strong, but you want the game to be kind of set at one tempo, where you feel like you're not having to be in every fight, running around, defending objectives. When you're the one making the move, setting up fights, sleeping one guy, gripping another, your team's kind of piling on top, then you feel really good. When you're reacting and you're under the threat of, let's say like a Beastmaster, the Zoo, the map's closing in, you always wish you had a bit more damage from your hero. But yeah, the way that Navi's drafting at the moment, Bane won't have any real problems. It's 2 melee heroes that, if slept up, will...
If they decide to put the Undying on a support, though, and then you get some sort of a zoo from the offlane, be it Beast or on some other teams are playing Lycan as well, then that does become a bit problematic for the Bane. The hero does not like playing into units.
One thing for Navi, at least, is they don't really play Enigma. I remember I checked the stat for Boom and offlane. It's just a hero that he hasn't ever really tried to.
He's an honest offlaner. That used to be.
No, he tried. It just didn't work. So he wasn't honest. Just
was honestly trying.
Honestly trying with his 28% Enigma win rate. But the Beast and the Lycan he is a lot better at, and both are available if it continues this kind of direction.
The only downside is Muerta is never a free kill. It's one of those heroes, the moment she hits 6, she can always get away from you, so it is a bit annoying, but yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing it.
Some Zoo can also come from the support role. I'm surprised, but Nature's Prophet has gone completely uncontested throughout this entire series.
Yeah, I think for Navi at least, they want to play more on the take over an area together and have team fight layering rather than Prophet, which is shove wave, join someone else's aggression. They want to be kind of a unit moving on the map as a ball rather than TPing in, hoping to kind of be ready. Like looking at their lineup, the tiny mid, maybe even carry, Undying Shaman. You take over a triangle, Tombstone on one place, Shaman hexing up another guy. Like it is really hard to fight into what they throw on the ground. So Spirit, they understand that the ground will be Tombstones and Serpent Wards and bodies getting thrown around by Tiny. Let's pick up a Mars. Spirit, they're kind of inviting Navi to, please, come and try and fight us. When you come here, coolings on the ground. One guy's gripped, one guy's arenaed. Like, they have control. I'm still lacking the damage.
They're definitely lacking the damage.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure just how much of a Mars fan I am in this pick. It's Collapse, right? Maybe even Yatoro. Like they play an amazing Mars
Hopefully
in general. Yeah, hopefully Collapse. They can always make it work. I'm just thinking, like, in general, if you hide the team names, like, you have Serpent Wards in the arena, you have Tombstone in the arena, like and you already have enough catch on their side. So
ooh, this is spicy from Spirit. Normally they respect Huskar from Copy, and they pick the Ember here. Yuragi can happily pick up the Tiny in the carry role. You're kind of inviting Na'Vi here, like, hey, if you want to get your Huskar that you often want to play into the Ember, even like the Monkey King.
are we that worried about Huskar right now, I wonder? Like, a lot of teams have found ways of dealing with him just by dual midding. Like, you get a Bane, let's say, on that mid lane with the Ember.
But they go for the Monkey instead. I think the main point here is, like, the way Spirit drafted the Ember, it's not going to be a shock when Na'Vi take one of the predictable anti-Ember heroes, right? Like, Na'Vi's lineup is built to flex the Tiny to carry, and maybe that's where Spirit wanted to put the Tiny into the carry role. You take the Ember, you know Na'Vi will react to it in laning phase, you force the Tiny to carry, and Yuragi, when he gets forced into a carry that doesn't have that insane draft value, of course we saw how last game the Nurses suffered, maybe that's Spirit's strategy. Lau, I'm sorry you're going to have a bad time, but don't worry, if you get to 15 minutes, your Toro is going to have the perfect counter matchup.
Yeah, look at that mid lane. 5 wins, 0 losses this tournament.
Such a good mid lane hero.
Yeah, it's usually picked as a counter as well, right? And that's a little bit of a reason why he has such a high win rate. But I gotta say, so far, today and yesterday, every time a team has a dominating mid, they win. Like, there is not a single example where you crush mid and then somehow they get back into the game. It's either they win late game or they just crush you, like Quinn and the boys did today, and they win 20 minutes, 25 minutes.
Or even yesterday, whenever Laurel was winning mid, that was
exactly
the secret to success for Spirit.
And that's something that Na'Vi might use, like roll off with this Monkey, just having a good lane, which he should have.
I mean, if you ignore the team names right now, Na'Vi should be able to crush their lanes and kind of catapult themselves into dictating a lot of the early fight. Right? You're going into a Wukong's with a Serpent on the ground plus a Tombstone. If they fight around objectives, sieging a tier 1, sieging a tier 2, playing for that early Roshan, I would be surprised if Spirit can even contest it. Yeah, they have the control, but even with the Ember pick, he's in a good lane, he can become the damage, but in a losing lane, he's another slight change, he's another bit of control, he's not like doing the killing blow. So yeah, the early game from Spirit, at least from the heroes that I see, I feel like Na'Vi should be able to be very aggressive. And I'm expecting the Undying to be the offlaner, especially with the Lifestealer ban from Na'Vi. But even Lifestealer counters the Tiny carry as well. So Lifestealer just kind of double value ban there.
Yeah, I don't know how flexible they can keep it open because they don't get last pick, but I think if they are picking another support hero here, it would be pretty obvious.
Yep, they'll basically give away the position of Undying after the next pick. I do believe that it will be on offlane, by the way. They're like Tigav said, they're also securing it with bans. Maybe they're banning only for Tiny, but picking the Undying this early on, and him not being banned out, countered completely, why wouldn't you put him when he's so strong?
They didn't ban out anything like a Gyro, though. Instead, they take out Medusa. And Spirit are also hoping or expecting this Undying to be offlane because they banned out a Dark Willow and a Warlock.
Yeah, the Medusa ban, Yatoro just carried the game yesterday. And in general, when you look at Team Spirit, if they cannot face you and fight you mid-game, which almost looks impossible to me right now, with Medusa, they would be at least able to do that late game, right? Like, they could buy their time, wait for those extra items like a Skadi and Medusa, and that's your go time.
Trying to see if Na'Vi, do they need more lockdown, or can they just go for like a team comfort, like a Phoenix, where you put down Arena, I put down Egg, you have to disengage. Just another kind of way to amplify the fight from Na'Vi. Like, they already have Roshan, sieging, fight, and okay, they're going to go for the Marcy for Ari. Just go for so much pressure in that lane.
Yeah, this is now doubling down what they were already good at.
So much fight, yeah.
But it's a hero that also helps Undying to an extent. This hero, you don't necessarily buy a lot of mobility. Sometimes you have a harpoon, maybe you have some movement speed, but in general, you don't get to move around way too quickly, which is what Marcy is really good at.
Pick me up.
Yeah, she picks that big zombie up and they can go for it. And wow.
I don't think anyone would have gone, you know what, 24 pick Veno it is. And
is this Veno into Monkey, like in the lane, or?
Yeah.
I think it might be, because that's like old school counter to the hero. Let me see.
Morta takes over the carry role.
Okay. What's happening here?
It is Veno, yeah.
So, like,
Ember goes to support. Okay. This does fix the tempo problem that Spirit was going to have, right? Because if you put the Monkey into the Ember, Na'Vi favored. If you have the Marcy and Undying, super strong, you're going to have a problem there. But now if you put Morta into the safe lane with the dead shot, you can just push the Marcy away, basically.
They might have overcooked.
They might have overcooked for sure, but at least, like, now that I see the Veno pick, I'm like, okay, they aren't going to get completely snowballed just because Monkey's going to 1v9, right? That's one thing that we can agree on. The fact that the rest of the draft is now all up in the air.
You remember when we were talking about whoever wins mid usually wins games?
I do recall this.
I think we were pushing that theory really hard
far
with this game. Because Veno, on paper, like, he wins this lane. He wins the matchup against Monkey. Historically, this used to be my favorite pick into the Monkey King because anyone can play it and win. So
in the mid lane or as like an off lane Veno into a safe lane?
It kind of does the same thing.
Okay, but so Veno will, let's say, pressure the Monkey mid, but when Monkey rotates into the map, he's rotating into an Undying Marcy lane, that's kill threat, or a Shaman Tiny lane, that's kill threat. Even though the Veno is going to be good for laning, Na'Vi, their whole lineup is very, very good. Morta as a carry is a greedy hero. You want to buy Mjolnir and a Dragon Lance and a Silver Edge and a BKB. Like, you're always chasing the next item to be happy. So for Spirit, they have answered some tempo from Na'Vi, but the entire team tempo, I still question, do they have enough to fight into the Tombstone and the Shaman and like everything that Na'Vi has? Eventually, yes, they will get there, but there's this incredible timing from Na'Vi. If they can hit that stride, playing behind that Undying, the early game, it feels like Na'Vi, going into game 3, like, they control their fate in this game for sure.
And why, of all the 24th picks, sure, Veno is beating the Monkey King. What is Veno doing in this?
I have absolutely no idea. I want to watch this game and see exactly what the itemization will be as well, because it's really difficult for Veno sometimes to rotate from the lane and make moves.
That's what I would have thought.
However, one very good thing for him is there are no Spirit-esque heroes that get on top of him easily.
Sure.
Besides the Monkey, right? But you control the Monkey, and you control all Blink heroes as well with...
4 melee heroes.
Yeah.
Veno goes Spit, everyone's going to get gooed up.
Yeah, assuming he doesn't get stepped on by a Marcy and a Tiny Toss
We'll
and
see if they
a
step on
Boundless
him.
Strike.
Yeah.
We'll find out. We'll see. One of these teams are going to make their way to playoffs. The other one will remain in the Swiss group stage. Let's get into game number 3 with Bcop and Lacoste.
Final game of the day. Final game of the series. Spirit Na'Vi. Na'Vi taking game number 1. Spirit taking game number 2. And it's all down to a Veno mid for the side of Spirit. Very interesting pick coming in, and maybe not what was to be expected. But a 4-position Ember, we've seen it before.
Yeah, Root has been cooking some of the heroes from the position 4. He did play Axe in the previous game, definitely expanding his hero pool. This hero with Chain Gang, I thought it's going to be played more as a position 4. I know my boy Fog loves to play it, but he's like, it is very greedy. Like, it can scale, and using this as a flex works really well. But it's been a while since I saw Venomancer from the mid lane. I tried to recall last time, it was probably when XM played it. Mitushka did use Sleep. He's in a lot of trouble here.
This is revenge for taking all their intelligence last game.
Yeah, mid getting the first blood will definitely help him out playing against Venomancer. This matchup definitely not in his favor, but also something to point out that there are a lot of melee heroes in this match, especially on side of Na'Vi. You're playing against Mars, Ember, Veno, like even Muerta. It is difficult. Sure, you are going to be building into Blink Dagger, you have Pick Me Up, you have Shard with the Monkey King, but still, these are going to be melee heroes, and I'm really excited to see how this bottom lane is going to go. Because Undying, we usually see it from position 5, some teams want to flex it to position 3. With the Pick Me Up facet, it does allow you to get on top of the heroes as well. Get maybe another decay, get the extra bit of a damage with that extra strength, and he just got a second decay, and that was a double decay.
Getting that double decay, maybe a pick-me-up into a tombstone with the decay. You right on these heroes, that could be a big problem. My question for you is, what's the build for Laro Veno mid?
Spirit Vessel into whatever he wants to buy. I see Boots of Travel as well afterwards.
I wish I was allowed
could be
to click the 7 and see.
Yeah, I think it could be Hurricane Pike or something along those lines, because Veno can build into any item. Him being universal hero, pretty much everything feels good. But I think in this one, he wants to keep the distance. And this is going to be the key item as well for Yatoro. Like, once you get to your Maelstrom / Mjolnir, these are going to be the items that you want to buy. And here they come. Boom.
Wanting Maposhka again.
Only level 1, though.
Yeah, it really doesn't have anything else.
Maybe they thought the creep is going to die, so they immediately try to go for this type of a play, thinking that they're going to get level 2, drop down the Tombstone. Bane usually is the lane bully, but so is Undying.
Yeah. Especially, you just get these decays, keep these heroes pretty uncomfortable in the lane. Both of them working with about 720 health. We look over top. And this is definitely a combination that can get kills for both sides, right? Avalanche toss if need be with a shackle, but right now just the Avalanche. And then if you've got Searing Chains into a spear, maybe under tower?
Potentially, yeah. Also, Ember Spirit is very good.
Uh-oh.
Oh, he needs to TP out, and he's tipping back to base. Ember is very good at dealing with Shadow Shaman with his foul play, where this damage from a Flame Guard will kill you instantly. So you just need to stick on top of him in the AoE and he will die.
Passing over a Tango to collapse. Oro getting a free lane while Monkey King had to TP all the way back. Monkey King was doing well. 14-7 to just 9-4 here for Laro. Not as great as maybe they would have liked. They add the shackle, they get the Ether Shock, they'll take first blood, killing off Collapse. Or sorry, second kill for Navi as they got Maposhka as that first blood in the river. But the first blood since then. So I correct myself embarrassingly. Don't look at me like that. 1,000 net worth lead here for Navi. Can feel the eyes, the stare. How long does it take Muerta these days to kind of be online as a carry?
This is one of the heroes that it never feels like she's fully ready. She's always like, I need an extra item. But I would say Maelstrom / Mjolnir, Hurricane Pike, and she's going to be fight ready. Kaori, he's dead.
This one not first blood. But it is the first kill for Team Spirit. They finally get something on the board and Collapse as this Mars just having a little bit of help there with, of course, this Ember. I feel like Ember is pretty decent at moving over towards mid.
Yeah, especially with the items that he started with Boots of Speed. Only thing that Venomancer needs is somebody to stop the TP with. If he initiates with Venomous Gale, gets a couple of those right clicks, but he is getting scouted by an Ob. Zaru does have one sentry available. Let's see. He's going to be reading the situation. Oh, boom. Drops the item to get the extra bit of a heal.
Looking at this Veno, how much he's able to push out Copy, but Copy's still getting a lot of CS in this lane. They're going to TP over Ahri and jump in. They've got both jumps from Ahri and Copy, but there's not much survivability here for Laro. They talked about it on the panel. If you're able to jump on top of this Venomancer, it makes his life so difficult. You're put in a spot where you're really not looking like you're going to survive.
Yeah, especially if he uses Gale before that, so you can't slow them down. And them showing the heroes in the mid lane allows them to play aggressive in the top. Navi using all the information correctly. And already a 1k gold lead for them.
looking good so far. I mean, Navi are on the trend, right? 2-1, 2-1 in their first 2 series. They're just following the pattern. But this game has started well, and I worry if Spirit, especially if mid gets devastated, how much they're really going to have impacts going into the mid game. The look over from Aposhka. And this will be another one here for Navi as they get this on Ahri. And this is a support that can really output the damage at level 6 as well. They'll commit the Tombstone. They've got Ahri jumping in with the rebound. And Yatoro, they'll be hit with the Boundless Strike. And they also get Collapse again. This is Collapse dying to just the 2 heroes of Kaori and Yuragi. And Navi are overwhelming the map.
Did I see that correctly? Did he just use rebound off of a zombie?
I think you did.
And then brought zombie on top of him. This is pretty cool.
Sleep, Maposhka. Uh-oh. You don't want to be here. Mid at least. They will get the Shadow Shaman, but they are bleeding kills here. Spirit. Their lanes, their side lanes especially, are all out of whack.
Yeah, if they can shut down this Venomancer, maybe try to kill him one more time. This is a hero that can recover, but also slowing him down, not allowing him to put the pressure that he wants. Right now, he is putting a lot of pressure onto the tower. Very difficult to approach what he's doing. Both supports. Actually, Yatoro is in the mid lane. Level 4, making sure that they're grabbing this tower kill.
Now just level 5 has that Falcon Blade. Net worth, though, life has been golden for Yuragi as he's got that net worth up to 3,700. He is very far ahead of anybody on the side of Spirit. Very far ahead of the counterpart of this Muerta. And this is all going up Millhouse for Navi so far.
Yeah, the big one is definitely Tiny. Usually this hero isn't that involved early on, but he's sitting at 2-0 and 2, involved in 50% of the kills, which is going to give him a slightly earlier timing. Plus the 2 towers that, I mean, at least the tower in the bottom lane that they're going to kill. And I could see them also maybe rotating to the Tiny lane, try to get another entrance to the enemy triangle as well. Let's see how they're going to approach this one. Because Tiny a lot of the times loses the lane, then he goes to the jungle, continues to farm up for the good 10 minutes until he gets his Shard, Echo Saber, Shadow Blade. But this time around, it feels like he's the one who can actually TP and will not feel too bad about it if they can grab a kill out of it.
Copy coming back over mid. Very interested at what this Ahri Marcy is going to build. We have seen Marcy's just have a lot of impact once they hit 6. They get that unleash, and all of a sudden, you know, you really do have kill viability. And if it comes at a point, especially where Spirit supports aren't really that farmed, it just exacerbates the problem and potentially makes it so Ahri can really put the hurt on.
This is a difficult one to get.
Yeah, Tombstone, pick me up, jumps him over, goes from Aposhka. They'll hit the dead shot. That's on to Ahri. But this is a Bane in trouble, disposed of and killed by Boom.
Even if you kill him, sure, you're getting the gold, but he does have Ceaseless Dirge ready.
Arena, but there is this giant Serpent Ward collapse. He's in trouble. The Ward gets the kill, but they have got 3 more heroes to make sure that they get a tiny kill as well. They're going to grab 200 plus gold for Laurel with that Serpent Ward.
You have a lot of Venom wards, but Shadow Shaman, he does have Giga Ward. Now Monkey. And Ahri trying to make some kind of a move in this top lane, but this is a good chunk of gold that they just got. They got 250 from killing that Serpent Ward, and also managing to get 2 kills. Yatoro grabbing the kill for himself.
There's that Vessel, so maybe
It's
more
still
opportunity for Spirit.
Very early Vessel.
Laurel, despite the struggles, is second on the net worth. When I say struggles, but he died once. It's nothing too crazy. Copy, though. Getting away from that lane 3-0-1 is really impressive.
A little surprised that he did decide to put more points into Jingu. A lot of the times when you can play lane with Monkey King, you can go for like 1 point in Jingu or just completely skip it, where you are preparing to get some creeps from the jungle. But so far, so good. Sitting at 4,000. Same goes for the enemy carry. the reason why I like it more, because if you die once or twice, like, your game is pretty much ruined. You can't really use Jingle Mastery on the neutrals.
Can Copy keep up, though? At least with what he's got so far, it looks all right. They've got the Tombstone again, and they will wait on this kill on Miposhka. Well, they jump in, and there's another one. Boom is really lighting him up this time, and he's going into that Blade Mail first.
Against Muerta, it is probably the best item you can buy before she gets a BKB. Also love the two supports of Navi. These heroes, like, you drop down Tombstone, you drop down Giga Ward, it is almost impossible to take the fight in that area.
Jump right in onto the Venomancer. Laurel, does he have any way out? Not really. Giga Ward placed down, you have the Unleash, and now they're going to remnant over. They've got the Arena, they look over at Ari, and they will take out Ari. Down
spread.
Goes Boom, and Kaori, a good move over from the side of Spirit.
Maru also managed to cut down Monkey King from the tree with his Glowing Blade. Nice play during the slight, but the rest of the team, they were not ready to back him up. Laurel dealing some really good damage in that previous fight, almost 2,000 damage. Spirit Vessel, Noxious Plague also did spread, I believe, on all three of them.
Really makes these tight, closed-in fights, especially within the arena, really brutal. And that's their answer, right? That's their big team fight. The arena with the Noxious Plague, especially when it pops.
They have a lot of damage over time. Slightly, like, in the middle game, there's going to be Mjolnir procs, Maelstrom as well. I'm talking about putting the Mjolnir on somebody. Let's say they focus down Veno, damage over time from that. Spirit Vessel, Ember Spirit as well. And if you can keep inside of the arena, something that we didn't talk about is Facet for Mars. He did not go for the Bloodsport. Instead, he did go for the Victory Feast. We saw Carry Mars also pick up this Facet. I think this Facet has been underrated for quite some time, ever since we buffed him, that allies are getting 50% of the values and also increased the numbers. Miposhka, again, he had a great game too on Silencer, but this time on Bane, he got completely shut down. 0, 6, and 0.
He's died 6 times, but I feel like playing Sacrificial like this is okay for him. Spirit aren't exactly in the worst spot.
No, but the two supports on side of Navi are going to start to scale eventually. While Bane is more about the Fiend's Grip, maybe you get the save with the Nightmare, but other than that, you can't farm. You really can't farm, not unless somehow they get Tormentor for you, you get the Shard.
200 gold there for free off the Tombstone for the Muerta. And they're going to try and scout for some obs. But not going to find it with that Sentry. Smoke used Collapse, got that blink, so now he's looking for an opportunity to jump in. Can they find Yuragi? He's staying a little bit long. He's going to try and farm this next wave, which means they've got themselves the jump with the spear. And Yuragi, Spirit Vesseled and dead. A good kill started by Collapse. The Spirit, they even this game up in the net worth.
At least they're going to get something on the other side of the map. XP Rune will be picked up by Copy, and he does have Mage Slayer available. Good amount of magic damage on their side. Win probability, DOTA plus.
Oh, Collapse! Knew exactly where he was at. Well, even with the Wukong's command, Copy is in trouble. They'll try to jump out of here, but still within the arena. Jumps again, but off to the side, right where Collapse and Laurel were. And that is another great kill for Spirit.
Changing of the guard, we see this Facet being used real nicely. It's just that he's got surrounded by way too many heroes. And now Team Spirit is starting to put a little bit more pressure onto the towers. Laurel, Ghost Scepter ready on him, knowing that there's going to be a lot of physical damage against Marcy. Even Undying wants to deal physical damage with his Flesh Golem to spawn the zombies, Tiny, Monkey King, of course. So really early pickup on this Ghost Scepter.
Like the early Scepter. Hex, Rue. Caught, but the spear is there. Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains. There's the rebound and the dispose. Rue's still able to survive. They did get this Aegis while they ended up losing their Monkey King. But what's the next move now that you've got said Aegis?
I could see them try to close out some of these towers with Giga Ward. It is up in 40 seconds. Tiny has good amount of damage, does have Shard available, so will not be losing that damage from the 3-throw. And going for Manta style, I do like this. Playing against Venomancer can be super annoying. You can't move in the middle of a fight. So having a Dispel mechanic of your own feels really nice.
To no surprise, Miposhka is still just level 6, 16 minutes into the game. Not really getting a lot out of the game, but we talked about the fact that he is 0-6-1.
Got that 1 on the board.
After being involved in 100% of the kills, now just 1. 10%. They'll jump in. They've got the Giga Ward. There is the Shackle and the jump with the rebound and the unleash. Another kill and a collapse. He's died a couple times now, too.
They're not messing around. Every single time. Kaori, also from this position 5, having a really good time. Blink Dagger is ready, sitting at 800 gold. This is why I said that this Bane could be a really big issue for Team Spirit. Others are going to be starting to scale. Shadow Shaman, what he brings to the table in a fight. Marcy as well. Ari, I see that he has a Blink Dagger ready, which is going to be a relatively good saving tool. But if he wants to scale BKB, these type of items, maybe he thinks he just needs to be something, because they have a good amount of saves as well. Later on, Undying picks up the Shard. Monkey King can take care of himself if he picks up the Shard, and he did, so he can get outside of the arena easily.
They'll certainly try, and they are setting up bottom. Maybe they're looking for a smoke. Still giving time over for Yatoro to continue to farm in the Muerta, who's going for that Hurricane Pike. Has the full Mjolnir ready to go, but does Yatoro want to get involved? Starting to get these next neutral items. Searing Signet for Kaori. Any curio upgrades on these neutrals?
Searing Signet from Tiny.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Okay.
It is a lot of damage. Like Tiny, from whatever role, he does play Insurmountable because he's playing it as a carry, but still, you use any of the spells, it is going to be way too much damage. And now they are going to smoke. Smoke did break. Undying, no Ceaseless Surge for 60.
But he does have the blade nailed for a second. They'll hit into it, but they've got him surrounded. Boom's dead. Shackles, though, connecting on a Miposhka. Brain Sap, but the toss from a distance. Yuragi gets the kill there, and Navi maybe thinking about going in. They'll use that pick-me-up to drop Yuragi right
on the high ground.
Collapse, but this is the Wukongs. Oh, the spear pushed him out of the Wukongs and away from the rest of the team. I mean, I thought they might still fight within that Wukongs if they kept the Tiny close to try and get that first life. But by pushing him out, I feel like they just completely avoid it altogether.
They're fine with this. Using Undying, who's going to have his reincarnation ready soon for the next fight. You need to be aware of this. This is something that other teams have utilized nicely. Where you're fighting around Undying, he scouts things out. Monkey.
Now no Wukongs.
Already used Boundless Strike. Not getting out of this one.
No, Spirit Vessel on him. Easy dead shot. That's another one. Laurel dominating. 20 seconds left on that Aegis. Still Tiny top of the net worth, but you could see Muerta right there. Lose this Aegis. You've got Manta, Echo Saber, and the Shackle connecting onto Laurel. But a sweep and a Force Staff. They actually want to go back the other way.
It is so much damage.
Very dead.
Laurel, he's involved in 12 out of 13 kills.
Another arena. They find Ari.
Basically a solo kill.
Collapse wants this BKB, and he's actually pretty close to it. Be feeling more confident to make those jumps in. BKB next on the list for Yuragi as well.
We haven't seen Navi group up and go 4 or 5 man strong. This is what I would love to see. Maybe for the next Roche. The ages just expired, but I would also love to see Tombstone fight around that Giga Ward. He is getting slept into Spear.
Good blink Spear again, but the Tombstone down. Kaori coming over, gets the Hex on the Muerta. They've also got themselves this Giga Ward.
They're not
but
moving.
The Fiend's
They're
Grip,
so slow.
They'll take out Kaori. Yuragi falls. Laurel with the heavy damage, but they do get the kill to the Muerta, and now they'll use the Unleash. They're trying to get the kill to the Rue. Ember Spirit. But he, Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains, and he is on the run with Collapse, getting in front of Boom as well as Ari. But the Dispose and the Control means that Collapse is going to die. 2 heroes dead as they go for Laurel and Miposhka, but Laurel now, they're right on top of him, and this is where Venomancer struggles. That's 4 dead on the side of Spirit.
That's what I wanted to see. Go 5-man, use Tombstone, use Giga Ward, and fight in that area. They focus down Tiny. Even though he uses Manta Style, he still gets slowed after with Venomancer ulti, unable to move. And I'm really glad that Ari is also realizing that he needs to be the one dealing the damage. He wants to scale. If this game goes late, they are going to outscale them with the heroes that they do have. Shadow Shaman really scales well from position 4 and 4/5. But we're going to see it again. Tiny got initiated on, and this was the fight with no arena used. But you can see the Tombstone, it's not getting focused. Everybody is super slow. Giga Ward is there. It looks like it's like they have so many zoning tools on side of Navi. With Wukong's command, they can choose where they want to take the fight.
Such a interesting move by Collapse.
Yeah, he got that courier.
Value, I guess. But then look, once you're on top of Laurel, yeah, he does a lot of damage, but you can't run. Nothing he could do about that. Shackle connects on Taru. Remnant's the other way, but Ari is here, unable to catch up to this Ember. Although Copy, Boundless Strike with the Shard, he'll jump away.
Mage Slayer is also causing them quite a lot of issues. Venomancer, if he gets hit by 40% reduced damage. Muerta as well. When she uses ulti, like Mjolnir procs, all of that is magic damage, so you're not going to be dealing as much. And now Kaori gets the Shard.
Grabs a Shard here and happy to have it. Sitting close to where Collapse is in net worth.
It will allow him maybe to get out of the trouble with 3 chickens, and also you can use the items on Shadow Shaman. Might be able to blink out of the trouble, reset one more time.
They've just got Undying top. Farming up. Rest of the team not really grouped too tight yet, but they are getting there. He's looking for the BKB on Undying. He's got the Pipe, he's got the Blade Mail.
Pipe is the big one. Pipe, Mage Slayer combination. I would say chances of you winning the game with those 2 items, if they have quite a lot of magic damage on the enemy side, increase it by like 20-30%. It is insane how much damage reduction it is.
Quick trigger on the Serpent Ward. The Yule's the dead shot into the Fiend's Grip. Easy combo for the side of Spirit. Nobody there to react on Na'Vi. Still, Laurel continues to farm. He wants the Hurricane Pike. He's got a lot of items queued up, but a lot of gold needed. And he's up there in net worth, but he'd love to be farming a little bit quicker. Wants to stay ahead of the curve, get this BKB. But for now, I'll have to wait a little bit longer. Muerta getting into their own BKB. Soon enough. It's going to be an interesting Roche. This Aegis for Na'Vi could really be brutal for Spirit if they don't win this fight.
It could be, especially if Yuragi gets the BKB before they take that Roche fight. So he will have 2 ways of dispelling things. Getting very tanky on that Tiny. 3.3k HP already.
Quite a bit. Nobody setting it up though for Roche as it has made the long journey to top. Refresher for Collapse. Blink, BKB, Refresher.
He has Shard coming on the courier to try to land stun. It's good. It's very good against Shaman, good against Monkey King as well. Damage over time, combine that with Venomancer. Still taking what he needs to buy. Lotus is good protection against Shadow Shaman who jumps in, but other than that, it's really not that great of a Lotus game.
Yeah, he swapped to the Yules now.
Yeah, not too many things to dispel. Yules is overall a better option because you can upgrade that into Wind Waker later on. It is a setup for your spear.
He's been trying to set up a couple of these kills, and Rue, Laurel, and Collapse are here over top. All while Yatoro is just bottom.
Waiting for that BKB.
Yeah, farming.
Like he wants to have exactly what Yoragi wanted to have for potentially next fight. Get that BKB so that he doesn't kill himself on the Blade Mail from Undying. And speaking of BKB, 2 more BKBs on Navi.
One for the
Now they have 4.
Dying.
4 BKBs, 26 minutes in. This is not something you see every day. Plus a pipe, plus a Mage Slayer.
Ooh, Primal Spring, but the Balance Strike, the attention is on Laurel. That's who they really want. But Kaori's going to be caught first. He's going to buy back into this. The Wukong's, the Tombstone all down. Yoragi, he'll throw the tree over to Maposhka, at least get a 1-for-1.
They committed pretty heavily for this already.
Searing Chains collapses in. They go to the arena, but the spear with the BKBs around the horn. They're just able to turn it around. 27-minute, 4 BKBs. Collapse is dead. They're on top of the Muerta. And Yatoro, Hex, controlled, hit with that avalanche, and gone. They will find Kaori for a second with this Ember, but now the Balance Strike connects, and they will get Rue and take out a 4th.
Navi, they have so many rounds of spells, so many like zoning tools where they can choose where to take the fight. What they wanted to do with Mars is push him away from Giga Ward that he used immediately, but Kaori buys back into the fight, and they were relatively patient with their BKBs, knowing that there's relatively limited amount of stuns that they do have. Bane, his grip is going to get interrupted. Muerta doesn't have any kind of a stun, so basically what you need to be careful about is when he goes in, drops the arena, and tries to spear you, and immediately all 3 of them inside of the arena pop the BKB and immediately kill them.
That's that BKB timing. Insane for, man, BKB timing. Yep. God. Rare sight, but one that works out so well.
Muerta is the only damage dealer like that's going to scale. Venomancer, I'm going to say Venomancer got countered with the items that they do have. 4 BKBs, Mage Slayer, plus also having Pipe from the offlane. Which means that a lot of that damage is going to get soaked up, and if Yatoro doesn't deal damage during his ulti, they're going to be in a lot of issues.
Copy. Pretty low on life. He'll survive here. No doubt. Still waiting on Yatoro to feel like he's got enough defensively to also continue to fight. Now with that BKB, that'll make the next fight much easier, and almost about to hit that level 20.
2 extra seconds on his ulti could mean a lot. Muerta is just full glass cannon hero. There's a lot of items that are piling up on Navi. Nullifier, which also means that you focus down Ember Spirit. Venomancer with his Ghost Scepter, Hurricane Pike. You might not be getting the value. Sure, you can still use Hurricane Pike, but you need to use it on enemies rather than use it on yourself.
They're pushing
not
bottom.
Get it nullified. Gale Guard as well. A lot of these things are going to get nullified. So when Monkey goes in, these heroes are also not dying so quickly.
No, not at all. It's a very survivable fight. The longer the fight goes on, especially with the Tombstone down, the harder it's going to get for Spirit. Blink Dagger for the Tiny. 14 minutes slower, but the build is
different.
This is very different.
This is not mid-Tiny, so he doesn't rush it. Sometimes you see Tiny's picking up Blink Dagger, thinking that they do need it to be able to reposition themselves. It's also very good for defending the high ground. If you don't have it, let's say you have Shadow Blade instead, you can go for the tossback play. So this item is always going to be valuable. Later on, you can remove your boots, upgrade the Blink Dagger. We're talking about the super late game, so this Blink Dagger is always going to be good on Tiny. And now they are trying to make something happen, trying to make that jump, and they do find. It is only position 4, but they're also in a relatively good spot to maybe threaten the high ground.
Yeah, Yuragi right here, ready to go. Can it force maybe a bad play from Spirit? They still have this Aegis. Yuragi not afraid to just kind of stand on the front line. You've got Copy pushing mid. And the rest of the team is also going to join him. Surprisingly backing off easily, defended by Spirit. A little shocking that they didn't want to maybe force it a little bit more. Take this outpost, smoke used. Spirit looking for the right spot to make that jump. They land the blink into the spear, but they've got to pick me up. Boom. Hit with that Fiend's Grip, and he's dead to start. He's back alive immediately, and he's going to TP back into the outpost. The Ethereal Form's not going to last much longer here for the Muerta. They get the kill on Ahri. They'll take out this Marcy, who also has buyback. They hit the Hex. Kaori in, but there's the arena from Collapse. The Shackle of the Muerta, despite the fact that he's inside the arena. They get the kill there on Yatoro. They'll buy back up Maposhka. It's a little bit late, but they do not have buyback available on this Muerta at all.
You got the sleep.
Now, boom, back into the fight. Rue, as well as Lara, looking for a way back in, and so is Collapse. He's ready to go with the blink if they can find themselves the Searing Chains. But there's the Wukong's command with the Balance Strike. That's off the mark on the Sleight of Fist from Rue. But they hit the Avalanche. They get the toss. Maposhka, who just fought back, is going to be dead for 70 seconds. Yuragi's still working with an Aegis. He falls back into the circle of the Wukongs.
Yuragi still holding on to that Aegis.
They're burning him. There's the Blade Mail popped. Rue goes in with the Balance Strike, though. That
nullified immediately.
And they got the kill.
A little surprised Spirit
now in trouble.
decided to take that fight. Knowing that they're still fighting into Aegis, their damage output is very limited. Without Muerta, who was forced to use BKB immediately.
Oh, still getting chased. Jumped on. BKB's not going to matter. They'll lose that Aegis. But now full health and mana for this Tiny. And they are right on your tier 2 mid.
Oh man, that was such a nice play from Navi. Taking the enemy outpost immediately, placing down the Observer Ward and Sentry on the high ground, so they have vision, they have Tombstone vision as well in the fight. Plus also Undying, he has been used as a bait. This is the power of Undying with Ceaseless Surge. He runs in and he has TP ready. And they found Ember Spirit again.
Avalanche and the rebound all perfectly timed. Dead for 75. That is really tough for Spirit. I mean, this has just jumped up to a huge lead for Na'Vi.
Oh, he's hiding. He is on the top. Monkey King did have Wukong's BKB and Nullifier, plus Basher's coming on the courier. Team Spirit, they have way too many issues. They are definitely lacking damage. It doesn't feel like Yatoro can deal enough damage to kill all of these heroes. Sure, you killed one, but you also need to be aware of the buybacks. And again, when this Ceaseless Surge resets in a couple of minutes, this is basically having the free Aegis.
Yeah. It'll probably line up with the next Aegis, honestly.
And Doctorine Core as well wants to reduce the cooldown on that one.
Shackle connects, Maposhka caught again, Maposhka dead again.
Kaori has been amazing this game, dropping the Serpent Ward down immediately whenever he sees the opportunity. He's like, I'm a position 5, you want to take a fight here? I'll bait you in. And also, not too afraid to use buybacks. I believe this was his second buyback in the game.
Tier 3 tower, that'll go. Now the mid-set racks. They've got the banner too. The range racks first, take the melee racks second, and have yourself at least a lane ready to be pushed in 8 lane.
I'm getting flashbacks. Treant from Nature's Prophet until we nerfed it in the previous patch.
We just gave it to somebody else.
Yeah, we just gave it to Shadow Shaman instead. I mean, it was there. We did buff it slightly, but overall, it has been in the game for quite some time. People were choosing the chicken fingers instead.
But now you've got the massive ward to continue to push and make things difficult. Level 20 and 25 are real good levels for the ward of Shadow Shaman if you want to go that route.
Yeah, he didn't go for Hex breaks in this game. There's not too many things to break. Sure, you can break Mars, but I don't think they care too much about him. They do have more than enough damage to take him down, so taking the ward attack range, extra 160. And he could, I mean, on level 20, Shackle duration is really good. If you take the other one, I don't think Serpent Ward is dying anyway.
If you've got the extra range, it shouldn't be that close, right?
Yeah, but still, it's very difficult to kill it. Like, the ward might die when the fight is over, or if they're trying to reset, and then Muerta's gonna kill it in 2 seconds.
But having a 5, almost 6 second stun with Shackle is a lot more value.
It is. Let's see the option. Yatoro. He doesn't want bigger AoE. Crippling Crossbow is a bit of a meh. Maybe just he keeps Serrated Shiv and gets Spell Lifesteal instead.
Collapse goes to the Brawny Outworld staff. And there's the Crippling Crossbow taken. Fighting Boom. Spear doesn't connect anything though. BKB can put the Tombstone on the high ground. The chase is on the look for Laurel, and they're going to pick him up. Now they've got the Unleash. They get the kill to the Venomancer. They had no Bane already, and they've got the Wukong's command. But they've nullified this Muerta. They get the kill in Aru. That is 4 heroes dead looking for Collapse, but he is free to TP away. Na'Vi already got what they wanted, and they will immediately drop down that massive Serpent Ward and cluck their way to another bottom set.
There's no buyback available on Muerta. I want to see them go in and try to end the game. Sure, there is Mars with the arena. Maybe the sleep could come in handy as well. Try to pull them in with the spear. But they know. They want to fish. See, does Muerta have buyback or not? And she doesn't.
That should become apparent very quickly. You don't just give up your tier 4s for free like this. Ragi almost level 25. May not even need to get to that point. He's a half level away, but they are going to drop down another Tombstone. Tier 3, that falls top. They're still pushing for more. Still 30 seconds without this Muerta, and Na'Vi are well on their way. 25,000 net worth lead for them, and about to secure Mega Creeps. They'll jump forward. They want to get themselves this spear, but they've got the Fiend's Grip. They have the control. There's a problem for Tiny.
No BKB
Nobody
on
here
it.
to help him, and he's going to die.
Resistance.
They'll get the kill on a Kaori. They've taken out 2, and now maybe they stayed a little bit too long. But Ari falls. 3 heroes dead on Na'Vi. They need to get out of here. Balanced strike, but Rue was ready. Just not going to be able to get through that BKB.
Now you're playing against Mega Creeps. That's going to be a massive issue. Your heroes don't deal well with Megas. Other than Muerta, nobody can really push out the waves so quickly. Mars is okay-ish, but he's nothing too crazy considering the items that he does have. Collapse did carry pretty heavily the previous fight, and now they're into the Roche, but they go.
This is important. Especially if Yatoro wants this Divine Rapier.
It was a nice spear onto Tiny straight away. Did manage to get in. He's getting hexed, but he's gonna get multiple rounds of spells. Tiny status resistance did kick in because of the insurmountable, but still can't live. Fighting inside of the arena with multiple heroes, even inside the Wukong's command. Team Spirit did a very good job. This damage over time with Spirit's Vessel, Shiva's Guard, reducing every single heal that they're trying to throw onto pretty much anybody. And now they have a Crippling Crossbow. Very interesting item choice from Yatoro.
Yeah, it goes for that. And now he's got an Aegis for 5 minutes, though. He took it with the Crude as well. Crude giving him that extra health restoration and the base attack time.
He thinks he has enough base attack time and intelligence, but health restoration has been improved. Combine that with his Shard with Pierce the Veil upgrade. He does have a lot, sitting at 16 as well. Gonna be life-stealing a lot in the middle of a fight.
Ags now for Miposhka, and that... Honestly, they weren't able to stop the Fiend's Grip in the last fight. This makes it, honestly, feel impossible. So if you're Fiend's Gripped, I think you're just dead on Na'Vi. Because it's going to be most likely full duration, right?
Yeah, he did manage to farm Aghanim Scepter plus Aether Lens. Miposhka recovering relatively nicely, but still 2 supports. You see Ari, Blink, BKB, Crystallis sitting at 2,000 plus gold. He can also be the one dealing with the cores. If he gets initiation on anybody, these heroes are gonna die. Maybe not Muerta, but others can, especially with Monkey King and Nullifier. If these two are paired up together, could be pretty big.
Has that magnifying monocle with the mystical on it. So the cast range for Bane with the help of that Aether Lens as well.
It's pretty massive.
It's pretty far.
It's full screen.
That's what really makes you feel like you're not losing that Fiend's Grip. And speaking of which, Fiend's Grip on a Yuragi, but he's got the BKB. He's on the run. Avalanche and Sleight of Fist Searing Chains.
Still gonna die.
Where is your team? They finally come in, and Copy's gonna come through with the Wukongs, but they'll get the first wipe. They need the second here too.
He has Refresher.
Tombstone used. They need the control.
Got
They've
it
got
back.
the Abyssal. Rue gets the kill on a Kaori, and they will take out Yatoro, who now has buyback.
That was so nicely done. I guess they didn't expect them to take the fight 4v5 or 3v5. Tiny's status resistance again kicked in. That Fiend's Grip is very annoying, but Tiny's sitting at almost 30% status resistance, so remove a couple of seconds off that Fiend's Grip. I was watching Tiny's damage as well. He gets enfeebled, losing 250 damage.
Whew. That's a lot lost.
It really is.
Might want to call the Lost and Found for that. Because you need to find that damage to take these fights. And, you know, for Team Spirit, they're, as if they don't get this buyback force from Huerta, I'm going to assume they just buy out on the Divine. If they can hold the gold.
He might need it. He can sell his Falcon Blade when he's out. That's going to be good 550 gold. Still doesn't have enough to buy Divine Rapier straight away. But there's also Refresher. Refresher Shard, and the Collapse is getting closer to Refresher Orb on his hero. So that's going to be double Arena, double BKB, potentially getting them speared into the fountain. Now we're seeing some of the issues that they do have, them being 4 melee heroes. So if they want to kill the throne,
they
gotta get close.
Yeah.
Giga Ward is the only thing that can kill the throne. And what does he have? Kaori is prepping. Refresher, he knows.
He took the ward HP.
Oh, prepping. Pretty smart.
Now he needs it to survive, because if they can't hit the throne, and that has to. And it is level 3, of course, so ward damage 1440. Just a casual 1400 damage from the Mass Serpent Ward. Which I like. You know, they reuse the name Mass Serpent Wards, or just Mass as in Mass, because it's so goddamn big for that Serpent Ward. Well, play on words. It's right up my alley.
Let's see if he's going to be able to get it, and he does. He buys out. Thinks that they have enough time. They do have enough time, and everybody's buying out. Even Ari, they feel like they have one fight that they want to take and probably try to end the game with it.
Double Mass Serpent Ward?
Double Mass Serpent Ward, Daedalus on Marcy.
Just casually getting rocked around for 2880 with every right click.
So 550. So that's 1110. He has enough for the combo, but also doesn't have enough to use other spells. He can't use Shackles afterward. Yataro's just straight up dead.
They killed him in a heartbeat. Talking about holding on to the Divine Rapier, but he never even gets a chance to buy it. Now he has to buy back. They hit the Fiend's Grip. Can they get this kill? They pushed him back behind the throne. There's the Double Mass Serpent Ward. They're going to focus on the throne. They've got the Wukong's command. They're going to kill Rue. They get a kill onto Marcy.
Focusing the throne. Look at the snakes go.
The snakes are going for the throne. They've got the cliff, but they need to take out the Serpent Wards. They hit for 28.
They're so healthy. They have 60
they have
HP.
So much
Arena.
HP. Another and another.
It's not
and
enough.
Another. The Serpent Wards are trying to get
need
the
one
finish.
more hit.
Oh, they hold
can't.
on 100 health on the throne. I can't believe it. Yuragi, he's gonna die. They've
They have held on with 100 health on the throne.
That double arena.
I cannot believe
They
it.
couldn't attack it. It was so close. I thought maybe the toss is going to be onto one of the targets. It would be enough to actually finish them off, but it wasn't. And looking at the buyback status right now. Undying sees the surge. He does have buyback, so might come out of it one more time. But the others, they do not have it. They need to reset. They need to not lose the game. But look at this. Divine Rapier picked up on Yatoro. We've seen this movie yesterday when they were playing with Medusa, and they managed to make a comeback in that game 3.
What's the win probability? What was the jump on win probability from just that moment? 100 health on the throne! There is one Serpent Ward, and then give me another. But look at the damage. Copy trying to get the Wukongs out, trying to survive.
He was buying quite a lot of time.
Yeah,
he
changing
did
the guard.
go all in.
But look at this, the damage from
Yuragi.
these Serpent Wards, and then there's the arena with the glyph at the same time. Oh God, Yatoro with a triple kill.
The wards couldn't attack, and they got heavily focused. Look at Yuragi here. I thought he was going to use toss onto something, onto anything, and it would end the game.
Gosh. Yuragi dies. It's a full team wipe, an ultra kill for Yatoro.
They had the chance. They misplayed. And now let's see if it's going to cost them going to the playoffs straight away.
Still needs to heal, though.
Glyph also not available for almost full 3 minutes. And they have Refresher ready in 35. It is go time again. Do not let them get another chance.
Gosh, how do you hold this time?
This is also Refresher used on Yatoro, because Mars gave him Refresher shard from Roche that they did get, and he also has his own Refresher.
I'm struggling to see how you defend against that twice now. Sans Glyph. But
Mars has a really tough job. Like, he needs to control them, but he also needs to make sure
the arena
that arena is going to be blocking. And speaking of blocking, he also did buy Crimson Guard, so he wants to defend the throne. He is the throne defender. Collapse? He knows. Oh, Miposhka, he's in a really bad spot
Miposhka.
now.
He's got buyback, though.
He does.
Uses it immediately. Laurel. BKB. Rue off to the side, dusting. The only one who has buyback available is Laurel. They've got the root. It's on the Undying. Oh, Fiend's Grip. Copy. Oh, dear. 100 seconds. He's got buyback now. He's got the gold. They picked up the bounty.
Roshan is
it's
alive.
Fine.
Roshan's alive. It's time to go for this. There is Refresher, Cheese, Roshan's banner. They can place all these things. They don't have to rush it. Right now, they're also seeing where Laurel is. There's Gem on the ground that he can pick up. But Muerta, there is an insane amount of damage that she deals with these items. Divine Rapier, Revenant's Brooch, great against Tiny because he has such high armor. Mjolnir procs, and your Gunslinger with level 25 talent, it's every second hit is a proc.
55 minutes into the game, or 44 minutes into the game. Getting ahead of myself. It was 92%.
Yeah, by every second, my math was incorrect. Like 2 out of 3 hits are gonna be Gunslinger procs.
I wasn't gonna call you out on it.
Because you were not even paying attention to what I was saying.
I was. I can hear and look at the same time, contrary to popular belief. Sometimes I even do fine dining and breathing.
Oh, look at this. Thank God breathing is automatic, huh?
A little cheese, a little Aegis.
And oh no, Navi, what have you done? Glyph is gonna reset in 20 seconds.
And it's gonna be back to full health soon.
They know. You can feel them sweating.
This is... Oh boy. How do you finish?
If they're keeping an eye on Glyph, they know that it just came off cooldown.
Expectation.
They're still willing to be out here. Only one hero has buyback for Spirit. That's where the advantage is. Laurel level 25. And he's caught. Although this is a Serpent Ward, to try and get the Venomancer, and they didn't. So now you've got the Fiend's Grip. The turnaround is here. The arena's down around Yuragi as well as Copy, and they're looking like
Boom,
they're going to get a kill onto Boom. The right-click damage just short from getting the kill to the Undying. He gets the decay off. He'll soul rip, and now the spear. It also hits Kaori, but they don't kill anything, either team. But that was a Serpent Ward used, and that's what gave him a lot of the damage the last time they went for the throw.
I think they needed to commit heavier onto this Venomancer, try to get the buyback out, go back, wait until Aegis expires, and now we're at the territory again, like we were yesterday, where there's a possibility that they get the tier 5 neutral items. If you can maybe get the Divine Regalia with Divine Rapier on Huerta, it is an insane amount of damage.
9 minutes to hold on to mega creeps, and I mean, look at this, just on the edge.
Yeah, Kaori was also failing that fight. He did not want to commit with the shackles, maybe thinking the rest of the team is going to go in, so he's going to be grabbing some other guy. But Collapse, again, very nice arena, keeping them there in place. And
how does Boom survive here?
Boom survives.
That's crazy.
Manages to live there. Another soul rip.
He is got Ceaseless Dirge back available, so he's technically got a second life. He is level 25, so the extra 50% Flesh Golem strength bonus is what really helped him there. Fiend's Grip from a distance, but where's the follow-up? Pick me up out of the arena. Gotta love it from Ari, but the jump in with a gunslinger. Yatoro with the BKB. They get the kill to Kaori. They'll take out Rue. They'll look over at Ari, who's got his own BKB, trying to fight up on Laurel. But that's not gonna work out for this
Yatoro,
RC
look at him
who
go.
has to buy back. Boundless Strike connects.
Now
They've
he's
got the toss
isolated.
up into the air. They've got him alone. They'll get at least the kill on the Aegis.
He has
He's still in
Refresher.
the Wukong's.
Another ulti's ready.
They drop down the Mass Serpent Ward, and they're trying to get him. He'll go Ethereal. He'll start to hit away at Boom as well as Copy. But there's the Abyssal. There's another Wukong's, but do they have the control? The spear connects. Copy's dead, and now they'll find Kaori. Gotta be careful. The creeps inside the base. They're starting to hit at the throw, but they got Yatoro. They'll take away this Muerta's
up
life,
Divine.
and the Divine Rapier is picked up. Collapse, trying
Gonna
to
lose
fight.
it here.
Fiend's Grip again on Ari. Yuragi in trouble, but they've got the toss away from him. They'll get the kill on the Tiny. They'll take out Ari. The buyback's available on both this Undying as well as the Tiny.
Give me back what's mine.
The throne
Yatoro.
is exposed. The creeps were pushing in. Ceaseless Dirge gets used, so Boom doesn't even need to commit the buyback on that.
Oh, Copy. He did use buyback, but he needs to be careful. They do have buybacks available on Tiny, on Dirge as well, but this Muerta, she's doing way too much. Yatoro managed to actually blank out of the Wukong's command without getting killed, and then he used that refresher, and now he's level 28. Look at this damage.
Whew. That is some big numbers. Minus 12 seconds on the Remnant charge time. And now a lead for Spirit. They're the ones in the driver's seat now, but you always got to be worried about the throne.
Collapse is going in. He knows that he has buyback. He has Boots of Travel ready. Banner about to plan it. They want to go for the throne. They want tier 4s. They need to use those buybacks, but they don't have them. 3v5.
Boundless Strike to the backline's looking. Oh, they got Yatoro. No
Got him
buyback.
so quickly.
He was dead in a heartbeat. The spear connects. Copy is gone. Collapses in. But Boom trying to decay the thoughts and the life
He has
of
buyback.
Spirit.
If he
They'll
gets
get
Laurel
the kill
here.
to Laurel. He's dead. He's got buyback, but the Divine Rapier is in the hands of Rue, who will remnant away. The buyback committed by Laurel. They've got Boom with his own buyback. A remnant once again. They've got themselves the check on a Collapse, but the control on the Shadow Shaman will be enough. They should be able to get the kill, and they will. This Serpent Ward is doing some decent damage, but not enough damage. It's just the Undying, it's just the Tiny, now it's just the Tiny. They hit the sleep, they'll find Yuragi, and everybody surrounding him for the victory as Team Spirit bring it all the way back.
No fucking way. They thought they were done after killing Yatoro. He is the damage dealer, but Rue picks up Divine Rapier and then goes ham. Somebody needs to defend the throne as well. It seems like it's gonna be Rue who can come back with the Remnant. He does have Remnant available.
They got the glyph, so I mean,
Creeps
you
are coming
gotta
in.
hold for so long. There's no way, certainly no way, right? It's just Ari.
It's too long. It's 40 seconds, 50 seconds for Monkey. Ari, he smoked himself. BKB ready, ulti ready. Let's see if he can do it. He needs to find Miposhka because he's the one that does have Fiend's Grip.
Jumps in,
Doesn't
but
get
there's
it.
the Fiend's Grip. It's going to be the full white finish. GG is called. Team Spirit from the brink of defeat. Well, now they're in the playoffs.
Oh man, this is why we said the same thing yesterday. Team Spirit, the most resilient team in Dota. Never count them out.
It is the omnipresence of knowing that Spirit have been in every situation and they know how to come back from
The throne
any deficit.
was down to 100 HP. They had the opportunity, and look at them on camera. Navi, they don't know what happened. They had this one in the bag. All they needed was one toss. There was Manta Style available. He could have maybe tossed it and finished off the game right there, but they lose the game.
Whew, such little amount of health on the throne for Spirit, but if there's a will, if there's a life, there is a way, and Spirit take the 2-1 over Na'Vi. We're going to throw it over to the panel to hear their thoughts. Take it away, Tsunami.
How do they keep doing it? Over and over again, we saw it. This is deja vu from last night. Game number 2 against Edge. Spirit yet again claw back from the brink of defeat, managing to get a victory. And here they do it again against Na'Vi in game number 3. Yet again, another heartbreaker. A little golf clap. You can round of applause for this team. Team Spirit, what a squad, man. I can't believe they're able to do it.
Sorry, chat.
Sorry if it hurt your ears,
Probably
yeah, but it doesn't really
sounds great.
too much. Yeah, sorry.
Claps in the chat all around. Yet again, another heartbreaker for Na'Vi. It was a heartbreaker for Edge yesterday. This game probably even closer than the Edge was one yesterday. And
This was one hit away.
It was
literally.
one hit, one toss, one anything away.
Maybe if he, like, look at these two wards. Maybe if one ward is in one space
and one's in the other,
the other, they can't defend it with one arena. But
We watched it though. Uragi did everything right. He was hitting it, it got glyphed, he backed off, and now he's in the bottom right corner.
His blink gets cancelled again. There was a toss, like the Lacoste mentioned. There was maybe a toss from his.
All the
illusion
units walked away. So he gets sleepwalked by Bane.
Yep.
And he's slowly floating away.
Yep.
And then everyone moves away from the Ancient. So he can't toss onto anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, he couldn't. Yeah,
it's
this
so
was-
rough. Like, of course, when you watch the replay back again, you are going to see like a different mistake, maybe here and there. Like maybe they could do this, but it doesn't matter. In the moment, under the pressure, Spirit collapsed from the Mars, hitting the arena to keep it alive, a refresher in another arena.
One thing though, that fight, okay, it failed. It was the initial push, right?
Yeah.
How does it happen to Spirit? The 2 games in a row, when it comes to this, they snatch Roshan, or they find a way to go in and take Aegis with mega creeps. Like, once again, Na'Vi, like, even though they all respawn and they had the opportunity to just go into the pit, take Aegis, make life a lot easier for themselves, they draw some lines on the mini-map on how they need to smoke,
do this, do that,
go for the throne. Just make your life even easier. Go for the Aegis. Instead, this Muerta with Rapier gets it, and then the game becomes real hard.
But like even in this clip, right? It's like Yatoro, he dies, and then the Aegis is ticking around, but he has the blink, the refresher, he blinks north, and then sure, he does die eventually, but the thing is, when you get to the late game against Spirit, they are very good at always, like Liz is mentioning, getting that one Aegis, getting that one tower, or one small little thing that feels like the game has way more life than it should. And of course, I think you got to give a lot of praise to Miposhka on his Bane in this game, like hitting Nightmare Sleeps to dodge Boundless Strikes on Venomancer's to keep him alive in a clutch moment, and then to hit the grips later down the line. Of course, with the Agnims, it does simplify the grip at the later stages, but yeah, less about that. Na'Vi, of course, the early to mid game, the way that they were playing this game, like, again, it's only if any other team they're against, they're winning this game. Because it's Spirit, because they have this ability to keep a blink on and a Dragon Glance on a Muerta, to then go Rapier, to keep 2 very cheap items, but they're so critical for his damage output that you then scale into the game to be able to get off the damage. Like, if it's any other team, Na'Vi are winning this game. But the way that Spirit always play this late game, to always find that one skirmish, that one way to enable someone else, they do eventually get another insane comeback. 2 days in a row now, 2 insane comebacks from Spirit.
And this is also another situation where Yatoro does die. In yesterday, the Medusa would be dead, and the rest of Team Spirit would have to pick up the pieces. Here, yet again, the final push, Muerta dies. But Laurel eventually is big enough. Collapse was unkillable at that stage, and as you said, Miposhka and Ru on this pivoted Ember Spirit support also made it look fantastic.
Yeah, he wasn't truly a support down the line, right? Like he became another core. All of them were really, but he was flying under radar a little bit. Laurel on the Venomancer did quite a lot later on in the game. You kind of forget that this man has a Skadi, a Mjolnir, a Pike, you know, like he kind of hurts. He hits hard. It's not necessarily the amount of damage that Muerta is dealing in an instance, but over time it truly does accrue. So very nicely done by all of them. This man, however, he saved the game.
It could have been anyone, but yeah, of course.
He saved the game.
He did
right?
save the game. True, with the arena. Yeah, you're right.
They kind of saved the throne.
Yeah.
I feel like when you make
that's
that
worthy of an MVP. Yeah.
It's worthy of an MVP.
Okay.
A well-earned victory, but it's a all-around team performance and one that now secures Team Spirit a placement in the playoffs directly. They have gone 3-0 in their Swiss group stage format here in Wallachia Season 5, and they get to move straight into the playoffs. They get 2 days off, and then they will be joining us again in a few days. But NAVI have to go back into the grinder of the group stage. They thought they were pixels away from being free.
One right click, one spell, one anything, one... Oh, God.
They've got to be kicking themselves.
Yeah, just repositioning the Serpent Ward on a different spot. Like,
just don't watch the replay if you're Navi. Like, watch the replay up until you go for that high ground. Everything else you can critique, but I think if they actually sit there and analyze about who was meant to hit that ancient, that is soul destroying. That will tear themselves apart. So we can do it. We might do it tomorrow as a segment. But no, for Navi at least, the fact that they did get Spirit to go to 3 games, they looked really good in 2 of the games. Unfortunately, again, this game, it happens. But yeah, the fact that Navi are very competitive in their current position is really, really impressive.
Absolutely nothing to be ashamed of. Yesterday, they won versus Liquid, generally considered the favorites of Wallachia, no matter what the stand-in situation is. And today, winning a game and almost a series off of a team that's in general considered favorited versus almost anyone in the world, one of the best teams. So for Navi, a team that is on paper disbanded after this tournament, it's fantastic performance.
Yeah, I double-checked the press release because I wasn't 100% sure what the wording was, but Navi's press release does say that after this PGL Wallachia Season 5 event, the current roster that you're seeing is disbanded. And so it's not like they are holding on to them in like a, I don't know, substitute team or something like that. The wording
maybe
is
it will open up.
They are free to explore new opportunities.
Maybe they won't be so free after this tournament. And honestly, looking at their performance so far, we'll see how it goes later on in the tournament. I'm sure that they won't be free agents for way too long.
Assuming this game doesn't shake them, because I hope that this momentum that they've gained throughout the first 2.5 days wasn't purely like, dude, we just keep winning. It's amazing. And then the first roadblock, they're like, maybe we should be disbanded.
Yeah, that's the problem with like this type of team, where it's like you don't know how they got to this position in regards to not killing off the ancient. Like if there is this like one guy waits one call, one guy has a different thing, there's this disagreement. So I think it's going to show a lot of maturity in NAVI how they deal with this, because not only they lost 2 qualifiers, right? They didn't get to TI, and now they're in a potential playoff position, were in a 3-0 position. So I think they've already shown that they have a lot of maturity in the team. So I won't be surprised if the next time we see them, they are just looking to be in their kind of good form, that kind of upset potential form. So yeah, I don't have any issues with how they'll bounce back from this, but it is just going to be a tough night for them.
Yeah, and Team Spirit will be joining Gaimin Gladiators in the direct playoff qualification spot. I am not surprised after seeing both these teams today. We were taking care of the 2-0 into 3-0 teams for this shift, and Gaimin Gladiators had a fantastic performance. And honestly, I thought that their result may have been slightly more dominant, but we'll get an opportunity to maybe speak to one of the men responsible for this, Yatoro. What a stressful past 2 days this has been for you. We watched your Edge game yesterday, a very, very narrow comeback, and then you do it again because, I don't know, is this fun for you to stress everyone out?
I think we should lose this game, but for some reasons it didn't destroy our throne. And it was like 100 HP, some hit from Tiny, something else, and we lost. But happy we won for some reason. And
Was there decision making involved in that last push? Because it seemed intentional. So Collapse puts up the arena, you guys kill off the Serpent Wards as soon as you can, and then you guys are dealing with the Tiny. Miposhka put Tiny in the Nightmare. You guys all walked away from the Ancient so he couldn't toss anything. So even in that last second, you guys were communicating. You knew what might happen.
Yeah, we just understand what they want to do. It's so simple was because we have only one instruction in the game, and we just move out. I don't think what we speak about what he's gonna toss in the moment.
Gotcha.
But I think we all understood it. So we just moved out and tried to hit him, not save the throne, the most important.
So in these moments, would you say that it's more on just trust of your teammates rather than communicating every little thing that could happen?
I think we just screamed about snakes.
Didn't even have time, right?
Yeah, and like we need to destroy snakes or we lost. So in the moment, actually, I thought we're gonna lose because 2 snakes, it's 2 imba. But I'm happy we won. Yeah.
But even after that, you were not completely free. So what was the decision between you basically soloing Roche? You saw that they weren't taking Roche, which we thought was a little bit strange, but then you noticed there was an opportunity for you to take it by yourself. Did you Minotaur Horn or did you BKB?
I just BKB it.
Okay, yeah.
Just took it because he has Disarm, a good spell for Roche, thanks 12.
Yeah.
And I think we just talk about last 5 minutes after they committed in Throne, what they're gonna do about going to suicide in the Throne because we have no glyph, 100 HP. I think we just all communicate about this, and when I saw we have only 1 minute left for glyph, and I understood what I'm gonna lose game or I'm gonna win, so it doesn't matter, and I'm just going to try to sneak Roche.
So then you get the Roche, and then the very last piece of the puzzle is the decision to go siege their high ground, and then you end up dying in that fight. Were you completely okay? You're like, I'm gonna do as much damage as I can. You guys finish it off.
No, I talk about what my team should blink and cancel their blinks, but they didn't. And I just died. I think I thought about we lost again. Yeah, but we have buybacks, we have everything, so we won this fight. They have no couple buybacks. They commit in, but I think the most important thing what they can do in this moment, it's again suicide into our throne and try to cancel some TPs by Abyssal Blade at Monkey King and Tiny going to Travels and trying to make us some nervous because if they're taking fight at high ground, 3 versus 5, it's very bad decision.
You guys considered a lot of possibilities and ended up working out. T, you got any questions for the man of the hour here?
Ooh, I mean, we just watched an epic game. Question. Honestly, I'm just still thinking about the last game. I guess a lot of times in Spirit plays, it feels like other teams would back away from certain fights where, let's say you die on Medusa or Collapse dies on Bristleback from yesterday. How do you guys always feel like you're moving forward when you're still losing heroes?
I think we just have some things about how to win fight, and we're trying to keep these like rules in fights and trying to communicate about it. And we don't think about how strong enemies, we think about how strong we are. What we need to do for win, who we need save, and everything of this.
And in this game, were you excited to be put onto the Muerta carry? Like, did you have influence on that, or was it more a drafting thing where you felt like the Venomancer or the Ember going to support was more important?
I think it was like some draft thing, basically, but it's a good game for Muerta. But the enemy has Undying, very beautiful hero, since Valve again. So he just destroyed us at lanes, and they got first blood, and all of these minor things did game not so well. Because if we have some better team fights, good vision, some setup from Bane, we can win this game too easily, not like this.
We prefer it this way, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Lizard, you have any questions?
And I have one general question. I don't want to keep you too long. You guys always power up before TI. What's your power level right now? Are you in condition or getting there?
I think like from our form, like 5 out of 10. We have a lot of things that we need to work. and we're just trying to win some games. I'm happy what in this Wallachia we have more interesting games like than previous, so we can grow up. It's not like 3-0 and we lose from Falcons at playoff. So we just can move forward more.
Okay. Yeah, the competition, from what we're seeing also, it seems a lot closer so far this season. And obviously, you know how much of a carry player influence you are. You know that you've also been quite the fashion influence recently. Have you been seeing some of our other player haircuts around here?
It's very interesting decision of color.
There we go. What is going on? Okay, so what was your inspiration for the blue hair? Because you've had this since Blast, right? Or even earlier.
I don't know. I don't remember actually.
Do you remember what? I mean, you've always done stuff with your hair.
Why I did it? You asking why I did it?
Yeah, why the blue hair?
I think I got red.
I remember the red.
Blue, and it's like antonym of the red hair, like I have at previous Riyadh. Yeah. So blue now. Next green.
Have you done the green before? Because that's what I was going to say. Yeah, you're going back and forth, but you got to go the full RGB.
maybe.
Well, whatever, your influence is still showing that both in-game and out of the game, you are something to be looked at. Yatoro, hell of a performance. Loved watching you these past 2 days. And now you're going to get 2 days off. Any plans or just scrims and pubs?
Playing scrims and pubs.
That's what I thought. All right. We'll let you go then, Yatoro. A pleasure, as always, to speak to you. And yeah, enjoy your time off. Welcome to playoffs.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
See ya.
Cheers, friend. Enjoy. The man is free. Thank you very much. It's been a wonderful performance. And hopefully we don't injure him on the way out.
He's good. He survived.
And now Spirit do indeed get some time off because they have made it to playoffs. 3-0 through the group stage. Pretty sweet to see. And I also agree with his assessment, which is, for the most part, they are being pushed a lot more than they have in previous tournaments. And so it is giving them opportunities to grow. Because part of the reason why they are so good in these late game situations is also because they have gone here so many times.
They get to experience them. They get to practice.
Yeah.
Most teams are like, what the hell is this tier 5 item? How does it work?
You don't get that many opportunities, even in pubs. Like, games don't go this long all the time.
Meanwhile, they're like, yeah, well,
now I'm in my comfort zone.
Exactly.
But I like how realistic he is, because we know how epic these games have been, but it has been drop a game to Wildcard, a team that has struggled to get out of the North American region in qualifiers. They have dropped a game to NAVI that has not got out of the region in qualifiers from Eastern
Europe. It could have been 2 games.
It could have been 2. They could have lost the series. And they nearly lost a game to Edge, who also failed to qualify from the South American region. So as much as the games are hype, they're beautiful, they're late game comebacks, it is an epic series against teams that are not the best in their region, the ones that are in the shadows of other teams. So I think it is very good that Yatoro isn't sitting here and basking in the glory of, look at our epic comeback. You know, it's like...
And it's also really good for them that they're going to go back and scrim and pub, because I feel like the next 2-3 days would have been maybe even good for them to play a couple of extra games in the tournament to level up even further, because as he said, 5 out of 10 doesn't sound that great considering TI is around the corner, and this is where they want to shine. They want to get another crown of Wallachia.
And this is kind of in contrast to our other 3-0 team, which was Gaimin Gladiators, because they kind of stepped all over Tidebound yesterday. They completely dominated Aurora today. And so we're seeing 2 sides of an undefeated series score, but they feel very different.
No, yeah, for sure. Back to you, Tsunami.
Perfect. Would you like to take a look at Xtreme B's results? Because we had some eliminations going on there.
Yeah, sure. What happened with the old VP versus Nigma?
I'll tell you.
For you, spoilers.
VP ends up getting eliminated. They succumb to Nigma Galaxy's... so the last game ended up being a Medusa versus an anti-mage, and VP had the anti-mage, unfortunately not able to get the victory over Nigma Galaxy's Medusa.
Yeah, really cool. Like Nigma actually managing to let that anti-mage go through and still finding a solution in a way. Like, of course, through time, you always had the different builds, a couple of different builds that you can play with Medusa. One build when there is no anti-mage, and the other when there is an anti-mage. They managed to make it work. Unfortunate for both AVULUS and Virtus.pro, of course, that they're eliminated already. But Virtus.pro and AVULUS, I feel like they had the weakest of the games.
Yeah.
Like the showing was not that great at the beginning, and I hope that they'll take this as a learning experience going into future tournaments.
Yeah, and it was Nigma being able to conquer the team that blocked them out of EWC quals, because it was VP who beat them in the Mesla quals for that. So able to get one monkey off their back. And for AVULUS, unfortunately, it's just this team I would anticipate does not have much time left. And so whatever experience they can gather here, hopefully they're able to take it to other rosters if that ends up being the direction.
I mean, that is going to be the entire theme of Wallachia, right? As Wallachia concludes, TI season, is going to be there. And as we already know, organizations aren't going to pay for players to sit on the bench and wait for the next round of tournaments post-TI, right? So it is going to be realistic to talk about the disband of AVULUS, the disband probably of VP. Like any team that doesn't win here and kind of convinces their org, you should keep us for the downtime, it is going to just influence the roster shuffles very highly. And that is why if you're a NAVI or any kind of these teams that aren't in the big tournament, you got to do really well here to try and, already book your ticket in the next place. So, yeah.
These are prime opportunities to start making your sales pitch. And despite Navi getting the loss here, I think they have made a very compelling sales pitch, and maybe they'll get a better opportunity tomorrow. But we'll start off with taking a look at some more eliminations as our B stream will continue. This was only day one of eliminations with the teams that went 0-3, but we'll have to get some other teams that maybe are going 1-3. The first matchup is going to be Wildcard against OG. After that, Xtreme Gaming, who I would not have expected to be in this spot so early on, will be facing off against Nigma Galaxy. And then Edge, who we saw also push Spirit to the brink yesterday, is now unfortunately in elimination situation against their South American compatriots of Heroic.
Why? Why do we always have the regional con?
It's either SA or China, always having to kill each other off.
Not full SA this time around. They do have one.
SA Estonia.
You can spell SA with Estonia, though.
Yeah, Estonia. And we'll see if Edge is able to make that recovery, because unfortunately their matchup today did not go their way. But over on the mainstream, we'll get some more qualifications into playoffs. We'll be starting things off with Aurora Gaming versus Tundra Esports, where Aurora have been going on a downwards trajectory versus Tundra getting their wins. So these are the teams that lost today versus the teams that have also won today. And so it'll be Aurora versus Tundra. After that, it's going to be Liquid versus Tidebound. And then it'll be closing out the night with NAVI, BetBoom Team.
I really can't say which one of these matchups is more interesting than the other, because all of them are super close when it comes to the caliber of teams, the storyline so far in Wallachia, the way that they have performed. I feel like up to this point, you had some clear underdogs, clear favorites, but there were upsets. Tomorrow, it's 50-50.
Yeah.
Truly is. Like, these series are going to be so close.
At most, I hope that Aurora has not gotten too shook, because what we saw today was quite troubling. But, I mean, Tidebound was able to shake it off. Yesterday, they got obliterated by Gaimin Gladiators, and they came out with a win today, so...
Aurora have been in this position before.
That is true.
They've had these wild moments where Kiyotaka hasn't had a good time, but this time, it was the drafting that made Kiyotaka look bad, not really Kiyotaka playing bad. So it's not that hard of a fix. They just need to have the conversation of, how do we not let this happen again? But drafting against Tundra, very, very good team that will do the same amount of punishment as Gaming in the draft. So, yeah. Not Kiyotaka's fault. That's my end of story.
They even managed to shake it off in the last season of Wallachia. They had a couple of really difficult series they managed to go through.
If it's a 50-50 situation, then today was maybe a tails Kiyotaka. Yesterday was a heads Kiyotaka. We're going to flip the coin again tomorrow. We'll find out which one we'll get. And all of you hopefully will get an opportunity to tune in. Only 3 best of 3s on each of the streams for tomorrow. Our 4 BO3 days are over, but I hope you guys have been enjoying as we getting into now the second half of our Swiss group stage. All of these matchups are going to be very, very close, as you heard, and we'll see which ones will take it and which ones will fall tomorrow for more of our PGL Wallachia Season 5.
Stițișoara lui, Stițișorul lui,